The Gathering by Boris Bacic. Read by J. Kirk. Even when my actions were aggressive and offensive, I sincerely believed that I was doing the right thing. We believed that because we were the chosen children of God, our actions were justified, no matter how horrible. When you see the truth, you badly wanted others to see it as well, so you become really pushy. I think we all crave this sense of belonging, and that's exactly what the community gave me. Recounts of various former cult members. Chapter 1. I still can't believe you guys convinced me into this shit. Tyler shook his head. He was the one driving the car. His girlfriend, Alice, was in the passenger seat, and Mandy and Ethan were in the back. The road was shitty, with potholes every couple of miles, which forced Tyler to slow down or swerve around the holes to protect his baby's tires. Catherine's Chevy was in front, and Tyler followed it, mimicking its movement of dodging the potholes, but with more finesse. There weren't any wrong turns to be made over here since there was only one dirt road leading between the thick pines and firs. You stop bitching already? Alice shot him a contemptuous glance. Tyler glanced at her for a moment, eyeing her up and down. She had her hair dyed blonde a few days ago, and right now wore a pink blouse that was tightly stretched around her breasts. The top two buttons were loose, and her tits still looked voluptuous. Tyler imagined Alice arching her back to stretch, and the remaining buttons of the blouse popping like springs, making her tits jiggle. That was his fantasy, at least. She had jeans with tears on the thighs that made her look like she was attacked by a bear. She looked hot, and had Mandy and Ethan not been in the car with them, Tyler would have pulled over to fuck her. Or, at the very least, have her give him a blowjob while he's driving. Tyler glanced in the rearview mirror at Mandy. She wasn't bad either. Although she didn't have the tits that Alice had, there was something about her outgoing personality, and her curly hair and darker tan that tickled Tyler's crotch. He had known her for less than 5 hours, and he already fantasized about having a threesome with her and Alice, and wondering if Mandy was the type that liked to dominate or to be dominated. The fantasies were just that, though. Fantasies. Mandy was Alice's classmate at college. The two of them met at a finance class or some shit like that. Tyler didn't really care. All he knew was that Alice thought it would be a great idea to hook Mandy up with Ethan, especially since he's been single for a long time. Tyler respected the bro code, and even if he were single, he would not be stealing a potential hookup from his buddy, even though he could. The Chevy disappeared around the corner made up of coniferous trees. Tyler slowed down and turned right, following the car down the shade-covered road that gradually stretched upward, where the road ended on the horizon. I'm not bitching, Tyler retorted back to Alice. Yes, you are. This is like the 10th time you complained, Alice said. She sounded indifferent, even though Ethan could tell that she was annoyed. Tyler ignored her and continued focusing on the road. Ethan wanted to disagree with Alice, but he was too sleepy to start an argument. He hadn't slept enough last night, but then again, that was pretty much every night for a long time now. What do you think this place is going to be like? Mandy leaned closer to Ethan and asked. When the ride first started, the two of them were sitting on completely opposite sides of each other, practically hugging the car doors. Now, Mandy was pretty much in the middle, inching closer to Ethan with each passing hour. Ethan noticed it. She'd lean in to ask him a question or to better hear his response because of the blaring rock music in the car. But every time she leaned in, she'd shift somewhat closer to him and remain there. Ethan didn't know more about Mandy than her name and face, and the fact that she was Alice's college classmate. He was sure of one thing, though. Alice was trying to hook the two of them up, and it was visible right from the start. She and Tyler deliberately put Ethan and Mandy in the car next to each other, then left them alone in the diner while the two of them disappeared somewhere for 10 or so minutes. Ethan didn't appreciate the gesture, especially because he told them a million times that he wasn't ready to start dating again. Not yet. I'm not sure, really. Ethan shrugged in response to Mandy's question. I'm thinking everybody being all happy, showering us with attention and talking about how friendship beats evil. You're funny, Mandy giggled, and gently put one hand on his knee before withdrawing it. Ethan couldn't help but feel something stirring inside him, something he likened to butterflies in his belly. Mandy clearly liked him, which was visible from an airplane. All Ethan would need to do was make a move, and she'd be his. It's a shame that he's such a depressed, nihilistic wreck of a human being. "I'll tell you what it'd be like," Tyler interjected loudly, slightly drowning out the music. "There'd be some satanic fucking rituals is what it'll be like. Sacrificial rituals and some fucking worshipping and shit." "Cut the crap, Tyler," Alice said. "I'm not wrong. Catherine's in a fucking cult." "It's not a cult, it's a church." "If you say so. I think it's some sort of Jim Jones kind of bullshit." "Jim who?" Alice asked. "Jim Jones. Come on, you must have heard of him." Alice incredulously shook her head. Mandy had an equally confused glare in her eye when she turned to Ethan for silent clarification. He was a cult leader sometime in the 70s, had over 900 followers that he convinced to drink poison Kool-Aid in a mass suicide. "Oh my God, that's terrible," Mandy exclaimed. "And they all willingly drank the poison?" "Not all of them. Some of them were forced to take it." This time Ethan was the one leaning in towards Mandy. Tyler and Alice tuned down and were having a conversation of their own, so Ethan knew that he didn't need to speak loudly enough for everyone to hear him. "That's terrible," Mandy exclaimed again, albeit more in a whisper this time. "How did he even get so many followers?" "Seriously, how in the holy hell do you even get someone to join a cult?" Tyler shouted from the front, much to Ethan's surprise. "It's usually people with low self-esteem or people who are going through a difficult transition in life." Ethan shrugged. Tyler scoffed before turning to Alice and saying, "What a bunch of bullshit. Can you imagine leaving your entire life and family and friends so you can join a cult? Unfucking believable." Ethan nodded in agreement. He didn't understand how people got such a point of desperation that they needed to devote themselves to a religious group that would control every decision they made. He understood it happening if someone was raised in a cult or in a religious setting, but for an adult person to just up and decide to join, no way in hell. "You never know what goes on in those people's minds," Alice said. She understood Tyler's perspective, but she didn't want to judge the people who did end up joining cults. Who knows, maybe one day she would find herself going through a difficult time in her life and would end up joining a cult without even realizing it. The same happened to her with cigarettes. She said she would never pick up that disgusting habit, but 3 years later, she's still smoking. "I know what goes on in their minds," Tyler said, and pointed a finger to his temple. "They're weak over here. Somebody who's mentally strong can never be converted into a cultist." "You mean someone like you?" Alice rolled her eyes. "Yes, exactly someone like me. I have steel right here." He pointed once more to the temple. "Well, steel might definitely be something you have in there," Alice said, causing Mandy to chuckle shyly. Tyler ignored her and continued. "I'm telling you, there's no way that any cultist would be able to convert me into their shit. That gang you used to hang out with years ago was like a cult." Ethan jumped in, with a somewhat more jovial timbre than usual. "What gang?" Alice swiveled to face Ethan, widening her eyes at what she knew was about to become an interesting story. "Ethan, don't," Tyler said, casting a frown at the rearview mirror. Ethan leaned forward, and Mandy mirrored him, visibly engrossed in what Ethan was about to talk about. Alice pressed the power button on the radio, turning off the blaring music. The only sound that remained now was the roaring of the car's engine. "Well, years ago, Tyler used to hang out with these hardcore dudes that he met somewhere. I don't even know where. And these were some kind of skinheads or something." "They weren't skinheads," Tyler interrupted. "Both Henry and I were surprised, and we figured we want to get to know these guys better. I mean, we knew that Tyler had a low bar for friends, which is visible on you guys, but we didn't know how low he was actually willing to go. And so when we decided to meet those guys, turns out they had a leader." Alice jerked her head towards Tyler, who seemed to be blushing slightly, despite trying to retain a focused look on his face. "A leader?" Mandy asked. "Yeah, and he told us we couldn't join until we completed the initiation, and the initiation was spray painting a cop car with the word pig." Alice gasped in surprise and looked at Tyler, shocked by this dark secret that she'd just discovered. Up until then, she was amused. Now that emotion changed to appalled. You spray painted a cop car? She asked. Tyler shook his head. There was no initiation when I joined, and it was a small group back then. And you guys got in trouble with the law? No. The guys I used to hang out with were a little problematic, but I never got in any trouble with the law. Except for that one time when they frisked us for weed. What the fuck, Tyler? How did you get out? Tyler shrugged. What do you mean? I just stopped hanging out with them. Alice shifted in her seat and stared at the road ahead, pondering what she had just learned. She didn't even see the repetitive rows of trees on either side of the road anymore. She turned her head to Tyler and said, So, you were in a cult? It wasn't a cult, a gang maybe, but not a cult. Tyler slammed his palm on the top of the steering wheel. It was totally a cult. You were a brainwashed cultist. Alice jeered. She pivoted to face Mandy, and the two of them broke out laughing. Ethan, on the other hand, had a half smile on his face, staring out the window. He was drifting toward his own world again, no doubt about it. Alice winked at Mandy, giving her silent encouragement to continue drilling him. Mandy sneaked a furtive glance towards Ethan. She couldn't help but cast sneaky peeks at him from time to time. He was just so cute. He was so cute that it was almost painful to look at, and that was only complemented by his somewhat muscular stature. But what really attracted Mandy to him, almost instantly, was his personality. He was the type that didn't speak much, but when he did, it was always something meaningful. Mandy felt a strong urge to peek under his veil and see what secrets he was hiding underneath. Maybe she was interested in his secretive personality, but once she broke through his walls, she would no longer find him attractive. No matter. Right now, she knew only one thing. She wanted to get to know Ethan. Whenever she leaned closer to him, she felt her knees quivering. She wanted him to lean in and kiss her. No, not just that. She wanted him to do more than that to her. She would never tell him that, though. Although she presented herself as an outgoing person, she was somewhat shy when it came to romance and sex. She wanted someone who would be able to take the reins and lead in the relationship. And right now, Ethan seemed like the perfect candidate for that. She just had to get to him somehow. Alice told her about Ethan's tragic loss, how his fiancée died in a car crash 2 years ago. That's why Mandy tried gauging him as prudently as she could, to avoid making him feel uncomfortable or causing him to retreat further. Maybe if she proved to Ethan that she meant no harm, he would begin trusting her and open up. And if it's true that he's been single for a while, then a little charm should get him to give in. Speaking of cults, I don't get why Henry is dating a cultist. There's so many easier ways to get laid. Tyler said as he leaned forward and pressed the button to turn the radio back on. Mandy didn't even realize how much she enjoyed the silence until the heavy metal began roaring once more. Catherine isn't a cultist, Tyler. Alice dramatically rolled her eyes. Yeah, leave her alone. She's so nice and shy. Mandy jumped in. She met Tyler only a few hours ago, and she already didn't like him. One glance at him was enough to notice how shallow he is. He was a typical jock, all brawn but no brain. Mandy could imagine him in high school bullying the nerdy kids and bragging to his buddies about the chicks he managed to score with. She had no idea why a smart girl like Alice would date an ape like him. This judgmental feeling only got exacerbated whenever Tyler started speaking. Everything he said about others was either belittling, mocking, or just generally negative. Let me tell you one thing, sweetheart. Tyler turned his head to face Mandy briefly. She wanted to tell him not to call her that, but decided to avoid starting an argument on the hours-long ride to the town. She would give him the benefit of the doubt for now. Tyler continued. Those kind of girls, the shy ones, are the wildest ones. Oh yeah? And how would you know that? Alice crossed her arms, shooting daggers at Tyler. Trust me, I just do. Tyler shrugged. Well, go on, tell us. I won't get mad. I really want to know what wisdom you have to impart on us, Ty. Tyler could go into details about the religious girl he banged just 2 weeks before hooking up with Alice. He could tell them how Anne favored Jesus above everyone else until they were alone in the room, and he convinced her what they were doing was not wrong. He could tell them how she went wild and exposed a nymphomaniac side that even Tyler didn't know was there. Instead, he just shook his head and shrugged before saying, All right, well, I won't go into details, but I'll tell you one thing. I've known a lot of shy girls, hell, even religious girls like sweet little Catherine, and all of them, every single one, had a hidden side that they didn't want to show in front of others. And you know why? Because they're hypocrites. What do you mean? Alice lowered her chin and raised an eyebrow, and Tyler knew exactly what that meant. She was ready to counter him with an argument. I mean, all these girls are like, "Oh, God Almighty, please take these sinful thoughts away from me." He raised both hands from the steering wheel and dramatically exclaimed before continuing. But in reality, they can't wait to be plowed. That doesn't even make any sense. Yes, it does. Ethan, you remember Ivana? Tyler looked in the rearview mirror. Ethan was staring out the window until he heard his name. He locked eyes with Tyler in the mirror and said, "Oh, you mean Lusty Ivana from high school? You remember any other Ivanas? Tell them about her." Both Mandy and Alice turned their attention to Ethan, who suddenly looked annoyed at the mess Tyler pulled him into. He sighed and said, It's nothing. There was this girl from Russia in our high school who was really shy. She was religious, Orthodox, or something Christian like that. She said she would never sleep with anyone before marriage, and people were already trying to bang her. She was a blonde, blue-eyed chick with lips made for a blowjob, and here she was, saying that she's a virgin and would never sleep with anyone before marriage. Tyler excitedly added, Anyway, one night we had a party and Ivana had been drinking. Nothing really happened, but the next day, our classmate Pete showed us a video of her giving a blowjob in the bathroom. Alice muttered a "wow," while Mandy remained silent. Tyler remembered the video he saw. Ivana on her knees, with her full lips around Pete's thick but short cock, sucking like there's no tomorrow. He remembered feeling jealous that Pete managed to get a seemingly shy girl like Ivana to unleash her whorish side. After she became known as everybody's funk toy, Ivana no longer interested Tyler. Ethan continued. Anyway, after that, she didn't really try hiding her slutty side anymore. She was known around the school for banging with lots of guys until one day she got pregnant and dropped out. Did you bang her? Alice asked Tyler. No, he said. Unfortunately, he wanted to add. I know I don't look like it, but even I have some standards. I didn't want to catch any STDs. I still don't get your point. What does hypocrisy have to do with your point here? Alice shrugged. It's simple. All these girls are pretending to not need dick, but once they taste it, they become addicted. And they still find ways to justify what they did while assuming their holier-than-thou attitude. I have to agree with Ty on this one. Ethan interjected. Thank you. Tyler snapped a finger theatrically. Ivana was a slut, there's no denying it. Not only that, but she broke all the other rules in the Bible, like lying, judging, even stealing. But on religious days that she celebrated, she zealously followed the commandments for her religion, as if that would erase her sins from the entire year prior to that. It's like Muslims stealing, drinking, fucking, but not eating pork. Tyler exclaimed and guffawed at his own remark. No one else laughed at that. Silence permeated the air. Alice didn't even realize that the music was off until everyone stopped speaking. Tyler tried turning up the radio and changing the stations, but all he got was static. Visibly discontented, he turned it off. The Chevy, which Henry and Catherine were in, was a little further away from them now, so Tyler stepped on the gas to catch up. Catherine isn't a slut, Alice said out of the blue, unable to let the topic go. What? Tyler absent-mindedly asked. Yeah, she's a virgin. Is that so? Tyler briefly turned to her and quietly chuckled. Not for long, Ellie baby. Not for long. Chapter 2. Henry felt the urge to clear his throat. He had been sitting in the car with Catherine in the backseat, and her parents, Matthew and Diana, in the front in silence for well over 2 hours now. Henry had tried making small talk with them, but they would give him one-word responses or meager chuckles to everything. Then, Henry turned to speaking with Catherine in the car, somewhat quietly since it felt wrong to disturb the silence in the car, no matter how unnerving it was. Catherine was a little more talkative than her parents, but less talkative than usually. After a while, he started to deduce that this trip was probably a very big deal for them, and they were most likely nervous. Or maybe it was like a weird family tradition they had. Henry remembered once reading about a family that had this weird ritual of eating dinner in complete silence without uttering a single word. Maybe Catherine's family was just silent to give Matthews the focus he needed not to miss the road. Noah's Reach was a long way from here after all, and it couldn't be located with the GPS. Henry tried, but the GPS would take him nowhere close to Noah's Reach. Even when he asked Catherine to show him on the map, and she marked the rough location for him, there was nothing there. It was deep inside the Oregonian woods, with the closest sign of civilization being at least 2 hours away, and it too was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by more dense woods and wildlife. "You too good back there?" Matthew spoke up from the front so abruptly that it almost startled Henry. Henry looked at the rearview mirror and saw Matthew's stern eyes staring right back at him. He was a scary-looking man at first glance, but 5 minutes of talking to him showed his softer side. Yeah, we're good, yeah," Henry answered with a fervent nod when he realized that the question was directed at him. Although Henry met Catherine's parents only a couple of weeks ago, he already developed a somewhat close relationship with her dad. Matthew immediately began treating Henry with the utmost respect, and as his son-in-law. He often shared his views with Henry, and invited him to their private family events like dinners, sermons, Sunday church, etc. And not only that, but he spoke to Henry as he would to an equal, without patronizing, which was refreshing. When Henry first met him, he expected Matthew to treat him like an immature kid, or even an enemy since he was dating his daughter. But the reality was completely opposite of the truth. Catherine's mom, Diana, was just as friendly, albeit not as talkative as Matthew. It gave Henry the impression of an old-fashioned patriarchal family, where the man was the head of the house, and the woman was there to jump in and assist if necessary. Frankly speaking, Henry sometimes found it overwhelming to be in such a spotlight with Catherine's parents, but it beat his ex's parents, a feminazi mother who hated all men and a narrow-minded father who couldn't even begin to imagine his daughter marrying someone like Henry. Those two never failed to show how much they didn't approve of him dating their daughter. "Do you need a break?" Matthew politely insisted. Henry looked at Catherine. She leaned forward and said with a wide grin, "We're good, Daddy, but maybe we could take a break in 10 or so minutes to stretch out our legs?" "You got it, sweetheart. There should be a gas station close by, no more than 15 minutes away. That okay with you, Henry?" "Perfectly." Henry gave Matthew a brisk smile. Diana turned around to face him and Catherine and said, "We should be arriving shortly, maybe 1 more hour." She looked at Matthew for confirmation. He gave her a terse nod in return. Henry felt Catherine's hand squeezing his. He squeezed back and looked at her. Although they'd been dating for a little over 6 months now, he still couldn't look at her long enough. Those hazel eyes that turned green on a sunny day, that innocent smile, that affectionate look she gave him. He would look at her and fall in love all over again. Every day. Henry met Catherine through his friend Sheila. She was friends with Catherine, and since Henry had been single for a while and looking for what he called a nice girl, Sheila told him that she knew just the person. Although Henry didn't trust Sheila's judgment of what would be considered a good girl for him, he caved and decided to go out on a blind date with Catherine. He didn't believe in love at first sight, but if such a thing existed, he experienced it with Catherine. When he first saw her sitting in the cafe by the table, with her arms nervously crossed, his heart skipped a beat. Then, when she smiled at him for the first time, it began drumming in his chest. He tried his best to not make it obvious that he was staring at her and avoid making a fool of himself, but he was sure that Catherine noticed. Despite that, he thought that the first date went exceptionally well since they spent 2 hours talking about various things. They had so many things in common that they kept interrupting each other. Those 2 hours seemed like 5 minutes to Henry. He wanted to kiss Catherine when saying goodbye to her, but he was so nervous and scared that he simply hugged her and allowed her to kiss him on the cheek. For the next 2 days, Henry overthought what he did right and wrong on the date, scolding himself for not responding one way and patting himself on the back for some of the other witty responses he had. He was tempted to call Catherine, but he stuck to a rule that if a girl liked him after the first date, she at least send him a text or contact him somehow in the next few days. If she didn't, he'd try his luck contacting her instead. When Henry got a random message from Catherine 2 days after the date, he pumped his fist and shouted, "Fuck yeah!" in front of Tyler and Ethan. Ethan encouraged him with tips about asking her how she's doing and inviting her out again, while Tyler strongly urged to invite her over to his place so he could bang her. In the end, it was a good thing Henry listened to Ethan instead, because on the second date, when they kissed for the first time by the lake, Henry noticed how nervous Catherine was. When he asked her what was wrong, she said that she never kissed a boy like that. Catherine was 19, and although Henry had both romantic and sexual partners in the past, he found it cute that Catherine was so pure and inexperienced. That's also the night she told him about her rule, about saving herself until a certain age. At first, Henry was baffled about whether she was joking or not. Just to be on the safe side, he didn't crack any jokes about it, and ultimately that was a good call because it turned out that Catherine was dead serious. In her religion, girls were allowed to engage in sexual intercourse at the age of 20, and at that time, Catherine's 20th birthday was still almost a whole year away. Henry wasn't sure how to respond to that when Catherine asked him if that was cool with him. So given the fact that he was caught in the moment, he said that he was completely okay with it. Catherine asked him if he was sure, and he confirmed his answer once more. He had no idea if he was actually cool with that, but he did know one thing. He liked Catherine a lot. He slept on that, though, and in the morning, when his head was clear, he decided that he really was okay with Catherine's no sex before 20 rule. It wasn't like he would need to wait until marriage, which would be years later or never. He decided to take it slow with Catherine, and if she turned out to be the right girl, the wait would be all the more worth it at the end. One thing that did bother Henry a little bit was the devotion she and her family had for their religion. It made Henry wonder a few times in the past few weeks if he'd ever be the first and most important person in Catherine's life. Those doubts would be erased every time he looked at her. Just like now. Until now, he wasn't sure if this trip was a great idea, but now that he saw Catherine's reassuring smile, he realized that he was worrying about nothing. This was going to be good. "Are the others still behind us?" Catherine asked as she swiveled around to look through the rear window. Henry followed her gaze, looking past the cloud of dust that rose like a wave behind Matthew's Chevy and down the pothole-riddled dirt road. Tyler's BMW was a couple of 100 feet behind, probably trying to avoid getting specks of dust on his precious car. That wasn't working too well for him, because the bottom part of the car was already mud-caked on the front, and probably on the sides as well. Tyler would probably complain about the road as soon as they stopped for a break. "So have you ever been to any big gatherings like these, Henry?" Diana's voice came from the front. When Henry turned to face her, he saw her rotated in her seat to look at him with an expectant smile. "Well, I've been to family reunions, but I've never gone to something like this." He shrugged. "You're gonna love it here," Matthew chimed in. "The gathering is the most wholesome, peaceful experience he'll ever have." "What exactly is it, anyway?" Henry realized too late that his question may seem offensive, but the words had already left his mouth. Catherine enthusiastically jumped in. "It's a reunion for special festivities that we have once a year in Noah's Reach. It's called the Children's Gathering." Not content with the vague answer he got, but not wanting to probe further out of fear of offending someone, he nodded and asked, "So, what exactly do you do during the gathering?" "There are a lot of activities that disciples of God engage in." This time Diana interjected. "Prophet Martin welcomes us all and has us give our thanks to God for all the things he has done for us during the year." Prophet Martin. Henry kept hearing about him ever since he met Catherine. He was supposedly the leader of the church, a prophet with whom God had apparently spoken. Henry considered himself to be agnostic, but after meeting Catherine, he became open-minded about something otherworldly or spiritual. He read the scriptures of Prophet Martin that he borrowed from Catherine, mostly just to impress her, and he still wasn't sure what to believe after finishing it. The prophecies and rules in the book were a little absurd, maybe even verging on radical, but then again, wasn't every religion like that? If the Bible was to be believed, women are to be stoned for cutting their hair a certain way. That's what he read once somewhere. The stories in the scriptures were interesting, though, whether they were true or not. There were stories of people waging wars in the Middle Ages against the disciples of God, calling them heretics for following a human prophet. One such story told about the disciples of God falling to their knees and praying, refusing to fight their enemy. The enemy began slaughtering them before realizing that they were doing the wrong thing and signing a peace treaty with each other. The stories reminded Henry of the epic fantasies he used to read as a kid, so he at least enjoyed that part. Catherine expressed her gratitude to him for reading a book that meant so much to her, but she never asked him, much to his relief, if he actually believed the tales from the scriptures. For as long as they'd been together, Catherine never tried converting Henry to a disciple, yet. She did often speak about Prophet Martin with admiration and profound respect, quoting some things that he said here and there and mentioning how she found inspiration from it. Was Martin really a religious prophet or just a quack? Henry pushed that thought out of his mind and instead thought about what the prophet would be like once he finally met him in person. A bald man with a long, pristinely white beard came into his mind, speaking behind a podium with a powerful, booming voice. "Once we arrive there, I'll show you around. I think you'll really like it in Noah's Reach," Catherine excitedly said. "I'm sure I will." Henry grinned at her excitement. Around 10 more minutes passed riding in silence when Henry felt the car beginning to slow down. He looked outside the front windshield and saw the dirt road merging ahead with a concrete one, widening significantly. The thick trees retreated suddenly from the road, making way for the bright noon sun. There was a portion of something red sitting on the side of the road in the distance that contrasted the millions of surrounding trees that they've seen in the past few hours. Henry immediately recognized the red as a gas station, feeling slight relief at the first sight of civilization since they got onto the dirt road. The Chevy climbed onto the concrete road, effectively leaving the bumping and the vibrations behind them. The smoothness of the man-made road made the car quieter and gave Henry a sense of silent respite. Matthew pulled up right, and Henry got the chance to look at the gas station with more clarity now that they were closer. He wasn't sure he'd even call it a gas station. It was a small building barely bigger than a public toilet, with dirty windows and an old rickety-looking door. There was no concrete on the ground around the gas station. It was surrounded by beaten dirt and tall firs and pines in the backdrop. One lonesome fuel pump stood in the front of the building, and for a moment, Henry wondered whether the place was as derelict as it looked. The Chevy stopped in front of the fuel pump before Matthew turned the key in the ignition, turning off the vehicle. He looked at Catherine and Henry in the back seat and grinned. "Break time, kiddos." Chapter 3. "Oh man, my leg is killing me," Tyler said, as soon as he stepped onto the soft ground of the gas station. He loved being on the road in his baby, the BMW, but after hours of driving, he would start feeling cramps in his right thigh from pressing on the gas pedal for so long. "You should really have that checked out at the doc, babe," Alice said as she slammed the door shut. "Oh, not so hard," Tyler reprimanded her with palms raised towards her. She rolled her eyes in response. "I'm serious, Ty. Leg pain usually means there's something wrong with your back." Alice didn't let up. "Oh yeah? And when did you get your PhD?" Tyler winked. "I don't need to have a PhD to know about that. My dad had the same issue. First, he had pains in his glutes and then in his legs, and then he began losing feeling in his toes." Tyler really didn't have the patience for this right now. He'd be driving for hours, and if Alice wanted to help him anyhow, she would have gotten a driver's license so that they could switch seats during the trip. Instead, she'd always bitch about the road being dangerous and warning him not to miss turns. Really fucking annoying sometimes. "This is just a cramp, babe. Relax." He dismissively waved her off, and, without waiting to see what her response would be, made his way around the car and towards the Chevy in front. Henry, Catherine, and her parents had just gotten out of the car. Catherine's dad was talking to the others about something, but Tyler couldn't hear the words from here. He saw Henry nodding before they parted ways. The parents towards the gas station, Henry and Catherine towards the BMW. "How's it going, fuckboy?" Tyler asked Henry when they got close enough to each other. Henry shot him a bemused glance but said nothing. Tyler glanced in Catherine's direction to see if she'd get offended. Religious people were usually prudes that easily got triggered by any jokes or memes related to religion. Tyler remembered showing a meme once to a religious friend of a friend at a home party. The meme was a picture of a comedian with his quote next to him that said, "If the Bible could be summarized in one sentence, it would say, 'Try not to be a cunt.'" Tyler found it hysterical and honestly thought that the guy would too. The guy's reaction couldn't have been more opposite, though. He gently excused himself, stating that he just remembered that he needed to go take care of something. The mood in the room got somewhat gloomy after that, for a little bit at least. But Tyler didn't care. It wasn't his fault that some religious prick took the joke as he would a dick. Even when Ethan sarcastically praised him for managing to chase the dude away, Tyler didn't feel guilty. He stuck to his guns and claimed that the meme was funny. Still no signal." Alice frustratedly groaned at her phone just as she approached the group. She had lit a cigarette in one hand. "Hey guys, Mandy said to Henry and Catherine just as the group gathered near the BMW. Man, where the fuck is this goddamn place? Tyler stuck his thumbs into the belt of his jeans. He felt the cramp in his thigh slowly decreasing and the pulsating sensation gradually abating. We should be there in less than an hour, Catherine tentatively said. Whenever she spoke, she sounded timid. She didn't speak much in groups, and when she did so in a tone so low that everyone had to be quiet in order to hear her. He accidentally caught Henry giving him a stern look. What? Tyler didn't bother being subtle as he shrugged. Nothing, Henry said. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Catherine gave everyone a big smile before turning on her heel and making her way towards the dilapidated building. Tyler looked over Henry's shoulder just in time to see Catherine's parents coming out of the gas station building and making their way back to their car, the dad holding a water bottle and the mom a bag of chips. Catherine exchanged a few words with them and strode inside the gas station. I'm actually going to use the bathroom too, Ethan said. Careful not to slip on a shit stain, Tyler added with a conniving smirk. Ethan ignored him. A squall of wind howled in the air for a moment before dissipating. Can you not try to swear so much in Catherine's presence? Henry suddenly asked. Tyler looked at him, taken aback by this question. He was suddenly hit with the realization that that's why Henry shot daggers at him earlier. Dude, you're seriously upset about that? Tyler raised his eyebrows and let out a chuckle. I'm not, but it bothers Catherine. All right, man, I'll try to be more careful. Thank you. But Tyler couldn't resist. A moment later, he sardonically added, I can say gosh darn it, and I can say frick or fudge, or is that also crossing the line with you guys? Ty, you really should be more respectful to Catherine. Alice exhaled, the smoke of her cigarette leaving her mouth and dispersing in the air. You'll spend the next 5 days surrounded by religious people who aren't going to take kindly to your swear words. Tyler shot a reticent stare. She stared back at him relentlessly. Fine, whatever, he finally said as he raised both hands defensively, trying to indicate that he's given up and the discussion is over. Alice dropped the butt of the cigarette on the ground and crushed it under her shoe. She turned to Mandy a moment later and said, Let's go get some pics by that thing over there. She was pointing to the wooden railing across the road. When Ethan first entered the gas station, he thought that he walked straight into a movie. The place was small, with only 2 aisles of snacks, 1 soda refrigerator, and 1 tool stand. Soft country music played from the counter in front. A scrawny-looking man, maybe in his late 20s, sat behind the counter with his head down. Hey there, Ethan tentatively said as he prudently made his way forward. He expected to be ignored or for the employee to just point to the bathroom without even looking up at him, so he was surprised when the guy stood up upon hearing Ethan's voice. Good afternoon, sir. How may I help you? He asked in a petulant voice, grinning a yellow-toothed smile at Ethan. Only when he got close enough to him, Ethan saw the cashier's receding hairline, the red, bulbous zits on his face, and the mustache and beard that looked like he only had entered puberty recently. Hi, you mind if I use your bathroom? Ethan asked. Not at all, sir, the guy said in an exaggerated tone, and then leaned to his right and pointed somewhere. It's just over there. He kept smiling the whole time, but when he finished speaking, his mouth returned to the creepy rictus from before. He continued staring at Ethan as if in anticipation, making Ethan feel a little uncomfortable. Thanks, Ethan simply added with a nod of approval, and made his way towards the bathroom. Before rounding the corner, he cast a furtive glance in the cashier's direction, and saw him still standing, following Ethan with an unblinking, wide-eyed gaze, the smile still plastered to his face. What a weirdo. Ethan expected the gas station bathroom to be smelly, shit, and piss-stained, with toilet paper soaking on the floor and mixed, unsanitary liquids. He was surprised once more when he realized just how pristine the place was. There were only 2 stalls, but they looked like they had been cleaned just recently. The toilet seats didn't have the rust that was specific for gas station bathrooms, or any gigantic shits floating in the water. Even the toilet paper was neatly placed on the holder. Ethan raised his eyebrows and comically nodded, impressed at the cleanliness of the place. He took a leak and exited the stall. The first thing he was greeted with was his own reflection in the untarnished mirror above the sink. Under the bright surgical lights of the bathroom, he looked much different than what he was used to. He leaned above the sink to wash his hands, carefully inspecting his face from various angles. His hair was disheveled, but less so than usually because he at least took the effort to comb it this morning, only because he was meeting Mandy. The bags under his eyes looked way more prominent than usual, and his cheekbones stuck out, causing his face to look haggard. He knew that he should have felt something over the physical deterioration he slowly experienced, but he couldn't care less. Today, he was happy that he actually had enough willpower to move out of bed. Although he wasn't sure about this trip at first, now he was warming up to it more. He felt more energized, and the suicidal thoughts were kept at bay. "Thanks for inviting me, Henry," he thought to himself as he finished drying his hands with the hand dryer on the side. Henry could have just left Ethan out of the trip. Ethan would have left himself out with his constant gloom and doom mood. But Henry still invited him, and for that, Ethan was immensely grateful. He hoped that it wouldn't be a damper on the other's moods. As he walked outside, he turned to give a brisk goodbye to the cashier. The guy was sitting again when Ethan walked outside, his nose buried in a thick book. When he heard Ethan, he immediately jerked his head towards him and stood up again. "Thank you for coming here, sir," he said with that same creepy smile. "God be with you." "Yeah, I don't think so," Ethan wanted to say, but refrained out of courtesy. He turned around and, without a word, exited the gas station. "What if we fall over that thing?" Mandy asked. Alice was tugging her by her hand towards the railing, even though the road was utterly deserted. They haven't seen a single car in the past few hours. Alice made sure to look left and right before crossing. She skipped towards the old, crude railing that looked like it could be knocked over by a slightly formidable gust of wind. "We won't fall, we'll be careful," Alice chirped. The railing stretched as far as she could see, disappearing behind the rows of trees where the road wound. Lush grass and lavender surrounded the posts of the railings, giving it a somewhat beautiful look in Alice's opinion. She fished out her phone and took a picture of the lavender with the tall trees in the background, the sun peering between the branches. This was going to make a great Instagram picture. "Mandy, come here," Alice said as she approached the railing and turned around to sit on it. "Alice, wait." Mandy tugged her back so forcefully that Alice almost dropped her phone. "Hey, what the fuck?" Alice uttered the moment she regained her balance. "Look." Mandy pointed towards the railing. Alice took a step closer and peered over the railing. Just a foot behind the post, there was a steep hill going down into the woods. Trees stuck upward from the gradient, with moss-covered rocks embedded on the side. The towering trees were the reason why Alice didn't get the impression that they were so high up on a hill. She gently leaned on the railing with one hand, carefully not to press it too firmly, and she craned her neck as much as her courage allowed her to try to see the bottom without getting dizzy. Deep down where the slant spontaneously merged with the ground in a curve, it was much darker. The rays of sun barely seemed to be penetrating there, and Alice began getting overcome by a sense of vertigo at the thought of painfully tumbling down the rocks, breaking a plethora of bones on the way, and perhaps even surviving to lie at the bottom until hunger and thirst did her in. She pulled back, feeling much better at the somewhat flat area she and Mandy stood on. "We can still take good pictures here, right?" Alice said hesitantly, looking in Mandy's direction, as if she was going to give her the OSHA go-ahead. Just then, Alice saw with her peripheral vision Catherine exiting the gas station and looking around herself in confusion, perhaps wondering which divided group to join. "Catherine, come here." Alice waved her over. Catherine jerked her head towards the source of the sound and began sauntering towards the two girls, while carefully glancing around herself. Alice liked Catherine. She wasn't a drama queen like most of the girls she hung out with, and she was really smart and open-minded, never imposing her religion on Alice, which was more than she could say for most of the religious people she met in her life. Now that she thought about it, Alice didn't really have too many close friends. She knew Mandy for a shorter time than most of her other friends, but was closer to her than all of them. Mandy and Alice met in a communications lecture when they sat next to each other. They bonded right away when they started gossiping about Professor Pavlov, the pretentious man with the glistening bald head who spent most of his lectures reading off the pre-made slides while the entire classroom slept. After class, Alice and Mandy exchanged social media and started hanging out. Alice hoped that Catherine would be a good fit for a friend, so maybe all three of them could do things together sometimes. Something that didn't involve parties and alcohol for a change, because Alice was starting to get tired of it. "Hey, what's going on?" Catherine cautiously asked when she approached Alice and Mandy. She scratched her shoulder, which made Alice think that she was nervous. Her entire demeanor sometimes gave Alice a warm feeling all over. She was so unspoiled and innocent. Anyone who saw her would get a protective instinct. "Let's take a photo together," Alice said as she beckoned Catherine to join her and Mandy by the railing. "Oh, okay." Catherine let out a confused chuckle. She stopped next to Alice and faced the camera with a smile. Alice leaned closer to her, and Mandy leaned closer to Alice in turn, making all three girls press faces together. They cackled as Alice pressed the button on the phone to snap the photo. "Maybe it's safe enough to take one picture on the fence," Alice said as she approached the railing. She placed a palm on top of it and pressed down, much harder this time. The post didn't even budge. She decided to sit on it, taking up a cross-legged and tilt-headed pose while Mandy took out her phone. "Make sure to grab the background," she said as Mandy got ready to take the picture. Once she was done, then it was Mandy's turn. Alice took a few photos of her and then turned to Catherine. "How about I take your picture there too?" Catherine belatedly turned her head to face Alice. Okay, sure." She shrugged a moment later and made her way over to the railing. She cautiously sat on top of it, probably doing her best not to disturb it or cause it to rattle. She smiled at the camera, and Alice snapped a photo. "Okay, now take up a seductive pose," Mandy said. Alice shot her a "what the hell are you doing" kind of look, but was surprised to see Catherine happily agreeing. She spread her legs, raised her head, and had one hand run down her mouth, erotically sliding her fingers down her lip. Alice and Mandy hysterically guffawed, which in turn caused Catherine to break her roll and laugh as well. The girl sat on the railing. "You're a natural, Cat. You should take up modeling," Mandy said. "I'd make a horrible model." She shook her head. Catherine was in social studies, so modeling was not exactly close to her area of expertise. But the way she was posing for pictures, the ones that Alice saw on Henry's Facebook, showed how successful Catherine could be as a model. She looked so confident and photogenic in every photograph, even the tagged ones, and this was only complemented by the slim figure that every woman would kill for. Really, on the outside, Catherine was the kind of person every woman would want to be. She was smart, funny, beautiful, humble, and on top of all of that, saving herself for the right guy. Alice couldn't help but respect that and feel somewhat jealous. She lost her own virginity in the back of Tyler's BMW one night after a date at the movies. And now that she looked back, she wished more than anything that she waited for the right moment. She probably wasn't the first girl to be naked in Tyler's car, and hearing Mandy's first-time experience with her ex-boyfriend of 6 months, Alice started to feel like she missed her chance for something important. "Hey, Kat, can I ask you something?" Alice asked, turning her head to Catherine. "Of course. What is it?" Catherine politely indulged her with a wide smile. "Well, it's kind of private." "I don't mind." Catherine continued smiling. Is Henry okay with, you not..." She hoped that Catherine would get her point and answer before Alice finished the question. But Kat just kept staring at her with the same smile, albeit now with eyes that betrayed slight confusion. "She wants to know if Henry's okay with you not having sex," Mandy interjected. Alice bit her lip in embarrassment. Catherine leaned forward and let out a peal of laughter before saying, "You don't need to refrain from asking me such questions, silly," she told Alice as she gently put a hand on her knee. "Yeah, Henry's totally okay with that." "Really?" Alice raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, why wouldn't he be? In less than a year, we can sleep together." "Wait, less than a year?" Alice exchanged a confused glare with Mandy. "Yeah, members of our religions can engage in sexual activities when they turn 20. "I thought you had to wait until marriage," Mandy added. Catherine leaned forward and guffawed. No, I don't know where you heard that, but that's not true. We're Christians, but we follow a different branch of religion. In it, members engage in sexual activities at the age of 20. I guess you don't need to rush if you don't find the right guy by that age, huh?" Mandy chimed in. "Yeah," Catherine said, but it's recommended that you do it before you're 23. Why? Alice frowned. Women with experience are more desired, and if you don't do it by 30, you're considered wasted potential as a woman. There was a moment of awkward silence between the girls, allowing Tyler's booming, dominant voice to reverberate in the area, albeit with indescribable words at this distance. Alice and Mandy exchanged a subtle glance between each other that clearly said, "What the fuck?" Alice looked at her phone's clock and realized they'd been taking a break for well over 15 minutes. "We should get back." She finally stood up and said, "So, how are things with you and Kat?" Tyler asked. Alice and Mandy had crossed to the other side of the road by then, all the while giggling about something, and were now taking selfies and pictures of each other by the flimsy-looking wooden railing on the side of the road. Catherine had come out of the gas station a moment prior to that, and the two girls pulled her to the railing to take pictures together. Fine. Henry absent-mindedly responded, refusing to take his eyes off the girls. The railing was probably there just to give a warning to passing cars where to go, since past the railing was a steep downhill gradient that led into the woods. There's no way the fence would stop anything heavier than a bicycle from crashing through it. Alice was sitting on top of the railing, holding up 2 fingers in a peace sign with her tongue sticking out, while Mandy was taking a picture of her with her phone. Catherine stood on the side, shyly observing the situation, occasionally laughing at their silliness. "Just fine?" Tyler asked. Henry finally looked at him in time to see him having a cunning look on his face. "Come on, just spit out what you're shooting for, Tyler," he said impatiently. "I'm not shooting for anything, my guy. The only shooting I do is with Alice, if you catch my drift." "Real smooth, Ty," Henry scoffed. He found the joke funny, but was glad that Catherine wasn't here to hear it. Tyler continued looking around with a mischievous smile on his face. Suddenly, it dawned on Henry why he was smiling. Henry raised one finger, and before saying anything, Tyler burst into a cackle. "You son of a bitch, I see what you're trying to say here," Henry said. "I'm not trying to say anything," Tyler said, and raised a hand to his mouth, uttering the word virgin through a cough. "Quiet, damn it, she's gonna hear you." "Relax, dude, I would never do anything to compromise your relationship. If you're happy living as a celibate, then good for you." Tyler gave Henry a vehement pat on the shoulder. "Okay, Kat's a virgin and doesn't want to have sex, so what?" Henry said in a hushed tone, glancing right at the car where the parents were, and then at the railing where the girls were goofing. He saw Matthew's and Diana's heads in the car, and them gesturing something to each other with nods and hand motions. The girls, on the other hand, had now formed a circle, and were speaking to each other about something, bursts of laughter occasionally coming from either Mandy or Alice. Catherine was quiet for the most part, but Henry could see her engaging in the conversation and talking about something. It made Henry proud to be her boyfriend because as shy as Catherine was, which he loved about her, she could also be outgoing when necessary. Ethan waltzed from the gas station towards Tyler and Henry. He had a baffled look on his face, as if he were trying to solve a difficult mathematical problem in his head. "What's up?" Henry asked him. "The guy inside is freaking weird, man." Ethan pointed a thumb behind him. "Weird how?" "I don't know, just weird." "What did he do?" I don't know, just stood there, stared at me the whole time. It was weird." Tyler and Henry exchanged a subtle glance, and without uttering a single word, they understood each other. The question they directed at each other was, "What's wrong with Ethan?" Henry didn't want to say anything about it, though, and wanted to give Ethan a response that would sound like he was at least listening to him. But before he could do that, Tyler jumped in with an obnoxiously raised tone. "Never mind about that. Listen, Henry, I'll leave you with one piece of advice." "Here we go again." Henry shook his head. "No, listen, you'll want to hear this. When Master T speaks, everyone breathlessly listens, and panties drop on their own." "That's cringe, dude," Ethan said. Tyler ignored him and put one hand on Henry's shoulder before beginning what was undoubtedly going to be an unnecessarily prolonged story with no point. "I knew a woman once, some cousin or some shit from my ex Claire. She was dating a dude for 8 years and didn't want to bang before marriage. Can you imagine that? 8 fucking years, man. I would have stuck it in a chicken if I had to go 8 years without some pussy." Henry chuckled, It was a weird feeling sometimes hanging out with Tyler. He had the most misogynistic, racist jokes that would make everyone think he was a horrible human being at first glance, and they would still laugh at his jokes. But Henry and the others knew him. He tended to exaggerate a little bit, and although he was no saint, he wasn't the bad guy he often portrayed himself as. Tyler continued. Anyway, the guy lost his shit and he cheated on her, slept with some chick. The girl was heartbroken. She couldn't take it. She broke up with him and never dated anyone again. She was 32 when that happened. So she probably figured she may as well give up on finding the right person. She's almost 40 now. And she's still a fucking virgin, man. Tyler said that last part of the story in a hushed tone, casting one sneaky glance at the girls. They were still talking around the railing. And how do you know all of this? Henry asked as he crossed his arms. Claire told me. You mean Claire, the truth teller, Claire? Ethan jumped in. She lies a lot, you're right about that, Tyler said. But she wouldn't lie about this. Right. Now it was Henry who jumped in. Just as she wouldn't lie about catching her ex in bed with 2 girls when in reality, she cheated on him with 2 guys at the same time. Or talking about meeting that famous YouTuber and him falling madly in love with her and stalking her, Ethan said. Or getting an internship at SpaceX because her uncle works there and refusing to accept it because it's below her standards, Henry said, now barely able to contain his laughter. Tyler got visibly frustrated. He raised a hand in an attempt to shush them and said, Okay, listen, maybe she wasn't always telling the truth, I admit that, but that's not the point. The point is, don't wait too long for Catherine to spread her legs, because if you do, she'll spread them for someone else to knock her up, and you'll end up with a dry dick for the rest of your life. Henry rolled his eyes. He opened his mouth to correct Tyler and tell him that Catherine wouldn't make him wait that long. Okay, I think it's time for us to go. Alice's voice abruptly came from behind Tyler. All 3 girls had returned from the other side of the road. Alice grabbed Tyler under the arm while Mandy Zombie walked with her nose buried in her cell phone. Catherine approached Henry and wrapped her arms around his neck, giving him a peck on the lips. Just a little longer, and we'll be there, she said with a hint of palpable excitement in her voice. Chapter 4. Mandy was glad that they were back on the road. Although the trip itself and the occasional stops were fun, she couldn't wait for the trunding and bouncing of the car to end. She was also interested in the town they were visiting. She didn't know much, only the details that Alice shared with her when she invited her. It's some kind of reunion that Henry's girlfriend has with her community. When she prodded her for more details, Alice shared a scarce amount of information. All she managed to gather was that Catherine was in a religious community called Disciples of God that had a gathering once a year for some festivities, conveniently dubbed The Gathering. Mandy wasn't told what kind of festivities were included, but she doubted there would be too much drinking and getting high, which worked well in her favor. She absolutely hated loud places filled with drunk people. She was interested in learning more about the community, though. The secrecy surrounding it is what made it even more interesting. And since Mandy was a blogger, she thought about gathering info and publishing an article about Noah's Reach and the Disciples of God, if they allowed her to. So, Alice tells me you used to be a gymnast. Ethan's voice came abruptly, causing Mandy's train of thought to break. She looked at him, unable to contain a smile at the sudden interest Ethan showed in her. Even if it was just courtesy, Mandy didn't care at the moment. Actually, yeah. My dad used to be a gymnast, so I decided to follow in his footsteps. But I never made something of myself, unfortunately. Why's that? Ethan asked. He was leaning closer to her now in order to hear her better, and she was suddenly overcome by the same feeling of her breath quivering and knees growing weaker. It was a good thing she was sitting. I was never passionate enough about it. When I was a kid, my dad kind of signed me up for it against my will, and for a long time I did it because it was like an obligation. Until that feeling faded and it felt like doing gymnastics was just a routine. But then I grew up and realized I only cared about it as a hobby. I still train for my own pleasure, though, and I plan to become a gymnastics coach in the future, at least part-time. I think that's really impressive, doing sports like gymnastics. I think so too, Tyler added from the front. Gymnasts are flexible in all sorts of ways. I can only imagine the possibilities for bed gymnastics. Tyler, seriously? Alice shot her boyfriend a furious glare. This definitely crossed the line with both Alice and Mandy, but Mandy decided to use it to her advantage. She smiled and said, "No, he's right." She turned to Ethan and said, "Gymnasts are very flexible." She hoped that he would catch her subtle point. Ethan simply nodded, giving no indication in any way that he did indeed catch her drift. "So what about you?" she asked, even though she already knew the answer. From what Alice told her, Ethan was in UCLA, just like Henry, but put his studies on hold while he spent some time coping with his issues. He also worked in his dad's car mechanic shop, which could only mean he was good at fixing things. Ethan confirmed that he was taking a break from his studies, although he didn't say why. He mentioned working with his dad but not being interested in cars. By this point, even if Mandy didn't know that Ethan had a tragic past, she would have figured it out by now. The way he skirted around certain topics was like he was hiding an elephant behind his back. "So, what do you want to do in the future?" Mandy asked him. Ethan thought long and hard about that question. He looked at Mandy, who was undoubtedly expecting an ambitious answer. Someone like her, a former gymnast with the ambitions to become a coach, and then there was Ethan, a good-for-nothing who had no aspirations in life. He could already predict the outcome of this entire disaster-to-be date. Mandy liked him now, but as she learned more what an empty shell he is, she would lose interest. That was the best-case scenario. In the worst-case scenario, she would get into a relationship with him in hopes that she, just like every other girl so far, could fix him. It would become too burdensome after a while, and she would then leave him. Hopefully, by then, Ethan wouldn't get attached to her too much. The exact same thing happened with two other girls that he tried dating in the past year, Courtney and Nara. Both got into the relationship with high hopes and promise of always being there for him, but ended up leaving the same way, tired of the constant mood swings and their inability to keep putting pieces of Ethan together, only for them to fall apart immediately. Ethan got attached to both girls, Courtney more than Nara, but it wasn't horrible when they left him, not nearly as horrible as when he learned about Zoe's accident. Either way, he learned his lesson from his relationships with Courtney and Nara. He allowed himself to open up to them, and that's what eventually caused the rest of the things to happen. With Mandy, he would keep the door firmly shut and locked until she got bored or found someone else. "To tell you the truth, I'm not really sure what I want to do in the future," Ethan responded. "I haven't really found any passions worth pursuing so far." "Well, what do you do in your free time?" Mandy asked. "Oh, the usual, lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, not able to fall asleep until the early morning hours, and then oversleeping until the afternoon, contemplating the point of existence. I go to the gym from time to time," he said. That wasn't a lie. Although he didn't go nearly as much as he used to, he still took the effort to go at least 2 or 3 times a week. It helped him keep the pain at bay, at least for a while. Lifting weights and feeling the intense burn in his muscle was the only time Ethan ever felt truly alive again. "I can definitely tell you're going to the gym," Mandy flirted. "Maybe you could start your own fitness Instagram someday." Ethan laughed. He thought about that for a moment. Him running an Instagram account and posting pictures and videos with motivational captions every day. No fucking way. "Thanks for the compliment," he simply said. "Maybe we can work out together sometime. I can show you some gymnastic tricks I know." "Sure, sounds good," Ethan lied, knowing full well that he had no intention of working out with Mandy. "Hey, Alice, did I understand Kat correctly about what she said?" Mandy leaned towards the passenger seat in front of her and asked. The car had been silent for the past 10 minutes. Alice swiveled to look behind her. "About what?" she asked. The thing." Mandy didn't want to speak blatantly in front of the guys. "Oh, the purity until 20 thing?" Alice ruined her subtlety by yapping about it shamelessly. "What?" Tyler immediately jumped in. Of course he did. Whenever words related to sex popped up, Tyler seemed to instantly become aware, even during the occasions when he wasn't paying attention or was deeply focused on another conversation. He would suddenly seem to become aware of the sexual topic and join in with his unsavory comments immediately. Mandy wanted to shoot a glare in Alice's direction that would make her refrain from telling Tyler what Kat said, but Alice wasn't looking her way. "It's something about Catherine, no big deal," Alice said a moment later, much to Mandy's relief. What about her? It's private. I knew it. Innocent little Catherine let someone swim in the shallows, didn't she? Tyler winked with a conniving grin. Do you always have to make such disgusting remarks, Tyler? Mandy couldn't keep her mouth shut anymore. She was ready to fight Tyler despite the fact that they would remain stuck in the same car for another hour. To her shock, Tyler simply glanced at her through the rearview mirror with that same complacent grin and said, So, I'm right then? You're entirely wrong, babe, Alice patiently interjected. Besides, it's a private girl thing. Probably realizing what a dumbass he was, Tyler remained quiet. Mandy found herself wondering once more why Alice was dating him. She knew only certain things about Tyler, and she knew that he wasn't a bad person, just a disgusting pig. But from the stories and pictures, she never saw him and Alice as a compatible couple. For a moment, she wondered what the crew would be like without Tyler's presence, and immediately came to the conclusion that the absence of his obnoxiously loud voice and dirty jokes would be comforting. Here we go. Almost there, Matthew said as he looked outside the window towards the side of the road. Henry followed his gaze and noticed an old wooden signpost with the crude message, "Welcome to Noah's Reach," carved into it. The road narrowed once more, and the densely populated trees encroached on it, blocking out a lot of the sunlight with their height. Thank the prophet! Diana clapped her hands together, turning towards the back seat briefly. A smile stretched from ear to ear. The road led down, with steep curves that forced Matthew to slow down significantly. Henry began feeling carsick from the constant lurching left and right. Matthew wasn't pressing the gas pedal at all now, only the brakes before each turn, allowing the car to roll downhill at its own pace. A lack of the engine roaring combined with the silence of the passengers in the car made it seem all the more quiet. The road seemed to descend forever, and for a moment, Henry wondered if they had already reached the bottom and were instead going deeper into a ravine of some sort. Slow down, honey. We have to let the others catch up, Diana solicitously said. They're right behind us, dear. Nothing to worry about, Matthew responded. The road straightened suddenly, widening once more, the descent becoming much less steep. Matthew looked in the rearview mirror and said, Besides, the prophet is keeping us safe. He smiled. Where the fuck are they taking us? Tyler asked no one in particular as he swerved in various directions, trying to keep up with the road without slowing down too much. Maybe you should slow down, babe. I'm starting to feel a little sick. She was firmly holding both hands on her sides, clutching the edges of the seat with tense shoulders. Tyler slowed down and continued tailing the Chevy downhill, wondering once again in his mind where the fuck they were going. Everyone in the car was attentively focused on the road. Even Ethan, who was usually lethargic about everything, was leaning forward and staring out the front windshield, occasionally swaying to the side from the swerve of the car. Tyler tried swerving harder to make Ethan sway towards Mandy more, but Ethan didn't so much as look at her. Mandy, on the other hand, sneaked glances at Ethan every now and again. She thought she was subtle about it, but Tyler saw the dick-hungry glare in her eye. The curvature stopped and the road widened once more, allowing the rays of sunlight to beam through the trees and inside the car. As they drove further, he heard Alice and Mandy gasping in awe. When he looked at them, he saw them staring out the window to the left of the car. He caught it with his peripheral vision, too. When he turned his head towards it, he almost gasped himself. On the left side of the car, far below the sparsely lined up trees on the side of the road, was a ravine. Tyler saw structures, a tall white building with a spire of a rooftop and a cross on top, and hundreds of houses around it, messily and neatly lined in various formations, all of it surrounded by a sea of trees. There was a thin river right next to the town, snaking around more than half of it in a circle before disappearing on the other side among the trees. It reminded Tyler of small rural villages in Europe that he read about and saw pictures of in a number of articles. That's Noah's Reach? Ethan asked. It's beautiful, Mandy said. Tyler had to agree, although he didn't say anything. It was indeed a pretty fucking amazing sight to behold. He found himself intermittently staring at the road and the town, unable to soak in enough with his gaze. Henry's jaw dropped when he first beheld Noah's Reach. It was like something straight out of a movie. He could immediately imagine the town being old-fashioned, with people wearing medieval clothes, women washing their clothes with their own hands in the river, a marketplace where you can get fresh fruits and vegetables, and maybe even one of those wooden inns that served ale. That was all cliché, though. He was sure of it. It was the 21st century, and he doubted that the community in Noah's Reach lived without technology, even though it looked like it from here. "What do you think?" Matthew asked, and Henry realized only a moment later that the question was directed at him. "It's amazing," he said brusquely, still undividedly mesmerized by the town. Catherine squeezed his hand. "You're gonna love it here. I'm sure of it." She said it with a reassuring smile. The road gradually began swerving to the right, steadily but perpetually. This lasted for a few minutes until it suddenly swerved to the left and continued like that for another solid 7 minutes. Matthew held the steering wheel fixed slightly to the left, allowing the Chevy to follow the road in the swerve. Then, the road straightened and continued forward. Henry noticed that they were no longer going downhill, but were instead on flat ground. At the far end, Henry saw something that looked like a man-made wooden structure, but he couldn't tell what exactly he was looking at. As they got closer, it became apparent that it was actually a gigantic arch hovering above the road. No, not an arch, an enormous wooden gate. The arch was actually the frame of the gate, with the gate doors widely open outward. The Chevy approached, and Henry got even more impressed by the gate's architecture. It wasn't just some makeshift door put together from tree trunks. This looked like it was made by a structural engineer. The wood was neatly refined with supportive planks attached across it. It was only then that Henry noticed a person on top of the gateway arch, leaning on the railings and facing the road. It was a man, but Henry couldn't discern any details. The man made a gesture of placing one hand on his chest and bowing down when the car approached, remaining frozen in that position. Matthew, Diana, and Catherine mimicked the man and placed their right palms on their hearts, making eye contact with him. Henry quickly scrambled to do the same, fearing that he could offend someone if he didn't follow their customs. Everyone maintained eye contact with the man until he disappeared above them, and the car entered Noah's Reach. "What a tool," Tyler said and shook his head. Ethan stared at the man on top of the gate, who was holding a hand on his chest. As they drove under him, he noticed 2 more people, one on each side of the gatepost making the same gesture. "I'm telling you, we're entering fucking Jonestown here," Tyler sardonically said. He slowed the BMW down to a walking speed, following the Chevy closely behind. Ethan disagreed with Tyler in his mind. When he looked at Noah's Reach, even from afar, he felt something that he hadn't felt in a long, long time. Peace. Now that they officially crossed the threshold and entered the town, that feeling only intensified. He felt like laughing for no particular reason, but refrained, mostly to avoid looking like a crazy person in front of the others. As they drove past the people at the gate, the men slightly bowed their heads, greeting the people in the BMW. "Look how nice they are," Alice said. "They're giving us such a warm welcome despite the fact that we're outsiders." "That's what they want you to think, babe. Once we enter, they'll close those gates and we'll be forced to join their cult," Tyler said, with an exaggeratedly concerned timbre. He probably noticed Alice's worried and paranoid gaze, so he added a moment later, "I'm just messing with you." "This isn't a cult," Alice said. They continued talking about something, but Ethan tuned out at that point. He was absorbing the sights around him. The road inside the town was narrow, but paved so well that it felt like the car was flying rather than driving. There were houses on either side of the road, some built on 2 floors, some on 1, some made from concrete, but most of them from wood. Ethan didn't know if they hired someone to construct these houses for them, but if they managed to build them themselves, then it was really impressive. The households looked formidable enough to settle in permanently, not just to seek temporary protection from the elements. There were people in the streets, residents or visitors of Noah's Reach most likely. A lot of them were wearing white gowns that went from the tops of their necks all the way to their ankles. One man stood in the middle of the road, He was gesturing something that Ethan couldn't see from here since the car in front of the BMW was blocking the view. A moment later, the Chevy turned right and Tyler followed it. They turned into a large closed-off area where the concrete ended, and instead, flat dirt ground began. It immediately became clear that this was a parking lot, since dozens, hundreds of cars were parked inside of it. All of them were neatly lined up, with no random empty places remaining between them, only the ones where the lineup of cars ended, not like the douchebags in the big cities. There were 10-foot-high poles erected from the ground in various spots, and above the entire parking, held in place by the poles, was half-transparent tent-like material, probably to offer protection to the vehicles from the sun and other elements. Another man stood in the parking lot, directing people who arrived to their designated parking spots. It was a shriveled, middle-aged man with a crooked smile on his face, waving one hand towards the spot where the Chevy should park. Once the car was safely in the spot next to the car farthest to the right, almost at the end of the line of the parked vehicles, the man motioned Tyler to park his BMW next to the Chevy, the smile never leaving his face. "Okay, funny guy, okay," Tyler muttered with a PR grin as he slowly pulled into the parking spot. As soon as he turned the key in the ignition and the engine sputtered out of life, Ethan realized that this was it. They had arrived. Chapter 5. Henry was relieved that they finally arrived at their destination. He didn't even realize it until now, but the anticipation was killing him. He imagined Noah's Reach over and over in his mind, but couldn't form a proper image. He kept imagining something akin to a festival camp, with makeshift houses slapped together from rusted metals and wood. Maybe even just plain tents. Rough dirt and mud terrain surrounding the structures, along with unkempt grass, bushes, etc. That wasn't the case with this place, though. Noah's Reach was an actual real town with sturdy infrastructure. From what Henry was able to see, the town not only had households and roads, but sustainable sources of food and water, too. He saw something that looked like a grazing field with a cow standing in the middle to the far left of the gate when they first entered. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he heard a soft, friendly voice behind him. "Welcome, friends, to Noah's Reach." It was the man who directed them where to park their car. "Praise be to the prophet, brother," Matthew said as he repeated the gesture of putting one hand on his heart and slightly bowing down. The man did the same, as well as Catherine and Diana. Henry rushed to blend in, mimicking what they did, hoping that he didn't mess up somehow. He remembered once going to church on a Sunday morning and having to cross himself over and over during the sermon until his hands got tired. Eventually, he started crossing himself with his left hand. When the sermon was finished and he exited the church, an elderly lady grabbed his hand and accused him of Satanism from using the left hand to cross himself. Although the encounter ended with Henry simply leaving mid-conversation, he never forgot about that and never used the left hand to cross himself, regardless of whether it was wrong or not. Matthew opened the car trunk and removed the luggage, suitcase by suitcase. Henry grabbed his and Catherine's, but Matthew left his own and Diana's luggage inside the car. "You must be exhausted from your trip. Someone outside will show you to your quarters," the polite parking man said and gestured to the parking entrance. "Actually, Diana and I would like to visit the shrine and give our thanks to the prophet," Matthew said and turned to Catherine. "Sweetie, are you going to be all right showing your friends around?" "Of course, Daddy," Catherine chirped. Tyler, Ethan, Alice, and Mandy joined the others with their luggage in their hands, waiting at a distance. They were visibly as confused as Henry was. Mandy and Alice looked uncomfortable, as if they were afraid of making any sudden movement out of fear of causing a stir with the locals. Ethan looked focused, while Tyler's face expressed boredom. Diana and Matthew were already on their way out of the parking lot, holding hands, excitement palpable on their faces. This must be a really special experience for them, Henry figured. "Shall we then?" The parking man gestured once more to the exit. Catherine took the initiative of sauntering towards the entrance first. The others silently followed her, Henry by her side, the others behind. "When can we get some food here? I'm starving, man," Tyler said. "Lunch is at 2 p.m. Catherine spun around to answer him before facing forward again. "Good." Tyler suddenly appeared on Henry's side and whispered, I bet we're gonna get grains and watered-down milk for lunch. Catherine looked in his direction but said nothing in response, despite probably hearing him. Once they were out of the parking lot and in the afternoon sun, Henry realized just how hot it was today. It was May, but he somehow had the impression that it would be much colder down in this ravine. At least he thought they were in a ravine from the tall tree-covered hills that rose above the town in every direction like behemoths. Henry was certain that this location was chosen purposely, maybe to make it seem like a hidden gem or maybe to keep it secretive from unwanted and prying eyes. Henry's peripheral vision immediately caught a glimpse of the tall white building he saw on the drive to the town. The building, which he realized was actually a church, towered above all the other buildings around it, but not by a lot. It looked like a small town church made from wood and painted white, its color glowing brightly from the reflected sun rays. It had lancet windows visible on the side, with the front of the belfry ornated with a round window with stained glass of various colors and a design of a cross in the middle. The rooftop was shaped like a conical spire, with black rooftop tiles covering it and a red cross on top. It was beautiful, and Henry assumed that this was the highlight of the town, where probably everyone gathered for sermons, prayers, and possibly other activities as well. Henry's thoughts were interrupted by a jovial voice of a child running across the street and approaching his mother, who sat on the steps in front of a house. As if on cue, a cacophony of voices and noises filled the air. People murmuring, tossing remarks to each other, greeting their neighbors. Someone shouting something from far away, a flute playing somewhere. Henry expected a ghost town at first, but it was, in fact, very much lively. He remembered Catherine telling him about disciples of God in Noah's Reach. Anyone could come to live here so long as they devoted themselves to the religion and did what they could to contribute to the community. If you were old or crippled, you didn't have to work, but according to Catherine, everyone wanted to contribute somehow. If you couldn't do physical labor, you would teach scriptures to the younger generations. If you couldn't do any kind of work, then the community would gladly help you. Members didn't need to stay in Noah's Reach either. People like Catherine and her parents lived a normal city life, but had their own prayer nights and visited Noah's Reach once a year during the gathering, which was essentially a big reunion of all the Disciples of God members. The gathering also included celebrations and festivities, giving thanks to God for all the blessings and having Prophet Martin bless the people, etc. Henry remembered once following a guy on Instagram whose account name was TruthHunter360, who constantly raved about his own utopia where he would be free of the government, on his own land, with his wife and children, living off the land. He was an anti-vaxxer, flat earther, and a vegan, and daily posted stories and pictures about what the government is doing to keep us docile and in control while making us continue contributing as tiny cogs in a huge machine. Henry unfollowed TruthHunter360 because the constant negativity and raving about homeopathic remedies and toxicity of the meat were starting to get to him in a manner that he felt tingles of paranoia forming inside of him. Now that he stood inside Noah's Reach, he couldn't help but wonder if this is the kind of utopia TruthHunter360 sought. And if so, Henry started to finally see some reasoning in his words that seemed to the average citizen like the ravings of a lunatic. Over here, the city folk were the crazy ones, most likely. No, that wasn't true. If everyone here was half as good as Catherine and her folks, then they weren't judgmental. Praise be to the prophet, friends. Welcome to Noah's Reach. A feminine voice boomed on Henry's left. He turned his head and saw Catherine once more, greeting someone in the same hand-to-the-heart manner. In front of her stood two people, a woman and a man in their 40s, wearing white gowns that seemed to be customary here. From inside the car, Henry didn't see the details of the clothing properly, but now he could take a better glimpse at it. The gowns seemed simple enough, with no discernible features on them, save for straight-lined yellow embroidery on the sleeves. "My name's Benjamin, and this is Emile. We're here to show you to your places," the man said. "Boys, follow me." "And girls, come with me." The woman finished the sentence. "Wait, we're getting separated?" Henry asked. Catherine turned to face the gang and said, "Oh, that's right. I totally forgot to mention this. Boys and girls have different places where they need to sleep." "That's bullshit," Tyler angrily retorted. "Tyler!" Both Alice and Henry shouted at the same time. The man and woman in the gowns seemed unfazed by this as the smiles remained plastered to their faces. The man said, "I assure you, sir, you could spend all the time you want together. You just have to sleep separately." "Ty, come on. It's only for a few days." Alice gently grabbed Tyler's hand. Everyone seemed to have their gaze transfixed on Tyler now. Some in concern, others in simple anticipation, to see if he would be making a scene out of this. Tyler threw his hands up in the air. "Fine, whatever." He relented with an unwilling timbre. Alice silently breathed a sigh of relief. She expected Tyler to throw a fit, but for now, he seemed to calm down. She couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't cause a fuss about it later, though. The group exchanged their suitcases and were ready to go. "Very well, in that case, come with me," Benjamin said as he gestured down the street. Ethan, Tyler, and Henry followed the man down the wide street, with Tyler grumbling something to the other two. Amelie motioned for the three girls to follow her towards the alley between two of the small, cute-looking houses. Alice hoped that the place where they would be staying would be similar to those houses. They were small, but looked cozy. She could imagine sitting in a rocking chair and reading a book in silence there. The girls followed Amelie to the other side of the alley and emerged on the street behind, which looked just as impressive as the one near the gate entrance. More houses were lined up over here, and to the right, Alice saw something that looked like a town square. She would have snapped photos left and right had her hands been free of the luggage she had to carry around. "Is that a farm?" she heard Mandy asking. Alice followed her gaze to the field behind the houses in front of them. There was a large green pasture cordoned off by a wooden fence. Sure enough, Mandy was right. A large white cow with black spots stood in the middle of the pasture, partially visible in the gap between the houses that formed another short alley leading to the fence. "Yes, we mostly live off the land here," Amelie said. "We try to use technology too, but it'd be a while until we are fully integrated as a normal community." She made quotation marks with her fingers at the word normal and turned to smile at Alice and Mandy. "This place is beautiful," Alice remarked, unable to absorb enough of the environment around her. They turned right and proceeded down the street, as Amelie said. "It is one of a kind, that's for sure." She greeted a man in passing with the gesture that the townsfolk used. The man returned the gesture with a smile. The street was more densely populated, with more people and children buzzing in various directions. "We have a workshop over there." Amelie pointed left. The line of houses on the left side of the road ended, and instead, a cobbled pathway appeared leading up to a large warehouse-looking building. The big door was wide open, and Alice saw children and teenagers sitting at the tables and fiddling with something. "What do they do there?" she asked. "The children and young adults usually engage in craft work as praise to the prophet. They make crosses, miniature figures of Prophet Martin, portraits, and many more." "Do the children here go to school?" Mandy asked. "Of course. We have people who used to work as school teachers before joining the disciples, and now they teach our generations." "So, who actually lives here?" Alice asked. "I mean, do people just choose to live here or something?" "It depends. Some people are chosen by Prophet Martin to stay due to their special talents, skill sets, or devotion to the church, but others tend to live out in the sinner's outside world." Amelie nervously chuckled, but it was too late. Alice already heard what she called them. Nevertheless, she chose to ignore that remark and continue with the questions. "So, what happens to those who continue to live here?" "Nothing. They live to serve God and Prophet Martin until they get a higher calling or are welcomed at the gates of heaven." She shrugged. She led the girls past the workshop and turned left, continuing down the street. "And what about the ones who continue living in the real world?" Mandy emphasized the word real, probably to indicate to the woman in the gown that she had heard her inadvertent insult a moment ago. Alice loved how Mandy didn't take shit from anyone. "They spend time out there until they're ready to rejoin their family," Amelie answered, not showing that she in any way noticed Mandy's enmity. "You mean they eventually end up moving here? Like, to live permanently?" Mandy asked. "Of course. You have to understand, Prophet Martin started his following with only 4 people who believed in him. Now we have 1,346 members in Noah's Reach, and it keeps growing every year. Bless the prophet. Alice was dumbstruck. Tyler was right all along. This is a cult. Just as quickly as that thought came into Alice's mind, she dismissed it. Cult or not, this community was peaceful. According to Ethan, that cult leader who Tyler mentioned was a narcissistic psychopath who had only one interest in mind: exploiting the people who trusted him for wealth and power. And the members weren't allowed to leave. Disciples of God allowed their members to come and go as they pleased and were not subjected to any kind of abuse as Jim Jones followers. Still, it was kind of strange to Alice that people who were out there in the real world willingly decided to come and live here, without technology like social media, etc. She couldn't imagine doing that herself. There was another problem here. Chances were that Henry had no idea what Catherine's future had in store for her, and she doubted that he would willingly move to live here with her, unless he wanted to cancel his plans of finding a well-paying corporate job. She would need to find a way to tell him about this later. Amelie led the girls down the street and stopped to the right, in front of a simple-made concrete building. Alice didn't like this. Why did the woman stop here? Her answer came a moment later, and it was as disappointing as she anticipated it would be. "This is where you'll be staying," Amelie said. "Let me show you around." Tyler already didn't like the look of this place. It was peaceful, good for relaxing probably too, but he didn't see any bars or anything of the like on his way to wherever the man in the weird-looking white dress was taking them. The town was enormous, and the street connected to the gate was the only relatively wide one, wide enough for two cars to barely pass by each other without scraping paint off, with all the other streets in the town, and there were many, looking more like alleys. The man in the dress led Tyler, Henry, and Ethan through a bunch of these alleys, turning so many times that Tyler got disoriented. The only way he could tell approximately where they were was by the giant-ass church that loomed wherever they walked. Back when they first arrived, the side of the church faced their way, with the front only partially visible. Now they were a few hundred feet directly in front of the church. "Man, what the fuck are we doing here?" Tyler impatiently asked, somewhat silently so that the wizard guy in front of them wouldn't hear. "Just a little longer now. We're almost there." Benjamin craned his neck and smiled. "Whoops," Tyler said when Henry shot him a judgmental glare. "Here we go with Tyler bitching again." Henry rolled his eyes. "I'm not bitching, man, and what do you mean again? I don't bitch a lot." "Yes, you do," Ethan lethargically added. "I didn't bitch about that road trip to Santa Barbara." "That trip was your idea," Henry jumped in. "But you complained about every other trip that any of us suggested." "Well, you guys have bad ideas for trips. I mean, what are we gonna do here? Hold hands together and sing Kumbaya, and that's when we're not praying or doing Bible reading before bed?" Ethan laughed at that joke. Tyler couldn't believe it. Ethan actually laughed. For the first time in forever, it actually happened. "What the fuck? Henry, did you see that?" he asked, pointing at Ethan. Ethan had already stopped laughing and now had a reticent look on his face once more. "I did, actually," Henry said, staring at Ethan unblinkingly. "What was that? A reflex? Is someone finally coming back to the world of the living?" "Fuck you, dude," Ethan blurted. "Oh shit, he's really coming back. Booyah!" Tyler raised both arms high up victoriously. A few heads on the streets turned to face him confusedly. A child on the street mimicked Tyler by shouting, "Booyah!" even going as far as raising its hands like Tyler. Tyler gave him a thumbs up and winked. Benjamin turned right. They left the alley of closely clustered houses behind them and got to a street almost as wide as the one at the entrance. There was a wooden building with a nave roof that contrasted the rest of the somewhat smaller houses. Benjamin stopped in front of the door and gestured to it. "This will be your sleeping quarters." "Nice," Tyler nodded. Most of the wooden houses looked nice. The ones made of concrete looked like shit, so staying in this cabin that looked like it was explicitly saved for the guest of honor tickled Tyler's ballsack at the special treatment they would be getting. Tyler looked back towards the colossal structure of the church, wondering how big it was up close. But he was thinking about something else, too. It was refreshing to know that you're an outsider and that the people of this indoctrinated community wouldn't be judging you based on your beliefs. That's at least what Catherine said once. that they don't judge outsiders. Or maybe they were like Mormons, smiling to your face, but in their heads saying that you'll be burning in hell for being a heretic. Henry was the first one to enter the cabin. As soon as he did, he scratched the back of his head at the uncomfortable sight in front of him. The cabin was spacious, but empty. And not just empty, but devoid of any life. There were 5 bunk beds lined up with equal space between them, and nightstands next to each bed. There were windows on both sides of the cabin, the front windows looking out into the street where they came from, and the back ones giving a nice view of an enormous vegetable garden that stretched all the way to the tree line on the other side. There were people working in the fields right now. Henry, Ethan, and Tyler dropped their bags on the floor. Tyler uttered a "fuck me" and rotated his arm from the shoulder socket to alleviate the pain from lugging his things. Wow. Henry couldn't help but say at the sight in front of him, since the cabin wasn't praiseworthy. We haven't put anything in your nightstands, but if you need anything, feel free to ask anyone. You will find that everyone here is willing to assist. Benjamin said. So, do we need to tip you or something? Tyler asked. The man threw his head back and guffawed hysterically. Of course not, he said, wiping a tear from his eye. We don't use monetary currency here. So, how do you guys live here? I mean, you gotta afford things, right? Henry asked. At first, he was shocked by Tyler's question about tipping, but now he got genuinely intrigued to find out how life worked in Noah's Reach. The man said, Everyone is equal here. We assist each other. If one person is in trouble, we help them. If another person is rewarded, they split the spoils with the rest of the community. So it's like communism? Tyler chuckled, once again causing Henry to feel uncomfortable. In a manner of speaking, yes. The people who live here do it in a minimalistic way. We get married, we have children, and we devote our lives to Prophet Martin and God. We believe that true glory awaits us in the afterlife. But to get there, we need to work hard in keeping this community safe and healthy. Henry once again scratched the back of his head. Life here sounded a lot like the life of a Buddhist monk. He hoped that Catherine wouldn't want to move here one day because he could not imagine his life in a place like this. Cool to visit for a couple of days a year, yeah, but living here? Cut off from the rest of the world without ways of entertaining himself with anything more than daily chores and probably religious books? Hell no. I will let you settle in, Benjamin said. Lunch will be ready soon. I will escort you to the dining grounds when you are ready. Dining grounds? Ethan frowned. Yes, Prophet Martin decided that it would be a good idea to eat outside during the festivities. Think of the dining grounds as an outdoor kitchen. Benjamin grinned. Thank you, we just need a little time to get settled in, Henry said. Benjamin bowed his head and placed a hand on his chest. Henry and Ethan did the same while Tyler stood with his hands on his hips, staring around flippantly. As the man turned, Henry noticed a tattoo on the side of his neck, a small red cross, barely discernible unless you really looked hard or you were close up. It was the same tattoo that Catherine had on her wrist. It was probably their tradition to tattoo their members. Benjamin left the cabin, closing the door behind him. Seriously, Tyler? Henry spread his arms quizzically, starting to feel a little irked by Tyler's inability to adapt. What? Tyler shrugged. I'm not gonna do that religious bullshit, man. Miss me with that crap. You're in their town, so you may as well follow their customs, Ethan said without as much animosity as Henry. Forget it, bruh. What can they possibly do? Hang me? Flog me? Burn me at the stake? He raised his hands and wiggled his fingers in a puppeteering motion. Neither Ethan nor Henry laughed at that. Tyler didn't seem to care because he was already making his way towards the rightmost bed. Huh, look at this dweeb, he said as he pointed to a framed picture hanging on the wall next to the bed. Henry got closer and squinted at the picture. There was a man in a suit facing away from the camera, with his hands raised and spread, a Bible in one of them. In front of him was an audience of people who cheered, applauded, and laughed. That must be the guy, Prophet Martin, Ethan remarked. Earlier, Henry saw multiple pictures hanging on the walls of the cabin next to each bed, but he paid no attention to them. Now, he glanced around and realized that Prophet Martin was in every photo. Dibs on the top bed, Tyler said as he grabbed the frame of the bed on top and propelled himself on top with a groan. Henry contemplated telling him to take his shoes off at least, but he knew with absolute certainty that Tyler wouldn't listen to him. The place where they would be staying for the next few days was much better looking on the inside than it was on the outside. When Mandy first looked at the concrete-made building, she expected damp, dirty mattresses on the floor and nothing else. But the interior contrasted the exterior in a polarized manner. There was wooden flooring and it looked relatively new. Bunk beds were lined up in the room, with nightstands next to each one, and framed photographs of various religious events hanging on the walls. The windows on the other side of the cabin were looking out towards a vast green field and a river flowing at the edge where the tree line and the hills started. "Oh, this is nice." Mandy raised her eyebrows, pleasantly surprised. The woman in the gown, Amelie, intertwined her fingers and said, "You two will be staying here for the duration of your visit." She was referring to Mandy and Alice. "What about Catherine?" Alice asked. "Catherine and her family have a house here where they will be staying." Catherine jumped in and said, "Actually, sister, I will be staying with them here. I want to make them feel more at home." "As you wish. I will leave you to get settled in then." Amelie bowed her head down slightly and put a hand on her chest before turning on her heel and exiting the house. "Catherine, you don't need to feel obliged to stay with us. We'll be fine," Mandy said. No, I insist. I invited you here, and I want to make you feel as comfortable as I can." Catherine smiled. Mandy put her suitcase down and hugged Catherine. They each chose their own bed and started getting settled in. When Alice asked about the absence of a bathroom, Catherine told her that there's an outhouse toilet nearby, which wasn't much to Mandy's liking. She wasn't very happy about having to spend the next 5 days peeing in a toilet filled with tons of other people's shit and infested with flies, with probably no available toilet paper. As for a shower, Catherine confirmed that there were clawfoot tubs nearby that they filled with warm water, and took baths that way or bathed downstream in the river. The next 5 days were going to be a hygienic nightmare. "So, what do you think about Ethan?" Alice asked Mandy as the 3 girls lay each in one of the lower bunk beds. "I'm not sure, honestly," Mandy skeptically said. "I didn't get the chance to talk to him a lot. He seems smart, though." "He is. He doesn't talk a lot unless he has something important to say, at least not in groups. But I spoke to him a few times when we were alone, and he can actually be talkative and funny." "It's true," Catherine said as she swung her legs off the bed and propped herself into a sitting position. "We once discussed religious and philosophical views. He's really, really smart. I guess I'd call him an old soul." "Well, what happened to him really made him old, that's for sure," Alice said somberly. "What exactly happened to Ethan and his fiancée? I mean, how did she—" Mandy asked with intrigue. She didn't know much about Ethan except that his fiancée tragically died, and then he never recovered from it. She felt like she could somewhat identify with him because her mom died when she was 13, and she and her dad had to trudge through hell every day to make ends meet. "It's a really sad story," Alice said. The room suddenly fell silent, even the outside murmurs suddenly quieting down. The anticipation in the air was palpable, as Mandy and Catherine waited with bated breaths for Alice to continue. And continue she did. "Ethan and Zoe met at a high school party. He was apparently shy back then, and the boys had to push him to make the first move. The two of them became friends quickly because, in Henry's words, they were made for each other." She chuckled at that and then proceeds with the story. "They started dating, and not long after that, got engaged. Zoe was studying to become a nurse, and Ethan planned on joining the police academy. Wanted to make the world a better place. What a couple, huh?" Mandy's mouth contorted into a melancholic rictus. "I had the luck of meeting Zoe a few times since I started dating Tyler before the... Anyway, one night, Zoe returned from a trip with her parents and decided to drive to see Ethan. It was the middle of the night, and they had returned earlier for some reason, and she had wanted to surprise Ethan. There was a drunk trucker who ran a red light, and, She stopped, but she didn't need to continue for Mandy to know what happened next. Alice sighed and said, "Everything changed after that. Ethan dropped out of the police academy, and he tried committing suicide, twice. He was held in a hospital for a while before being released. He stopped hanging out with us, but Tyler and Henry forced him to do so, just trying to get him back to the world of the living. But it was clear that he changed drastically as a person. It's been almost 2 years and he's dated a few girls since then, but he never had that spark in his eye like he did with Zoe. Mandy bit her lip, suddenly feeling tears welling up in her eyes at the profound sadness. Were the others affected by Zoe's death too, Tyler and Henry? She asked. They were, but not as much. Zoe didn't hang out with them so much. She stopped by from time to time, but that was just about that. Silence fell on the room once more. Mandy stared at the supportive planks of the bed above her, blinking her tears away. Poor Ethan. Such a sad story was his. A story of a person who wanted to make the world a better place for others, only to have it worsen for himself. The door burst open, and Mandy was glad that it happened because she needed some sound, any sound, to break this deafening silence that instilled such sadness within her. Amelie stood at the door with a wide grin. Lunch is ready, she exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 6. Finally! Tyler jumped off the bed as soon as Benjamin told them that lunch was ready. Ethan was starving too, so he was glad that they finally eat. He'd wondered what they'd be having. Whatever it was, he was sure it was going to be good because everything they ate here was probably made from scratch. That means Ethan would be able to see what food really tastes like without chemicals pumped into him. As they walked through the streets, Ethan couldn't help but feel a sense of tranquility. Maybe it was the sun doing its thing since he hadn't been outside a lot lately. Or maybe it was just the magic of this place. It looked so peaceful. There were various out-of-place trees and saplings in the town, either between houses or on the parts of the street that weren't paved, and were instead covered in lush green grass, symmetrically planted flowers, and aesthetic undergrowth. It was as if Noah's Reach was built as a part of nature rather than nature itself cleared to make space for the town, and that's the way it should be. As a kid, Ethan used to play football with his friends on a nearby field in the neighborhood. The place used to be known as the playground amongst all the kids, and every day, at exactly 6 p.m. during the summer breaks, all the kids around the block would meet there to play. That was until the place was paved, and instead, a basketball court was made, a bad one at that. The kids continued going there, but playing football was impossible. It became a place more popular for junkies to meet at night. The thought of having a big portion of the land of his own that he could decorate how he wanted to without anyone being able to step in and buy that property intrigued Ethan. He wondered if he could one day in the future maybe buy a piece of land like that back in the city. No, not in the city. He could get one in the countryside, though, but it would still cost an arm and a leg. Benjamin led them through various streets, going left and right in a linear path until the church was now on their left side. Hey, what's that over there? Tyler pointed to a building isolated from the rest of the town and cordoned off by a wire fence. Ethan glanced at the building just in time to see a figure entirely cloaked in red entering through the thick metallic door and disappearing out of sight. It didn't even look like it was in use. It was just a simple concrete-made building, no bigger than a house where a family of 4 perhaps would live. Oh, that's a special place for the members of the community, but only certain people go in there, Benjamin said. Who was that just now, the person in red? Ethan asked. We call them the penitent ones. They have special and secretive duties to perform in our community. Tyler, Ethan, and Henry cast curious glances at the building, but didn't bother asking Benjamin any more questions about it. Just another building where they have some of the town's activities. At one point, the houses in the streets ended, and they reached a short wooden gate not unlike a barn door, where a man in the same kind of gown as Benjamin stood. Past the open gate, a vast green meadow under the clear afternoon sky, stretching out for hundreds and hundreds of yards and surrounded by tall, tree-covered hills far in the distance. Dispersed all around the meadow were people, hundreds of them, all dressed in white like Benjamin, flocking from the fields to the numerous tables, which were put together on either side near the tree line near the gate to make them seem like 2 very long dining tables. Jovial and perky voices filled the air. Adult, children, and old people. They were talking, laughing, shouting, all in a playful and friendly way. Praise the prophet! the man at the gate said with the trademark greeting of the disciples. Everyone except Tyler greeted the man in the same fashion, and by now, Henry seemed to have given up on trying to lecture him. Benjamin turned back to face them once they were past the gate and said, "My friends, I will leave you here since I have other matters to attend to. Feel free to speak with the townsfolk, look around, and enjoy. When the bell rings, you may find a place at the table for lunch." "Thank you." Henry slightly bowed his head. Benjamin left, leaving the three to fend for themselves. At first, they were tentative to go any further down the meadow, but then Tyler, the ever-bold or foolish member of their group, began striding forward, motioning for the other two to hurry up. As they walked forward, Ethan began falling behind the other two. He couldn't stop staring at the breathtaking view in front of him. A large meadow with dining tables lined up, with wooden chairs in front of each table. There must have been hundreds of tables on either side, and by Ethan's estimation, it would take at least 5 minutes of solid pace walking just to get past the tables. Ethan's attention was mostly caught by the people, however. They looked so blissfully happy. They weren't spoiled with the technology and amenities of today's world, and despite having to probably work hard to make everything function here, they were still so visibly grateful. Of course they were. They were reaping the fruits of their own labor. And on top of all that, they had a sense of belonging to their families, to the community, to Prophet Martin, to God. All of the people here were one big happy family. Ethan saw a young woman heading in their direction. He stopped dead in his tracks. He felt his legs cut off and his heart begin to race. "Hi there." The woman, who Ethan assumed was in her early 20s, hopped in front of them with a playful greeting. "You're Catherine's friends, right?" "Hi, yeah, I'm Henry, this is Tyler, and the shy one back there is Ethan." Henry pointed to Ethan just as he caught up with them. The woman glanced in Ethan's direction with a smile, and only then did Ethan see her clearly. His heart started to slow down gradually. She had pale hair, something between blonde and platinum. She had sky-blue eyes and thin lips with pearly white teeth. She wore a white summer dress that was laced at the sleeves and the bottom, which fit her slim figure perfectly. She was barefoot, which wasn't a problem here since the meadow had no twigs, branches, or rocks that she could step on. "Well, lunch is almost ready. Make sure to wash your hands over there," she jauntily said and pointed somewhere. Ethan absentmindedly turned his head in the direction the girl's finger was pointed, and saw an old water pump, the kind with the handle that one needed to move up and down to get the water running. "Thank you," Henry said. The girl greeted him with the hand to the heart and, with her eyes fixated on Ethan, turned around and skipped to join a group of girls who were dressed just like her. They were staring in the boy's direction and giggling. Only now did Ethan start to feel himself calming down. "Hey, you okay, Ethan?" Tyler asked with a firm grip on his shoulder. "I'm good, yeah," he said, trying to hide the fact that he was breathless. "I'm gonna look around." Tyler nodded and gave him a suspicious glare before saying, "Okay, sure, buddy. Don't get lost, all right?" Ethan went to mingle with the other people if possible, still feeling like he was in a trance. He felt like he was going to collapse. That girl looked exactly like Zoe from a distance. For a moment, Ethan was sure that she was. Really stupid of him to think so. Zoe died 2 years ago. She's never coming back. And he came to terms with it long ago. At least, he thought he did. Alice took out her phone and pointed the camera at the church. "Is it okay if I take photos of the town?" she asked. "Of course. There are only a few things that can't be photographed here, but you'll know them when you see them. Like the church interior and such. That and some other places. I'll show you. We have 5 days to see everything." "So when do we get to meet Prophet Martin?" Mandy asked. "Tomorrow. That's when the gathering officially starts." Alice raised an eyebrow. "He doesn't eat with the rest of you?" "He does, but he usually has to make a lot of preparations in his palace before the festivities." "He lives in a palace?" "Yeah. He wanted to have a regular house like the rest of us, but the people built a larger place specifically for him. It's right over there." Catherine pointed over yonder, and Alice followed her finger. She was pointing to a red cross near the hillside opposite the church. It poked just barely above the trees, and only then did Alice see the outline of a building nestled among the trees. She imagined Prophet Martin sitting on a throne, sipping wine with 2 half-nude women splayed next to him. What a ridiculous thought. He was a man of God, not a ruler. By the time the girls reached the dining grounds, Alice and Mandy had snapped a few dozen photos. Even before stepping through the gate leading to the large meadow, Alice knew that she would be taking many more pictures in the next hour or so. She saw Tyler and Henry standing in front of the buzzing crowd and called out to them, waving so that they can see her more easily. When they approached each other, Tyler grabbed her around the waist and picked her up with ease, holding her in his arms. She wrapped her arms around him and gave him a kiss. "Where's Ethan?" Mandy asked. Tyler put Alice down. Henry looked over his shoulder before shrugging. "Went to socialize, I guess," he said. "Well, I'm gonna go look for him. See you later." She waved with her fingers to the group and loped towards the large crowd. The cacophony of shouts, commands, and cheerful screams around the group reverberated in the air, so they had to raise their voices when talking to each other. Alice smelled something savory in the air. Stew, maybe? Her stomach rumbled at the sudden realization of how hungry she was. The last thing she ate was a cheese sandwich before Tyler picked her up. She swiveled her head around and located the source of the redolence. There were people walking in pairs from the gate towards the dining tables. Each pair of people carried a cauldron, holding it by the handle, one from each side. Steam billowed in the air from the cauldron and weaved behind before dispersing in the air. In total, there were 8 men carrying 4 cauldrons, but behind them, there were a few more, pulling a makeshift platform trolley with a pile of something under a white sheet. The trolley squeaked and trundled, but it was secure at the edges to prevent whatever was under from slipping off. Some of the cauldron bearers had reticent facial expressions, their mouths closed and their eyes unfocused. Others, especially the younger ones, 2 of them looked no older than 14, but already had bulging muscles on their arms, seemed to be struggling more, huffing and puffing, red in the face. Alice panicked that they might trip or slip and spill the contents of the cauldron on themselves. They would surely suffer at least second-degree burns if that happened. Luckily, the men maintained a good balance and made it to one of the tables, separated from the dining tables, where they placed the cauldrons. Alice noticed wooden bowls and wooden spoons next to the cauldrons. More people continued entering the meadow, effectively causing the crowd to grow more and more. The place was large enough to hold the entire town, but Alice estimated that maybe 1/3 of the people were present. She assumed that it was kind of like what it was for Ethan during his stay in the police academy. Each group of cadets would swap every 30 minutes, with the order of who eats when changed daily or weekly. In front of each cauldron stood one person, and judging by the orange-stained aprons, Alice deduced that they were the town cooks. One of them yanked the white sheet off the trolley and revealed piles of what looked like finely cut pieces of homemade bread. Boys and girls began running up to the table and picking up the spoons, as well as the pieces of bread, and then ran up to the dining tables, neatly arranging everything. They were working quickly and effectively, too. One moment, the tables were empty. The next, half of them were ready for eating. "Wow, they sure are fast, the little fuckers," Tyler said in amusement. "Tyler!" Alice chided him. He ignored her and leaned closer, a rictus forming on his face. "How about you and I?" "No!" "Go into the woods after lunch and—" "Absolutely not!" Alice pulled her head back in shock. Still, she couldn't help but smile, too. He was such an insatiable pig, but she loved that about him. She was kinky herself, and Tyler's prurience allowed her to fulfill certain fantasies of her own. The thought of doing it in a town full of religious people, maybe in an alley where they could even potentially be caught, where Tyler would need to hold a hand over her mouth to muffle her moans. She got all hot and bothered just thinking of it. But she'd hate to be caught and then everyone to talk about her, especially since Catherine would probably be frowned upon by the community for hanging out with someone as promiscuous as Alice. She and Tyler would be careful. She leaned closer and said, "Okay, we'll find a place after lunch. But I don't want to do it in the woods. Let's do it in the dorm before the others return." "Oh, nice. What if the girls return earlier?" "No, I mean in your dorm." Alice gave him a conniving grin. "You dirty little slut, you. What if someone walks in, maybe the guy in the gown who showed us around?" "That'll make it hotter." She ran her hands across Tyler's crotch and felt a bunch already growing in his jeans. She gasped and immediately retracted her hand, not wanting him to walk around with a boner. No, go ahead." He winked. A bell loudly rang nearby. Both Alice and Tyler jerked their heads in the direction of the sound. The entire meadow went deafeningly silent. One of the cooks was dangling a comically large bell in his hand, despite obviously already having the attention of everyone on the dining grounds. Some people had been sitting by the tables and speaking to each other, others had been standing nearby, and a small number of them had been making preparations for the lunch. Now, all heads were facing the cook. "Lunch is ready. Praise be to the prophet," he said as soon as he stopped ringing the bell. Mandy found Ethan just in time for the lunch bell to ring. She was about to open her mouth and greet him when one of the cooks in front of the cauldrons on the table shouted, "Lunch is ready! Praise be to the prophet! Everybody come and take your food." "Guess that's our cue," Mandy shrugged. The people who hadn't already been sitting began buzzing towards the dining tables. Mandy had no idea if they should sit or go grab the food, and she could tell that Ethan didn't know either. There was no sign of Henry, Alice, and Tyler. Mandy felt someone grabbing her hand gently and then letting go. She instinctively turned to face the person, but saw no one there. She pivoted in the opposite direction and saw a young, smiling man staring at her. He must have touched her hand and moved to her other side from behind. "Come with me. I'll show you to your seats," he said, motioning her and Ethan to follow him. Mandy looked at Ethan for confirmation, but he was already heading in the direction the man was showing them. The man must have seen the hesitation on Mandy's face because he motioned more fervently this time and said, "You're the honorary guest, come on." She saw the other disciples ushering her friends towards the tables as well. They were seated next to each other, approximately in the middle of the long put-together table on the left side of the entrance gate, with the tree line facing their backs. Catherine was to the left of Mandy, with her parents a few seats further away. The murmurs began dying down, ever so slowly, and when Mandy looked around, she realized that most of the townsfolk were focused on them. The people who weren't busy waiting in the well-organized lines in front of the cauldrons for their bowls of food were staring in the direction of the outsiders, with smiles and, dared Mandy to think, fascination. Alice, who was 2 seats to the right, said something that Mandy couldn't hear, and then another woman waved down as if to dismiss what she just said before saying, "Oh, don't worry, sweetie. Someone will bring the food to you. You just sit and relax." "Yeah, you're our guest here," someone else commented. "While you're here, we'll take good care of you," another person said. Alice awkwardly chuckled. Tyler looked weirded out, while Henry and Ethan had blank facial expressions. Mandy wasn't sure what she felt herself. She found being in the center of so much attention uncomfortable, but at the same time, the people were really pleasant. She just really didn't like being in the sudden spotlight like that. As long as she would be left alone once they started eating, she'd be fine. She saw people coming back from the food line and sitting at the tables with the bowls that had steam billowing up from them. Pretty soon, someone cut through the crowd and brought the food to Alice and Henry, neatly placing the bowls in front of them, and even adding napkins next to them, opposite of the bread. Mandy peered into Alice's bowl and saw brown gravy with something that looked like vegetables and meat sticking above the brown liquid. Immediately, Mandy's mouth began salivating. Before she knew it, someone snuck up behind her and leaned over her shoulder, gently placing the wooden bowl in front of her. She saw pieces of tender-looking meat, potatoes and onions, and some other vegetables that she could recognize in the mixture. But all in all, it smelled and looked amazing. When Tyler finally got his bowl, the lady who put it in front of him gently touched his shoulder, leaned closer to his ear and said, "You're a big guy, and you need a lot of proteins for your muscles, so I made sure to ask the cook for a larger portion, just for you." Meager laughter broke out from nearby people. Tyler went from looking weirded out to complacent. He raised his hand to fist bump the lady, but she grabbed his hand, probably not understanding what he wanted. He didn't seem to mind the wrong gesture. When everyone had their lunches in front of them, one of the cooks approached where Mandy and Ethan sat and clapped his hands together. He then spread his arms welcomingly and said, "I made this using a special recipe from back when I worked as a cook in a restaurant. My specialty, just for you. I hope you like it." He scanned the faces of the outsiders with a happy grin. Tyler gave him a brusque nod and began digging in immediately while the others thanked the cook. He continued darting his eyes from face to face, still having that expectant smile on his face. "Oh, he probably wants us to taste his recipe," Mandy thought. She grabbed the bread first. It was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, and tore a small piece of it off. She put it in her mouth, feeling like she was going to have a foodgasm right there. The texture was indescribably soft and cloudy, and the bread had a peculiar, addictive taste. She grabbed the wooden spoon and scooped up a piece of meat and gravy, putting it in her mouth. The cook was a prodigy. The meat was so tender that she practically didn't even need to chew it. What was it anyway? Beef, maybe? The gravy was spicy, but not too much. Mandy could taste various spices that were probably added to the stew. Peppers, garlic, and other things that she couldn't identify. Wow. Wow, she said as soon as she managed to swallow. It's good, Ethan added. Everyone gave a comment except Tyler, who was slurping the stew like there was no tomorrow. He hadn't realized that the cook had been staring at him while he looked up. He cleared his throat, now looking around at the various faces that silently stared directly at him with expectation. The cook took the initiative and said, "Is it good, big man?" Tyler gave a thumbs up and cleared his throat once more, but said nothing. The cook gently placed one hand on Ethan's shoulder and said, "Enjoy, my friends. Praise be to the prophet." Praise to the prophet, the town chanted in unison, causing the entire row of tables to boom with their voices. Much to Mandy's relief and Alice's and Ethan's, she noticed, the attention of the people turned elsewhere. Soon, most of the people were seated, some speaking to each other jovially, most of them silently eating, and Mandy noticed a small number of them holding their hands together in prayer. The culture was so much more different than back in the city. It was strange, but not in a bad way. This would definitely make a good story on her blog. She turned to Catherine and said, "Hey, Catherine?" Catherine was about to put a spoonful of meat and vegetables in her mouth, but when she heard Mandy calling her name, she turned her head to her and asked, "What's up?" "You know I run a blog, right?" Catherine nodded. "I wanted to write a blog about the disciples of God in Noah's Reach. Is it okay if I take notes and interview some people?" "Of course. You can ask anyone here anything you like. They'll be happy to tell you about our community." Mandy smiled in gratitude and continued eating. Chapter 7. Henry has never tasted a better stew in his life, which said a lot since his uncle made the best stew in the world whenever they had a family reunion for summer. As he stood up to pick up the bowl and take it to the pile of dirty dishes on the table next to the cauldron, he felt someone grab him by the wrist. It was an old woman who gently took the bowl away from him and said, "Don't you worry about the dishes, hon. We'll take care of that." "Oh, thanks, I guess," Henry confusedly muttered. Tyler leaned in the chair and said, "Relax, man. We're being treated like gods here. If only they'd give us some virgins to accompany us, though." He said that last part quietly, and since Alice was deep in a conversation with Mandy standing nearby, she didn't hear him. Once everyone finished eating, Henry and Catherine left the table and walked away from the crowd in order to get some silence. They were facing the church, the jovial voices still booming in the distance. "So, what happens after lunch?" Henry asked. "Usually either chores or activities, depending on the day." "So what about today?" "The guests definitely won't be getting any chores." "I'd like to help with the chores, though. I want to see what kind of work you guys need to do here." Catherine smiled. Henry knew right away that it was the uncontrollable smile she had whenever she was thrilled by something he said or did. She had the same smile when he first told her that he wanted to read Prophet Martin's scriptures. She tried to hide the grin and said, "Well, there are some preparations going on in the town today for tomorrow's start of the gathering. We don't need to do anything, but I can show you what people usually need to do if you'd like." "Sure." He nodded. Henry looked towards the entrance gate of the dining grounds and saw Tyler and Alice holding each other by their hands and hurriedly striding out. Alice exhaled the smoke from her cigarette and frantically dropped the butt on the ground. She proceeded to crush it with her heel before disappearing with Tyler around the corner of the closest building. Henry didn't even need to guess what they would be doing. Although he felt disgusted that they'd be doing it in a place like this, he couldn't help but also feel a little jealous. As if sensing his frustration, Catherine stepped closer to him so that her face was an inch away from his and said, "You know, I turned 20 in just 4 months, and then we can make our relationship more official." Henry couldn't wait. It wasn't so much that he wanted to bang her, he wanted to connect with her on a more intimate level. He yearned to feel her in ways that he never felt her before, and the impatience was almost unbearable. The wait would be worth it, though. After lunch was over, the outsider guests had the freedom to go do whatever they wanted to do. Henry decided to go with Catherine while she showed him around the town. They went to see the church from close up, but didn't enter it because the church was a holy place only used for congregations when Prophet Martin gave speeches, held sermons, etc. The The church looked even more colossal when standing in front of it, with giant ornate-made doors that stood sturdy and tall, towering to at least 12 feet. It would probably take at least 2 people to open one side of the door. According to Catherine, the church door was left unlocked and no one ever broke the rule of entering it for as long as it stood here, which was from August 2009. It wasn't just the church itself that was incredible. The yard in front of it had a beautiful, aesthetically maintained lawn, with a paved pathway leading to the entrance and another one leading to a nearby gazebo. A few people in white gowns were sitting in the shade of the gazebo. The gathering would officially start in the morning with Prophet Martin giving a speech in the church. After that, there would be a plethora of activities. When Henry asked what kind, Catherine mentioned only a few, sacrificing a goat to give thanks to God, praying, and some rituals that she named but didn't explain, walk of repentance, divination, etc. After visiting the church, Catherine took Henry to the farm on the other side of town. The whole time, Henry couldn't help but feel a sense of peacefulness. He didn't need to worry how he was going to cross the street here, out of fear of an impatient driver running him over. There was no horn honking and drivers yelling. Everyone was friendly. Everyone seemed to already know who Henry was and greeted him on the street, welcoming him to Noah's Reach and wishing blessings upon him. Catherine and Henry spent some time looking over towards the farm grounds and the people responsible for herding the sheep and watching over the horses and the cows, and cleaning the pigsties. Henry didn't envy those. He could understand why Catherine loved it here, but it wasn't just the tranquility of the town that brought her here. Henry knew that much. There was a feeling that she described as intense good and purity that she felt here, and she claimed it came from the holiness of this place. Henry thought about whether it was just a placebo effect of her love for the place, but didn't question it. She was right about one thing. This place did give off a sense of purity. When Mandy first asked Ethan to accompany her on a walk around the town while she took notes for her blog, he seemed reluctant. Eventually, he agreed, albeit without enthusiasm. She had no idea where to go, and Ethan didn't seem willing to take the lead, so she decided they should go in a random direction and see where it takes them. Mandy tried striking up conversations with him, and Ethan answered every question she asked, but he wasn't overly talkative when it came to asking questions back. That's all right. She just needed to chip away until she started to grow on him. They came across a woman in her 40s who sat at the steps of her house and focused on embroidering. They were alone in the street, and upon hearing their approaching footsteps, the woman raised her head and smiled at the two. "Welcome to Noah's Reach. Praise be to the prophet," she said with a nod and hand to the heart. Mandy awkwardly thanked her for her welcome. She and Ethan were about to walk past her when Mandy suddenly got an idea. She stopped to face the woman and said, "Hi there. My name is Mandy, and this is Ethan." "I already know, dear. My name is Kinsley. A pleasure to meet you." "I run my own blog. Basically, it means I write," Mandy quickly added, unsure if the woman would understand what a blog is. "And I was wondering if you had a few moments for a short interview regarding this community." The woman put the embroidered piece of cloth and the needle in her lap, partially revealing her work. There was something that looked like a half of a face, and Mandy knew right away that this must have been a tribute to Prophet Martin. Mandy took out her phone and entered the voice recorder. She sat on the steps next to the woman and pressed the record button, suddenly feeling like a layman journalist. It didn't matter, she didn't need to make this formal, she just needed notes that she could write her blog off of when she returns home. "So, I was wondering if you could tell me more about life here in Noah's Reach?" she asked. "Life is great here, dear. Everybody's happy to be here. There's lots of work to do right now, but Prophet Martin always says, work hard now, enjoy paradise later." "What does that mean, exactly?" "It means we need to prepare for Judgment Day when it comes. That's what we're working for here." Mandy wanted to ask more about Judgment Day, but right now, she was more interested in the everyday life of an average town person. "So, about the daily activities here, what do people usually do?" "It really depends, dear. Children go to school to learn the skills necessary for the development of the town, as well as have religious studies. Teenagers usually combine going to school and working basic jobs. As for the adults and old people, it really depends. Everyone has duties assigned to them, and that can be working in the fields, on the farms, in the kitchen, in construction, you name it." "What does your day look like?" "I work in the laundry, dear. We don't have electricity yet, and therefore we can't use laundry machines, so we have to do everything by hand." "That sounds tough. Everything we do here is tough, dear, but we do it with the pleasure for Prophet Martin and God. Everyone here speaks highly of Prophet Martin. Can you tell me more about him?" Kingsley's smile stretched even wider. "I have only good words about the Prophet. He is the kindest, most selfless man you will ever meet. He has led us away from the sinner's world and into this place we call home. Everybody is happy here. Bless him for his hard work. Without him, none of this would be possible. If I were given a choice to sacrifice myself in order to save him, I'd do it right now without thinking. Bless him." Kingsley crossed herself and briefly looked up at the sky with hands held together in prayer. Mandy smiled but found what the woman said bizarre. She spoke of Martin as if he were God. Maybe she even thought he was God. Speaking highly of someone was fine, but saying that you'd be willing to die for him was outright fanatical. Mandy tried to ignore that remark and continued with the next question. "Are there any crimes going on here?" "What do you mean?" The woman frowned in confusion. "I mean like stealing, robbing, murder?" "Oh, no, nothing like that. This is a happy community. Of course, just like any community, we do have some small crimes happening from time to time, but that's so rare. How do criminals usually get punished?" "It depends on the criminal's mindset. If they repent for their sins, they are allowed to stay and continue living like the rest of us. After all, as Prophet Martin says all the time, condemn not, and you will not be condemned." "What about the ones who don't repent?" The woman retained the smile on her face, but now it seemed plastic. She continued staring like that at Mandy for a prolonged moment before shaking her head and saying, "There's no such thing, dear, not here, in this sacred place." Mandy felt that she may have offended Kingsley, so she quickly moved on to another question. "So you spoke about Judgment Day. What is that exactly?" "I wish I could tell you, dear. Only Prophet Martin knows about it. The Prophet refuses to share the details with us, out of fear that many of us would grow desperate or lose our minds, maybe even do unthinkable acts in order to save our loved ones. All we know is we will need to be ready to defend Noah's reach from the sinners. Whatever it is, it won't be long until it happens." Mandy got progressively more disturbed by the interview. Still, she decided to press on. "What will happen on Judgment Day?" "A lot of people will die. Most of the sinners and some of the righteous ones. But the righteous people will be sent to the gates of heaven, to be welcomed next to God and Prophet Martin. And the not-so-righteous ones? The wicked ones will burn in hell for all eternity. I feel so sad for them." She shook her head. "I wish all of us could live together in harmony eternally, but they don't want to see the truth. I fear that it may be too late for them when Judgment Day comes." Mandy was speechless, but tried hiding it by nodding and uttering a meager, "mm-hmm." She opened her mouth, contemplating how to ask questions about the sinner's world, as the woman called it, but decided not to ask anything instead. She would interview someone else less biased, someone who lived outside Noah's reach, in said sinner's world, someone like Catherine's parents, maybe. "Thank you so much for your time, Kingsley." She pressed the button to stop recording. Kingsley nodded and continued embroidering while Mandy and Ethan left in a hurry. Mandy exchanged a look with Ethan as soon as the woman was out of sight. "Did you hear what she said?" "About what?" Ethan reticently asked. "About everything. Judgment Day, calling us sinners, talking about Martin like he's some kind of god." Ethan shrugged. "It's probably just their culture. It's normal here, I guess." "It sounds a little crazy to me, don't you think?" Ethan shrugged once more. "Something crazy to us may seem normal to them, and vice versa." Mandy didn't find that statement satisfactory. She refused to believe that Noah's reach was such a perfect, flawless utopia, and she was determined to prove it. Tyler could hardly wait to find a secluded place where he could have sex with Alice. They initially planned on going to a place where the guys were staying, but it was too far away from the dining grounds. "Sorry, won't make it. Boner's already poking through. It's almost at full strength," Tyler exclaimed flippantly, much to Alice's bemusement. "Fine, okay, let's just try here," she exclaimed, pointing to a narrow alleyway between two houses. She tugged Tyler's hands towards it, jerking her head left and right. Tyler did the same, trying to see if anybody was close by. This part of town seemed deserted, probably due to its residents having lunch on the dining grounds. Alice let go of Tyler's hand and strode over to the other side of the alley, peeking around the corners. "No one's here," she said with a skeptic timbre. "All right, let's do it here before someone comes," Tyler said as he began undoing his belt. Alice still looked unsure about this, which he could see from the fact that she retained a focused look on her face, maybe listening for someone. Instead of trying to convince her, Tyler pinned her against the concrete wall and began kissing her neck and caressing her breasts. She gave in and began moaning slightly and running her fingers through his hair and down his chest. Things had just begun heating up when Tyler felt Alice's hands pushing against his chest with more forcefulness. "Wait, hold on a sec," she said, holding her breath. "What?" he asked, continuing to suckle on her neck. "Do you hear that?" Still horny but getting a little frustrated, Tyler stopped with his get-her-wet moves and indulged Alice, knowing that they wouldn't be having sex until she was sure it was safe. "What, babe?" he asked, now paying close attention. "That." She raised a finger. Sure enough, Tyler heard it, something that sounded like loud masculine moaning. Tyler chuckled and said, "I guess we're not the only pervs here." "It's close by," Alice said. Suddenly, Tyler got an idea. He buckled his belt and jutted his head in the direction where he thought the sound was coming from. "Want to check it out?" he asked. "Why?" she asked with apprehension. "We could have sex while watching them," Tyler said in a half-whisper. Alice bit her lip. She was intrigued, he could tell. She just needed a little push. "Come on, it'll be fun, babe." He grinned. "Okay," she said, nodding fervently with flushed cheeks. Tyler led the way through the alley and then looked both ways before turning right. The moaning got louder now, and it was obvious that it was coming from one of the nearby alleys. Tyler and Alice followed the voice, at moments thinking that they were getting further from it, until they heard it again with louder intensity. The alley led in one direction, not made up of two houses put closely together, but instead 7-foot-high concrete walls going under decorational wooden arches. Tyler expected to run into a dead end any moment now and have to turn back. Among the moans, he began hearing some words now too, but they were too faint to be discernible. Finally, they reached what looked like a town square of some sort, and Tyler immediately pulled Alice back behind the corner of the house. "What gives, Ty?" she frustratedly asked. "Shh!" He raised a finger to his mouth and pointed behind the corner. Carefully, he peeked towards the square, the moans now loud enough to reverberate through the entire place, and the words clear as day. He was looking at a nude man kneeling in front of a statue of a suited figure, most likely their leader. The man on his knees held his arms raised and was staring at the statue and repeating some words, while two other men were to his left and right. They were dressed completely in black, gowns, gloves, boots, and some kind of veiled hats that obscured their faces entirely. It took Tyler's brain a moment to process that they were whipping the man with some fetishized-looking sticks that had tails at the edges. A fucking flogger, he realized. The man's back was slashed in various spots, blood trickling from the wounds all the way to his ass crack. Each new lash would cut open a new wound, causing the man to moan and flinch before continuing to recite whatever it was he was reciting. He kept repeating words like, "Forgive me, prophet. I'm not fit for your love. Punish me with your retribution," etc. The two men in black continued whipping him, one, then the other, over and over. "Louder, you sinner," one of the black-dressed people said aggressively as he swung the flogger with more intensity. The praying man screamed in pain and continued uttering the same phrases louder and faster now. This is some of the most fucked up shit Tyler had ever seen. Alice saw this too, and had an appalled look on her face. She pulled herself back behind the corner after only a few seconds and began tugging Tyler's hand. But he didn't want to go yet. He wanted to see how long this would last and what would happen next. "Tyler, come on," Alice whispered. "Hold on." Tyler looked at her for a moment. When he looked back at the square, he saw one of the veiled men facing his direction. "Oh shit," Tyler muttered as he jerked back, urging Alice to move. She didn't ask him what was going on, just turned around and began loping down the way they came. They didn't stop until they were 5 streets away, and even then, Tyler looked back to see if they were being followed. "What the fuck was that?" Alice asked. "They probably got some weird kinks," Tyler shrugged. "It's not funny, Tyler." "What do you want me to say, Alice? I don't know what the fuck that was. Maybe it's his way of confessing sins or some shit. I don't fucking know." He knew that his chances of having sex after seeing the guy getting flogged were pretty much zero, so he didn't bother trying to be nice or convince Alice otherwise. "We need to tell Catherine about this," she said. "Why?" Tyler frowned. "Because that guy was getting fucking flogged by 2 executioners. "You're exaggerating. They aren't executioners, Alice." "Then how do you explain what we saw back there?" "I told you, it's probably something they're into. Haven't you ever seen those Christian rituals where a guy pretends to be Jesus and is lashed and forced to carry a cross?" "What? No, where did that happen?" "I don't know. I saw it on TV." Alice sighed and continued down the street with stilted footsteps. Tyler walked by her side. "We should still ask Catherine about it." "I don't think that's a good idea." "Why not?" They stopped and faced each other. Tyler put his hands on his hips and said, "Think about it. We're in the opposite part of where we told her we'd be, and we happen to run into this dominatrix bullshit in a completely secluded place. I don't think she'd appreciate us snooping around." Alice seemed to think about this for a moment. Tyler added to his previous statement to further solidify his side of the argument. "What do you expect is going on here, babe? That he was some kind of murderer that's going to get nailed to the cross for committing a crime? Come on, this isn't an Arabic country where they'll still practice stoning and hanging and other things." "Yeah, I guess you're right," Alice finally said absent-mindedly. She turned and continued walking down the street with Tyler catching up to her. She believed him, and it hopefully calmed her down, but the problem was, he didn't believe his own words. Chapter 8. By the time Henry returned to the house where he and his friends were staying, it was already dark outside. Catherine had taken Henry up on a hill that gave a grand view overlooking the entire town after dinner on the dining grounds. Noah's Reach looked like a different place at night. There were meager lights coming from the houses, either from lit candles or lanterns, but in the night, they radiated brightly against the night sky. There were also fires from torches burning in the distance, like small dots slowly moving from one place to another. The church belfry glowed with a pale light, causing the cross shape in the window to somehow pulsate in red. Prophet Martin's palace was somewhat more visible from here, even though it was on the opposite end of town. Low light came from the window of the upper floor, and Henry wondered what the prophet was doing right now. Did he follow any specific rituals before bed, praying or anything like that? Henry averted his thoughts from Martin and looked at the sky. It was untainted, pollution-free, filled with numerous stars, clear enough for constellations to be recognized, if Henry had any constellation knowledge. If there was one word to describe Noah's Reach, it would be magical. In reality, there weren't enough words to describe the sense of joy Henry felt being here with Catherine, staring at the town while she pointed to various spots and explained what each of them was. They spent almost 2 hours there, from dusk when the crickets started their shift until the sun set and the stars and full moon appeared in the sky. Henry followed Catherine halfway to the girls' sleeping quarters and kissed her goodnight before returning to the place where he and his guy friends were staying. Ethan and Tyler were already there, undressed to their bedtime clothes, lying in bed on their backs, with Tyler vigorously talking about something. And he just kept chanting prayers or some shit while the other guys were whipping him. Henry managed to catch as he entered the dorm. "That's weird, dude. You sure you saw that, right?" "Dude, the guy was butt naked and getting flogged. There was blood all over his back, man." Henry rolled his eyes and said, "Let me guess, Tyler is sharing one of his exaggerated stories about he and his gang beat someone up?" "You need to hear this as well, bro," Tyler remarked. "What?" Henry asked as he strode over to his bed and slumped into it. Tyler proceeded to tell him about a naked man he saw on the street who was getting flogged by a couple of guys dressed in all black, wearing what he described as black-veiled masks. When he finished speaking, Henry continued staring above at the underside of the top bed in silence. He glanced towards the entrance and peered through the moonlit windows. He saw the outline of a light somewhere, but it was faint. Dude, did you hear what I just said? Tyler asked with a hint of animosity in his voice. Yeah, I heard you, but Henry didn't know what to say. But don't you believe me? Honestly, no. A naked man getting flogged? Maybe you saw what you wanted to see. Ethan chuckled. Fuck off, man. I'm telling you what I saw. You can ask Alice. She saw it too. What the hell were you guys even doing there in the first place? Trying to fuck. Henry made a grimace at Tyler's blatancy, but remained unsurprised. A moment of silence ensued before Henry said, well, who knows? Maybe they have ways to repent for their sins, and it's, weird. That's what I said too, but fucking weird is one way of describing it. The guys lost interest in the topic after that and instead talked about other things until they saw light on the street approaching. The door opened, and at the entrance stood Benjamin with a lantern in his hand outstretched in front of him. He greeted the guys and told them that the gathering begins in the morning, with everyone meeting in the church where Prophet Martin would give a commencement speech. Tyler wasn't thrilled about having to wake up early, but instead of swearing, he simply grumbled, "Oh man," to himself. Benjamin told the boys that there was a nearby water pump if they wanted to perform any hygienic rituals before bed and urged them to get some rest until morning. He wished them a blessed night and left, along with his bright lantern, leaving the room in darkness once more. As they lay in silence in their bed, Henry heard faint voices somewhere in the distance. It didn't take him long to realize that it was a group of people softly singing a gospel song somewhere in the distance, like a lullaby. I would appreciate it if they shut the fuck up, Tyler said. Relax, Ty, enjoy the song, Henry said as he closed his eyes and began drifting into sleep. Ethan was woken up by the loud toll of bells. They weren't annoyingly loud, but the sound was something he wasn't accustomed to, so his brain must have been alerted by it. When he opened his eyes, he saw the morning sun peering through the windows, partially causing his eyes to hurt. He hadn't even stretched properly when the door gently cracked open. Benjamin stood there with a grin stretched from ear to ear. He was wearing the same white gown as yesterday. Ethan wondered if it was the exact same gown or a clean one. Benjamin spread his arms and loudly exclaimed, "Good morning! Praise be to the prophet!" Tyler and Henry began stirring at this. Henry propped himself into a sitting position, while Tyler covered his head with the white blanket and continued sleeping. Benjamin clapped his hands together and said, "The gathering begins in 30 minutes at the church. Please make sure you're ready at least 5 minutes before that." With that, he turned around and left the cabin, closing the door behind him. Ethan gently removed the blanket off of himself and jumped off the bed. He had slept in his boxers and t-shirt, not wanting to use the uncomfortable-looking pajamas that Benjamin had given them yesterday. Henry got up from his bed with a groan while Tyler remained motionless in his top bunk bed. Since he was sleeping directly above Henry, Henry shook him violently. "Tyler, hey," he said with a croaking voice. Tyler groaned but didn't move. "Gotta go, man, come on," Henry said and yanked the blanket off of him. "Dude, come on," Tyler said with a raspy voice. "Come on, we gotta get ready." Ethan and Henry started getting dressed and making their beds. By the time they finished brushing their teeth at the nearby water pump and returned back to the dorm, Tyler was still splayed in a sleeping position, one arm dangling off the side of the bed. Ethan raised the hand that was still drenched in water and swung it in Tyler's direction, sending droplets of cold water towards his face. "Dude, what the fuck?" Tyler immediately opened his eyes and got into a sitting position with a jerky motion. "It's almost church time," Ethan said as he returned his toothbrush to the nightstand. Tyler jumped off the bed with a loud thud, grousing along the way. Soon, Benjamin appeared at the door again and told them to follow him. Ethan and Henry went along with him, with Tyler rushing outside shirtless and putting on his shirt without a rush. He was undoubtedly hoping that some of the townswomen would see his well-toned body and maybe even awaken some sinful thoughts. Even though he was in a relationship with a girl that every guy would kill to be with, Tyler still enjoyed getting attention from other girls. The church bells rang loudly, and although Ethan couldn't see where they were, he assumed that it could only be from the belfry with the giant cross. He wondered who was in charge of ringing the bell and what would happen if they forgot to do it. By the time Benjamin and the others reached the front of the church, hundreds of people were already in front of it, all of them dressed in the same white gowns. They were facing the church, slowly flocking to the entrance, walking inside patiently. Despite there being so many of them, Ethan heard no murmurs. Not a single voice was heard in the pauses between the loud tolls of the church bells. With each ring, Ethan's eardrums pulsated painfully, and he hoped that it would stop soon, or at least get someone muffled once he entered the building. "Hey!" He heard an effeminate voice to his right. When he turned, he saw Mandy and Alice standing there. "Where's Catherine?" Henry timed his question between the tolls. "With her parents," Alice responded after another ring. She tried adding something else, but the bell drowned out her voice. Ethan turned to face the group in front and realized how quickly the people were entering the church. One moment, there were hundreds waiting in front, and in the next, a third of them were gone inside. "Where do we go?" Ethan shouted in Benjamin's direction just in time when the bell tolled its last toll, causing his voice to boom in the churchyard. He made a oops grimace, but not a single head turned to scold him like he expected them to. "I will show you once we're inside. As the outsiders, you and your friends get special treatment," Benjamin softly said. "What does that mean?" Ethan asked. He didn't have time to stop and hear Benjamin's answer because the groups of disciples who came from behind were walking towards the church, effectively pushing the line forward. As they neared the entrance, Ethan realized just how colossal the church was. It towered above him by at least 80 feet, the red cross looking smallish, but Ethan knew, despite that the cross was large enough to crush a person should it ever topple. When he looked down, he saw two men standing on each side of the massive ornate door leading inside the church. At least they looked like men from their bulky structure. They were dressed in black from head to toe, with a black ceremonial-looking veil covering their faces, completely obscuring any and all features, making them look like wraiths. "Dude, that's them. They were the ones who were beating that guy up yesterday," Tyler said, albeit silently. "Cool. Now you can ask them for a private session," Henry remarked. As if hearing Tyler, although he couldn't have because he was on the opposite side, Benjamin said in a low tone to Ethan, "They are the devoted. They are Prophet Martin's most trusted disciples." "What do they do?" Ethan asked. "Plenty of things. They protect Prophet Martin, keep the order in Noah's reach, and, in some rare cases, carry out retribution." As they walked past them, one of them followed Ethan with his head. His eyes weren't visible, but Ethan could feel his gaze on him. He averted his own glare and looked towards the church's interior, which made him forget about the devoted immediately. The floor was made of marble, and the 3 aisles between the pews were decorated with art so detailed that Ethan felt like he was committing blasphemy just walking over it. The aisles were long enough to run sprints back and forth, and there were enough pews to hold the entire town and still have a bunch of available seats. Lancet windows, enormous and high up on the walls, stood on both sides, letting in beams of sunlight and illuminating the church in a colorful and heavenly manner that made the pews look like they had been touched by God himself. The ceiling was the height of a 2-story building, and on it were painted murals of various biblical depictions. Ethan saw murals of a man with spread arms and palms facing outward, a radiating yellow halo around his head. He saw depictions of demonic creatures cowering under a ray of light coming from the man in the picture. Saints riding white horses and attacking said creatures with spears and swords. He saw men, women, and children praying in many other murals, but the details were so numerous and exhaustive that Ethan felt like he could spend days staring up at the ceiling and still not seeing everything that was so masterfully painted. He forced himself to look down, but only because he began feeling dizzy from staring at the tall ceiling and wanting to avoid bumping into someone on accident. At the far end of the aisles, on the right side near the wall, were 3 small steps that led up to the elevated stage. The stage was covered in a red carpet and had a podium facing an audience and a smaller altar with an icon above it. The closer Ethan got, the more he began to see the face of a man on the icon, who he assumed, without a doubt, was Prophet Martin. There was a large red-stained glass above the altar, depicting a man with a short-trimmed beard and black hair falling to his shoulders. Ethan would have thought him to be Jesus had he not seen the collar of the suit around his neck. Whoever this Prophet Martin was, he was respected as a divinity in this community. "This is something else, huh?" he heard Henry silently exclaim. Alice and Mandy made gasps of awe and amazement, looking around as much as Ethan. Only Tyler looked nonchalant about the whole experience. Ethan caught him glancing up at the ceiling briefly before looking back down. "Right this way, you can sit here," Benjamin said and pointed to an empty pew on the left side, about halfway down the aisle. Henry was the first one who began sliding into the pew, with Ethan following him, then Mandy next to him, of course, then Alice, and then finally Tyler. The pew may have been reserved specifically for them since no one else was taking a seat next to them, or maybe everyone had designated spots. Either way, the pews were filling up by the second, rows of white-robed people taking up positions like an army of angels. Man, last time I got this close to a church was when I had to take a leak and there was no bathrooms nearby, Tyler said somewhat quietly with a scoff. A woman from one of the front rows rotated in her seat to look at them. Tyler nervously cleared his throat while Alice scolded him and warned him to behave. Mandy leaned closer to Ethan and said, "I can see why Catherine likes this. It's beautiful in here, isn't it?" "Yeah," Ethan said. "And not only that, it's..." He looked down and thought for a moment. "What is it?" Mandy tilted her head and looked at him curiously. "I don't know. Just that I have this feeling of good inside me ever since I joined this town. I can't explain it. It's just good. Sorry, not very eloquent, I know." Mandy's face contorted into a rictus. Ethan couldn't tell if she found his response amusing or was thrilled by it. "No, I totally get what you're saying. I have the exact same feeling." She put her hand on his knee for a very brief moment. She was probably testing how far she could go getting close to him before he began stopping her. Ethan would be lying if he said that her touch didn't feel nice. He suddenly wanted to hold Mandy's hand, but quickly expelled that thought from his mind. He would not be falling into the trap of getting soft with someone again. Just then he realized that the church got very quiet. People were no longer coming in, and most of the pews were taken by the townspeople. Only the back seats seemed to be empty, with the exception of some of the pews being half full like the one he and his friends were sitting on. Ethan looked back and saw the two men in black outfits grabbing the door by the circular handle and pulling, closing the massive doors with great effort. The doors shut, slightly dimming the entrance of the room. Suddenly, the people began standing up, some fast and some slow. But all of them were standing up like an ocean wave. Instinctively, Ethan stood up too, as did Henry and Mandy. Something was about to happen. The silence that permeated the church up until then was nothing compared to what ensued. Not even shuffling in the seats or occasional coughing or sneezing could be heard anymore. Alice shushed Tyler, who had been talking and chuckling about something, and he instinctively looked forward. Alice grabbed his hand and pulled him up as she stood up herself. All the faces in the room, all 1,000 and something of them, were facing forward, towards the stage ahead. Ethan scanned the heads in front of him and realized that not a single one was moving. Not 1 inch. He felt compelled to do the same, mostly out of fear of disrespecting their traditions or rules that he may not be aware of. The silence and the standing lasted for what felt like minutes, with Ethan focusing his gaze on the stage ahead, and then, all of a sudden, a man in his 40s walked out from the dark passage on the side of the stage. The same man from the pictures, with loose Jesus-like hair falling to his shoulders, a neatly trimmed beard and a black suit that fit his slim figure so well that Ethan assumed it was tailored specifically for his size. The people all put their hands on their chest and began bowing down, over and over. Ethan quickly did the same but continued staring at the suited figure on the stage, mesmerized by his presence. The man stopped right next to the podium on the stage and spread his arms welcomingly. A joyful smile stretched across his face. "My dear brothers and sisters," he exclaimed with a loud, soothing voice, "Prophet Martin welcomes you to Noah's Reach." Chapter 9. The townsfolk stopped bowing down and instead started raising their arms high above their heads. "Praise the prophet," they chanted over and over. But there were so many of them that it took Henry a few times of hearing it to realize what it was that they were saying. They continued lowering and raising their arms like that and repeating the same phrases a dozen times over. Henry and his friends did the same out of respect, except Tyler. He was standing there with his arms crossed. Alice was giving him a contemptuous glance, and he saw it but refused to comply. The entire time, Prophet Martin held his arms spread, smiling at the audience, scanning their faces from left to right and vice versa. All the people seemed to know exactly when they should stop chanting because after 10 or so times of doing it, they stopped and continued staring forward at the prophet. Prophet Martin allowed his arms to slap against his sides. And this seemed to be a cue for the people because they sat down. Up until then, Henry closely followed the old couple in front of him with his gaze in order to understand what to do. Now, he was so transfixed on Martin that he was blind to everything else around him. Even at first glance, at such a distance, he could tell why Martin was so beloved. The prophet seemed to radiate this sort of charm and energy that was unmatched by anything Henry had ever sensed before in a person. Even the powerful public speakers who Henry had the chance to watch didn't have whatever it is that Martin had. Up until then, Henry never thought of someone having auras. He thought that someone could radiate positively or negatively, but that was it. Martin, however, was an entirely different story, and Henry couldn't exactly explain why. The church went silent again, and this time that silence seemed deafening after the loud chanting in praise to the prophet. The people seated in the pews eagerly awaited Martin's next move. The prophet put his hands in his coat pockets and took a few steps to the left. "God came to me in my dreams last night," he said and looked up. "He didn't speak, but rather showed me things. He showed me Noah's reach, not as it is now, but as it will be in the future." He continued staring at the ceiling, building the dramatic tension. He looked down at the audience and said, "I saw formidable buildings vastly outnumbering the ones we have now. I saw multiple churches similar to this one, but taller and sturdier. I saw Noah's reach not as a town, but as an entire city, expanding greatly beyond what we have now. And I saw you and your children protected under God's divine light." Complacent murmurs began permeating the church, and some people put their hands together in thankful prayers. Henry heard a woman on the seat behind him muttering, "Bless you, Prophet Martin." The prophet waited patiently until the murmurs died down, and the audience again started waiting in anticipation. He removed the hands from his pockets and said, "God rewards those who are righteous, but he does not give his gifts out freely. He has blessed us with the gift of building what we have here today, but our work is far from finished. We will all need to work hard, and most likely, our children will need to work hard. But by the time their children are born, Noah's reach will be the safest place on earth. The only safe place on earth." He spread his arms triumphantly. "Amen," the townsfolk shouted in unison. Martin waited another long moment, and Henry used the opportunity to look at the faces surrounding him. He saw every single one of them transfixed on Martin, some with reticent expressions, some smiling, and a few even crying in what looked like tears of joy. Henry didn't really understand what the big deal was, but he figured that some of these people might be going through some really tough times in their lives, and hearing Martin's words put them at ease or gave them some sort of solace. "My heart is filled with joy to see you all here today," Martin continued with a voice that sounded like he was going to break down. "Know that nobody has ever loved you as much as I love you. I would willingly forfeit my life, even my own salvation, for each and every one of you. Praise Prophet Martin!" Someone stood up in the crowd and shouted before sitting back down. "I never asked for this role. It was given to me by God. I wasn't even religious before the forming of the disciples of God. I asked God many times why. Why did it have to be me? There's nothing special about me. I have no real talent. I'm not a natural leader. I didn't even know what I was supposed to do." A few shakes of the head before Martin raised a finger and said, "If you abide by my rules, you are truly my disciples, and you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." It took Henry a moment to realize that he was probably quoting a verse from the Bible. "I couldn't ignore the voice of God, as it was the most powerful thing I had experienced in my life. I followed, and he showed me the way. And once I was ready, God told me, 'Martin, you now have to show the truth to the people, just as I have shown it to you.'" He raised his hands and looked up. "And I knew at that moment what my calling was. I was to be God's servant in saving the souls of the lost and the misguided." Applause boomed in the room, and Henry instinctively began clapping as well. He was incredibly captivated by the way Prophet Martin spoke, so much that he almost believed what he was saying. But it was clear that Martin was talking out of his ass and bullshitting these people, and they were all falling for it. The prophet continued. When you see the truth as it really is, you want others to see it too, to share the joys of God's love. You all know that better than anyone because you are God's chosen children and you have seen the truth. More amens and praise the prophet phrases reverberated, followed by applause in the church. Martin scanned the room from left to right and then again from right to left before saying, The gathering is an important event for us. It's here to remind us of the relevance of our work, but also to let us give our thanks to God for all the blessings, and to allow us to reward each other for our hard work. Let's not delay any further. The gathering can begin. He raised his arms again and stared at the ceiling with a wide smile. The room exploded with applause and praises directed at Martin while he soaked them all up in his motionless state. Once the audience finally calmed down, he walked over to the right side of the stage while some of the people in the front pews began standing up. Henry saw 30 or so people with notebooks climbing the small steps and taking positions at the back of the stage, facing the audience. They formed 2 rows, and it immediately became apparent that this was a choir. The next few minutes passed in shuffling, low murmuring whispering, and the choir members speaking amongst each other. Henry looked at his friends with a perplexed look on his face, as if to ask, Do you also think this is a load of bullshit? Ethan and Mandy said nothing, but Tyler and Alice leaned closer to Henry to share their thoughts. I told you, man. This is a fucking cult, Tyler whispered, not as quietly as he wanted to. Alice shushed him and looked around herself to see if anyone heard him. We don't know that, Mandy whispered. Lots of churches have prophets that they follow. Yeah, lots of cults, Tyler responded. Mormons follow a prophet. Mormons are cultists. Just as Tyler said that, everyone went silent again. Henry looked up front at the choir. They began singing "O God Beyond All Praising" in unison. Their voices reverberated through the church, and right then, it was the most beautiful thing Henry had ever heard. A sense of tranquility surged through him as he listened to the lyrics and the perfected tonality of the crescendo, completely forgetting about the cult discussion. He heard someone in front humming the tune along with the choir. He saw Prophet Martin standing on the side of the stage with his hands held together in front of him, his head down and eyes closed. Henry searched the heads for Catherine, but it was impossible finding her in this crowd. Instead, he inhaled and decided to enjoy the choir. Once the song ended, the audience gave a round of long applause to the choir. Mandy joined in vigorous clapping to show recognition for the exceptional performers. The singers placed their hands on their chest and bowed down over and over, like in the theater, and then left the stage one by one, climbing down the steps. Eventually, the applause died down, and Prophet Martin returned to the middle of the stage. He, too, was applauding. Bravo! Bravo! Excellent performance by our choir, he said as he stopped clapping. The audience was quiet by then again. Prophet Martin put his hands together and said, Join me in prayer. Everyone stood up, so Mandy and her friends did the same. They put their hands together and hung their heads down. Prophet Martin began reciting prayers, and everyone in the church followed, their voices echoing, albeit without synchronicity. Mandy didn't know the words, so she just kept silent while holding her head down. She heard a voice to her left and realized that it was Ethan reciting the prayers along with the disciples. She was surprised by this. He didn't strike her as a religious man, but then again, maybe he wasn't. Maybe he just knew the words from going to church as a kid and now repeated them out of respect to the community. Suddenly, Mandy liked him a little more. Tyler, on the other hand, wasn't even standing up. He was leaning on the backrest of the pew, his elbows propped on top of it, one leg resting on top of his thigh. What an uncultured swine. Praise the prophet! Amen! The church boomed, and the prayer ended. Instead of sitting down, however, the people started making their way out of the pew's rows and towards the front. Prophet Martin was now in front of the stage with his arms welcomingly spread. One by one, the people would approach him, and he would grab them by the face and kiss their forehead before crossing them with his hand and muttering words that Mandy couldn't discern. The line was moving fast, with everyone who got blessed making their way around to the right side of the pew and towards the massive door that was now open. This was going to take a while, Mandy was sure of it. "Tyler, come on," Alice urged him. "What?" He upturned his palms quizzically. "Move, we need to get in line." "Oh, come on, that's for the religious ones, not us," he scoffed. "Tyler, move your ass or I'll kick you down the aisle," Henry threatened, albeit quietly. He had enough respect not to disturb such a holy place by shouting. "Jesus, all right!" Tyler shot up to his feet. A few heads turned to face him at the blasphemy. Jesus is all right," Tyler quickly added to Henry. They formed a line with Tyler in front, Alice behind him, then Mandy, Ethan, and finally Henry. As they moved down the aisle towards the prophet, Mandy turned to Ethan. "What do you think so far?" "About what?" he asked. "The town, the religion, everything, I guess." Ethan thought for a moment and then finally responded. "I'm not sure, to tell you the truth. It's a nice place and the people are really friendly. It's like the perfect community." "But you're skeptical about something." "I don't know. I guess it looks too good to be true." "You think the people here are hiding something, some dark secret?" "I wouldn't say there's a dark secret. Maybe we just don't know enough about their religion. Maybe they're like Jehovah's Witnesses, fine at a first glance, but the more you learn about them, the more you realize how crazy they are." Mandy frowned briefly. "That's not the impression I got from Catherine. We don't know much about her, though." Mandy nodded and looked over Ethan's shoulder in Henry's direction. "Hey, Henry, Henry," she asked, trying to grab his attention as he was staring elsewhere. "Yeah," he said when he finally heard her. "How much do you know about Catherine's religion?" "I don't know, not too much, I guess." He shrugged. "Why do you ask?" Mandy stepped out of the line and got next to Ethan. She looked back at Henry and asked, "Does Catherine have any, how do I phrase this, crazy beliefs?" "What do you mean by crazy?" "I don't know, like radical." Now that she thought about it, she had no idea what she meant with that question. What was considered a crazy or radical religion anyway? Becoming a missionary and converting people door to door, denying yourself entertainment because it's a sin, strapping a bomb to your chest and killing a bunch of people in the name of your God? She somehow doubted that any of those involved the disciples of God. Catherine did abstain from having sex, but then again, every religion had that belief. But what were her views on the commonly controversial topics like gay marriage, abortion, women's rights, etc.? Mandy took a mental note to investigate that later. As they neared the front of the church and Prophet Martin, Mandy returned in front of Ethan and behind Alice. The line of gowned people in front and behind them was silent and patient, not uttering a single word except the ones who have already been blessed by Prophet Martin and were making their way towards the exit. Tyler looked restless, which was seen from the fact that he kept shifting his weight from one foot to the other. Alice turned and whispered to Mandy, "Martin is handsome though, right?" Mandy looked down the aisle just in time to see Prophet Martin crossing a woman and uttering the same indiscernible words from before. The woman bowed down with her hand on her chest and moved out of the line, allowing the next person to step forward. Now that she saw him up this close, Mandy was able to discern all the important features on Martin. Not my type." She shook her head. "Why?" Alice asked. "Too skinny and not masculine enough for my taste." Martin had a strong-looking jaw and green eyes, but the Jesus-like hairstyle with the sunken cheekbones really didn't do it for Mandy, and not to mention that he was far too skinny, which was seen even in his suit. His arms were probably nothing but muscle and bone underneath, and Mandy preferred something a little more cuddly. Like Ethan. He was somewhat burly, but Mandy could see even through his shirt that he didn't have rock-hard abs, and that was to her liking. Before her mind could wander to salacious places of her imagining herself running a hand down Ethan's belly, Mandy focused on what was in front of her. There were only 4 more gowned people in front, and then it would be Tyler's turn. Mandy couldn't even begin to think how stressed out Alice was worrying about Tyler's reaction to meeting Prophet Martin. When Prophet Martin looked at Tyler after blessing the young man who was in front of him, he smiled widely. Tyler put forward a hand for a handshake. Martin ignored it and said, "You must be Catherine's friends." He looked behind Tyler at the rest of them and motioned them to come closer. "Come, let me take a look at all of you." Now that he didn't need to talk at the top of his lungs so that everyone can hear him, his voice was soothing, like a lullaby before bedtime. All 5 of them formed a line in front of the prophet, who scanned each of them with polite scrutiny. When he locked eyes with Mandy, he continued staring at her until she got uncomfortable. She cleared her throat and looked down, only to see him still looking at her when she glanced up. Luckily, at that next moment, Martin moved his gaze to the next person. "Henry, right?" He pointed a finger at Henry before moving to the next person. "Ethan, Tyler, Mandy, and Alice. Did I get all of your names right?" "You did," Henry courteously said. "Nice to meet you, Prophet Martin. We heard a lot of good things about you." "Likewise. You are most welcome to stay here as long as you wish. If anything is missing or not to your liking, please feel free to let anyone from the town know, and they will be more than happy to make you feel more comfortable." "Thank you," Henry muttered with visible and audible awkwardness. "Allow me to bless you all for coming here." Martin started with Henry. He grabbed him by the head and gently pulled his head down, planting a kiss on his forehead. He then crossed him with his hand and said, "May the Father protect you." He then moved on to Ethan. He did the same, but after giving the blessing, he continued staring at him. It looked like they were locked in a staring contest until Martin put a hand on Ethan's shoulder and said, "Welcome to Noah's Reach, child." He then moved on to the next person. Tyler opened his mouth to say something, but Martin crossed him without kissing his forehead. Mandy widened her eyes. He must have had incredible people-reading skills if he was able to determine immediately that Tyler would not appreciate a forehead kiss. Maybe he was a salesman or something before becoming a church leader. Martin turned to Mandy and brought her head lower before kissing her head. He crossed her with the same words of blessings and then proceeded to do the same for Alice. Once he was done, he turned to the group with a warm smile. Tyler gave him an aloof nod and started to the left around the pew. "Don't go just yet, my friends," Martin called out in a friendly manner. All 5 outsiders faced him with baffled stares. "You are the guests of honor. We have a lot of activities prepared just for you." His smile stretched even wider. He looked somewhere behind Mandy and raised a hand, presumably calling someone over. Mandy turned around to see a man and a woman in white gowns approaching. It took her a moment to recognize them as Benjamin from the parking lot and Catherine. When they got close enough and greeted Prophet Martin, he said, "Benjamin, Catherine, would you mind tending to our guests today?" "Not at all, Prophet Martin," Benjamin said. He gestured for Ethan, Tyler, and Henry to follow him, while Catherine did the same with Mandy and Alice. Mandy took one final look at Prophet Martin to see him staring right at her with that same creepy smile on his face. "Where are we going?" she asked Catherine, averting her gaze from the prophet. She saw Henry trying to catch Catherine's gaze, but she was looking elsewhere. "First, to have breakfast," she said. "And then?" Alice asked. "And then, to do the activities of the gathering." Chapter 10. Tyler has already had enough of this place. This religious bullshit was not his thing. He tried entertaining himself by checking out some chicks, but all of them were dressed too decently for him to rate them properly. He tried to determine their faces if they were wild in the bedroom or had no experience. He found the latter thought more intriguing. Some of the women had nice, plump asses that made their gowns stretch tightly against their buttocks. Most of the girls in the community had firm, pert breasts from what he could tell, probably because of their slim figures, save for a few gifted ones he saw. The daily work in the town must have helped them burn a lot of calories. Either way, aside from checking out the girls, Tyler hoped that there would at least be some drinking involved, since drugs were probably out of the question. He should have smuggled some alcohol or weed inside, but he didn't think ahead. By the time he realized that Noah's Reach would be full of prudes, they were more than halfway from home. Benjamin led the guys past the black-dressed tormentors at the entrance and out of the churchyard. He took them towards the dining grounds where most of the people were congregating. "So, what exactly is going on right now?" Tyler asked just as a group of girls around his age walked past him with a giggle. He spun to check them out since Alice wasn't around. 2 out of 5 weren't bad. He couldn't help but remind himself to empty his balls as soon as possible, either by banging Alice or by jerking off, because the tension was becoming unbearable. "We are heading to the dining grounds, where most of today's festivities will be occurring," Benjamin said. "What kind of festivities?" Tyler impatiently asked. "It's best if you wait and see." Tyler wanted to object, but didn't know what to say. Fuck it, he didn't really care anyway. When they reached the meadow, Tyler saw a bunch of people separated into groups doing various activities. He saw formed circles of women dancing or playing some kind of game where they were spinning in circles, men clumsily playing football in their gowns. Tyler wanted to feed his ego by playing against them and crushing them. People writing something in their notebooks, etc. The festivities had already begun, and no matter how many times Tyler scanned the dozens of small groups, he couldn't see any drinking involved. The outsiders were welcomed at the dining tables just as they were yesterday for lunch and dinner. Tyler didn't mind the king-like treatment, but he hoped that the breakfast would be better than the shit they were served last night. He couldn't even tell what the fuck it was. Some kind of oat porridge with water? It was like something he ate back when he worked out like a maniac and followed a strict diet regime. His hopes died when he was served a similar-looking porridge in a wooden bowl like last night. This one looked slightly prettier, though, with slices of strawberries and bananas mixed into it, and brown powder sprinkled on top, whose smell he recognized as cinnamon. Instead of complaining, he thanked the old woman who gave him the bowl with pride and dug into it. He was so hungry that he didn't even care, just take in some nutrients to endure this ordeal. Just like yesterday, they were showered with attention, and Tyler had to try really hard not to snap at them. He just wanted to eat his goddamn meal in peace, not have to give these people courteous answers and PR grins. Despite its horrible taste, Tyler wolfed down the meal quickly and was asked multiple times if it was good and if he wanted more. He happily accepted another bowl, not because he was hungry, but because he was afraid he might get so until lunch, especially since the meal they served him had only carbs and no proteins that his muscles needed. But these dumbasses didn't know the difference between proteins and carbs. Once the others were done eating, Benjamin called them to join him. He spread his arms in a similar fashion to Prophet Martin and said, "Well then, the activities may begin. Henry, you may go join that group over there." He pointed to a group of about 10 people nearby who were gathered in a circle on the grass and speaking to each other. He then pointed to another different group and said, "Ethan, Tyler, see that group of people where the man is sitting in the middle of the circle? You go to them." Ethan nodded and without a word began making his way towards the group. "Why are we being separated?" Henry asked. "You'll be given different activities, and then you can swap later." Benjamin smiled. Tyler raised a hand and said, "Actually, I'm just gonna go back to the dorm and catch some Z's." "You have to participate in the activities. Prophet Martin would like you to see everything we have to offer," Benjamin said as he retained the annoying fucking smile on his face. "I really think I'm just gonna—" "Please, come with me. I'll show you to your group." Tyler opened his mouth to protest, but he could tell right away on Benjamin's face that he wasn't going to take no for an answer. He could maybe participate for 20 minutes or so and then make his way back to the dorm to sleep. Or find Alice. He saw her somewhere around here a bit earlier with Mandy and Catherine, but they were out of sight now. "Follow me," Benjamin repeated and motioned with his hand for Tyler to go the way Ethan went. Sure. Tyler tried to be as subtle as he could with his annoyance. He already couldn't wait for this bullshit trip to be over. Alice and Mandy followed Catherine across the vast green field toward a group of young girls who were playing some kind of game. 2 of the girls had what looked like headbands with red horns on their heads and were chasing the other girls who were playfully running from them. Their white gowns had patches of green from the grass. Whatever the game was, the girls were having lots of fun. Alice looked around, scanning each of the small groups in the meadow. Most of them had some kind of activities that they were participating in, including sports activities like racing in potato sacks, racing while carrying someone on their backs, etc. But then there were the more docile activities like singing, painting, storytelling, and many others. "So, people do this every day throughout the festivities?" Alice asked. "Not exactly. This is just the beginning of the gathering. Later, there are more surprises," Catherine said. As they approached the group of girls playing tag, one of the girls with the horns on her head called for a timeout. She skipped towards Catherine and hugged her tightly, her cheeks flushed and her chest heaving up and down from the exertion. She then looked at Alice and hugged her too. It happened so abruptly and forcibly that Alice stumbled backward a step. She returned the hug with a meager chuckle before the girl went over to Mandy and hugged her as well. Once she pulled away, Alice and Mandy exchanged a dumbfounded look. "Catherine, girls, it's so great that you joined us here," the horned girl said. "I figured we should show Mandy and Alice what some of the activities look like. You don't mind if they join, do you?" "Of course not. Everybody would be happy to have them play with us." She looked at Alice and then Mandy with a big smile. "Come on, let's play a few rounds with them." Catherine jutted her head towards the group and made her way forward. Alice, Mandy, and the horn girl followed. Only when she was close enough did Alice see a bunch of small rocks and sticks marking some kind of border around the field where the girls were. She looked around and realized that the formation of the borders was circular, wide enough to run a sprint back and forth. All the faces were focused on the new guests now, staring at them with expectant and welcoming smiles. "Okay, so here are the rules," the horn girl said. "The ones with the horns need to catch everyone else. If you get caught, you need to lie down and remain like that until someone who wasn't caught touches you. Then you can start moving again. The game ends when either everyone with a horn gets caught or when the time is up. Oh, and you can't run outside the circle." Alice and Mandy exchanged a glance once more. "So it's like a game of tag?" Mandy shrugged. "Sort of," Catherine added. "Sure, I'm up for it." She wasn't too thrilled about playing tag, especially given the fact that she was 20 and hasn't done anything physically exerting besides sexual activities in years. But she wanted to give it a chance. Mandy agreed as well, but Alice could tell that she wasn't overly exuberant about it either. The two horned girls took up positions in the center of the playing field, while the other formed a circle around them, including Catherine, Alice, and Mandy. There were a total of 10 girls surrounding the horned ones. One girl was outside the playground with a watch in her hands. The one with the horns grabbed each other by the hands and began spinning as if dancing the waltz. The other girls giggled and tossed bluffing comments about them tripping and falling. Catherine stood between Mandy and Alice and said, "When they say let go of each other, get ready to run." Alice slightly bent her knees, ready to bolt as soon as the horned girls let go of each other. The two girls were spinning so quickly and going in such unpredictable tornado-like motions that Alice expected them to topple over each other at any moment. But to her surprise, the girls maintained a good balance even after what felt like a whole minute of spinning and catching momentum. The girl with the watch shouted, 3, 2, 1, catch the flock! The horned girls let go of each other and graciously fell and rolled on the grass with giggles and cackles. The crowd of the runners immediately dispersed, and that was Alice's cue to follow their lead. The horned girls stood up and wobbly gyrated left and right until they regained their balance. And then, the real chase started. Almost immediately, one girl got grabbed by the back of her gown and dropped in the grass, just as the horned girl shouted, "Renounce the prophet!" Alice avoided the horned girls in a wide arc, almost bumping into the other girls a few times, but overall, she wasn't doing a bad job dodging them. A couple of times, however, she thought that the horned girls were deliberately ignoring them and going for the other runners, maybe because they were guests. In a matter of just a couple of minutes, Alice was panting and sweating, closely managing to escape the grip of the chasers multiple times. But then she got cornered by both of them and was caught. "Renounce the prophet!" Both of them chanted simultaneously and Alice dropped on the grass. Only Mandy and another girl remained, with all the others lying on the ground, cheering them on. And then, just Mandy. She managed to free a few girls by touching them, but then the pursuers got too close to her. So she had to use some evasive tactics. She was really good, too. She feigned running left and then swiftly turned right, completely throwing her chaser off balance. "Go, Mandy!" Alice rooted for her. 1 minute remaining, the time-handling girl shouted. Mandy zigzagged, freed a girl here and there to buy herself some time, but in the end, she got caught. When the time was up, the runners won because Mandy had managed to free 3 girls who didn't get caught again. After the round was over, Mandy was winded, but not as much as she was supposed to be, given the amount of effort she was putting into running. Alice was as tired as her, and she spent the last 3 minutes lying on the ground. All the girls gathered around Mandy to praise her, telling her how impressed they were and how fast she was. Some of them asked her how she managed to get so fast, and she explained to them about her gymnastics training, causing more impressed gasps from the girls. Catherine suggested that Alice and Mandy now be the chasers, and they gladly accepted. Alice didn't want to admit it, but she was having a hell of a lot of fun despite her initial skepticism. The horned girls took off the horns headband and put them on Mandy and Alice's heads. The headband was tight on Alice's head, but at least it wouldn't be falling off. She and Mandy grabbed each other by the hands and spun around until Alice started feeling dizzy. She lost balance and fell once, but continued spinning once she was up. Mandy was a lot more gracious. Once the time-handling girl called out that it was time to start, Alice and Mandy let go of each other and fell on the grass. The image around Alice spun for a long moment, and by the time she regained her footing, she realized that Mandy had already caught 2 girls. The game ended almost as quickly as it had started, thanks to Mandy's speed. Alice herself managed to catch a few girls, but not as many as Mandy. In fact, Mandy was so good that the runners didn't manage to get close to touching their captured friends even once. When the game was done, both Mandy and Alice were picked up by the other girls like at a rock concert and praised as the winners. One of the girls added a comment about it not being fun playing against them when they were so good. Alice felt good getting such positive attention from the girls. They didn't look like they were bullshitting them either. She couldn't tell 100%, but the compliments the girls gave them at least sounded genuine. Catherine herself congratulated them and offered to take them to some other activities. Actually, I wanted to write in more detail about these activities. Would it be okay if I interviewed someone briefly? Mandy asked. Sure. Abby, come here. Catherine called one of the girls over. Mandy is a blogger, and she has a lot of people reading her blogs. She wants to write about Noah's Reach. Would you be interested in answering a few of her questions? Oh, sure. Abby nearly jumped at the opportunity. Mandy took the girl aside to interview her away from the crowd. Alice didn't want to disturb them. Catherine put a hand on Alice's waist and said, Let's see another activity, yeah? When Benjamin arrived with Ethan and Tyler to the group forming a circle around a person, they all looked at the guests. They stood up from the tree stumps that they had been using as chairs and greeted them with a bow. As always, Ethan returned the greeting. Benjamin turned to them and said, We call this the purifying seat. Come. He led them to two of the available seats in the circle, having Ethan sit on one end and Tyler on the other. Once they were seated, Benjamin exchanged a few words with one of the teenagers in the group and left. Once he was gone, the teen, he couldn't have been older than 17, looked at Ethan and Tyler and said, Welcome, guys. As Benjamin already explained, this is the purifying seat. We are just starting with a round for Dante. He pointed to the young man in his mid-20s sitting on the tree stump in the center of the circle. The circle was wide, and at least 15 members sat around, facing the guy in the middle. So, what are we supposed to do? Ethan asked. It's simple. We share our thoughts with Dante about his shortcomings and how he can improve in order to become a better version of himself. Oh, okay. Ethan raised his eyebrows and glanced in Dante's direction. Dante gave Ethan an aloof nod and smiled. The circle fell silent before the teenager who spoke earlier said, Joseph, do you want to start? A community member who was sitting a few seats next to Tyler cleared his throat and nodded. Dante, you could become a valuable member of this community. I feel like your faith is not entirely in the right place. I just think you could do much better if only you tried harder. You're absolutely right, Dante said. I haven't given my best for Prophet Martin. I will do so in the future. Thank you for your words, brother. Joseph nodded, and then the next man spoke up. Dante, I see that you often don't sleep enough. This isn't good for you or your health. If you aren't healthy, you can't help the community grow. Ethan agreed with the first part of the feedback, but considered the final sentence about Dante's contribution unnecessary. It sounded like the guy cared about Dante's health only as long as he could contribute. Thank you for your words, brother, Dante responded. The next person spoke up. I think you're putting too much love for your comic book collection before Prophet Martin. As long as you have those comics, you will focus your love on material items, rather than what truly matters. I think you should get rid of the comics. Those comics are a rare collection. I got some of them for a hefty price, Dante said. The people in the circle continued staring at him, which caused him to get visibly uncomfortable. But you are right. I will recycle them once I return home, he said. I think you should burn them, someone else added. If you just toss them away, then they'll gnaw at your mind. Yes, you are right. Thank you for your words, brother, Dante quickly and nervously added. After a moment of silence, it was the next person's turn to speak up. Dante, you snore too loudly when sleeping. It disturbs the other members' sleep and hinders their work efficiency. By this time, Ethan was starting to feel a little uncomfortable. He cast a furtive glance towards Tyler, who was sitting with his arms crossed, focused on Dante with a reticent stare. You chew too loudly, another person said. You allow negative thoughts to infiltrate your mind. You need to suppress them to be more like Prophet Martin, the next person added. Each new comment was more and more disturbing, reaching a crescendo that was never truly there, and Dante agreed with all of them, no matter how ridiculous or unfixable or outright malicious they were. Even for comments like, "You're too ugly, you should not make children, and the reason why no woman wants you is because you're too needy." Dante simply agreed and thanked them. The worst thing of all was that he looked like he was about to start crying. "You're not reaching the desired level that would make Prophet Martin proud, and it's your own fault. You're too weak mentally and physically, and that's why you're weighing our community down. Olivia left you because you aren't man enough." And then, the circle reached Ethan. He was so surprised when they asked him what he would like to tell Dante that, for a moment, he looked around in confusion. "I don't want to tell him anything, I don't even know him." "You have to tell him something. He won't improve otherwise." Ethan shrugged and said, "I think you're doing a great job, and you should be happy with yourself." Dante's face contorted from a grimace to a relieved smile. He opened his mouth to say something when someone interrupted him. "No, it has to be something negative about him, something he needs to work on." Tyler jumped in and said, "Guys, I gotta say, this is some of the most fucked up shit I've seen." "Language!" The teenager who introduced the purifying seat shouted and then quickly added with a smile, "We don't want to taint this holy land with such words." The congregation members continued staring at Ethan in anticipation. Ethan sighed and shook his head. He wanted to tell them how wrong they were and how the reasons they provided were just insults and not constructive for improvement. Just as he opened his mouth, he realized that maybe he was a little too quick to judge them. What if there was another side to all this? "With all due respect, but some of the comments you guys added were outright rude. You're chewing too loud, your nose is too big, you can't possibly expect them to fix that. And what about your shortcomings?" He hadn't intended on snapping like that, but he couldn't help it. "We already went through the purifying seat, most of us, anyway," the teen said. "I think you misunderstand the purpose of this activity. We all need to go through the same process of being told negative things about ourselves, and then we are purified with the help of other members." Ethan wanted to disagree once more, but in the end, would it even make any sense to do so? This was normal over here, and the opinion of an outsider who they most likely saw as a sinner wouldn't change a thing. Suddenly he realized that he may have overreacted. "Excuse me," he said and stood up, not wanting to watch this any longer. "See you, fellas," Tyler said as he stood up to follow Ethan. As they walked side by side, Tyler scoffed and said, "I don't need glasses because I've seen everything now." Mandy sat on the grass with a freckled redhead around her age. She held the cell phone in her hand, the voice recorder already recording. The redhead stared at Mandy shyly. "Don't worry, this isn't a formal interview. I just need to take notes for the story I'll make." The redhead energetically nodded to show that she understood her, and then continued staring at Mandy wide-eyed and with tense shoulders. Okay, so she was probably socially awkward, no big deal. "Let's start with the basics. What's your name?" Mandy asked. "My name's Abigail, but everyone calls me Abby." "Abby, okay. Do you live in Noah's Reach?" "That's right, I was born and raised here." "How much time have you spent in the outside world?" "Oh, no. I would never go to the outside world." Abby chuckled and shook her hands in a no motion. "So you've never left this place?" Mandy confusedly frowned. "Never. Why would I leave Noah's Reach when I have everything I need here?" Mandy needed a moment to think about the next question. "You mentioned that you would never go to the outside world. Why's that?" "Because it's bad. Prophet Martin says all the evil is out there in the sinner's world, and bad things will happen to us if we leave. Especially to us, because we are God's and Prophet Martin's children." Abby had a look of disgust on her face. "Why? What makes Noah's Reach so much safer than the sinner's world?" "We have Prophet Martin over here. He protects us from all evil. Only he can do that, but out there, he wouldn't be able to protect us." Mandy cleared her throat. Although this interview wasn't quite going in the direction she expected it to, this was going to make an even better story for her blog, but she would need to hide it from Catherine. "What exactly do you think would happen to you in the sinner's world, Abby?" "Oh, all sorts of terrible things," Abby said with more concern in her voice now. "I would get shunned by the others for knowing the truth that they don't, and I would get raped and tortured and left in a ditch to die." "Did Prophet Martin explicitly tell you that?" Mandy couldn't believe her ears. "Yes, he knows everything." Mandy opened her mouth in surprise but found herself speechless. Abby was maybe a year older than her, but she had the mindset of a child. How did this community manage to take such a healthy, beautiful woman and turn her into this indoctrinated machine? Mandy looked down at the cell phone. It showed that the voice recording had been on for 3 minutes now. "Tell me about Prophet Martin," Mandy said. A smile suddenly formed on Abby's face. When she started talking, it was as if she were talking about her crush and not some religious leader. "He always puts others before himself and sacrifices everything so that we could have what we need here. He loves us more than anyone ever will and would give his life for us. Did you know that he single-handedly managed to fight off Lucifer himself when he once appeared to him in his palace, and he performed miracles multiple times?" Mandy ignored the last remark of what was probably an exaggerated, heroic story of Martin's triumph over evil, but focused on the miracles part. "Did you ever see him perform these miracles?" "Of course. This one time, Henrietta's daughter Tamara got taken over by an evil spirit and fell on the floor, convulsing and muttering words of evil. And then what happened? Prophet Martin threatened the evil spirit to leave Tamara, but it wouldn't listen. As the prophet got closer, Tamara convulsed more and more violently, and then Prophet Martin said, 'In the name of God, I command you to leave this girl's body,' and touched her. And just like that, Tamara's sickness stopped." Abby spoke in a hushed tone, and it was clear from her facial expression that she believed every word of the story. Mandy continued listening with eyebrows raised so high that her oculi muscles began cramping up. "So, what happened next?" Mandy asked. Abby shrugged. "Nothing. Tamara took a few days to recover her strength, and now she's as good as new." Mandy nodded with a smile. She was on the verge of telling Abby that this was all probably just orchestrated by Martin, that Tamara pretended to have a fit so that Martin would look like he has powers, or that Tamara really thought she was possessed by an evil spirit and got tricked into believing that Martin saved her from it. But in the end, they wouldn't change Abby's mind or her undivided love for Martin. "Would you do the same for him? Give your life for him just as he said he would for his people?" she asked. "Absolutely, in an instant without even thinking about it. We are all important in God's eyes, but Prophet Martin is the prophet after all. I would gladly give my life if it meant that he could lead our people into salvation." Mandy started pitying the poor girl. She was so brainwashed and she wasn't even aware of it. No doubt lingered in Mandy's mind that this community, although kind and generous, also had an adverse effect on the mental development of its members. Martin probably wanted to cling to power, and that's why he controlled what the members knew and thought about him. "Do you ever hear any negative thoughts about Martin?" "Prophet Martin," Abby corrected her. "And no, I don't. Such thoughts are forbidden, and whenever someone does have them, they practice consecration." "What's that?" "It's using special techniques to suppress and fight the negative and unwanted thoughts. Basically, if these thoughts ever enter your mind, it's because you allowed them to by not being righteous enough. So then, it is your job to suppress them with consecration and prayers. The congregation members are here to help with that too." Abby exclaimed that final sentence with pride in her voice. Mandy inhaled and smiled at her courteously. There's no way Abby would be able to tell if Mandy got visibly uncomfortable. She was that oblivious to social cues. "So, what about that game we played earlier?" Mandy started. "Oh, you mean Catch the Flock? What about it? Tell me more about it. Why is it called that way, and why do the chasers wear horns?" Abby looked up with a grimace and thought for a moment. "I honestly don't know why it's called that way. As for the horns, the chasers wear them to represent the sinners from the sinners' world. Their job is to catch the disciples of God and make them renounce their faith towards Prophet Martin. That's why a lot of the times, no one wants to be the sinner." She chuckled. "Is that the only game you have related to sinners?" "No, we have many more. Sometimes someone will dress up as a sinner and have tomatoes thrown at him and get spat on." "But why? Why are sinners treated in such ways?" Abby shrugged as if the answer was the most obvious thing in the world. "Because they want to destroy us. Out of jealousy," she said. Chapter 11. The morning went by in activities that the community members participated in. Henry had the chance to try out a few of them, including sack racing, where he kept tripping and falling over, wife cleansing, which included the men racing with their spouses or girlfriends on their backs to the finish line, and a few less physically demanding ones. Henry had a lot of fun in each of the activities because they were unique, although he wasn't overly good at any of them except wife cleansing, where he took second place mostly due to Catherine's slim stature. He found it enjoyable to learn more about what the people do here during the gathering. As for the activities he didn't participate in, Catherine pointed out and explained what they were and how they worked. The crowds gathering on the field grew in numbers until it was overflowing with people, reminding Henry of some of the music festivals he attended with Tyler and Ethan in the previous years. He suddenly got the urge to invite Catherine to one of those festivals. He wondered if she would hate it there. It suddenly dawned on him that he knew Catherine for half a year and still didn't know if she liked attending big, loud events like those. Now that he thought about it, this was the first big event that they attended together. They usually either hung out alone or at her place or his, or with Tyler, Ethan, and Alice, but those were all calm settings. Henry made a mental note to explore more things that he could do with Catherine once they got back home, in order to get to know each other better. He mostly wanted to avoid any inconveniences like he had in his past relationships. There was this one time when he invited his ex to a nightclub, even though she explicitly said she hated nightclubs. Henry spent most of the night babysitting her to make sure she wouldn't get bored, which she was. The gathering, unlike the music festivals and nightclubs, was nowhere near as crowded and inhospitable. Despite the number of people attending the festivities, the meadow was large enough to hold another 1,000 or so people. The cheerful voices reverberated throughout the meadow, relatively calm music played somewhere, and the people generally seemed to be enjoying themselves despite not being drunk and on drugs. Sometime before lunch, the chairs and dining tables were brought once more, replaced with clean white tablecloths and placed to the sides of the meadow. Past the obstructed middle area between the tables, at the far end, was a table decorated with a red cloth, with golden edges and an ornate chair that resembled more of a throne. There was a golden cup on the table, and next to it, a golden plate with golden fork and knife, where lunch had already been served, meat and mashed potatoes, the same as everyone had in front of them, only theirs were in wooden bowls next to wooden spoons. Henry didn't even need to guess who the special table was for. The people took up their positions at the tables, but instead of sitting, they waited in a standing position, silently. Henry saw Tyler sitting by the table across and far to the right, but someone next to him leaned in and told him something that caused him to reluctantly stand up along with everyone else. This standing in silence lasted for a few minutes, until Henry turned to Catherine to ask her what they were waiting for. She jutted her head towards the gate. The two of them were near the end of the long table line opposite of the gate, with the gate itself visible far to the right in the distance where the tables began. When Henry looked at the gate, he saw the tiny figure of a well-suited man making his way across the grass, between the tables, accompanied by two of the devoted. The people greeted Prophet Martin with their trademark bow, like a well-orchestrated wave starting from the gate and moving towards the other side of the tables. But the wave didn't go faster than Martin. It rather followed him. It was as if Prophet Martin was causing the people to bow down just by walking past them. Everyone who bowed down would remain in that position, frozen like statues. He stared in front of himself, not giving any indication that he saw the people bowing down, although he was probably absorbing this attention. As he walked next to Catherine and Henry, they too bowed down to greet him and remained in that position. Prophet Martin reached his table, with the two devoted stopping on either side. Martin took the golden cup and raised it. Henry stared at him in anticipation as he held the cup raised, unmoving. A moment later, he gently put it down, and the people sat on their chairs, beginning to eat and talk. Henry looked at Catherine, who had already started eating her lunch. Henry picked up the spoon and glanced in Martin's direction. He was looking down at his plate and prudently cutting his food before stuffing small pieces on the fork into his mouth. "Hey, Cat, what's the deal with all this?" "With what, exactly?" "With, treating Martin as a god." He said it silently so that the man sitting next to him wouldn't hear him. Catherine looked at him sheepishly, with her mouth full of meat and potatoes. Henry opened his mouth and then closed it. He wanted to say to Catherine that Martin was treating them like dogs, forcing them not to touch their food until he gave the command. "What?" Catherine asked after she finally swallowed. Henry scratched the back of his head. "Actually, I don't know exactly what I was trying to say. It doesn't matter." Catherine stared at him for a moment and then muttered an "all right" and continued eating. Henry swiveled his head towards Martin and this time saw the prophet staring directly at him. Henry looked down, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze. The rest of the day went by in more activities. Henry and the others got a short break after lunch and were then invited to participate in more of the festivities. Once again, they were separated, but this time the activities were more like chores. Henry got to see what they do on the farm and then later swapped with Ethan in the tailor shop before finally getting to observe the women working in the kitchen, who explained to him what they do, how they prepare the food, etc. None of the activities were chores that Henry and his friends were forced to do, but were rather offered to observe and learn how the town worked. Henry gladly accepted doing them because he was genuinely interested, whereas Tyler needed some convincing from Alice. By dinner time, Henry was exhausted and started feeling a little guilty because he was sure that his friends weren't expecting this kind of trip, and that some of them most certainly weren't enjoying it. "This trip blows, man. I'm gonna leave tomorrow with Alice. Fuck this place," Tyler said as they left the meadow after dinner. "Sorry, dude. I didn't know it was gonna be like this. I really thought we'd just be able to relax or something, but I didn't take into consideration that there's nothing here that you like to do," Henry apologized. "Oh, there is something, but it's mild. I got sent to the winery today and they let me drink a little." "Seriously?" "Yeah, but only a little. Man, the guys working there have sticks up their asses, I swear to God. They gave me 2 glasses and were like, 'That's it, you've had enough.'" Henry chuckled. If they knew how much you could drink, they would never let you in. He turned to Ethan and asked, "What about you, Ethan?" "I kinda like it here." Ethan shrugged. Tyler shot him a bemused glance. Ethan saw that, so he said, "It's peaceful. The people are nice. I like it." "Thinking of becoming a cult member, are you?" Tyler teased him. Ethan gave him an aloof glance before shaking his head. They found a bench to sit on in one of the bigger streets, and Tyler, ever the loudmouth, turned to Ethan and asked, "So, did you bag Mandy yet?" Henry was interested in this just as much as Tyler, but didn't want to go into unpleasant questioning. Luckily, Tyler did that for him. Ethan stared in front of himself at the window of the house across the street. "I don't plan on banging her," he said in his usual matter-of-fact tone. "What's your fucking problem, man? Didn't you see how Mandy looks? Didn't you see her thick, muscular thighs and tight, round ass? And she's a gymnast, bro. Imagine how you'd be able to bend her in the bedroom, man." Ethan didn't seem amused by this as he ignored Tyler's sexual remark. Tyler wouldn't let up, though. "Seriously, man, I think it's finally time you start to move on. It's been 2 years since—" "Don't! Just fucking don't!" Ethan turned to him with the most furious glare Henry had seen in the last 2 years, which caused Tyler to shut up immediately. The last time he saw that facial expression on Ethan was when a guy at a party grabbed Zoe's ass, and Ethan beat the shit out of him, causing the guy to end up with a broken nose and knocked out tooth. Henry thought for a moment that Ethan would beat the shit out of Tyler, just as he did that guy at the party, but he seemed to calm down at the next moment. A moment of awkward silence filled the air. "He's right," Henry finally spoke up. Tyler and Ethan looked at him. Henry spoke up again. "What happened to Zoe was terrible, and neither I nor anyone who knows you can imagine the pain you're going through, but she wouldn't want you to live like this, just surviving, waiting for the day until you die." Ethan turned to Henry with a furrowed brow and a nose wrinkled from anger. "You have no idea what the hell it is like to go through every single day knowing what you had and what you could have had, only to have it taken from you. Ever since that day, since Zoe's accident, I was already dead." Henry saw tears gleaming in Ethan's eyes. Ethan shot up to his feet and began striding down the street. Henry called out to him, but Tyler told him to let him go. He was probably right. He needed some alone time now. As Henry sat with Tyler in silence, he couldn't help but feel like shit for saying such a dumb, senseless thing to Ethan. Sometime after dinner, it was time to go to church. Tyler wasn't happy about having to go to church so often, so he tried wiggling his way out of it as he did some classes back in high school, but it didn't work. Benjamin followed the gang, and especially Tyler with the Hawkeye. The old man always retained this annoying fucking polite demeanor, but Tyler sensed some hostility coming from him. He could only sometimes see it seeping between the cracks when Tyler really pushed him to the limits by swearing or criticizing something related to the community. In those moments, Benjamin would still smile, but Tyler would notice his lips stiffening or his voice getting somewhat tenser. Fucking cultists. And on top of all the bullshit religious activities they had to participate in, they were constantly separated, so he couldn't even spend quality time with Alice. He planned on sneaking with her somewhere so they could have a quickie because he felt like his balls would explode if he didn't soak his dick soon. Tyler decided that he'd pull the entire gang aside after church and tell them that he and Alice were leaving tomorrow, with or without them. He just hoped that Alice would have his back on this so that he didn't need to threaten to leave without them. Not that he would, because he didn't trust leaving his friends and girlfriend alone with these fucking psychos. The church looked different at night. Brass floor candlesticks were lit on either side of the church interior, with 2 or more on the stage next to the altar. The cultists had changed from their white robes to red ones, making them look all the more crazy. With the church filled with red-robed people and illuminated by candlesticks and the chanting of some Latin words, Tyler couldn't help but jokingly think, with caution, that a sacrifice was about to happen. He whispered that to Alice and expected to be chided, but she was probably too tired from today, so she instead just gave him a sleepy smile. He put an arm around her shoulder and kissed her on the cheek. "You tired, babe?" he asked. "Yeah, did too many things today," she said as she leaned her head on his shoulder. Tyler opened his mouth to suggest right there that they leave, but decided to be patient. He'd tell the whole gang once they were out of the church. The people suddenly stood up and followed the same routine as in the morning, standing up and greeting Prophet Martin, then sitting down and waiting for him to give his bullshit speech. Martin was still dressed in his suit and looked as flawless as ever, a testament to his inactivity. "Welcome, brothers and sisters." Martin raised his arms and scanned the pews with his gaze before lowering them. "First of all, I need to thank you all for everything you're doing for this community. I may be the one with the role of a prophet, but we would be nothing without each other." A few people shouted words of praise for the prophet. "It's especially important that we stick together now, more than ever. Many of you have been out there. In the sinner's world, you know what it's like there." Murmurs of agreement and nods filled the room momentarily. "Not too long from now, there will come a day when our faith will be put to the test." He pointed to the side with a forefinger. "They will come here with guns and bombs and tanks and airplanes, and they will take away from us everything we have worked so hard to build. They will take our children and do horrible things to them." Panicked and distressed murmurs now replaced the previously satisfied ones. Martin stared at the audience for a moment while letting them voice their concerns. When they calmed down, he continued. "But we won't let them. I have led you here because I know the way. God has shown it to me, and He has chosen you as His special children." The murmurs now shifted back into the satisfied ones. "That's right. You are special. You possess the knowledge and know the truth that the sinners from the outside world don't. That is why they hate us, and why they want to destroy us. But we won't let them." The audience boomed loudly now, some people shouting phrases of retribution and death, others praising Martin for his dedication and strength. This guy knew exactly what he was doing, Tyler thought. He had these people in the goddamn palm of his hand, and the speech he was giving started to sound just a little nuts. Martin proceeded to talk about the end times and how the sinners would be upon them soon to burn and rape and torture and kill. But then the speech gradually transitioned into him speaking about the progress Noah's Reach was making, and how they would continue to thrive as long as they had their faith, and how they were blessed to live in this community and not out there among the sinners. There was more singing and praying, and once that was done, Prophet Martin said, "Thank you all for coming here tonight. As always, we will begin the first night of the gathering with the tribute. Do we have any volunteers?" People started raising hands, dozens, no, hundreds of them, impatiently waving them, while Martin scanned the audience with his incessant gaze, not indicating in any way that he was interested in one volunteer more than the other. The number of hands that got raised slowly increased until a solid fifth of the congregation volunteered for whatever the fuck it was they were volunteering for. Martin swiveled his head slowly left and right, observing the audience. Maybe he already had in mind who to choose, but was just trying to build tension. Or maybe he genuinely had a difficult time choosing. He pointed at a person in the audience and called out, "Jessica, step forward." The hands of the other volunteers lowered with a few audible sighs, but Tyler also heard words of encouragement and praise and congratulations towards the young woman who stood up from one of the front pews. Tyler squinted and realized that the young woman couldn't even be classified as a woman. She was a kid, maybe around 16. Martin held his hand stretched out in front of him invitingly, following the girl, Jessica. with his gaze the entire time. She shyly stared at the ground as she made her way up to the steps and onto the stage, stopping in front of Martin. She continued staring down until he approached her and gently pulled her chin up. He leaned closer to her and said something that Tyler couldn't hear. Jessica nodded a few times with impassioned motions. Martin gave her a reassuring smile and placed one hand on the lower part of her back, guiding her to the passage on the side of the stage. The people began standing up and leaving the church. Pleasantly surprised, Tyler didn't complain about that. He and the rest of the gang made their way out of the church and onto the street, slowly moving away from the crowd. Pretty soon, all 6 of them were walking down a street alone, the people long since gone to their own homes, and the chirping of the crickets being only companions. They had been talking about the activities they did throughout the day, sharing funny moments. Ethan seemed to have calmed down after the outburst from before, so Tyler made sure to be extra careful around him. He also didn't say anything about the purifying seat, so Tyler didn't tell the others about it either, especially since Catherine was with them, and he didn't want to start any fires right now, even though that thought was tempting. Maybe when they got back to society. "By the way, Kat, what was that tribute thing earlier at the church?" Alice asked. "Oh, right," Catherine chuckled. "It's just something we do every year when we start the gathering." "I gotta say, for a moment, I thought they were gonna sacrifice someone with the dagger," Tyler cackled. No one responded to the joke. "So, what is it?" Henry was the one who interjected this time. "Martin lets a girl who volunteers help him with the sacred rite," she said and cleared her throat. "What does that mean?" Alice frowned. She stopped walking to face Catherine, and everyone else did the same, forming a half circle in the middle of the moonlit street. "Sounds like some kinky shit to me," Tyler grinned. "The girl is like, 'Oh, cleanse my sins with your holy rod, prophet.'" He guffawed at his own joke. "Tyler, that is extremely rude," Alice said. "That girl's not even 18. It would be sick to even think about something sexual involving her." "Yeah, Tyler," Mandy spitefully added with a grin. But Tyler wasn't paying any attention to her. He saw Catherine biting her lip uncomfortably and shyly looking away nowhere in particular. And Henry saw that too. "Catherine? What's wrong?" "Nothing." She widened her eyes and shook her head. "Is this topic making you uncomfortable?" Catherine shook her head with lips pressed together into a thin slit. It looked like she was trying hard to hide her distress, but failing badly. Tyler hoped that Henry didn't fail to see that, and to his relief, his hopes came true. Henry took a step back and with a frown asked Catherine, "Catherine, what kind of volunteering is this girl going to be doing?" Everyone was now looking at Catherine with a confused look in her eyes. Catherine took a moment to make a grimace before finally speaking up. "You guys gotta understand. This happens every year for the gathering. Prophet Martin—" "No." Henry interrupted her. "Please tell me you're joking, Kat. This is a joke, isn't it?" "This is our tradition, Henry. And Prophet Martin was against it too. He only does it because God told him to do so. You wouldn't understand it." "Understand what, Kat? That your so-called prophet fucks underage girls?" Henry snapped, his voice reverberating through the street. "Damn, son!" Tyler looked left and right to make sure no one heard them. Finally, something exciting was happening in the town. Henry grabbed his head with both hands and paced around, saying, "Oh my God," over and over. Catherine was staring at him and biting her lip while Mandy, Ethan, and Tyler were standing silently, exchanging what the fuck glances with each other. "You support this shit?" Henry asked Catherine. "Can you please calm down? I'll explain Did he ever sleep with you?" This caused an abrupt and deafening silence to loom in the air for a tense moment. "What?" Catherine asked in shock. "You heard me. Did Prophet Martin ever sleep with you, and did you volunteer just now, huh? Did you offer yourself to Martin knowing that I'm waiting for you to turn 20 so we can have sex?" Catherine scoffed and shook her head with a disgusted look on her face. "You know what? I can't talk to you about this. Good night, Henry." And just like that, she turned around and broke into a gate in the opposite direction, out of sight. Henry called out to her, but it was in vain. "Jesus, mother-loving Christ, man," Tyler said, finally breaking the incessant silence. Alice's mind was racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. Did that just happen? They stood in silence in the middle of the street for what felt like minutes. Alex exchanged a perplexed look with Tyler while Henry stared down the street where Catherine had just left. I don't fucking believe this, Henry finally said and turned to face his friends. He put a hand on his chin and held it while retaining a pensive look in his eye. Just give her some time, Henry. Talk to her tomorrow when she's calmed down, Alice said, trying to defuse the situation. I don't give a fuck about that. I can't believe what they're doing here, Henry retorted. Sleeping with an underage girl is kind of fucked up, even for my standards, Tyler shrugged. I'd hate to weigh in, but that's pretty sick, Mandy said. I told you, it's a cult, bro. You should ditch her ass. And we should get out of here before Jim Jones decides to fuck one of us in the ass next. Henry sighed deeply. Seriously, guys, we can't stay here, Tyler repeated. Well, we can't just leave without a word. What about Catherine? Alice asked. Everyone looked at Henry as if asking for his approval to leave. Even if he said yes, Alice wouldn't leave, not without Catherine. She was kind and sweet, and Alice couldn't imagine how hurt she'd be if she found out the next morning that her friends just ghosted her. Alice knew exactly what that felt like, being betrayed like that. She once had a slumber party at her friend Doreen's place with a bunch of other girls during elementary school. At one point, Doreen's mom walked in and said that the slumber party was canceled and she would be driving everyone home. Alice found out later that the mom only drove her home and then took the other girls back to continue having the slumber party without her. To this day, that memory stung like a wasp. No, we can't leave. Henry shook his head. I can't leave Catherine. Bro, what? Tyler spread his arms frustratedly. She literally just told you that their fake Jesus rapes minors. Did any of you see Catherine raise her hand in the church? Henry put his hands on his hips and searched his friends' faces solicitously. Everyone exchanged glances with each other and said nothing. She's been deceived, Henry said a moment later. Her parents raised her with their religion, but she's not evil. I agree. She's really kind, Alice agreed. When we're out of here, I'm going to try to distance her from the religion slowly. That could take a long time, Ethan finally spoke up. Indoctrinating people takes a long time, but removing them from a cult takes just as long. You can't just tell her to leave because she'll see you as an enemy. And with the way things are right now, she'd always choose the community over anyone else. It's true, Mandy agreed. I talked to some of the members today. They're infatuated with Martin. We need to get out of here, bro. It's not safe, Tyler added. Henry shook his head. You guys go on without me. I'm not leaving without Catherine. Bro, what's your fucking problem? Why are you simping so much for a brainwashed cult girl? Tyler, shut up! Alice jumped in, mostly to prevent what she felt like was going to escalate from an argument to a fistfight. We're all leaving together. Tyler looked at Alice with anger on his face but said nothing. More silence ensued until Tyler decided to speak up. Tomorrow night, after church, Alice and I are leaving. If you guys want to join us, great. If not, then stay here. I don't give a fuck. Mandy nodded. I have to agree with Tyler this time. This is starting to make me feel uncomfortable, and I really don't want to wait until things escalate further. I mean, did you hear Martin's speech tonight? Everyone in the group nodded. Okay, it did sound a little wild, which I agree with, Henry added. And I do agree now that this is a cult of some sort, but it's not like the extreme ones we learned about, where members get killed and are forced to kill others. That's like an extremely rare case. There were even people here who documented the community and released the footage to the public. Ethan, what's your take on all this? Tyler turned to Ethan and asked. Ethan contemplated for a moment. He genuinely looked conflicted about what he should do. I don't think we should leave just yet. This community may have its shortcomings, but they've also treated us with the utmost respect and kindness ever since we arrived. I don't think they do any harm to us. Would be a bad PR move. And besides, the gathering ends in just 4 days. Okay, that's 2 on 2. Tyler said. Babe, it's all up to you. Tyler said. All the heads turned to face Alice. Her vote would be the decisive one. She looked at Henry's reticent stare, at Mandy's judging glare, at Ethan's uninterested expression, and at Tyler's palpable impatience. She suddenly felt immense pressure. I think... She dragged on, still unsure what to go for. A moment later, she sighed and said, I think we should leave. She glanced at Henry and apologized to him. All right, that's decided then. Tyler dismissively raised his hand. Tomorrow, after church, we go to the garage and get out of this shithole. Henry sighed. Alice felt guilty about it, so she said, Henry, look, you have until tomorrow night to talk to Catherine anyway. Try to fix things with her. Tell her, I'm not leaving. He interrupted her. Dude, we just voted. Tyler snapped. You can't just invalidate the majority of the votes. It's not democratic. I said I'm not leaving. You guys go without me. I need to stay. I can't go without Catherine. Come on, man. Don't be a dumbass. Henry made a grimace of disappointment and scanned his friends' faces. Look, the car's not big enough for all of us anyway, but really, don't worry about me. You guys go and I'll catch up with you as soon as I'm done here, all right? Ethan, Tyler, and Alice exchanged aloof stares with each other, wordlessly checking if anyone would disagree with this idea. When no one said anything, Tyler groaned and said, Fine, but if anything happens to you here, they sacrifice you to an ancient god or sentence you to death by snoo-snoo, it's your own damn fault. Henry nodded, and although he was visibly okay with his friends leaving, Alice had a bad feeling about leaving him in Noah's reach without any outsiders. Chapter 12. Ethan walked on the dining grounds under the bright noon sun. People in white gowns were dancing and playing and singing and talking. A girl in a white dress approached Ethan and asked him to join her for an activity. It was the girl who looked like Zoe. No, it was Zoe. And she was as beautiful as the last day he met her. Come on, let's do something together, she said and tugged Ethan's hand, pulling him further down the meadow. A loud bang came from somewhere, but Ethan ignored it. All he was focused on right now was following Zoe. He couldn't lose her out of sight because if he did, he'd never see her again. He didn't know how he knew that, but he did. He also somehow knew that this was all before the accident, and that he had to keep Zoe in sight to protect her from that horrible crash. The bang resounded again, a little louder this time. Ethan looked to the right and saw a man in a white gown standing next to an outdoor carpet cleaning rack. He was smacking the carpet with a large racket-like item, causing the loud banging noise. With each hit, dust exploded from the carpet and dispersed into thin air. Ethan looked at Zoe and realized that he was no longer holding her hand, and she was far in front of him now, playfully skipping down the meadow. Zoe, wait! He called out and began running after her, but it felt like trying to run through water. He could barely propel himself forward, and Zoe got further and further away from him. Bang! Please, don't leave me! Ethan pleaded. Bang! Ethan opened his eyes. He was in the bed of the dorm, surrounded by permeating darkness, covered in a cold sweat, panting like he just ran a marathon, and his heart wildly drumming against his chest. And then, the disappointment began setting in. Zoe wasn't here. He felt like crying, but before the sadness could manifest itself properly, he heard it again. Bang! This time it was quieter than in his dreams, but audible nonetheless. Ethan propped himself up on his palms, his attention now rapt. He swiveled his head left and right, and saw Henry and Tyler fast asleep. He heard their calm, steady breathing and thought about waking them up. But why would he do that? Because he heard a sound somewhere? Slowly, Ethan got out of bed and approached the window overlooking the woods on the other side of the cabin across the garden. The bang came again, now so quiet that Ethan wasn't sure if the sound was just in his head or if it really happened. He stared towards the woods, doing his best to hold his breath. He kept hearing more bangs, but still, he couldn't tell if it was just his own imagination. He lowered his gaze and perked up his ears. Bang! A little louder this time, and it was definitely coming from the woods. What was that? His mind already knew that answer, even in its confused state, but it was only confirmed a moment later when he saw movement near the edge of the woods. Two men emerged from the tree line, gesturing vigorously and talking to someone in the woods that Ethan couldn't see. They finished gesturing and turned towards the town, running towards it in wide steps, holding something in their hands. Rifles? Ethan only caught a glimpse of the guns, but he was sure that he wasn't imagining it. Ethan followed the two men with his gaze, intently focused on the objects they were holding so firmly. He couldn't discern it in the dark in full detail, but what they were holding looked a lot like AK rifles. What the fuck is going on here? He made his way to the opposite window where the door was and peered onto the street. The two men ran somewhere to the right of the cabin, so it was no surprise that Ethan didn't see them. He did see a man in a white gown instead, though, standing in the middle of the street and staring in the direction of the two men. Not bothering to rethink his actions, Ethan grabbed the doorknob and opened the door, stepping out into the surprisingly chilly night air. The man on the street noticed him when he heard the sound of the door closing behind Ethan. He turned to face him and strode towards him with concern in his eyes. "What's going on? I heard gunshots," Ethan said, looking down the street and trying to catch a glimpse of the two armed men from before. There were a few gowned figures curiously peeking outside their houses, but the men from the woods were nowhere to be seen. "Bears," the man who approached Ethan said. "What?" Ethan asked absent-mindedly, only half registering the man's response, still looking down the street in a focused state. "We sometimes have bears wandering close to town, so we need to shoot them," the man said. Ethan finally looked down at him. He was shorter than Ethan by at least half a head. "Bears?" he asked. "Yes, we do live in the woods after all. That's why we have guards patrolling the area at night and making sure no dangerous animals wander close by." Ethan stared at the man for a long moment, still confused about everything and trying to determine if the man was screwing with him or not. "You have gunmen patrolling the town?" "Of course. We need protection just like any city needs the police or firefighters. Now please, go back inside and let the Vindicators take care of this." Ethan didn't need to be told twice. Whether it was bears or radicalized gunmen, he didn't want to stay outside either. He nodded and quietly returned to the cabin. He glanced out once more and saw the gowned man walking down the street and out of sight. Ethan turned around and saw Tyler stirring in his bed momentarily before beginning to snore. He approached the window on the other side and stared out into the woods, trying to detect any kind of meager sliver of movement. Minutes went by, even though they felt like hours, and nothing moved in or around the woods. By now, Ethan was fully awake and felt like he wouldn't be able to fall asleep for hours, even if he wanted to. "Bro, what the fuck are you doing?" Tyler asked groggily, almost startling Ethan. Ethan cast one final glance at the woods. "Nothing," he said defeatedly, and made his way back to bed. With the vivid dream of Zoe and the gunmen with AKs and the threat of bears all roaming in his mind, Ethan pulled the covers over his body and braced himself for a sleepless night. Surprisingly, he fell asleep before he could even begin to process the events that he just witnessed. Chapter 13. The morning started the same way as yesterday, with the tolls of the church bells. Mandy woke up with more difficulty than yesterday. The group was supposed to go their own separate ways last night after coming to the consensus about leaving, but Mandy wasn't sleepy, so she asked Ethan if he wanted to go for a walk. Ethan hesitated, and the others probably saw this, so they immediately took the initiative to help out. Tyler and Alice said they needed to talk about something privately, while Henry said that he would go back to the dorm and encourage Ethan to go with Mandy. Ethan didn't look thrilled, but he caved. He and Mandy strolled through the streets until they stumbled into a garden. They weren't sure if they would be trespassing, but one passerby told them that it was okay for them to go there, and that it was a proper place for lovers. Mandy didn't correct him about her and Ethan not being lovers. They found a bench to sit on, with Mandy sitting as close to Ethan as she could. They watched the stars and listened to the soft choir singing somewhere in the distance. Mandy remarked what a beautiful night it was and told Ethan about the time she spent camping with Alice. Ethan wasn't very talkative, but she didn't mind. She asked him questions, and gradually he began opening up. He told her about his own camping trips with Tyler and Henry, and from there, the conversation branched into different topics. The entire time, though, Ethan never once mentioned Zoe or anything related to her. It became obvious that he was steering away from anything related to her. It was like reading a book with some of the pages torn out. Eventually, Mandy realized just how thick the walls Ethan built around himself were, so she decided to take the first step. "You know, I lost my mom when I was only 13. Ethan looked at her attentively. Mandy continued. "She and I were really close. She used to take me to gymnastics practices every week, even though she was really busy. And she stayed with me there the entire time, encouraging me. If I ever tripped or landed the wrong way, she'd be there immediately to see if I was okay." She nostalgically chuckled at that thought. "She also made sure to always tell me that it was okay if I wanted to stop doing gymnastics. She always was so protective of me and my feelings." She stared nowhere in particular at the reminiscence of her mom. "She died from a brain aneurysm. The house was really quiet after that for a long time. My dad tried to fill that silence by doing everything Mom did, but obviously, there was no way he could. And on top of that, I was way closer to her than I ever was with him. So it's like I had to get used to a completely new life. I'm really sorry, Ethan said solicitously. Yeah, Mandy nodded. Remembering all that caused a pang of sadness to start creeping in. Mandy still got sad if she allowed herself to think about her mom, but that sadness changed in shape over the years. It was no longer potent and sharp, but rather faint and rigidly dull. She turned to Ethan and said, "The reason why I'm saying this is because I can understand how you feel." Ethan's lips morphed into a thin slit, and for a moment, Mandy thought that he was going to get angry and shout or storm out of the garden, but instead, he relaxed his lips and sighed. Hanging his head down, he nodded and said, "They told you about Zoe, didn't they?" "They deemed it important for me to know before we met. I know why they invited you to this trip, Mandy, and I'm really sorry to have to disappoint you, but I'm not the kind of guy you need in your life, trust me." "Why? You think because you've been through such a horrible thing in life that you're not allowed to be happy again?" Ethan shook his head. "No, I don't think I'm not allowed to. It's just, I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I will be one day, but not right now." Mandy daringly put a hand on Ethan's thigh and moved slightly closer to him. "I still see her everywhere I go, you know? And in every person I see," he said. It wasn't until that moment that Mandy understood just how broken Ethan was. One day he'd be ready for dating, but that day wasn't anywhere on the horizon. "I agree with you," she nodded. "I admit that I like you, but you're right. Entering a relationship now would be a bad thing for you. You still need time for yourself." Ethan nodded and sighed, his breath now quivering. "But that doesn't mean I don't want to be your friend," Mandy added. "Okay, I'm okay with that, but I can't promise that I'll open up about things, sorry." "No, I understand, and I won't push you to do so." Mandy smiled. Ethan agreed. "Do you want to tell me a little bit about Zoe?" she carefully asked. Ethan jerked his head towards her and gave her a skeptical glare. He then looked in front of himself once more and started talking about his deceased fiancée. As Mandy expected, he talked about Zoe with nothing but love and respect. It was almost like Abby talking about Prophet Martin, only this was way more personal and much deeper. It was more than any of the people in this community could say about their connection to Martin. Zoe sounded like a saint, and although Mandy knew that Ethan was only biasly presenting her good sides, she didn't blame him. She would always do the same about her mom. Eventually, after almost an hour of talking in the garden, Ethan even showed interest and came up with some questions for Mandy. They said goodbye to each other on the street. She hugged him and thanked him for opening up to her. For the first time since she met him, Ethan smiled. When she returned to the dorm, Alice and Catherine were already asleep. Mandy wondered if the conversation between the two of them was awkward, but right now, her brain was transfixed on the evening she spent with Ethan and everything they talked about. She was a little disappointed that there'd been nothing between them, but at the same time, she felt compassion towards Ethan's pain. After some tossing and turning and allowing her mind to replay every sad thing Ethan told her about Zoe, she finally fell asleep. Upon waking up in the morning, she groggily brushed her teeth and splashed water on her face before making her way towards the church with Alice and Catherine. Catherine was in her usual friendly mood and gave no indication that she acknowledged what happened last night. Neither Alice nor Mandy mentioned it, even though they exchanged a glare that silently said that they hadn't forgotten about last night's traumatic incident. While seated and waiting for Prophet Martin to arrive, Mandy saw the girl from yesterday who volunteered his tribute. She looked exceptionally happy, so much that she practically had an invisible glowing aura around her. It made Mandy feel sick to the stomach, knowing that a teenager had been sexually abused by Martin, and felt honored for it. Either way, they'd be out of this place tonight. The church event was slightly different today. What Martin raved on about yesterday was nothing in comparison to what he preached today. First, he asked random people if they were happy living here, and everyone answered with a vigorous yes. He then told everyone who was not happy in here to raise their hands. No one did so. Not a single person. He talked about the sinners from the outside world burning in hell for all eternity, and about the disciples doing everything they could to protect this community, even if it included violence, and about him being the only person who can protect them, and about the consequences and dangers of leaving the community. Then, the choir began singing a number of songs, some of them soothing and nice, about staying safe in the sanctuary of Noah's Reach, and thriving after the world falls into flames, etc. Even then, though, the songs were nice only if you ignored the parts where the lyrics sang about the sinners facing judgment and the disciples staying safe inside the town. Other songs sounded a little more ominous, simply because Mandy knew what their purpose was. There were at least a few songs specifically describing Martin's hardships and his ability to overcome them, as well as songs that simply had the purpose of praising him. The more time Mandy spent in Noah's Reach, the more she started to get an idea that instead of blogging about the disciples of God as a religious community, she should blog about cults and write about Noah's Reach as the crux of the whole thing. After learning what they learned last night, Prophet Martin would probably have more than just his reputation to worry about once Mandy went public with her story. Maybe if the police intervened and brought down the cult, the people in the community would see how wrong and evil their leader was. Mandy suddenly thought about all the people in Noah's Reach who were happy living here. She looked at Catherine, who mouthed the words of the song with a blissful smile on her face. Bringing down the cult would mean that they would most likely become homeless. Or maybe they'd be able to continue living here, but would they want to? And would they be able to function properly without the firm hand of Prophet Martin to lead them? In an isolated society like this one, and leaderless, it would only be a matter of time before something terrible happened. Murder, rape, maybe even a civil war between two or more sides. No, this place was too dangerous to be left alone. The world had to know what was going on here. Henry hasn't seen Catherine or the two other girls since last night. He tried waiting for Kat before entering the church, but the line of people behind him, Tyler, and Ethan was too long, and they didn't look patient enough to wait. After church, he waited outside, but once again, he was out of luck because Benjamin came to take them to the dining grounds. When they finally got there, he saw Catherine, Alice, and Mandy taking up places by the dining tables. Henry approached Catherine and said, "Kat, can we talk?" She shook her head pejoratively. "I'm busy right now." "Catherine, come on." "I really don't want to talk right now, Henry." She said it with such animosity that Henry knew that there was no way he'd convince her right now. He made his way back to the table across where Tyler and Ethan were. Tyler was impatiently tapping his fingers on the table while Ethan held his head down with closed eyes. "What's the matter with you, dude?" Tyler asked Ethan. Ethan opened his bloodshot eyes and rubbed them with the palm of his hands. "Had trouble sleeping," he said. Henry wondered for a moment if Ethan still suffered from insomnia. He used to have that for a long time after the accident with Zoe, but he assumed that it was gone by now. "Any luck with Catherine?" Ethan asked. "No, she doesn't want to talk to me yet." "I don't see why you want to talk to her, bro," Tyler chimed in. "She's been brainwashed by the people here. I can bet my dick on a tree stump that if she had a choice between you and Martin, she'd always go for Martin." Henry ignored his remark. Tyler was being ridiculous, but at the same time, Henry couldn't help but feel a slight sting at what his friend said. Why? Because he was afraid of the truth? Yeah, that's exactly what he was afraid of. Knowing that he would go to hell and back for Catherine and that she wouldn't do the same for him. Knowing that Prophet Martin would always be a priority for her over Henry. For a while now, he's had a problem with not getting enough attention in relationships. It was something that stemmed from his childhood. His parents always worked hard, and although they provided everything for him financially, they never gave him the affection he yearned for. When he became old enough to start dating, a few of his relationships fell apart quickly because he was too needy. He learned to hide those emotions at the beginning of the relationship. Still, no matter how much he dated, he never had the luck of finding someone who would put him before everyone and everything else. He'd always date someone who prioritized their college or their job. One time, he was even foolish enough to start dating Penny, a single mom. That relationship was the worst of all, and Henry felt the entire time like a third wheel getting dropped whenever the tiniest issue with the kid arose. He dated Penny for less than a month, and Tyler never let him live it down. He looked across the field separating the dining tables and directly at Catherine. She didn't so much as glance at him ever since they sat down, and he was sure that she deliberately avoided eye contact. Up until yesterday, whenever he looked at her, he saw a beautiful, smart overachiever, with a plethora of skills who he was proud to call his girlfriend. Now, as much as he hated thinking this way, he saw a person with tunnel vision. Was everything he knew about her based on her religious upbringing and the personality she based off of the disciples? Was their future going to be like this? Henry always conforming to her rules because Prophet Martin said so? Would their children, if they had any, be raised as the disciples of God to love and respect Prophet Martin above everyone else? The irony was not lost on him. He finally found the perfect girl, but of course, as it always works when something seems too good, she had one tiny flaw that ruined everything else. Suddenly, Henry felt like he needed to think. Really, really think about what he really wanted from Catherine and what she'd be willing to give him. His anger didn't get any more assuaged when he saw Martin strolling down the grass and everyone standing up to greet him. This time it wasn't just Tyler who didn't bow down to him. Henry refused to show any form of respect to this child molester. He noticed Catherine glancing at him just for a split second. Good. He wanted her to know how he felt about the whole situation, and if she decided to break up with him because of that, then so be it. Breakfast was as dull and disgusting as yesterday, at least for the common folk. From what Henry could see, instead of eating bland grains, Prophet Martin had eggs and something that looked like sausage and bacon. Tyler was the first one who commented on that. Dude, do you see what he's eating? How come we're not getting that? Because he's the prophet, Henry sardonically said with a shrug. That's bullshit. This guy's fucking these people in the ass and they're thanking him for it. After breakfast, the dining tables were removed and the people participated in the activities of the gathering. Instead of everyone being split into groups, the day started with everyone gathered in a large circle around a small group of people who performed various stunts. Some of those stunts included a woman who danced around a flaming whip, a man who got stabbed by giant needles in various spots and displayed no signs of pain, a pair of twins who performed acrobatic performances, a woman reading people's minds. She was doing basic cold reading, so Henry was unimpressed. After an hour or so of that, the performance crowd thanked everyone, and especially Prophet Martin, who was there to watch the whole thing from his throne-like chair, and dispersed. The regular activities from yesterday then took place, but Henry, Tyler, and Ethan didn't participate in any of them. They sat on the grass and observed the other people, listened to the music, and talked to each other about things from their lives back home. Tyler couldn't wait to go out and get wasted, but he also opened up about his blue balls, which wasn't to the liking of neither Henry nor Ethan. Despite that, Tyler spent some time rating the community girls that walked past them, and even tried getting the other two in a whole rating contest. Has a great ass. Tits are a little too small. 7 out of 10. Tyler said. What's a 10 for you then? Henry asked. Tyler thought about it for a moment. Henry never saw him being in such a contemplative state. One would think that his life depended on the answer he would provide to this question. Blowjob lips, maybe some piercings here and there, big firm tits, and a big ass. Doesn't even need to be all muscle, just a thick ass. Like that chick we saw once in the gym, remember? Henry remembered. It was a blonde whose face looked, Henry admitted, seductive due to her voluptuous lips and blue eyes, but the breasts were fake and looked too firm. She always wore a workout shirt that exposed her rock-hard abs, and below that, she had incongruously wide hips and an ass that looked like she could crush a person with it, and legs that were bulging with copious amounts of muscle and fat. He never understood the crazy appeal Tyler saw in her, but he guessed he had specific tastes. One thing he was sure about it when it came to Tyler, though, was that he didn't think about the future beyond what he was going to eat for his next meal. Sometime during the morning, Ethan lay on the grass and seemingly fell asleep while Tyler and Henry continued talking. Tyler didn't go into the topic of Catherine and the cult, and for that, Henry was grateful. He didn't need his mind further fogged up right now. He saw Mandy, Alice, and Catherine a few times somewhere in the distance, and Tyler had the chance to pull Alice aside. Henry saw them sneaking into the woods. Once again, he felt a pang of jealousy. He wished that it could have been him and Catherine who did that. But Catherine would never agree on doing something so sinful. But if they stayed together by the time she turned 20, then they'd be able to do it anywhere without judgment, without hiding. But would Catherine agree to be prurient like that? It was lunchtime soon, and after that, everyone got a break until dinner. And then finally, after dinner, they had some time to roam around before evening church. Henry detached from his friends and decided to go for a walk through the town, mostly just to clear his head. He still had some talk to Catherine, and he knew that he didn't have a lot of time before his friends decided to leave. No one talked about it, but he knew that the deal still stood. He walked through the streets staring at the orange sky and the sun that slowly descended behind the coniferous hills. Crickets had already begun chirping, and the voices that permeated the air, even from a distance, were entirely gone now. Henry had ventured into a part of the town that was entirely quiet. It looked abandoned from what he can tell, because the houses had open doors and were empty on the inside. Henry was close to the forest edge and now heard not only the crickets but various unidentified birds. The sky took on a cerulean blue color, and then black with the myriad of stars appearing above. He must have been walking for at least an hour, he figured. He suddenly realized that he just squandered his time walking around instead of talking to Catherine. And even after an hour of walking through the quiet town, he wasn't able to reach a definitive conclusion. He still had no idea if he really wanted to be with Catherine, or if they should just go their separate ways. He loved her. He knew that much. But would he be able to turn a blind eye to everything her religion dictated if he decided to spend the rest of his life with her? At the back of his mind, he convinced himself that he would be able to change her, that if they stayed together long enough, she'd come to realize that loving your partner more than a self-proclaimed prophet was the way things should be. But then, would he be changing Catherine from the core? Would she even be the same person as she was when they met? Everything he thought about came down to one thing. Him agreeing to the terms her religion dictated. Did she even care about him enough to agree on a compromise? That's it. That's what's been bothering him so much this whole time. He couldn't tell if Catherine actually cared about him. If he told her that he wanted to break up with her, would she even cry? As much as he didn't want her to suffer, he wanted to know that she felt at least a semblance for him of what he felt for her. Before he could process that thought, he heard the bell of the church tolling in the distance, just 3 times. Even from here, he could see the towering spire of the church, and he knew that he would be late, even if he made a run for it. He didn't even know exactly where he was, but as long as he followed the church, he'd be fine. He began loping towards the church when something else caught his attention and made him stop. Chapter 14. When Alice and Mandy arrived in front of the church, Ethan and Tyler were already there, waiting for them. Alice saw Mandy giving Ethan a friendly smile, and to her surprise, Ethan smiled back, albeit with less warmth. The townspeople now, wearing red gowns instead of the usual white ones, were already flocking to the church entrance, walking past the creepy devoted. The church glowed brighter tonight than usual, contrasting the meager lights coming from the households. "Where's Henry?" Alice asked. "Went for a walk or something," Tyler shrugged. "Where's Catherine?" "No idea. She said she would meet us in the church." "Whatever. Let's get inside and get the shit over with so we can go home already." Tyler was especially perky today, probably because he and Alice had sex in the woods 3 times in the span of 1 hour. Tyler's stamina was really impressive today, probably because they hadn't had sex in a few days prior to that. Alice contemplated not letting him sleep with her for multiple days at a time more often so that they could have wild sex like today. As they made their way towards the church, Alice looked left at Mandy and saw her shutting her eyes firmly and then opening them and putting a hand on her forehead. "Mandy, you okay?" Alice asked. "Yeah, I'm just having a headache." Mandy forced a smile. Mandy complained about a headache earlier, and by now, she only got less talkative due to the pain. Alice gently brushed her shoulder and said, "I have some meds, but I left them in the car. Ty?" Tyler turned to face her. "Would you mind retrieving the meds from the car? Mandy has a severe headache." "Now?" Tyler asked. "It's okay, I can do it myself," Mandy said. "Can you just tell me where your car keys are?" Tyler whipped out his keys with a jingle and presented them to Mandy. Mandy raised her eyebrows. "You've been carrying your car keys with you this whole time?" "You know it. No way am I leaving the keys at my baby girl for these religious pricks to snatch up." "Why would they want your car? They have everything they need here," Ethan said. "That's what they want you to think. But this isn't any ordinary religion, bro. This is a cult, and cultists are materialists, and I've seen them eyeing my B&W on our way inside." Ethan shook his head. "Mandy, the meds are in the glove compartment," Alice said. Mandy had taken the keys and made her way past the crowd before disappearing out of sight. Alice tried not to look at the devoted as they walked past them. They looked even creepier at night with the dim glow of the candles illuminating them. Every time Alice saw them standing by the church entrance, she couldn't get the image of them flogging that one guy in front of Prophet Martin's statue. The way they were dressed, they looked like executioners, and Alice could vividly imagine them on the gallows pulling the noose or releasing the guillotine blade or swinging an axe. She dismissed that thought and stepped inside the church. Alice, Ethan, and Tyler took up seats near the entrance, at one of the unoccupied back pews. The front pews were already filling up with numbers and numbers of people in red robes. Soon the flood of people stopped and the massive entrance doors were closed shut by the executioners. "Where the fuck is Henry?" Tyler asked as he looked around. One of the community members from the pew in front turned around and shot daggers at Tyler. Tyler flashed the person a patronizing grin. Alice looked around to see if Henry and Mandy were anywhere nearby. Mandy probably should have returned by now, but maybe she had trouble finding the meds. The church went silent for a while, and then the people seated in the pews stood up unanimously. Prophet Martin walked onto the stage. Henry walked down the street, following the low light coming from the window of one of the abandoned-looking houses in the distance. He saw the outlines of silhouettes moving across the light. At first, they were simply moving back and forth, slightly blocking out the light in the house. The closer Henry got, though, the more he realized that the motions of whoever was inside were jerky and uncoordinated. Violent was the word that came into his mind. Along with the motions also came a steady, intermittent sound that he couldn't quite make out. For some reason, Henry suddenly felt like he was trespassing. Something told him to turn around and bolt out of there, but the curious part of him wanted to know what was going on. He tiptoed down the street towards the light, each step he took slowly building the dread at the pit of his stomach. With the jerky motion of the silhouette also came a sound, something that sounded like the crack of a whip, and it came precisely when the figure made the rapid movement across the window. Henry shouldn't be here, but he just had to see what was going on there. But why? Maybe it's just a family getting dressed or doing something mundane after a long working day in the field. Then why were the shadows jerking like that? And what are those sounds? Henry imagined a drunk, angry husband beating his wife with a belt, which would be a plausible explanation for what he saw and heard. The illuminated window was facing Henry, but was turned towards the alley, so he could walk past the house without arousing any suspicion, but he wouldn't be doing that. He would peer inside and see what other sick shit was going on here. Maybe this town wasn't such a paradise as Martin wanted everyone to believe. Now that Henry was right in front of the alley, between the wall and the house with the illuminated window, the whipping sound came much louder, and accompanied with it were grunts, coinciding with the whips. Henry glanced at the dimly illuminated street coming from the sickly yellow light of the window, and then at the door facing the street. It was closed, and there were no windows on the front side, but anyone could burst out at any moment. And still, despite every fiber of his being screaming at him that he wasn't safe here, Henry tiptoed towards the window, his curiosity getting the better of him. The cracks of the whip were now right in his ear. He faced the wall and as carefully and slowly as he could, sidled his head so that he could peek through the window with one eye. Mandy's head was killing her. She had to clutch Tyler's car keys in her hand in order to prevent them from jingling and further exacerbating her headache. She walked as quickly as her nimble footsteps allowed her without rattling the brain in her skull. She looked back at the church and realized that the evening sermon would start any minute now. She would need to grab Alice's meds and get back to the church. Finding the garage where they left their car on the first day was easy. The street that led directly to the main gate was the widest one, and it was difficult missing it. On her way there, the streets were empty. Not a single soul lingered outside. When she got close to the entrance of Noah's Reach, she realized that the massive wooden gate was shut, and an enormous board was placed across it to keep it locked like a castle entrance. That made Mandy feel a little uneasy. Why were they keeping the gate shut? Was it just for security reasons, and more importantly, would they open the gate for those who wanted to leave? She looked up towards the catwalk above the gate and saw the dark silhouettes of two men talking to each other and facing the woods outside the safety of the town. When she turned towards the garage, Mandy saw one casually dressed bearded man standing in front of the garage entrance. Upon seeing Mandy, he smiled and approached her, greeting her in the Disciples of God manner. She returned the greeting. She wanted to simply walk past him, but he was in her way. "Hi there. What can I do for you?" he asked. "I need to get something from my friend's car," she answered, even though she felt that she had no need to justify her reasons to this person. "I see." The man ran a hand down his bushy, unkempt beard. "I'm afraid access to the garage is restricted right now." "I just need to get some meds for my headache. I'll only be a minute." The bearded man gave her a mournful stare as if he were really sorry for the predicament she was in. "I'm so sorry, ma'am, but I can't let anyone in. I'm under strict orders to keep everyone out." "Why?" Mandy started to get irked. Her pounding headache wasn't subsiding and this asshole wasn't helping. "There's been an accident in the garage. One of the columns collapsed on a car. It's still unstable, I'm afraid." Mandy looked up towards the top of the garage's tent-made ceiling. Everything seemed fine from here. She instinctively looked up the catwalk above the gate and was about to object to the man's orders, but the words got caught in her throat. One of the men on top of the gate was now facing her, and he had a rifle in his hands. "You should really go back, ma'am. Church is about to start. Please," the bearded man said with a polite smile, but it couldn't have sounded more like a threat. Mandy looked at him and, trying to hide her confusion and fear as much as possible, nodded a few times and turned around, making her way out of there quickly, but not too quickly, to avoid arousing suspicion and panic. Tyler didn't understand the appeal of coming to church on Sundays. and he definitely didn't understand the appeal of going to church twice a day. The more time he spent in Noah's Reach, the more he started to get irritated. He already thought about how he would never let Henry live this down. Once Catherine was out of the picture, this would all become a jeering story that he'd bring up every now and again. Hey, remember that time when you dated a religious girl and convinced all of us to go to a town full of crazy cult members? Oh yeah, they were going to have a lot of fun bringing that up at reunions and other events. Tyler just hoped that Henry wouldn't be a big enough cuck to let everything Catherine did slide without an issue. Prophet Martin began his usual preaching for the night, and Tyler expected the speech to be as radical as it was up until now. He wasn't wrong. Martin stood behind the podium this time, still wearing his fine suit, which made Tyler wonder if he had a closet full of identical suits or just wore the same one every day. The way the prophet constantly looked without blemishes, no wrinkles on his suit, his hair neatly combed, etc., told Tyler that he spent way too long trying to make a good physical appearance. For once, he understood the prophet, for he too went to great lengths to take care of his looks. Life is difficult, Martin started. Everyone murmured in agreement. But if you think life is hard now, then wait until you see the sinners knocking at the gates of Noah's Reach, just waiting to get their hands on you and your loved ones. No one will be spared, not even the children. They will suffer the worst. They will be taken away, and they will be brainwashed, and they will be raped, and they will be tortured, and they will be killed. Martin took deliberate pauses between his sentences, during which he observed the audience. He was probably letting them process the gravity of what he had just told them, and based on what Tyler saw, it was working. He continued to babble on about the outside world and how evil it is, often repeating the same things, and the people in the congregation simply nodded and agreed with him, some of their voices standing out with phrases like Amen or Praise the Prophet. Martin got worked up talking about all of this, his voice reaching a crescendo as he vigorously gestured with his arms. The more he talked, the more Tyler started to see the similarity between Martin and Hitler. And then, just like that, Martin calmed down and went quiet. After a long pause, he spread his arms and said, "My sisters and brothers, I am happy that you're here with me at the children's gathering for Judgment Day. You all know that the purpose of the gathering is to give thanks to our Lord for providing, as well as to celebrate." More murmurs of agreement. But that is only a prelude to what the gathering is really about. Every year, we prepare for Judgment Day, and every year that day draws inevitably closer. And when that day comes, we will be ready to execute God's plan, and we will rise from the flames that will consume the sinners because we are God's chosen children. He paused briefly. But before that day comes, we need to prepare, and we are nowhere close to being ready. If Judgment Day was to occur tomorrow, we would all be consumed in God's wrath, just like the sinners. When I first started building Noah's Reach, God spoke to me. He told me that the disciples of God need to save whoever they can, even if those souls don't want to be saved, and to kill those who stand in our way. And every now and again, the audience would agree and clap or give praise to Martin. Can you believe this asshole? Tyler leaned towards Ethan and asked with a quiet chuckle. Ethan lethargically shook his head. Tyler looked at Alice, who looked perturbed by the speech. She locked eyes with Tyler for a moment, as if to silently ask if she heard all of this right. Tyler shrugged to indicate that it's expected of a lunatic like Martin. He had to admit that the speech was indeed getting more disturbing each day. First he was talking about love and forgiveness, then about the sinners, and then the dangers of the outside world, and now he was giving these people the green light to kill anyone they deemed a threat to the community? It was a good thing they were leaving tonight. Before Tyler could process that thought properly, two of the devoted stepped onto the stage, violently dragging between them on the floor a young girl. Tyler immediately straightened his back and mouthed a "what the holy fuck." At the same time, the audience began murmuring in surprise and shock. "What we were given here by God is the greatest gift anyone could ever receive," Martin continued, completely ignoring what was happening on the stage. The devoted dropped the girl on the floor at the front of the stage, just in front of the podium, and then they took a few steps back. The girl was around the age of 13 or 14, and she was all bloodied and beaten up. The first thought Tyler had was, she's fucking dead. He looked at Alice and then Ethan, both of whom had wide-eyed stares in their eyes. As soon as the devoted released the grips on the girl, she propped herself up on her elbows, whimpering and panting. Martin took a slow step around the stage and stopped just above the girl. However, some would be quick to shun the Lord's generosity. Through the glass of the window, Henry saw a small, empty room. There was a lantern on the floor in the corner, and in the room stood a group of men clustered around something in the center. They were facing away from Henry, so they hadn't seen him. As one of the men paced to the side of the room, it became apparent what the group hovered around in the center. There was a wooden chair, and on the chair a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back. Henry immediately noticed the gash on his temple, the swelling that shut his eye, the busted lip. The man's chest heaved up and down in panic and palpable fear, as his one open eye darted in various directions from one person in the room to another. His white gown had both dry and fresh bloodstains. There were 4 men around him dressed in casual clothes. "This is leading us nowhere." One of the men slapped his hands against his sides. "He doesn't get it." The man on the chair began shaking his head fervently, causing his cheeks to jiggle. No, please. I didn't do anything wrong. I've been nothing but faithful to Prophet Martin." "Oh yeah? Then why did we find this in your house?" One of the men presented a small wooden red cross that was missing its tip. "It was an accident. My daughter was playing with it and—" The interrogator flung his hand, smacking the man on the chair across the face with the cross. A sickening thud resounded in the room. "You filthy liar!" the interrogator said, striking the man across the face over and over. After 5 or so smacks, he stopped, breathing heavily. The tied man's hand lolled to the side, his eyelid fluttering rapidly and blood-mixed spittle drooping from his mouth. He looked like he was about to lose consciousness. By the time he raised his head, one of the men stopped in front of him with a comically large knife in his hand. The blade looked long enough to sever an entire limb. The tied man's eye opened widely again, just as the torturer pressed the blade against his cheek, causing a trickle of blood to slide down his face from the fresh cut. The man on the chair started weeping, his lips quivering violently. Please, he begged. The entire time, Henry couldn't force himself to look away. It was like watching one of those cringy videos online where a woman would be eating cucumbers or pickles with the microphone really close to her mouth. You hated it, but you still kept watching. But it was more than just macabre curiosity here. Henry found himself unable to move a muscle out of debilitating fear. It was as if his brain was telling him that he'd been in a lot of trouble if he moved. "You shouldn't be allowing your children to play with the holy crosses in the first place," the guy with the knife said. "He's a sinner. He disrespected Prophet Martin's sacred work," another shouted. The man with the knife stared down at the tied person as if contemplating what to do with him. The tied person stared up at him with pleading eyes, panting and muttering words of plea between breaths. "Hold him down," the man with the knife said as calmly as someone would ask to pass the salt. One of the interrogators kicked the tied man in the chest, causing him to topple backwards along with his chair with a loud thud. 2 of them knelt on either side and held him by the shoulders. His pleas got louder, and Henry saw his legs kicking. The man with the knife stepped above him with spread legs and then bent down towards him, lowering the hand holding the knife. Henry forced himself to look away with great effort and began walking away. It took everything in him not to start running. Every 2 steps or so he looked back, hoping to God that the men inside would not come out and see him. If they did, they'd surely decide to silence their only witness. Henry turned into an alley and almost as soon as he did, broke into a sprint. He looked back at the now barely visible light from the window. He was safe. He felt himself bumping into something while looking back, causing him to stumble and lose balance. "Whoa there!" a voice resounded in the street. It took Henry a long moment to realize that he bumped into an elderly white-gowned man. "Something wrong, son?" the man asked with the polite smile typical for this community's members. No, everything's fine. I just got a little lost is all." The gowned man cast a brisk glance towards the lit house and then looked at Henry. His smile stretched further from ear to ear. He pointed to the towering building of the church and said, "You should be at church. It's already started." Yeah, I'll go there right now, thanks." Henry nodded fervently. He didn't wait for the man to respond. As he strode down the street, he looked back and saw the man still staring at him with that same creepy smile, all the way until they broke the line of sight. Henry wondered if the man knew what was going on, and if he did, why he let Henry go. Paranoia took him over, and he kept looking over his shoulder every now and again, feeling like he was being watched. He avoided the alleys out of fear that he would get stabbed or worse. The entire time, the image of the man tied in the chair raced through his head. What the fuck was that? What was going on in this place? Did they seriously kidnap and beat that man? And possibly even kill him? Just because he broke a goddamn wooden cross? Was Martin really that strict when it came to disrespect? They had a fucking knife to his throat. What if they killed him? Did I just witness a fucking murder? Those thoughts raced through Henry's head. As he neared the church, its spire towering above him, he replayed one sentence in his mind over and over and over. We shouldn't have come here. Chapter 15. Michelle? Someone from the front rows of the crowd shouted. Ethan saw a man and a woman standing up, the church filled with the shocked gasps of the audience. The girl who was splayed on the stage met their gaze and whimpered. Mom. Dad. Prophet Martin, I don't understand. What is going on? The father asked. Your daughter was caught trying to run into the woods, Arthur. The prophet gestured one hand to Michelle and nonchalantly put his hands in the pockets of his suit. She what? Michelle, is this true? Arthur asked with a hint of anger in his timbre. Michelle stared at him, crying. Answer me, he demanded. They're torturing us there. They said that purgatory was to help us find our faith, but they lied. The crowd gasped louder and exchanged words of condemnation towards the girl. Some even shouted words like sinner and heretic. Michelle pushed herself up into a kneeling position and hysterically shouted, They beat us for every mistake we make. They barely feed us. Jerry died because the Pentient ones kicked him until he could no longer stand up. More words of hate were directed towards the girl while she stared at her parents pleadingly. Ethan looked at Tyler and Alice, who had an equally terrified look in their eyes. They may as well have been the ones on the stage from the palpable fear they displayed. We need to get the fuck out of here, Tyler said. He was sitting between Alice and Ethan and uttered the sentence in a way that both of them could hear him. Ethan glanced back at the entrance. The massive door was closed shut. He shook his head and said, We'll never make it past the devoted. We need to play it cool, and once we're a safe distance, get out of here. We'll be dead if we wait, Tyler whispered impatiently. Got a better idea? Alice grabbed Tyler by the thigh to catch his attention. We need to let the police know what's going on here, she squealed in a whisper and pulled out her cell phone from her jeans with trembling hands. I'll send them an email. Ethan whipped out his own phone. He had it with him this whole time, keeping it off. He held the power button until the phone turned on. His hands trembled violently, and he prayed to God that the power-up sound wouldn't be loud. Luckily, he set his sound off before arriving here. He knew that there was no way they'd have signal here, but they could at least get video proof. Come on, come on. Ethan chanted as he waited for the phone to react to his tap on the camera option. Once the camera opened, he flipped it from the front camera to the back one and made sure his flash was off. He pressed the record button and positioned his hands inconspicuously between his legs, holding the phone sideways so that it recorded the front of the stage. The entire time, the phone threatened to drop out of his violently shaking hands. He looked towards Alice, whose hands were shaking just as much as she typed something. I can't send the message, she whispered. It was expected. Purgatory is only for those of questionable faith, my child, Prophet Martin said. If you were sent there, then you did something sinful. Michelle, why? Why did you run? The father cried. You had everything here that you could ever wish for. Why? You are not my daughter. I told her to run, the mother shrieked. Another loud, unsynchronous gasp came from the audience as people exchanged glances with each other. Arthur looked at the mother of the girl with a shocked look, and after a moment of pause, asked, Rebecca, you? You told her to run away? How could you? Look around you, Arthur. Look what's happening to the people here. Every day someone goes missing under the veil of night. Children are put in purgatory under the smallest suspicions. Prophet Martin is a liar and a fraud. This time, the audience not only cast insults, but some of them even stood up to confront her, undoubtedly eager to defend Prophet Martin's honor. The devoted stepped forward, producing from their backs something that looked like spiked cudgels. This immediately diffused the ones who were eager to stir up violence. The entire time, Martin stood by and watched in silence, his hands still in his pockets. He looked somewhat bored with the whole matter. Arthur, Rebecca, come up here, he finally said, devoid of any emotions, outstretching one hand welcomingly. Arthur and Rebecca exchanged glances with each other, and after a moment of hesitation, started making their way past the people in their pew and towards the aisle. Ethan briefly glanced at his phone screen to check if it was still recording. He looked around just to make sure no one was watching him. He had no doubt in his mind that if someone did see him recording this, they'd point a finger, and then both he and his friends would be the ones up on that stage. Luckily, everyone was so mesmerized by the happenings up front that they didn't so much as glance in Ethan's direction, giving no more attention to him than they would an insect buzzing on the other side of the room. He felt Tyler and Alice tensing up next to him, remaining in stiff positions the entire time, practically holding their breaths. Just then, Ethan realized how he himself was tense. Cramps began forming in his hands from holding the cell phone with such intensity. He allowed his fingers to relax just a bit, still afraid that he was going to drop the phone by accident. If that happened, heads would turn towards him, and they'd see the phone. Ethan was pretty sure that they'd know the purpose of the phone in this situation. Arthur and Rebecca made their way up on the stage, slowly and hesitantly, with the husband in front of his wife. Once they were on the stage, Rebecca rushed towards her daughter, but was quickly stopped by one of the devoted, who blocked her path with the cudgel. Both Arthur and Rebecca recoiled momentarily. The devoted member used the weapon to force them to backstep further away from Michelle, where he continued to block their path. In the meantime, the other devoted approached Michelle from behind and stood menacingly above her. Prophet Martin pulled his hands out of his pockets and bemusely scratched his chin as he made his way towards the girl. Michelle gasped and jumped backward when she saw the prophet approaching her, but she was grabbed by the shoulders by her captor and held firmly in place. Martin raised an upturned palm, and the devoted gave him the cudgel. Martin raised it closer to his face, observing it with a curious look in his eye. The thick spikes that protruded from it like the thorns from a rose were white, but Ethan just then saw tinges of red in places. "Mercy's kiss," he said softly. "God's preferred weapon of retribution. It is stained with the defiled blood of the sinners and never washed, growing heavier with the sins of the guilty with each blow. The hand that carries it must be strong and uncorrupted. That is why I entrust my devoted with it." "Prophet, please," Arthur cried, tears streaking his face and glistening in the candlelight. Prophet Martin knelt in front of Michelle and looked her in the eye. She looked away until the devoted pulled her hair, causing her to yelp and forcing her to face Martin. "Stop! You're hurting her!" Rebecca shouted. Whack! The devoted that stood in front of her and Arthur swung Mercy's kiss with a sadistic groan. Rebecca grabbed her shoulder and fell to the side, trickles of blood running between her fingers, dark in contrast to her red robe. "Rebecca!" Arthur dropped to his knees to cradle her. Ethan expected such a forceful smack to damage her shoulder badly, but the spikes must have been thick, as well as dull, probably to inflict more non-lethal damage to the recipient. Prophet Martin didn't even flick his eyes towards Rebecca and Arthur. He stared at Michelle reticently as he gently stroked her face. "So innocent looking. Anyone could fall for the sweet tone of your voice and your pretty eyes." He firmly grabbed her by the neck, causing her to gasp. "But we know how the devil takes many forms, and that he tries to present himself to us in the forms we most desire." He was practically hissing when saying that while Michelle choked under his firm grip. Ethan thought for a moment that the prophet would either strangle her to death or suddenly hit her with the crundle over the head. Instead, he shot up to his feet, releasing Michelle's neck. She hyperventilated and grabbed at her throat. The devoted still held her tightly in case she tried running away. The prophet stopped in the middle of the stage, curiously examining the cudgel. "Arthur?" he called out. Arthur has been staring at him this whole time, but when Martin called out his name, his lips quivered momentarily. Yes, prophet," he asked. "Come." Arthur darted his eyes from the prophet to the devoted, as if trying to see if the black-dressed man would let him through. The devoted didn't budge from his spot, and continued standing in front of Arthur and Rebecca, holding the cudgel with both hands at the ready. Arthur stood up from his wife and tentatively made a step around the devoted. The hooded man followed Arthur with his gaze, but made no attempt to stop him. "Yes, prophet." Arthur bowed down once he was in front of the prophet. Martin turned to him and asked, "What is the greatest gift God has bestowed upon us?" Arthur frowned. He briskly glanced at the audience before turning back to the prophet. To know the ultimate truth, prophet." "And what is the worst thing we can do?" Arthur swallowed. He looked down at his feet. He looked like he was about to start crying. Martin placed the tip of the cudgel below Arthur's chin and gently raised his head, forcing him to look Martin in the eye. "Arthur?" Martin calmly commanded. To know the ultimate truth and denounce it Martin seemed satisfied with the answer, so he let the arm holding the cudgel fall limply to his side, allowing the weapon to dangle from his hand. He turned to the audience and raised both arms, dramatically exclaiming, "There is no greater gift that I bestow upon you than the knowledge of the one ultimate truth. Nay, all the other truths are lies and therefore abominations. To denounce the truth I have shown you is to denounce me. Those who do so will surely burn in the fiery pits of hell for all eternity." "Amen," the audience exclaimed in one voice, and Ethan realized just then that Martin was quoting a verse from the Bible, or from his own scriptures. Martin brought his arms down and turned to face Arthur once more. He was invading his private space, with their faces merely inches from each other. Arthur cowering in front of the prophet. Martin presented the cudgel by gently leaning it on Arthur's chest. Arthur looked down at the weapon, tear-stricken. He'd been bawling until then, but upon seeing the baton, he seemed to calm down. Martin said in a low, barely audible voice, "Your daughter has done something unspeakable. Prophet Martin, please. She's just a child." "She is no longer your child. The devil has taken her. Her mortal body is already lost to us, but her soul can still be saved from hell, if you choose to do the right thing." "Arthur, don't listen to him," Rebecca pleaded. The devoted brought the cudgel down on her once more, this time hitting her across the head. Rebecca's head slumped to the side where she remained motionless. "Mom!" Michelle cried out, trying to break free of her captor's grasp, but he held her firmly. Ethan couldn't believe his eyes. Why was no one here intervening? Moreover, why did they condone such violence against this family? Ethan wanted to stand up, to put a stop to all of this, but he wouldn't stand a chance. He'd be overpowered by the devoted and possibly the entire crowd before even making it to the stage, and not to mention he'd put Alice and Tyler in danger. His thoughts raced back to Henry and Mandy. Where were they? Had they been apprehended by the cult, or were they just conveniently late? Rebecca raised herself on her elbows, fresh blood running from her temple and down her face. She looked like she was about to collapse, her eyes fluttering violently, and her head bobbing up and down, unable to hold its own weight. "Michelle, baby," she managed to utter and outstretched one hand, but had no strength to move. Michelle sobbed, calling out her mother's name over and over, until the devoted put a gloved hand over her mouth, muffling her screams. The entire time, Arthur swiveled his head left and right, from Rebecca to Prophet Martin to Michelle, visibly confused about what he should do. Prophet Martin put a hand on Arthur's shoulder and said, "Arthur, I love you like a brother, and I would rather die than see you led astray by an evil creature of Satan. We can dine in paradise together, right next to God. But you have to prove your devotion to him, and to me." Arthur looked down at the cudgel once more, and with great hesitation, took it from Prophet Martin. Martin nudged him towards Michelle, who was now crying even louder, muffled screams into the devoted's hand. Arthur stopped right in front of Michelle, looking right into his daughter's eyes, gripping the weapon with both hands at the ready, tears streaming down his face. "Arthur, please," Rebecca cried out until the devoted kicked her in the stomach, causing her to gasp and cough. Arthur raised the cudgel, both he and his daughter weeping. "No, don't do it. Don't fucking do it," Ethan prayed in his mind over and over. Cold sweat enveloped him, his heart drummed against his chest so loudly that he felt pulsating all the way up in his head, and his trembling hands dangerously threatened to drop the cell phone. He heard Alice's quivering breaths. Arthur raised the cudgel higher. "I'm sorry. I can't do it." He turned to the prophet and lowered the cudgel, violently and pleadingly shaking his head. Martin approached him with steady steps. He put a hand on his shoulder and took the cudgel away from him. Arthur uncontrollably bawled, wiping the stream of newly formed tears, while Martin stared at him with a reassuring look. "I understand, Arthur. It's the most difficult thing to do, I don't blame you." Arthur calmed down a little and looked up at Martin with bloodshot eyes. Martin turned to face the audience. He inhaled and exhaled deeply with closed eyes, the cudgel dangling from his hand. Ethan breathed a momentary sigh of relief, but stayed on the edge of his seat in anticipation of what was going to happen. He looked down at his phone and realized it was still recording. This was going to make good evidence for whack. Ethan looked up, and for a moment he didn't understand what he was looking at. Martin standing over a collapsed Arthur, fresh blood on the cudgel, Michelle and Rebecca violently screaming and being restrained by the devoted, the audience sitting silently. Arthur raised his head with great effort and... holy shit. His eye was crushed. Where his left eyeball had been previously was now a bloodied mess, with red running down his cheek. Arthur opened his mouth, a soft moan escaping his lungs. Prophet Martin raised the cudgel with both hands high above himself, and then brought it down with immense force. The impact was so powerful that Arthur's chin slammed against the floor. A small dent appeared on the top of his skull, causing more blood to trickle out. His entire face and the floor beneath him were covered in copious amounts of blood that increased with each passing second. Rebecca screamed louder until the devoted backhanded her. Michelle tried fighting against her restraints, but it was to no avail. It was clear that her captor was much stronger than her. Arthur was still moving. He raised a hand to the top of his head, probably trying to feel the damage that was done to him. Martin brought down the cudgel once more with a fierce cry this time. A nauseating, dull thud loudly reverberated in the church. Arthur's hand fell limply to his side, but Martin didn't stop there. He brought the cudgel down again and again and again. Arthur's skull dented at the temple this time, a loud crack now filling the room. Ethan looked away, unable to bear the sight of this monstrous act. Alice softly cried and whimpered next to her while Tyler held her and silently consoled her. The wax with the occasional cracking sounds now got mixed with a wet splosh that Ethan couldn't help but imagine as the cudgel hitting Arthur's brain and other mushy contents. An eternity later, Martin's strength began to wane, and he finally stopped with one violent smack. Ethan dared to look towards the stage. What remained of Arthur's head was a gory mess of brains, pieces of skull, loose teeth, and Ethan was pretty sure he saw an intact eyeball close by. Martin straightened his back, allowing the cudgel to hang limply from his hand. It was stained almost entirely with blood, with fresh droplets falling from the tip onto the floor. Martin's previously pristine suit was also covered in fresh blood, as were his face, his hair, and his beard. He looked like he had just come out of a slaughterhouse, and yet, the fact that he had someone else's blood on his face, and the fact that he had just crushed somebody's fucking skull with the cudgel, didn't seem to bother him one bit. He took his time regaining his breath, with his eyes closed and his chin raised while the agonizing and terrified wails of Arthur's wife and daughter permeated the air. Once he was done doing whatever he was doing, Ethan assumed taking a moment to bask in the pleasure of his sadistic murder. Martin outstretched the hand holding the cudgel sideways. The devoted who held Michelle released her momentarily in order to grab the weapon. The cloaked figure then returned to the girl, leaving a trail of bloody droplets on the stage carpet. Martin sniffled and glanced at his palm. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his face, doing nothing but smearing blood further. When the tissue was drenched in red, he tossed it on the floor next to Arthur's body. He faced the mutilated corpse and put his hands together in prayer, slightly bowing his head down. "God loves even you, Arthur," he said before turning to the audience. "But I do not. Weakness disgusts me, and sinners disgust me. Know that God rejoices in the spilling of wicked blood. I ask you all to be more like me. When you have a friend, either your friend is influencing you, or you are influencing them, and if you are not influencing them with the truth you possess, then they are influencing you. And that makes you a sinner. The same goes for your family. If you know anyone who may be straying off the righteous path or jeopardizing your salvation, don't hesitate. It's better for them to die than to drag you to hell with them. Praise the prophet. Amen." The audience boomed in excitement. Ethan was flabbergasted. Did this group of people really praise their leader after he killed a man in front of his family? This was sick. Ethan wanted to vomit. He felt acidic bile climbing up into his throat, but he suppressed it. He tried not to think about what would happen after the sermon was over. Martin approached Michelle, and as if on cue, she calmed down. The devoted was even able to let her go, and she stopped resisting. "You and I are going to have special sessions to get the devil out of you, child. I will see to it myself. As for these two," he turned to Arthur's body with a wrinkled nose portraying disgust, and then to Rebecca. "Get those monsters out of my sight." One of the devoted grabbed Arthur by the legs and dragged him across the stage, leaving an abundant trail of blood coming from what was left of his head. Ethan saw the inside of his skull mixed with fragments of bone and fleshy tissue. The other devoted pulled Rebecca onto her feet and dragged her off the stage. even as she screamed her daughter's name in unfathomable horror. Martin beckoned some of the audience members to the stage. 2 women climbed up, and he told them to take Michelle to his palace. The girl was completely broken by then, so she offered no resistance whatsoever. Prophet Martin faced the audience once more, inhaling and exhaling deeply in what looked like relief. He smiled and spread his arms welcomingly before saying, "Rejoice, for we have done a great thing in God's name today. Noah's reach is safe another day. Amen. Praise the prophet." The audience cheered. Ethan stopped recording. He hadn't even realized the whole thing lasted less than 10 minutes until he looked at the camera's timer. It felt like hours, days even. He put the phone back in his pocket. They had more than enough evidence. He heard the ornate door behind him opening, and it was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard in his life. At the same time, though, it was also the most terrifying sound, because he expected the devoted to come up to them with their cudgels at any moment and start pummeling them to death as Martin did to Arthur. "Go, my friends," Martin shouted, and he wasn't sure if the prophet was referring to Ethan and his friends or everyone in the room. "Go!" People began standing up. Tyler, Alice, and Ethan braced themselves, but they saw the people in the robes leaving for the door and exiting the church. Tentative relief flooded Ethan. He briefly glanced at Tyler's terrified and Alice's tear-stricken faces, giving them a nod of approval. "We need to merge with the crowd and get out of here," Ethan said. Tyler nodded in approval and turned to Alice. "Babe, we need to stay calm until we're away from the crowd, okay?" Alice nodded fervently, wiping the tears off her face and sniffling in the snot that hung from her nose. "Okay, come on," Ethan brusquely said. He stood up first among the 3 of them and stepped among the exiting crowd, not bothering to look back at Tyler and Alice, mostly to avoid arousing any form of suspicion. He walked slowly among the crowd, matching the pace and footsteps of the people in front of him. Suddenly, he felt like he was in an episode of The Walking Dead, when the characters in the show needed to smear zombie blood and guts all over themselves and pretend to be the zombies by walking with the horde. Now that he was surrounded by sadistic cultists who wouldn't hesitate to kill him any more than a zombie would hesitate to rip out a victim's throat, Ethan realized just how difficult it was being in that situation. It wasn't just matching the people's manner of walking and remaining inconspicuous. It was the unshakable feeling that someone was going to grab you by the shoulder at any second and pull you to the ground, or that you feel a whack on your skull, and it could come from any direction. Upon glancing at the beckoning exterior and the starless sky, Ethan realized that a light drizzle had started, like a sign from the heavens. He thought to himself sardonically. He tried to remain in the center of the crowd as much as possible while crossing the threshold of the entrance to avoid being spotted by the devoted. For some reason, he had the feeling that he can get away if he simply remained unseen. If they didn't see him, they wouldn't remember that there was an outsider amongst them, and that they might get a chance to reach their car and drive out, or at least run into the woods. Would running into the woods even work out for them, though? It would be hours and hours of hiking until they reached that gas station that they saw on the road. And then, wasn't the person working there also a cultist? "God be with you." That's what he said to Ethan on his way out, right? Maybe he was just religious, but if he wasn't, and he turned out to be Martin's follower, then going there could actually be a horrible idea. And even if they managed to get there, did the gas station have a phone at all? There was no signal on their mobile phones, and Ethan didn't remember seeing anything else close to civilization for hours of driving before that. No, hiking would be a bad idea. They would need to walk without food, water, or shelter for days, and if Martin's lapdogs decided to hunt them, they would never make it far. Ethan saw Alice and Tyler next to him, walking in the same haggard manner as him. Alice's shoulders were tense and her chin lowered, but her eyes stared up front. Tyler's steps were short and clumsy, and he held his head down. A good thing, too, because he was taller than most cultists. "As soon as we break away from the crowd, we find Mandy, get my keys, and bolt the fuck out of here," Tyler whispered. "We need to find her and Henry first," Ethan said. "What if they've already been caught?" "Let's hope that didn't happen." "I swear to God, if Mandy is in on this," Tyler chuffed. "Why would she be in on this?" Ethan suddenly felt an irrational pang of anger despite the predicament they were in. Think about it. She asked for my car keys and splits just before a guy gets his skull bashed in? That doesn't make sense. It was probably a coincidence. But was it? What if Mandy really was planning to orchestrate this all along? And where the fuck were Henry and Catherine? Last they saw Henry, he went for a walk. But what about Catherine? Why would she bring them here to witness a murder? It's simple. It was never in her mind to let them leave. That caused Ethan's heart to jump in his throat. If that were the case, Then why did they let them leave the church? They must have known that they would be there to witness it. Maybe Martin thought he was above the law. Oh shit, Tyler muttered with a quivering breath. That wasn't good. Hearing oh shit in a situation like this was never good, and it could only mean trouble. Ethan glanced at Tyler, who was staring in front of himself. Ethan followed his gaze and almost muttered oh shit himself. A few dozen feet in front, right where the exit of the churchyard ended, was a militarily organized row of the devoted, cordoning off the exit, facing the church. Each of them, there were about 10 of them from one side of the entrance to the other, held Mercy's kiss in their hands and across their chests, like rifles. Fuck me, Tyler muttered. Suddenly, the crowd dispersed left and right unanimously. Ethan got so surprised by this that he stopped dead in his tracks, just like Alice and Tyler. It was like a well-organized parade. The people turned without a warning sign and made their way left and right until they were on either side of the churchyard fence, leaving the middle of the path empty, with only Ethan and his friends remaining on it. Ethan pivoted around in a panic, scanning the hundreds of faces that reticently stared at him from a distance. At the front, the devoted. Left and right, the townsfolk. And in front of the church entrance, standing in the rain, Prophet Martin. All the heads were facing the 3 intruders, glowering at them. Ethan continued spinning in circles looking for a way out, but everything was blocked off. They could either make a break for it through the ranks of the devoted or back to the church. Either way, they were fucked. We have snakes in the garden, Martin pointed to the trio. There they are, the sinners who would have all that you love taken away from you and destroyed. The cultists roared, shouting words of insults like sinners, heretics, and threatened to burn them alive, stone them, hang them, drown them, etc. Fuck, what do we do? Tyler asked. Alice was tightly pressed against Tyler, looking around at the faces in a panic. Just like Ethan, she probably expected them to charge at them at any moment or hurl a rock in their direction. Surprisingly, though, the people stood still, waiting for Martin's command to rip us apart. Martin pointed a finger at them and continued riling up the audience. They are here to destroy everything we have built. They must be judged by the will of God. That's not true, you fucker, Tyler shouted. Ethan turned around and saw the devoted menacingly striding towards them in synchronized steps. Why are you doing this? Alice screamed. The devoted spread between each other in equal distance, and Ethan knew without a doubt that they practiced this formation many times until they achieved such perfection and synchronicity. Run! Ethan shouted. It was every man for himself. Ethan got into a running stance. If he could make the devoted believe that he was going to run in one direction but then swerve to another, he might have a chance, or maybe he could shove the devoted out of the way. They were in a relaxed stance and pushing them shouldn't be difficult, if he could just wait for the right moment. The devoted were only 3 feet away now. Ethan stared at the one in front of himself, who gripped Mercy's kiss firmly, looking like he was ready and willing to pummel a sinner in the name of Prophet Martin. A thought surged through Ethan's mind that the devoted were not really righteous. Not all of them, anyway. They probably relished in the violence that they couldn't exact in civilization without getting into legal trouble. 1 foot away. The devoted in front of Ethan raised his cudgel. Ethan feigned running left and then quickly shifted his weight to the right. He felt the weight of the cudgel grazing his shoulder. He didn't stop. He broke into a sprint before pain exploded in his right thigh. He lost balance, stumbled forward, and rolled onto the ground. That still didn't stop him. He ignored the pulsating in his thigh and the blood on his jeans and stood up, pushing forward. Tyler stood in front of Alice. He had to protect her from these religious fucks, but there was no way Alice would be able to outrun them. Tyler had to try to clear the way for her so that she could run. He would be sacrificing himself, but that didn't matter, as long as Alice made it out safely. The devoted were close to them now, having their skull-crushing bats at the ready. Tyler charged the one directly in front of him with a fierce cry. The masked fuck raised his cudgel, but he was too late. Tyler tackled him to the ground before he managed to take a swing at him. Alice, run! He shouted as he threw a punch at the devoted. The guy grunted, and Tyler managed to throw 2 solid punches on his face, causing his knuckles to hurt, when he felt something heavy strike him against the back. It was like someone smacked him with a table, sending waves of pain across his back. The devoted that he punched up until then threw a punch back, directly at Tyler's jaw, effectively knocking Tyler off of him. Oof! Tyler yelped. He felt pain in his back and jaw, and through the spinning image, he saw Alice getting restrained by 2 of the devoted while she kicked and screamed. He tried getting up, but felt another truck of pain colliding against his temple this time. He felt someone grabbing both his wrists and pinning him to the ground. He couldn't move. Ethan didn't turn around to see what was going on with his friends. Alice's screams told him that they'd been caught, and he couldn't afford to look back. He continued sprinting towards the unobstructed gate. Run now. Save him later. The people who stood on the side of the yard now moved to block his path. They moved in a row, one behind the other, like that old mobile game where that snake grew one dot each time it ate its prey. The left and right rows merged together at the center of the entrance, effectively blocking it off, and faced Ethan. No. But Ethan didn't stop sprinting. He ran even faster, intending to steamroll through the crowd. In the end, he wasn't even close because the townsfolk weren't just standing and waiting for him to collide with them. Instead, they rushed to meet him, and their superior numbers overwhelmed Ethan with ease. He felt someone shoving him from the side, causing him to lose balance. He stumbled and collided with someone on the opposite side and was pushed back. Before he knew it, he was pinned on the ground by a number of arms that held him tightly. He couldn't even lift his head to see past the bottoms of the red, rain-soaked robes. As he finally stopped struggling and accepted defeat, he couldn't help but have that one thought race through his mind over and over and over. What are they going to do to me? His answer came almost immediately, in the form of the devoted with a cudgel. Ethan saw with his peripheral vision the devoted raising Mercy's kiss above his head. And then he brought it down. Chapter 16. Mandy was deep in thought when she started making her way back to the church. She replayed the events of the conversation she had with the bearded guy over and over in her mind. He didn't let her into that garage. There were armed people on top of the gate. They had guns. And not pistols that any American citizen would carry, no. They had AR-15s. Mandy was sure she recognized them. Why would they be walking around the town with that? And why was the gate closed? She tried to find a logical reason as to why they would have guns and why the gate was closed in the first place. Were they expecting some dangerous animals to be roaming around? They didn't have guns the day they arrived, did they? Maybe they just kept them out of sight? Okay, but why couldn't she enter the garage? Maybe there really was an accident in there, and he couldn't let anyone in. But Mandy managed to glance inside the garage over the bearded man's shoulder just for a moment. Everything looked fine in there. No rubble, no crushed cars, nothing. Maybe he was out of sight from there, but still. All this was very suspicious. And this brought her to her next problem. How are they going to leave this place? Just drive up to the gate and ask the nice men with the guns to open the gates? Hi, yes, we just need you to open the gate so we can leave. Yeah, this cult stuff is not really our thing. Okay, thank you, bye-bye. The more likely scenario would be that they wouldn't even reach the car, let alone convince the armed men to open the gate. Mandy felt the first droplet of rain falling on her cheek. Very quickly, this turned into a light, annoying drizzle. She hurried up to reach the church before she got wet, but then she wondered if going to the church was actually a good idea. Maybe she should just wait outside. Church was almost over anyway, so she took her sweet time getting all the way to the garage and back. As she got closer to the churchyard, she heard a commotion outside, someone shouting something. No, not someone. Martin. Mandy peeked behind the corner of the house that overlooked the churchyard, and she saw something. At first, her brain couldn't comprehend what she was staring at. There were black and red figures and colorfully dressed ones in the center of the yard. Mandy blinked and realized in horror who it was. The devoted were blocking the churchyard entrance, and the people in the red robes stood on the sides of the fence, all the way from the gate to the entrance of the church. In the middle were Tyler, Ethan, and Alice, rotating around themselves and visibly distressed. Prophet Martin stood at the entrance. He had red all over him. He was shouting something that Mandy couldn't hear. Whatever it was, it didn't sound good. Alice shouted something back with the timbre of panic that Mandy never even knew she could express. The people in black started advancing towards the group with threatening strides. Mandy gasped but made no effort to budge. What could she possibly do? Jump in and use her acrobatic skills to save her friends? No. Being a hero was the last thing on her mind right now. She'd be in trouble as much as they were. She watched as Tyler got into a fight with one of the devoted and even managed to tackle him before he got overwhelmed. She watched as he and Alice got captured and Ethan made his way between the devoted with more agility than he looked capable of. Come on, Ethan, come on. Mandy cheered him on quietly. He's gonna make it. He's gonna escape. Mandy even triumphantly stepped out from behind the corner, ready to call Ethan to her so they can run together. Her heart sank when she saw the rows of red-robed people moving to block his path. They advanced towards him and overwhelmed him. Mandy wanted to call out to Ethan, to Alice, even to Tyler, but her voice was gone. She couldn't even see from the crowd where they were anymore. There was yelling, shouting of threats, and cursing, and when Mandy looked at the church entrance, she saw Martin pointing a finger directly at her. She felt her legs cut off and was frozen in shock and debilitating fear. "Seize the sinners! Smite them in the name of God!" Martin shouted with relish in his voice. Heads began turning to Mandy, and then the numerous figures started to flood out of the churchyard and straight towards her. She had to run before they got to her, but she couldn't move. The people in the front rows had vicious looks on their faces. Mandy had never seen such palpable anger and eagerness to cause violence. They would not be gentle with her. Her hand suddenly got tugged aside, causing her to lose balance and stumble. Mandy thrashed against the tug and screamed at the top of her lungs. "Mandy, it's me!" Henry shouted. The drizzle from before was slowly turning into a downpour cascade, which could work both to their advantage and against them. "Come on, Mandy, we gotta fucking run!" Henry repeated when he saw Mandy's sheepish and terrified stare. This seemed to break her out of her trance. She nodded, which gave Henry the assurance that she wouldn't lag behind. The crowd's booming voices were almost upon them, and their bellows brought with them the unmistakable hatred that Martin instigated them to feel towards the sinners of the outside world. "This way!" Henry shouted, motioning Mandy to follow him in the opposite direction. He broke into a sprint down the rain-drenched street. The crowd's angry voices now sounded like they were not just behind them, but all around. Sure enough, when Henry and Mandy reached the intersection, they saw more people running around the adjacent streets, aimlessly looking for them. One of them saw Henry and pointed a finger at him. "There's the sinner!" he shouted, raising a kitchen knife above his head. "They plan to kill us," Henry thought to himself with panic threatening to overtake the adrenaline. And then another terrifying thought occurred to him. If we stop, we're as good as dead. We're going to die. No timeouts. No second chances. That fear-inducing realization made his survival instincts kick in, and at that moment, he was ready to do anything for his own survival, even kill if necessary. There were people coming from the left, from the right, and from behind. They had nowhere to go. Mandy stopped right next to Henry, her blouse already drenched from the rain, pressed tightly against her body, visibly showing the bra holding her firm breast underneath and the rock-sculptured abs. "Through here!" Henry started towards the open door of the ramshackle house in front of them. A burly man in jeans and a checkered shirt appeared in the doorway, blocking Henry's path spread-legged. He was middle-aged, with a thick black bushy beard and a congruously large belly that went well below his belt. He had a look of satisfaction on his face, complacently waiting for the easy prey in front of him to try something so that he could use it as an excuse to fold him like a pretzel. There was no time to think. Henry rushed towards the man, and just as the big guy outstretched his arms to grab Henry, Henry kicked him in the groin. The man's self-satisfying glare changed into one of wide-eyed shock and confusion. He immediately put his hands on his crotch and went from a wide-legged stance to a position in which he held his thick thighs tightly pressed together, knees bent as if he badly needed to go to the bathroom. Henry flung his arm at him. The punch sounded muffled, but Henry immediately felt pain jolting through his knuckles. His fist managed to connect with the man's jaw just barely enough to send him toppling over like an unstable Jenga tower. As he jumped over him, he couldn't help but think how strong the man looked, but was in fact a wuss. There was a windowless frame on the other side of the house, leading out into an alley. Henry grabbed the windowsill with one hand for support and jumped out. He turned to look back just in time to see Mandy jumping over the mountain of the toppled man with finesse. And then, she fell. The man had grabbed her by the ankle, causing her to slam against the floor with a hollow thud. "Mandy!" Henry started before a force collided with him from the side. He hit the floor hard. He saw with his peripheral vision a figure in a red robe lying on top of him. Henry easily pushed her off and only then got a good look at her. She was younger than him, still a teenager and very slim. That's why he was able to push her off. But as soon as she regained the momentum, she charged Henry again. He noticed her wielding a spiked stick raised above her head, and the tooth-bearing expression on her face confirmed that she planned on using it as a stake. She lunged on top of Henry once more, but he held his leg out in front of him from the floor, pushing her away by the stomach. "Die, sinner!" She violently flailed her arms, desperately trying to reach him, looking like a raging zombie more than human. Every time Henry kicked her away, she'd come rushing back at him before he even got the chance to stand back up, and the voices of the crowd were approaching fast. Mandy saw a red-robed woman colliding with Henry like a truck, sending both of them flying out of view of the window. "I got you now, sinner!" The man that held Mandy's ankle said triumphantly. Mandy tried pulling away, but the man firmly held her ankle. The grip was so firm that she felt the blood flow to her foot stopping. The angry voices of the crowd were approaching, now sounding less agitated and more calm and assured. They are already celebrating our capture, Mandy thought. This caused her panic to skyrocket, and she clawed at the wooden flooring with her hands and free foot. But she couldn't budge. She felt the man's other hand grabbing her by the calf. She twisted so that she would be on her back, the man now climbing on her with a toothless grin on his face. Mandy used her free foot to kick hard. Her heel connected to his nose, and he groaned but refused to let go. She kicked again, this time connecting with his mouth. His grip loosened slightly, and she unrelentingly kicked once more. Her foot connected with his forehead this time, and it was evident that it didn't do any damage to him, but for some reason, maybe out of fear, the bearder let her go and shielded his face. She clambered up to her feet and booked it through the window. She heard the girl screaming before seeing her. Henry was on the ground, keeping her at bay with his legs, while she flailed like a madwoman with the stick she held in her hand. It looked sharp enough to kill with one good stab. She hadn't seen Mandy yet. Mandy grabbed the girl by the stick-wielding hand from behind and yanked her away from Henry. The girl looked at her in surprise, but that quickly turned into rabid anger. She violently tugged left and right, and Mandy found it surprising how strong she actually was, despite her frail looks. "Stop!" Mandy uttered, but the girl was possessed. Both of them were now having a tug of war over who was going to keep the stick. In all that commotion, Mandy slipped and felt the floor disappearing under her feet. She fell backwards, still holding the stick, and the girl fell along with her on top. Mandy felt the stick impaling soft flesh. As soon as Mandy came to Henry's rescue, he stood up as quickly as his faltering strength allowed him to. He saw Mandy and the girl fighting over the stick, and before he even got the chance to intervene, they fell on top of each other. The screaming and shouting from the two of them ceased, and the only sound that filled the air now was the drumming of the rain and the voices of the approaching crowd. "Mandy!" Henry rushed to her and pushed the girl off of her. Mandy was lying on her back, wide-eyed, her chest heaving up and down. The girl in the red robe had the stake sticking out from her chest, surrounded by an ever-growing patch of dark red. Her eyes were closed, her body limp as she lay on her back. "Mandy, are you okay?" He helped her up. Mandy's eyes were fixated on the girl. She was dead. Oh God," Mandy said with a trembling breath. "Elsa! Oh my God, they killed her!" Someone's voice pierced the air. Henry looked up and down the alley just in time to see the crowd emerging. When they saw the girl's body, they stopped dead in their tracks, staring in bewilderment. "Let me through! Where's my daughter?" A man broke through the front lines. When he gazed upon the body of the girl, his face went from trouble to pained, unlike anything Henry had ever seen before. He let out a shrill cry. "Kill those sinners!" And as if on cue, the crowd began advancing towards Mandy and Henry once more. At the same time, the bearded man from before appeared at the window, climbing through with slow, lumbering movement. "Mandy, we gotta go now!" Henry shook Mandy's shoulders. They couldn't go anywhere, so there was only one option. Over the alley wall. Henry was the first one to climb, but somehow Mandy managed to get to the other side before him. "I should have worked out more," he thought to himself reprimandingly as they bolted down the street. The crowd's agitated voices slightly fell behind them, but were still unrelentingly pursuing them. Henry knew that there was no way they survive in town. "We have to go into the woods," he said between short breaths. Mandy gave no indication that she had heard him until she pointed to the left. "That way?" She was pointing down the street and towards the distant hills that towered above them. Not that distant, just a few blocks away. They sprinted across the street, and Henry hoped to God the entire time that there wouldn't be someone waiting around the corner to ambush them. "Where did they go?" "I heard them here." "Find them!" The voices resonated in the air from all directions. The rain didn't look like it would let up anytime soon, and that would be perfect for hiding their tracks in the woods, Henry hoped. As they reached the end of the paved street and the final row of houses, Henry's heart sank. There was a fence in front. No, there wasn't. It was just his imagination, a trick of the light that made it look like that. Washed by relief, he ran alongside Mandy towards the solace of the woods, somehow imagining that crossing the threshold between the town and the forest would keep them safe. But then, a second thought came to him. The realization that it was not so, and that he and Mandy would need to continue running. As soon as they stepped on the rain-softened dirt marking their start of the woods, The route changed from flat to a slight gradient leading up. "Don't move, heretic!" Henry heard someone appearing out of nowhere, just as they grabbed him by the back of the shirt. A red-robed young man was holding Henry by his shirt's fabric, but somehow tripped over the bottom of his muddy robes and fell face first. Henry would have found this situation hilarious had his life not been at stake. He and Mandy ignored the klutz and started climbing the hill with wide, fast steps. Coniferous trees densely covered the area, and Henry used them to support and propel himself further up with his hands to save his strength as much as he could. His legs, lungs, and arms were burning, but he couldn't stop. Not now. "There they are! They went that way!" He heard a voice below. "They went into the woods!" The other one followed. Henry and Mandy's panting was in the air, but it was drowned out by the sounds of the rain. "Do you see them?" "I can't see them." "Where are they?" "They can't see us in the dark." "Good. That's good." "Someone get some flashlights. The guards will be here with guns at any moment." That caused Henry's panic to surge further. If he and Mandy got caught now, it would be game over. Maybe not all of these assholes were cold-blooded murderers, but he was sure that a lot of them were waiting in line to reap the pleasure of ending the life of a filthy sinner, especially the one who killed one of their own. "What do we do? Oh shit, what do we do?" Mandy asked, slowing her pace down. "Don't stop. We need to put some distance between them and ourselves." They reached the top of the gradient, and the ground flattened, much to Henry's relief. His legs were burning with an intense muscle burn, and a straight walk would help him regain his energy. The voices were gone. For now. Chapter 17. The only thing that remained was the pitter-patter of the rain on the trees that partially acted as umbrellas. Mixed with that were Mandy's and Henry's panicked, exhausted breaths. It was too silent around them all of a sudden, and Mandy found that even more unnerving. While hearing the voices, she at least knew how close the danger was. With this silence, she expected the cultists to sneak up on them at any moment with a "gotcha, sinner," or some similar derogatory phrase. "What are you doing? We need to hurry," Mandy chided Henry when she saw him walking casually. "I know, but we also need to preserve our energy." He stopped, panting heavily. Mandy stopped as well, but glanced down the hill towards the town's light peering between the canopies of the trees. "Listen, we'll never outrun them. We need to find a hiding spot and wait it out," Henry said. "And wait for them to find us? They'll search every nook and cranny for us." "They'll expect us to run. We need to throw them off by hiding somewhere." Mandy thought for a moment. She was on the fence with both options, and both seemed equally terrifying. Running through the dark woods to fuck knows where, or waiting in a ditch for a gunman to come execute them. The latter sounded less appealing to her. "Our tracks will lead them right to us," she said. "The rain will hide them. Listen, we're wasting time like this. Let's go as far as we can, and then we'll find a place to hide." Mandy nodded. Whatever the option, staying here was not a good idea. They broke into a light jog, blinded by the darkness, oblivious to what awaited them ahead, scared out of their wits. On top of all that, they needed to be apprehensive about the terrain, as any wrong step could have them twisting their ankles. As a gymnast, Mandy experienced that many times, and it wasn't pleasant. If she sprained her ankle here badly enough to not be able to walk, she would be as good as dead. She was in front, with Henry following closely behind. After a while of jogging, they slowed down into a stride. The adrenaline had started subsiding, and now the other, more terrifying emotions began creeping up on the surface. I killed that girl," Mandy said in a ghastly tone. She replayed the events of the encounter in her mind's eye, the girl snarling and cursing with a wild look in her eye, and then the emotions extinguished from her with one wrong move. Her face pallid, her eyes closed, her body limp. She would never be able to feel any of those emotions ever again, no matter what they were. Mandy couldn't be sure if the girl really intended to kill her or not, but now it seemed she would never know. Elsa. That was her name. She heard the man who she assumed was her father crying out her name. What were her parents going through right now? They must have been crying above their daughter's body, in pain they never experienced before, weeping for the future she would never have. Or maybe they were consumed by white-hot rage and were focused solely on finding Elsa's murderers and making them suffer the most terrible fate. "You didn't kill her, it was an accident," Henry said from behind her. "And besides, she attacked you with a fucking stake. It likely would have been you dead on the street back in town if things hadn't turned out the way they have, so I say, fuck her, let her rot." "She was barely a teenager. She was a murderer." Hey, Henry grabbed Mandy by the shoulder. She spun around to face him. "You saved my life back there. I owe you." That made Mandy feel a little better. She didn't look at it that way. Henry was right. If Mandy hadn't stopped Elsa, either her or Henry or both of them would be dead right now. She didn't feel like a hero, but it did give her a sense of solace. Henry's mind raced. He thought about Tyler, Alice, and Ethan. He saw them getting overwhelmed by the cultists in the churchyard. But were they dead? It sure looked it with the way the devoted brought the bat down on Ethan's head while he was on the ground. But what about Alice and Tyler? He tried to think about the reasoning Martin and his followers would have for catching some outsiders without killing them, and killing them without discrimination. If they caught them, they would probably try to convert them, or maybe just use them for hard physical labor until they died of starvation, dehydration, or exhaustion. Henry hoped that they would just subject them to torture and brainwashing until they gave in and joined. And then what about killing them? That would be the easier option, and as much as Henry hated to admit it, he would have gone for that one if he were in Martin's shoes. It eliminates any threat of getting exposed to the police. Noah's Reach was in the middle of nowhere, and Martin could easily make it look like the outsiders went missing in the woods, or that they never showed up in Noah's Reach in the first place. His followers would definitely nod and agree with that theory, even in front of the police. Even Catherine. The thought of his girlfriend, now ex, crept into his mind multiple times, but the adrenaline of the chase and the fear of getting caught didn't allow him to think about her thoroughly. Now that the adrenaline was gone and his brain was able to process thoughts somewhat normally, he couldn't help but wonder what her plan was in all of this. I can't fucking believe Catherine would do this. He voiced his thoughts out of frustration. He hoped that Mandy would give him some reassurance, tell him something that made clear Cat of the suspicion. I can't believe it either. She didn't look like that kind of person at all, she said. I mean, for fuck's sake. She's kind, she goes to college. She isn't an introverted weirdo without friends, and she's God-fearing. You'd think there would be some red flags about her that would indicate she's a psychopath. That last word struck a nerve with Henry, just for a moment, but Mandy was right. No matter how much he hated to admit it, Catherine was a psychopath. Either that or just brainwashed into thinking that killing a few innocent people from the outside world was normal. That's the thing, I guess, Henry said. It's always the one you least expect. I don't think she's evil, I just think Martin manipulated her, just like he manipulated everyone in this community. They believe that we're evil and that we want to harm everything they stand for. But we're talking about Catherine. She lives outside in what they refer to as the sinner's world. She's dating you, for Christ's sakes. How could she not see that we're not bad people? Quiet, you're broadcasting our location. Henry shushed her. She didn't argue. Henry sighed just as they got to another low gradient and said, I guess it's the basis of every religion. They think we're misguided, probably that we haven't been enlightened with the truth that they know. And when you strongly believe in something that you consider is right, you want others to know the same truth at any cost. I know it's not comparable, but I had a vegan relative who was like that. Only he was way more vocal about his beliefs. Uh-huh. Mandy absently acknowledged that she heard him. Yeah, his name was Joshua. He became vegan because he apparently became aware of animal cruelty, so every time we met for a family reunion, Joshua would continue to raise a fuss over the food we had for dinner, even going as far as accusing us of murder. And here we were, just minding our own business, trying to eat chicken. I suppose his methods didn't convert any of you to vegans? Of course not. Being aggressive never worked, at least not with me. In fact, it worked the opposite way. I created this wall that made me hate that person's stance even more. Anyway, Joshua eventually got caught eating fish in a restaurant, and later eventually admitted that he was going back to a regular diet that included meat. Claims he had to because of some deficiency. Mandy actually chuckled. That made Henry smile. It felt good to talk about something to take their minds off of things. He didn't want to think about Catherine right now because he started to feel slivers of something seep out of him that he never felt before towards her. Anger. And hate. He didn't want to think about his friends either, because if he started to panic over speculations about what Martin would do to them, he would get tempted to turn back and go back for them. The hill got steeper, and Mandy found it incredibly hard to climb at the same quick pace. She wasn't just physically tired, but mentally too. Not only did she feel guilty about Elsa, but she was worried about Alice, Ethan, and Tyler. Her mind daydreamed about rushing into the churchyard and knocking out the devoted in a jump kick, thus saving the day. Alice, Ethan, and Tyler would be all on the run together through the woods. Tyler would complain about his BMW. Alice would probably even have to hold him back from returning to town to retrieve his baby. Mandy smiled melancholically at that. Ethan would probably be quiet for the most part, and Mandy would probably stick close to him and talk to him about his ideas about what they should do. She couldn't help but wonder if they'd share a moment of intimacy under the threat of not living long enough to see daybreak. Mandy looked back. The creases on Henry's face showed exhaustion and worry. He swayed left and right with each step he took, probably using the remaining atoms of his strength to keep pushing forward. Past him, far below the hill, was the town. Henry and Mandy must have climbed way more than she thought because she could see the church from here between the foliage, and it looked tiny. Its spire still glowed with a brilliant radiance, with the rest of the town illuminated with tiny, almost microscopic dots of light splayed messily in the ravine. All of it contrasted the blackness of the rainy night. Mandy suddenly felt so small. Out there was an army of cultists ready to kill at the command of one person, and to think she and Henry just barely escaped their clutches of death. The thought of what they'd do to her if she got caught made her feel sick. "Hey, Mandy, check this out." Henry snapped Mandy out of her stupor. She turned around and saw him standing at the top of the ledge. He motioned her to follow him, and she did so without hesitation. The terrain started descending here, just slightly for about 50 feet ahead, before starting to climb again much more steeply. "What is it?" Mandy asked. Henry pointed somewhere towards the bottom of the miniature ravine. Mandy's eyes were already adjusted to the dark by now, but she still couldn't quite make out what he was trying to show her. Henry took the lead and stopped in front of a fallen, half-rotted tree trunk. It wasn't too thick, but it was conveniently toppled over a ditch. "What are you thinking?" Mandy asked before the realization hit her. "No, you're not thinking of taking shelter here, are you?" "Why not? It's a convenient hiding spot for us to ride out the rain at night. In the morning, we can move on." "What if they come looking for us?" "It's going to be hard for them to do that. We must have thrown them off by now. We didn't go straight up, and there's no way they'll be able to follow us in this rain. In those counts?" Henry chuckled. Mandy wasn't too thrilled with sleeping in a ditch beneath a log in the middle of the woods with the barely abating rain, but she suddenly became aware of her exhaustion, and just lying down seemed like the best idea ever. "Okay, fine," she said. "Great, I'm going to find something to cover our shelter. You get some leaves or whatever for the ground." Henry scratched his cheek and looked around. Mandy nodded. She observed him as he made his way to one of the nearby trees and grabbed a low-hanging branch. He tugged it, causing a loud swooshing sound. The branch wouldn't come off, so Henry used his entire weight to yank it down. The branch detached from the tree with a crack but still held on firmly by the bark. Henry was taking his sweet time detaching it off the tree, and he was probably going to need more than one to properly cover their hiding spot. By this time, Mandy had made her way to the nearby undergrowth and bent down to rip the vegetation. Since all the trees around them had prickly needles, using those as a mattress was out of the question. Mandy rubbed some of the leaves between her fingers to make sure they were dry. It didn't really matter in the end because she and Henry were both soaked, and although the canopies of the trees provided some kind of shelter from the relentless rain, Mandy's clothes were still uncomfortably wet and cold. She gave a silent and thankful prayer that it was a relatively warm night, otherwise she probably would have been shivering right now. Once she collected a bunch of leaves, she carried them back to the ditch and tossed them inside. They rustled and scattered under the felled trunk. There were barely enough of them to cover one small portion of the ditch, and Mandy exasperatingly sighed at the realization that she would need to make multiple trips and spend at least another 10 minutes ripping and carrying leaves. Eventually, she tore a bunch of roots directly from the ground and brought them in front of the ditch. From there, she spent some time detaching the leaves and tossing them inside the ditch. She tried not to glance at how much of their shelter got filled up, mostly to pleasantly surprise herself with seeing how much she managed to do. Her palms were starting to burn from the labor, but she ignored the pain. Henry, in the meantime, made his way back to Mandy. He had torn 2 branches off the nearby trees and spent some time slamming them against the trunks to get rid of all the needle leaves. "The last thing we want is for one of those fuckers to fall in our eye while we're sleeping," he said. Mandy doubted that she'd be getting any sleep tonight, no matter how exhausted she felt. She had finished filling the ditch as much as she could with the vegetation of the undergrowth that wasn't brambly. It almost looked comfortable enough to take a nap on, she probably thought to herself. Henry picked up one of the branches and stopped in front of the ditch and jutted his hand towards it. "All right, if you need to use the bathroom or something, do it now and then get in," he said. Mandy didn't realize how badly she needed to pee until Henry reminded her. She went a few dozen feet away, and she didn't want to put too much distance to Henry, and did her business. Afterward, she returned to the makeshift hideout and slipped into it feet first. The leaves were not overly comfortable, but at least they would be warmer than the dirt underneath. She was surprised at how spacious the hole was. She could even stretch her legs fully. A terrifying thought occurred to her that there may be a snake or some other dangerous animal hiding in there. She imagined hearing a hissing sound and feeling a slimy, slithering sensation on her legs, followed by a sharp, venomous bite. She suddenly got itchy all over her body. She suddenly kicked her feet around, mostly just to feel the area and make sure that nothing was lurking in there. She even raised her head and glanced out at her feet, but couldn't see anything but the permeating darkness. If something was nestled inside the ditch, then it could be staring at her right now, and she'd be unaware. Henry slipped next to Mandy, causing the leaves to rustle loudly. He raised his arms and fiddled with something. There was a shuffling sound above, and Mandy realized just then that he was moving the branch over the opening that they used to jump inside. Just like that, Mandy's anxiety disappeared. And somehow, the thought of her and Henry both being in the same sauce helped her feel better. She had no idea what she'd do if she were alone here right now. She would probably run on, and that would ultimately turn out to be a bad idea because she and Henry ran into some portions of the terrain that were just waiting for an innocent passerby to step on them and twist their ankles or worse. Okay, I think we should be safe for now, Henry said as he got into a more comfortable position. Their shoulders were pressed together due to lack of space, but right now, they probably needed to preserve their body heat anyway. Mandy sighed. This time as a way of relieving the stress. She closed her eyes for a moment and thought that she'd never be able to open them again, but as she assumed, she was too widely awake, traces of adrenaline still coursing through her. Even in the meager shelter they had, she felt her body relaxing. She felt like she had just done a killer workout and with irony, thought to herself that she should have trained harder, precisely for these kinds of situations. Hey, you okay, Mans? Henry's voice broke through her train of thought. Mans. Her mom used to call her that way. She suddenly felt overwhelmingly sad. Was her mother watching her from heaven right now, worried about her daughter's fate? She was also sad for her dad. She should have worked on trying to be closer with him, at least partially as she was with her mom. Now she may die and never have the chance to tell him how much she loved him. She wanted to cry, but couldn't, probably due to the exhaustion, and for that, she was grateful. If she allowed the floodgates to open now, it could jeopardize her focus on survival. As fine as I can be, given the situation. She forced a chuckle. You think the others are okay? Henry asked. His voice was low and raspy, barely louder than the quiet rain above. The downpour had long since weakened into a gentle shower. I hope so. Mandy lethargically responded, refusing to let her mind drift to Tyler, Ethan, and Alice. Hey, Henry called out to her again. She felt a pang of annoyance until she felt him gently squeezing her forearm. She turned her head towards him. She saw the outline of his facial features, but she couldn't discern any details. It's gonna be all right. We're gonna get out of here, he said. Yeah, Mandy nodded with a courteous smile, even though he probably couldn't see her. They spent some time in silence. Mandy listened to the soft battering above and stared at the evergreen and pine branches that covered their hideout. She wanted to shift positions, since she was used to sleeping on her side, but it was impossible in such a narrowly confined space. After some time, she heard Henry sighing, which indicated that he also had trouble falling asleep. She turned her head towards him, swallowing through the painfully dry throat. She had become aware of her thirst a few minutes after lying down and contemplated drinking the rainwater somehow. That suddenly stirred a thought in her mind, and it terrified her. Henry? She softly whispered, afraid that she might wake him if she were wrong about him being asleep. Yeah? He was wide awake. What are we gonna do? The first thing we should do is find help. Yeah, but how? We have no idea where we are and no idea where to go. Even if we find our way back to the road, it'll take us hours of walking to get to the gas station where we stopped. Henry chuffed, not making Mandy feel any better. We can't go back to town. They'll probably be waiting for us. Mandy shook her head. She suddenly remembered that she still had Tyler's car keys in the pocket of her jeans, but it didn't make her situation any better because there's no way they can get to the car, let alone get out with the closed gate. No, the town's not an option. I wouldn't go back there even if it were the only town left on Earth, she said. Preach, sister, Henry said. Mandy turned her head towards him and raised an eyebrow. Sorry, he muttered. Mandy looked back at the makeshift ceiling and said, Just before the church, I went to retrieve some painkillers from Tyler's car. They didn't want to let me through, and they had armed guards on the gate. Shit. And I saw them beating up a guy tied to a chair. So going back and playing hero is out of the question. So we just have to push through the woods. Maybe we can follow the river downstream. Henry swiftly turned his head to face Mandy. That's actually a really good idea. We're bound to find civilization somewhere down the river. This reinvigorated Mandy with newfound hope. They could drink from the river, the townsfolk were doing that, and they could find some fish on their way for food. And when they reached safety, they would call the police, and they would come back with SWAT units and choppers and the FBI, and they would tear down this entire cult. They were going to survive this. She wanted to get up right then and run all the way down the river, but she knew that was not rational thinking. They needed their rest before moving on. A few more minutes went by and Mandy's active mind showed no signs of subsiding. She decided to try talking to Henry to pass the time and hopefully fall asleep like that. I want to ask you something, she said. What's up? Henry didn't sound like he was getting sleepy. How do you and Catherine meet? Henry let out an exasperated chuckle. Sorry, I don't mean to intrude. I'm just curious is all. No, it's fine. Henry shifted a little bit. He briefly pulled away from Mandy's shoulder, and the cold immediately began taking over. She felt grateful when he returned to the previous position to keep her warm. I mean, where do people meet nowadays? Henry said sardonically. I met Catherine through a friend, Sheila. Sheila said that she knew the perfect girl for me and told me that I absolutely have to call Catherine out on a date. So I did as she suggested, and we went out on a blind date. Mandy listened attentively the entire time. She was interested in all the details of how Henry reacted the first time when she told him she was religious, how the relationship developed from there, etc. The first date was amazing. She was somewhat awkward, and I found that cute. But she was also smart, funny, talented in a lot of fields. We hit it off pretty well immediately and started dating soon after. She didn't tell me right away about her religion, but I guess it all makes sense now, huh? How long have you guys been dating? 6 months. And she never once told you about all of this happening in her religion? Henry shook his head. Of course not. She was probably afraid I'd report her to the police. I doubt she cared about me leaving her. And would you do it? Report her to the police, I mean? Henry hesitated a moment. Honestly, I don't know. This entire time I tried justifying her beliefs and the rules she followed, but if I'm being honest, I was trying too hard to give the disciples of God a chance because I believed we had a future together. I'm sure she appreciated you more because of that. She looked like she did. I read their book, you know, Martin's Scriptures. What a bunch of goddamn bullshit. Mandy let out a peal of laughter. After a moment, she chuckled uncontrollably. Maybe it was the danger of the situation, but the way Henry said it sounded funny. Anyway, in the end, it doesn't matter what I think. He added. She knew all along what she was getting us into. Mandy thought for a moment. But what if she didn't? What do you mean? I mean, what if Catherine didn't know what was going to happen? Henry scoffed. No way she didn't know. She's been raised with the disciples of God. She goes to the gathering every year. The more I think about it, the more I realize what a bunch of sick fucks they are. It just seems a little too unbelievable for me. A secret society that meets up once a year and kills off some outsiders? Someone was bound to rat them out by now. Who knows, maybe Martin has connections to the outside world. Maybe they were just really good at not letting people escape. Maybe they weren't even killing people up until this year, or recently, or whatever. Mandy didn't say anything to that. As morbid as the speculation regarding Martin was, she decided to focus on surviving. That's all that mattered right now. Mind if I ask you something now? Henry spoke up. Sure, Mandy said sleepily. What do you think about Ethan? This shook Mandy awake from her mild sleepiness. She cleared her throat and said, He and I talked. I think he's a great guy. But he needs to face off his demons from the past first. He needs a little more time. He's been mourning Zoe's death for a long time now. I'd hate to sound like an asshole, but he needs to move on. Otherwise, he'll never be happy. After hearing Ethan's side of the story, Mandy adamantly had his back in this situation. He does plan to move on, and he's doing better than before. Mandy saw Henry nodding in the dark. Sounds like he opened up to you, he said. He did, a little. He can never do that with you guys because he doesn't feel supported. Don't you get it, Henry? He never wanted you or Tyler to try to make him feel better by setting him up with other girls or whatever else you did. That only put more pressure on him. He just needed some space and from time to time to open up and talk about Zoe and about how he misses her. And you guys made him feel guilty whenever he mentioned her. So he bottled everything up, and instead of talking to you, he talked to himself. Fuck. I never knew. You guys are his friends, and you need to be there for him. By telling him that he needs to move on, you're just slowing his recovery down, you know? Damn it. Sorry, Ethan. If only he had told us that. More silence ensued. Mandy thought about Ethan. She and Henry spoke about him as if he were still alive, but what if he wasn't? Maybe the cultists have already ended him, and maybe he welcomed it with relish. Maybe he couldn't wait to see Zoe again, and that death would only be a release from the agonizing days he had to spend without her. But Ethan is so young. Mandy never felt the love that he described to her, so she couldn't imagine how he felt. She knew what it was like to lose someone, but she didn't know what it was like to love and be loved romantically. For a moment, she contemplated whether it was really better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. So, how does Ethan feel about you, Mandy? Henry asked. I don't think he feels anything. He's still cocooned in his pain, and he doesn't see anyone for who they are because Zoe is still on his mind. I think he and I would be a good couple if we met a few years from now, but then again, maybe he would be so different that I wouldn't be attracted to him. I guess we kind of rushed the whole thing, but even though nothing happened between you and Ethan, I want to say one thing. What's that? I'm glad you came with us. I wouldn't be alive right now if you didn't, and I'd hate being out here alone. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Mandy grinned. All right, well, we better try and get some shut-eye if we want to follow that river tomorrow. Yeah. Night, Mance. Chapter 18. Henry abruptly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the outline of the makeshift cover above their shelter. It looked somewhat bright outside, so it must have been dawn. Henry felt like he had slept for just 5 minutes. His body was stiff, and the burn he felt in his muscles was already starting to get replaced by the soreness that he felt after every hard workout. The rain could no longer be heard. He tried raising himself up, but felt a weight on his shoulder. He looked down and saw Mandy's head nestled on his shoulder, one of her hands on his chest. Her eyes were closed, and she was breathing steadily through her mouth. A branch snapped and echoed somewhere nearby. The first thought he had was, oh shit, it's them. He tried to calm himself down by considering the possibility of a branch getting snapped by a bear rather than cultists. How the fuck is that any better? He looked up and realized the light in the sky was gone. It was dark once again. Henry grabbed Mandy by the shoulder and gently shook her. Mandy, wake up, he whispered. Mandy inhaled sharply and then mumbled something. What's going on? She asked apprehensively but with a drowsy voice. She blinked a few times forcibly. Someone's out there, Henry said, staring at the foliage above their cover. Mandy suddenly seemed to become widely awake. She propped herself up on her elbow, following Henry's gaze towards the foliage. Henry slowly pushed himself up the low gradient until his head started touching the branches. Ever so slowly, he slightly lifted one part of the branch and looked around the ravine. See anything? A deep voice echoed somewhere in the ravine. Mandy gasped in horror. As if on cue, Henry saw a distant beam of flashlight bobbing up and down, illuminating a part of the woods far below the ravine. Nothing yet. They could be hiding somewhere. Keep a lookout. And then Henry saw many more beams all around the place, some as close as a few dozen feet away. One of the beams that faced away from him rotated around itself and then reached the shelter. Henry ducked in the last moment. Shit, he said silently, ignoring Mandy's worried gaze. I think I saw something, a nearby voice shouted. Check it out. Watch your step. Someone else responded. Henry, we need to get out of here, Mandy said with the hand over her mouth. Henry put a finger over his mouth to gesture her to be quiet. He looked up just in time when a beam of light above their shelter appeared, just like when he first woke up. And then, steady, rustling footsteps. They were approaching Mandy and Henry. The light above them got brighter with each step and was now so potent that the interior of the ditch got partially illuminated. Henry dropped flat on the now beaten leaves, pulling Mandy down along with him out of the beam's light and into the dark recess of the hideout. They were lying on their backs motionlessly. The footsteps stopped right in front of the shelter. Some dirt got kicked into the ditch from the final dragging step, and the bright source of the flashlight appeared right above the shelter, blindingly radiant. Mandy pressed both hands over her mouth, tears silently streaming down her face and into her hair. Henry held her firmly by the shoulder, out of fear that she might scream and give them away. The beam of the flashlight lowered, illuminating Henry and Mandy's faces. Henry was frozen. He wanted to spring to his feet and scramble out of there as fast as he could, but he couldn't move a muscle. "Hey guys, over here!" A voice shouted, but it wasn't from the person standing above the shelter. It was coming from somewhere at a distance. The beam of the light turned away from the shelter, leaving Henry and Mandy in the dark once more. "What'd you find?" the voice above the shelter said, followed by the same rustling footsteps. Only this time, they were moving away. Holy shit. Holy shit, holy shit. Henry thought to himself over and over as the footsteps finally faded into nothingness. He looked at Mandy, who seemed equally relieved. She lowered the hands from her face and exhaled like a pregnant lady going through labor. Henry just then realized that he was still holding her shoulder, probably gripping a little too tightly. He let go, and as quietly as his cramped position allowed him to, returned up to the branches and glanced around the ravine. The beams of the flashlight were far away and clustered together in one spot. Henry heard voices talking to each other but couldn't make out what they were saying. He gave the ravine another once-over, and as soon as he was sure that there were no more flashlight beams close by, he looked down at Mandy and said, "We need to move. Now." Without waiting to hear her response, he grabbed the bough covering the hideout and raised it, and moved it aside. For once, he was grateful that there were no leaves in the woods because the rustling sound of the branches was somewhat muffled. The entire time, he kept an eye on the beams of flashlights, ready to start sprinting in case any of them started making their way back. He crawled out of the ditch and turned around to assist Mandy. He was about to give her a hand, but she was faster. She slithered out of the ditch with the finesse he didn't possess and got into a crouching position. "This way," Henry whispered. He began tiptoeing in the opposite direction of the flashlights, hoping against hope that he wouldn't step on a twig or something that would alert the cultist of his and Mandy's presence. He looked back and saw that the flashlight beams were dispersing, continuing the search for the intruders. "How the fuck did they find us?" "Let's climb over here," Henry whispered, pointing to the spot where the ravine began ascending. It was a little steep, so they made their way around it until they reached the peak. From there, the ground flattened again, allowing them to walk freely. The flashlights were still close by, moving about in random directions. They knew they were close by. Why else would they stick around and comb one area like that? The good thing was that the flashlights were below them, so Henry and Mandy would have a good running head start, even if they got spotted. Henry breathed a sigh of relief and straightened his back. "Let's go," he said with alacrity, motioning Mandy to follow him. They walked with hurried steps, allowing the rustling of the undergrowth that they walked on to resound somewhat louder now that they were at a safe. A booming mechanical snap resounded under Henry and echoed loudly in the woods, even as he felt the explosion of pain in his left leg. And even as he lost control of that leg and fell sideways, he didn't understand what was going on. All he knew was he couldn't let out a sound, or they would find him. And he stuck to that. He writhed on the floor and gritted his teeth soundlessly. His first thought was that he got stung by either a bramble or a dangerous animal. When he looked down, terror, unlike anything he had felt before, overcame him. Mandy walked behind Henry, and every couple of seconds, looked behind herself. She could only see two of the flashlights, now distant and often disappearing behind trees and branches. And then she heard it. The loud sound right in front of her that she likened to something a gun would make when cocked. Only this was much louder. She jerked her head in front of her and saw Henry writhing on the floor in pain, holding his leg and groaning quietly. He looked down, and the already mild groaning stopped entirely. Instead, he stared at his leg with color drained from his face. The lower part of Henry's leg was stuck in a bear trap. The jeans around his calf area were already stained in dark red, the serrated teeth of the trap biting hard into his leg, like a hungry mechanical Venus flytrap. Mandy heard buzzing in her ears. She suddenly felt woozy and her legs got wobbly. She heard voices as if in a tunnel, and then one snapped her out of her trance. "It came from over there!" someone shouted. Mandy turned back to see the flashlights now scanning the areas around her and Henry. "Mandy, you need to get this thing off of me," Henry laboriously said. "I'll go check it out," another voice said. There was no time to waste. Mandy approached Henry's leg and observed the trap. How would she even get this thing off? The bear trap wasn't big, though, and the teeth that clamped Henry's leg were small and dull, so that was a good thing. "Mandy, hurry," Henry said, panting and groaning in pain. Mandy placed the roots of her palms on one jaw each, making sure not to wedge her fingers in a way that the trap could bite her hand once Henry's leg was safely out. If that happened, she'd either end up with crushed or severed fingers. She tried prying open the jaw, but it wouldn't budge, not even an inch. She ignored being careful and wedged her fingers to get a full grip, but the teeth of the trap, although dull, were still sharp enough to cause pain to her fingers. Even like that, the trap wouldn't budge. Henry groaned and hissed in pain. When Mandy looked up at him, she saw bullets of sweat already formed on his forehead. "I can't get it open," Mandy said in desperation, knowing full well that she didn't have much time left. Henry looked over her shoulder, and his tone went grievously calm. "Mandy, you need to run." Mandy turned around in time to see a beam of one of the flashlights appearing on the hill. It was less than 100 feet away. "I'm not leaving you here," she retorted. "If you don't leave, they'll kill you." The calmness of his voice shocked her. It sounded like the voice of a person coming to terms with their death. A thought crossed her mind, her leaving Henry and apologizing and then running off into the woods. Hearing Henry's pleas followed by a gunshot, and then Mandy being alone in the silence of the woods evading the flashlights, hoping to survive until morning. She looked back and saw the flashlight steadily bobbing up and down with each step the person took, approaching them. The beam reached the foot of the undergrowth that Mandy and Henry had just walked past. "No, we're in this together," she cried out, determined to stay as she tried harder to pry open the bear trap. If they were to die, then they would die together. And still, she had to fight her brain's urge to keep her alive. Every fiber in her being wanted to run, but she defied that instinct. The footsteps that rustled through the undergrowth slowly approached, growing louder by the second. Mandy stopped trying to open the bear trap and instead stood up to face the assailant. She stood in front of Henry to shield him. She had no idea what she was doing and why she was trying to be heroic, but it just came naturally to her. The footsteps stopped, just 10 feet away from her, the beam of the flashlight blinding and illuminating her. She felt her heart quickening, but she stood her ground without a flinch. The flashlight lowered itself slightly, and when Mandy's eyes got adjusted to the dark, she saw a man. He had unkempt hair and incongruous, neatly trimmed facial hair. He wore a green jacket and jeans. He was holding the flashlight with one hand, and in the other, a handgun. He looked like your average Joe, a white-collar worker with a family who paid taxes, drove his kids to baseball practice, read bedtime stories to them, etc. There was nothing about him that would indicate that he's a cold-blooded killer. His eyes locked with Mandy's in a staring contest. She wouldn't look away. She wouldn't show him fear. She wouldn't die like a coward. The man pointed the flashlight at the ground behind her, clearly illuminating Henry. He stared at him for a moment, the gun still pointed in front of himself. For a second, Mandy thought that she could tackle him, wrestle the gun away from him, but she'd get shot before she even started moving. "Miguel, what do you see?" Someone shouted from a distance. The man, Miguel, looked at Mandy once more, pointing his flashlight and gun at her. Instinctively, Mandy raised her hands above her head to surrender. She was pretty much on autopilot. One part of her wanted to defy these cultist assholes and die with dignity. But the other part, the rational part of her, was afraid of dying. She wanted to beg the man not to shoot, but no words left her mouth. "Miguel!" The voice came again. Miguel slightly turned his head and shouted back, "It's just an animal, nothing here." A moment of silence passed before the voice responded again. "All right, we're going back for now. Gonna continue the search tomorrow. You guys go on ahead, I'll catch up in a bit," Miguel responded. Mandy was so dumbfounded that by the time she realized what he had said, the man, Miguel, had put the handgun in the back of his pants and stepped around her and towards Henry with the flashlight pointed at him. Henry stared up at him silently, with pain and confusion on his face. What was the game plan? Did he want to torture them alone in the woods? Was he somehow related to Elsa and wanted personal revenge for her death? Mandy's panic surged at the thought of her being tortured, maybe even raped before getting killed off. Miguel knelt in front of Henry and put his flashlight on the ground so that it was pointed at the leg caught in the bear trap. "Girl, come help me with this," he said. He looked back at Mandy and called out a little louder this time. "Hey, he's gonna lose his leg if you don't help me." Mandy didn't even realize he was talking to her until then. When she heard him call out to her the second time, she went into functioning mode again. She knelt down next to Miguel, awaiting his instructions. He raised one hand and said, "When I press down on the springs, you open the jaws of the trap, got it?" Mandy fervently nodded. Miguel positioned Henry's leg in a way that the trap stood upright. Henry groaned in protest but didn't fight back. Miguel put both hands on the sides of the trap where the springs were and pushed down hard. "Go!" he chuffed. Mandy grabbed the jaws of the trap without thinking and pulled them apart. They opened easily and with almost no resistance at all. She saw the holes in Henry's jeans where the teeth had bitten him and the bleeding wounds. They weren't too deep, so that was at least good. Henry yanked his foot out of the trap and scooted away his good foot, probably wanting to put as much distance as he could from the trap. He groaned at what sounded like a cacophony of agony and relief. "Okay, let's go," Miguel said. Mandy released the jaws of the trap. They didn't clamp back. Miguel slowly released the pressure off the springs, and the trap closed tightly again. He picked it up and tossed it on the side. "Who are you?" Mandy confusedly asked. The mysterious man ignored her question and unzipped his jacket. He reached to the side of his belt where Mandy saw a humongous knife in a hilt. Miguel reached for it. Mandy felt her heart leaping to her throat. She didn't think that Miguel would hurt her or Henry because he could have done so already, but she thought he would need to do something to Henry's leg. Instead, Miguel cut off a piece of his shirt and put the knife back in his hilt. He wrapped Henry's leg with the fabric and tied it into a tight knot. Henry groaned in pain. Miguel stood up and got to Henry's side. He looked at Mandy and said, "Come on, help me get him up. We need to get to safety." Chapter 19. "Ethan? Ethan!" A voice called out to him. Ethan was drifting in and out of consciousness. The voice sounded muffled and far away, but it consistently kept calling him, beckoning him. Who's there?" he asked, or at least he thought he asked. The question formed in his mind, but he wasn't sure if the words actually left his mouth. He couldn't see or feel anything. "Ethan," the voice softly called out. A blurry, faceless figure appeared in front of him. He saw white colors where the clothing should be, but that was it. He tried to say something, but no thoughts or words formed. Was this an angel? Was he in heaven? "Ethan, wake up!" The voice sounded just barely clearer, and he could make it out as one belonging to a woman. "Baby, can you hear me?" She spoke again, and he finally realized who it was. The figure in front of him began clearing up further, and he saw long hair, big eyes, and a genuine smile. "Zoe?" he muttered, and this time heard the words leave his mouth. "I'm here, Ethan. God, I've missed you so much," Zoe said. Ethan raised his head. He wanted to run towards Zoe, hug her, kiss her, never let her go again, but he couldn't feel his body. He groaned in frustration. Zoe put a hand on his cheek and said, "It's okay, baby. I'm here." Where are we?" "It's okay, Ethan. I'm here." "I'm sorry, Zoe. I should have protected you. It's my fault that you died." He felt like crying, but he was too numb to do so. The image in front of him was still blurry. He could see Zoe's outline, but not very clearly. He had trouble even keeping his eyes open and head up, but he felt Zoe. He felt her warm touch, and that's all that mattered. She leaned closer to him, so close that he could smell something pretty on her that he couldn't pinpoint. He could feel her breath, and he wanted nothing more than to kiss her. "I love you, Ethan," she whispered. "I love you too. More than you can ever imagine. Don't worry. I'll always be here for—" Zoe's sentence was abruptly cut off by her giggle. Ethan confusedly tried asking her what was going on. She pulled away from him, and then the hand she held on his cheek was gone, leaving a cold spot there instead. "Zoe?" he desperately called out. He was afraid she'd be gone forever again. He didn't care if he was dead or alive, he just wanted to be with her. He tried to move, but his body was still numb. His head limply fell forward, and he had trouble lifting it. "Gosh, you're so pathetic," Zoe said. Ethan felt his heart beginning to race. The image before him started clearing up, and he finally got a sense of orientation. He was sitting in a chair, and his hands were behind his back. He blinked and shook his head furiously, causing the image in front of his eyes to clear up further. He looked up at Zoe, who was standing above him with her hands on her hips. "I can see why she'd rather die than be with you." Zoe spoke up jeeringly once more. Ethan blinked a few more times. His head was killing him. He took a better look at Zoe. Except it wasn't Zoe. It was the girl from the dining grounds who approached them on the first day. She was grinning at Ethan. She looked so much like Zoe. She could easily be her doppelganger or sister. The girl put a hand over her mouth and giggled in a high-pitched tone. She put both hands on her chest and sardonically began speaking. "Oh, Ethan, I miss you so much. I can't live without you." She cackled and pinched Ethan's cheek. "You poor thing, you actually fell for it." Ethan looked around. He was in a simple wooden room no bigger than a shed. There was nothing in the room except the chair that he was bound to. A door stood behind the girl, camouflaged along with the walls. The only thing that made Ethan realize it was a door with the hinges and the low light coming around the cracks between the door and the wall. In fact, that was the only source of light in the dark room. Where are the others? What happened to Tyler and Alice? At that moment, the door burst open, startling Ethan. At the door stood a hooded figure, tall and bulky. It wasn't the devoted, but it sure looked like one. Instead of the black clothing, the figure had a red pointy hood with one hole for an eye. The robes were red as well, with a brown makeshift belt tied into a clumsy knot around the figure's wide waist. The first thing that came to Ethan's mind was that he was staring at a red KKK member, but the single hole for the eye made the person seem more like an executioner. He had a flogger in his hand, gripping it tightly, the veins on his exposed hand bulging violently. It's the figure we saw with Benjamin, Ethan thought to himself, suddenly remembering the fenced-off building with the red figure disappearing in the doorway. The girl turned to face the figure and then silently retreated to the corner of the room, walking backwards with her hands held together, still staring at Ethan with a patronizing smile. The red-hooded figure slammed the door behind itself shut and made its way to Ethan with heavy, menacing steps. Based on the loud batter of his footsteps, Ethan assumed that he was wearing boots under the skirt-like robe. "What do you want from me?" Ethan asked defiantly, staring up at the figure. The figure backhanded Ethan at a blinding speed. Ethan's cheek exploded in burning pain. "Don't!" Ethan pleaded. He instinctively tried to raise his hands to shield his face, but was met with resistance at his wrists. It must have been a rough kind of rope because his wrists were burning. The slap came again, this time on the other cheek. Ethan tasted the metallic taste of blood in his mouth from the lip that started bleeding. The red figure grabbed Ethan with one hand by the cheeks and forced his head to look up at it. Ethan stared at the brown eye that looked soulless from here. Maybe that's exactly why they wore hoods, so they would look less human. "Whatever you want, I'll tell you, please." The figure forcefully released Ethan's head with a grunt. Ethan expected another slap, but it never came. "They don't talk," the girl in the corner said. Ethan instinctively looked at her. She was still smiling, but instead of having her hands together in front of herself, they were behind her back, and she swiveled left and right like a little girl. She approached the red-hooded figure and placed one hand on the man's tall shoulder. "We call them the Pentient ones. They are racked with extreme guilt from their sinful past. They stole, raped, even murdered. A lot of them were on the run and had nowhere else to go. But our prophet took them all in, made them repent. As a result, they spend their life in silence as penance for their deeds. They were assigned by Prophet Martin to purgatory to punish and rehabilitate sinners. Their duty is a difficult one." She took a step away from the penitent one. "Don't try talking to them. Instead, try to be like them." She shrugged. "Take your punishment in silence." "Well, I gotta go. Bye-bye, Ethan." She said it perkily as though she were leaving from a nice visit to a friend. "Wait. Hey, wait a second," Ethan called out. It was too late. The girl already opened the door and was out of sight, humming something along the way. Silence filled the room, long and uncomfortable. No, there was a sound. The heavy, steady breathing of the penitent one, who still stood above Ethan like a statue, with spread legs and the flogger still in hand. Ethan had no doubt that son of a bitch intended on using it. The penitent one walked around the chair and behind Ethan. Ethan tried to pivot to follow him, but couldn't crane his neck enough. He saw with his peripheral vision the penitent one bending down on the other side of the room. "What are you doing? Hey, talk to me, man." But he knew that talking would do no good. It was crystal clear by now that the people living in Noah's Reach followed everything Martin said, and the penitent ones probably relished in the excuse they had to torture and kill in the name of God. There was a sound of something clicking, and a song began playing from behind Ethan. It was something religious that Ethan recognized a moment later as Amazing Grace. The penitent one straightened his back and made his way back in front of Ethan. He was no longer holding the flogger. He produced a low groan and cracked the knuckles on his hands. "No. Wait!" The penitent one swung a fist at Ethan's face. Chapter 20. Alice looked around the room she was in. It was a minimalistic room with only a lantern on the floor and 2 chairs. Both chairs had been occupied by Alice and Tyler, who were bound to them by their wrists and ankles. When the cultists captured Alice, Tyler, and Ethan, she feared the worst. She thought they were going to kill her, so she pleaded, but her pleas were drowned out by the roaring of the crowd. Not that they would listen to her. She saw one of the devoted bringing the cudgel down on Ethan's head, causing a small open wound on his temple. Alice screamed when she saw that because she thought they had killed Ethan, and knew that was what awaited her. Tyler resisted as much as he could, but in the end, it was in vain. The crowd surrounded him, and for a few minutes, Alice couldn't even see what was going on. When they dispersed, she saw Tyler getting carried by two of the cultists by his arms, with his head limply hanging down. She thought that they had killed him, so she screamed and cried. One of the cultists slapped her, which immediately caused her to shut up, and then they started dragging her away, too. By then, the majority of the townspeople had detached from the captors. They were pouring out of the churchyard in a stampede, while Martin stood behind and barked orders at them. They were probably after Mandy and Henry. Alice hoped against hope that at least one of them managed to escape. If they did, they'd be able to call the police and come rescue them. Please, God, please let them be safe. Right now, the sole reason why their safety concerned her was because her own safety depended on it. It was selfish, but she was too scared to worry about anything else. She didn't want to admit it, but even Tyler's safety wasn't a priority for her. And now, as Alice sat in the chair in front of an unconscious Tyler, she desperately looked around for any means of escape. She tried calling out to Tyler, but he wasn't responsive. After a while, she gave up trying to wake him up and instead focused on finding something, anything, maybe a tool that would help her cut her bonds. But the room was empty. There was absolutely nothing in it that she could use. She tried breaking free of the rope that held her wrist tightly in place, but she gave up after just a few futile attempts that left a burning sensation in her wrists. She allowed desperation to overtake her, and as she did so, her thoughts began wandering to scenarios of what they would be doing to her. Maybe they're going to torture you slowly. If you're lucky, they're going to just force you to become one of them. But most likely, they're going to physically and mentally torture you. And then, an even more terrifying thought crept into her mind. They're going to rape you, and then kill you. Alice began hyperventilating. She felt like someone had placed a heavy rock on her chest. She had to get out of there, and that urge was so strong that she wanted to rip her hands free of the ropes, even if it peeled her skin off. But she couldn't stay here, no way. This was supposed to be a relaxing trip. She's only 20 years old. She still had a life in front of her. She had to get out. She had to... Tyler groaned in his seat. Tyler? Tyler! Alice called out through tears. He was waking up. That was good. If he woke up, then everything would be all right. She felt the fast-growing panic that swirled inside her retreat a little. It was still present, threatening to overtake her entirely. But for now, it was at a distance, like a wild animal patiently waiting for its prey to climb down the tree. Tyler raised his head and blinked forcibly a few times with a croaking groan. Tyler? Ty! Alice continued calling him relentlessly. He looked at her, but he may as well have been looking through her. He blinked furiously a few times with his mouth half agape, not indicating in any way that he heard Alice's desperate shouts. He hung his head back down, and for a moment, Alice thought he had lost consciousness again, but then he spoke up raspily. Alice? Oh man, this is worse than any hangover I ever experienced. Oh, thank God, Alice said in relief. Tyler, we're trapped in here. We need to find a way out before they return. Tyler looked up at her again, and then around the room. He took a long time scanning his surroundings from left to right, looking like he was having a hard time processing what he was seeing. Shit, he muttered with a hint of annoyance, and it sounded more like the person Alice knew. How long was I out? Not too long. Never mind about that right now. We need to find a way out before it's too late. Alice wanted to ask him if he was hurt, but right now that would have to wait. She could worry about it more when they were safely away from this fucked up place. Tyler blinked a few more times and shook his head, most likely to help himself wake up faster. He rotated his head with his eyes fixated on the floor, doing the same thing Alice did while he was out cold. Damn it, there's nothing in here, he said and stuck his tongue out pensively. Alice burst into a sobbing fit, the finality of the realization hitting her that they were indeed trapped in here without any possibility of getting out. She thought about her parents and how they would be worried when she didn't return their call in a few days. They'd call her back, but her phone would be off. They would worry even more. They'd call Alice's friends and then the police. An investigation would be conducted, and pretty soon they'd probably connect the dots and realize that the community was behind all of it. But by then, Alice would already be dead. Her parents would be racked with worry day after day, hoping that their daughter would come back home at any moment, but she'd be dead before the investigation even started. She cried harder at this, suddenly feeling a sense of regret over not treating her parents better. She should have told them more often how much she loved them and not acted like such a spoiled princess. And now she'll never... Alice, baby, look at me. Hey, Tyler called out. She raised her head and blinked the tears away from her blurry vision. Tyler was staring at her with an intense glare. Tyler? What are they going to do to us? She wailed. Nothing. We're going to get out of here, all right? He leaned forward as much as the ropes tied around his chest allowed him to. His eyes still transfixed on Alice. He nodded and said, Okay. Alice, listen. We're going to have to untie each other, all right? How? There's nothing here. Alice continued weeping. The panic took her over entirely, and she didn't care about a way out. She just wanted to let her emotions out. We're going to hop to each other, all right? So that we're back to back. Then you're going to untie my hands, okay? Alice continued crying. Babe, listen to me. If we don't do this now, we may not have enough time later, and we're going to die. We have to be fast, all right? Alice looked up at him and nodded vehemently. She took a deep breath and formed the O letter with her mouth, allowing herself to exhale. She did this a few more times to calm herself down. Okay? Tyler asked. Now, do what I do. Just slowly try to hop with the chair left and right, okay? Alice repeated the nodding motion and then looked down at her feet. She gripped the armrest of the chair tightly and, mustering as much strength as she could, forced her right leg and arm forward. The chair barely even budged. Good, just like that, Tyler said just in time for him to do his own hop, a little more successfully than her. Tyler was right. She didn't need to make big hops, just turn around so that she and Tyler were back to back with each other. Her panic went silent again, and she was instead focused on moving the chair. She hopped left this time. It was better. She repeated it again with the right side. The room was filled with the symphony of their chairs' short-pitched scraping on the wooden floor. Step by step, she and Tyler were approaching each other. Tyler now started hopping backward in order to have his back to Alice. Alice was sideways to him, and she decided to go backwards too. The first backward hop almost sent her flying on her back. The chair dangerously went up on its back legs before it lurching forwards again. Alice muttered an "oh fuck" to herself when she thought she was going to fall, followed by a sigh of relief. Ty, I don't think I can move backward, she whimpered. Don't worry, I'll get to you. Just stay there, he said. He continued hopping, now more proficiently than when he started, and way more efficiently than Alice. If this community had a competition in racing while being tied to a wooden chair, Alice was sure that Tyler would be pretty good. He was always athletic, after all. Just a little longer, Alice. Hang in there, he said. He was now directly behind Alice and approaching her with each backward hop. Just a few more steps, and they could try to untie each other. Alice kept her head turned as far as she could in order to see Tyler, and her neck was now beginning to get cramped, but she didn't care about that one bit right now. Okay, Tyler said as he came to a stop right behind Alice. He made the final few hops tiny to adjust the distance between their hands. Once he was close enough for Alice to feel the touch of his hands, they were ready to start. Untie me, quick, Tyler said laboriously. It was evident that the hopping exhausted him. Alice felt around his hands until her fingers touched the rough, strained fabric of the rope. It wasn't thick, but she could feel on her fingertips how tightly it was tied into a knot. She fumbled around the knot in order to look for a place where she could loosen it a little bit. She had somewhat long nails, so untying the rope should have been easy, but she couldn't do it without watching. She found herself pulling the outer layer string of the rope but not managing to loosen it. Hurry up, Tyler said. I'm trying. Alice started to get progressively frustrated with her inability to find the place where she could untie the rope, so she knew that she had to slow down and focus. She breathed out slowly and started anew, ignoring Tyler's impatient remarks of rushing. She continued by trying to feel the rope around his wrist to see if there's any other place where she could try to untie it. Maybe she was just looking in the wrong places. Alice? Tyler said after some silence. I'm trying, for fuck's sake! Alice frustratedly snapped. Someone's coming, Tyler said. That made Alice stop fiddling with the rope. She turned her head sideways as far as she could to look at the door. Footsteps thudded on the wooden floor outside, and they were approaching the room. Alice started tearing at the rope again, much faster and more violently this time. Fuck it, just let me untie you instead, Tyler snapped at her, and she didn't complain. Thud. 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 She felt Tyler fiddling with her ropes. Thud. Thud. Do you got it? Alice called out with desperation and impatience. He ignored her and continued tearing violently at the ropes. He almost got it. That's what it felt like from the tugs, at least. Fuck! I can't do it, he said with the timbre of frustration. Thud. Thud. Sobs started to form in Alice's throat once more. The footsteps stopped just outside. Alice saw a shadow under the door, an unmistakable jingle of the keys and the lock of the door clicking. The door swung open. They were too late. At the door stood two figures clothed in red, but unlike the rest of the townsfolk, these two had pointy red hoods covering their heads, with a single hole carved for one eye to look through. The first one who entered was tall and had broad shoulders. The one behind him was visibly thinner and shorter, but that didn't make him look any less intimidating. When they first burst inside, a moment of silence filled the air in anticipation of what's to come. Tyler and Alice froze, waiting for their captor's next move. The red-hooded figures strode inside with menacing steps, their booted footsteps loudly thudding on the floorboards. The burly one approached Tyler, and without a single word, punched him in the face. It was a strong punch, too, because Tyler's vision started spinning, and he thought he was going to lose consciousness again. He heard Alice screaming just as the smaller one approached her. They were dragged in their chairs to the original positions when Tyler first woke up, so that they were facing each other, with a few feet of space in the empty room separating them. Tyler saw the smaller captor carrying something in his hand that looked like a car battery, with a pile of cables folded in circles resting on top of it. He placed the battery on the floor between Alice and Tyler and uncoiled the cables. What the fuck is that? Hey, answer me, asshole, Tyler demanded. His answer came in the form of a backhand across his face. Alice screamed once more, begging the burly figure to stop. Tyler shook his head and looked up at the captor with a defiant smile. You hit like a little bitch, he scoffed. He braced himself for retaliation, but the captor just kept staring down at him in silence. A moment later, he outstretched one arm sideways and grabbed some of the cables that the other guy handed him. A few of the cables had something at the end of them that looked like electrodes from an EKG machine. The big guy bent down to Tyler and attached the electrodes to various parts of his body. Tyler got slapped once more for resisting before becoming docile. In the end, the red monk, or whatever the fuck he was, ripped open the upper part of Tyler's shirt, popping the buttons along the way. He attached one electrode to Tyler's stomach, and two to his chest. Tyler stared across the room as a smaller figure ripped open Alice's shirt, revealing her white bra. This caused her to jerk her head away from the captor and scream hysterically. Leave her the fuck alone, you freak! Tyler shouted before getting backhanded again. The big guy coiled the final cable around Tyler's forearm 3 times like a snake, and then shoved the end of it into his hand and forced his fist to close around it. What the fuck is this? Tyler felt the object in his hand. It was a tiny panel or remote of some sort, and he felt the outline of what may have been a button. Alice was given the same small object, and the electrodes were attached to her in the same spots as Tyler. All the cables were attached to the battery in the middle of the room. Let us out of here, you sons of bitches! Tyler shouted, anger still seeping from him. He would not let them scare him. You're wasting your breath talking to them. A calm, almost soothing voice came from the doorway. Tyler swiveled to see who was speaking, but he knew who it was before seeing the person. Prophet Martin leaned on the doorway with crossed arms, nonchalantly staring at Tyler with a smirk. At that moment, Tyler wanted to jump out of the chair and strangle that pretentious piece of shit. You motherfucker! When I get my hands on you, Another slap exploded on Tyler's cheek, followed by a punch, and then one more. He started to get woozy when he saw Prophet Martin gently putting a hand on the red guy's shoulder. The red figure retreated to the back of the room, still staring at Tyler through the hole for his eye, as threateningly as Tyler stared at Martin. The prophet stared down at Tyler in disgust. It's all right, penitent ones, he said calmly. Leave us. It took Tyler a moment to realize that he was referring to the cloaked figures. The penitent ones turned to the door and strode outside, closing the door behind them, without a word or a moment of hesitation. For a moment, Tyler wondered what incentive Martin offered these people to serve him so obediently. The room went eerily silent, save for Alice's sobs and Tyler's panting. Prophet Martin stood as a statue in the room, staring nowhere in particular. He glanced at Tyler reticently and maintained eye contact for a long moment. Tyler refused to look away. Martin looked away and towards Alice. Please, please let us go. Alice pleaded with him when their eyes met. We aren't evil, I swear, please. Martin stared down at her like she was a creature unworthy of even looking at him. He was listening to her, but Tyler could see on his face the lack of empathy. He was a psychopath, and he didn't care what Alice and Tyler thought and felt. After some pleading from Alice, Martin slowly approached her and put one hand on her cheek. She stifled her weeps and stared up at him. There, child. I'll get the devil out of you, I swear, in God's name, he said. He turned around and made his way to the battery in the middle of the floor. What you do in this room will decide your fate. This item was designed by one of our genius members of the community. He calls it the Hand of Reckoning. Its design is quite simple. When I flip the switch, he knelt down and pointed to a small, almost invisible switch on the side of the makeshift battery. It will connect the electrical parts of it to the buttons you're holding. That's when things get interesting. He stood up, and Tyler swore he saw a glint of satisfaction in his eye. Martin intermittently looked at Tyler and Alice and said, Every 10 seconds, the Hand of Reckoning will send a shock of electricity through your body, with the voltage increasing with each subsequent shock. You can stop this, however. All you need to do is press the button you are holding, and the electrical shock will be sent to the other person instead, sparing you of the pain. If you don't press the button by the time the 10 seconds are up, you both get shocked. The last person standing wins. Martin was openly smiling now. He's enjoying this. He's a sadistic maniac. Any questions? He asked as if they were participating in a friendly quiz night. We're not playing your game, you fucking psycho, Tyler hissed. Martin shrugged. I'm afraid you really don't have a choice. If you don't play, then you'll both die. And let me assure you that I don't care much for two sinners dying. I'm giving you a choice. Save yourselves, or save your partner. He looked at Alice and Tyler once more before reaching a hand towards the battery. No! Alice shouted. Martin flipped the switch. He stood up while the Hand of Reckoning started making a noise that Tyler likened to the charging of a defibrillator. 10 seconds. I'll be back in a bit to see who won. Enjoy, Martin said as he made his way to the door. He turned around and said, Oh, and don't try taking off the wires or turning off the Hand of Reckoning. The device was made to send fatal shocks if it detects someone fiddling with it. Wait, goddammit! Tyler called out, but it was to no avail. Martin was already out of the room with the door closed behind him. The defibrillator-like sound was getting louder by the second. Alice was inconsolable by this point. She was crying out to Tyler, begging him to do something, but the words came out slurred and unintelligible. Alice, let's wait, okay? He's probably fucking with us. Wants to turn us against each other. Don't push the button, okay? The defibrillator noise was so loud now that Tyler expected the car battery to explode at any moment. Both he and Alice stared at the object in the middle of the room, now silently and breathlessly. The charging noise coming from the battery stopped, and Tyler felt pain surging through his body. He involuntarily convulsed, just like Alice. It only lasted for a second, but it was enough to cause a lot of pain to the parts that had the electrodes attached to them. Shit! He shouted while Alice cried louder now. The defibrillator noise started revving up again. This was bad. Martin wasn't bluffing. They were really pitted against each other until one of them was dead. Alice, do it. Press the button, Tyler shouted. No! You'll get shocked! The charging noise was reaching its peak. It must have been past at least 5 seconds. If you don't do it, we'll both get shocked. Do it! Alice bit her lip and looked down at the battery. The defibrillator would start shocking them both any second now. Alice closed her eyes firmly and pressed the button. The shock surged more powerfully through Tyler's body this time. Not only was it stronger, but it lasted longer too. Tyler's hand involuntarily clutched the remote in his hand. His back arched, and his chest muscles contracted and relaxed. Even after the shock had stopped, Tyler felt the burning pain inside his muscles lingering. I'm so sorry, Tyler, Alice cried. The charging noise of the battery started up again, not giving them a moment of respite. Tyler thought about the possibility of ripping off the electrodes, but there was no way he'd be able to do it. He couldn't move his wrist, and there's no way he'd be able to get Alice to untie him like she tried earlier. They could try flipping the switch on the battery, but what if Martin was right, and it resulted in the device killing them? "You have to keep pressing the button, Alice," he said, already feeling exhausted. "No, you'll die." She shook her head. "Do it." The shock was much stronger and lasted for at least 3 seconds this time. Up until then, Tyler gritted his teeth in silence, but now the pain was so unbearable that he had to let out a scream. The charging started again. "Wait, give me a few seconds," Tyler said. "I can't do this," Alice wailed. "You have to." "Okay, I'm ready." "Do it." Alice pressed the button again. Tyler tried bracing himself as much as he could for each shock, but it only got worse every time. He wouldn't be able to take much more of this. He wished that there was a shock that would just kill him immediately and not prolong it agonizingly like this. But that's what Martin wanted. He wanted to see how the two of them would behave in their final moments of life, to see them turning on each other and begging for their lives like cowards. "Alice, wait. I need a break," Tyler panted. "I'm going to shock you a couple times, and then you continue shocking me, all right?" Oh, okay," Alice hesitantly said. Tyler waited for as long as he could while the charging noise permeated the air, counting seconds in his head. When he reached 6, he pressed the button in his hand. Alice's body writhed violently for at least 5 seconds. She screamed even after the shock stopped. "Tyler, I can't." "Just one more, all right? Just one more time, and I'll take over then." Alice firmly closed her eyes and then nodded vehemently. Tyler counted for as long as he could, watching in pain as Alice braced herself for the shock to come at any moment. That was the worst thing of all. When the shock came unexpectedly. "Okay, I'm going to press it. In 3, 2, 1. Alice convulsed epileptically once more, longer and with such intensity that her chair started shaking. Once the surge was done, she looked somewhat stupefied. Okay, he said. "You can shock me now, all right?" Alice nodded. Tyler waited while Alice counted the seconds aloud. But then something came over him. The sudden realization that he was going to die hit him like a ton of bricks, and as much as he hated admitting it, fear began taking over. Alice counted to 7 when Tyler pressed the button. Alice's back arched and her head slightly tilted, veins bulging at her neck, her arms and legs violently kicking in the chair. "What the fuck, Tyler?" Alice shrieked. "Why did you do that?" "I'm sorry, but I can't die here." What are you talking? Before she could finish her sentence, Tyler pressed the button, sending another wave of electrical shock through her body. It pained him to see her suffering, and it pained him to think how he would feel later after they dragged her lifeless body out of here. And it pained him to think what he would tell Alice's parents once this was all over. But right now, he only cared about keeping himself alive. Once the shock stopped, Tyler repeatedly pressed the button as quickly as he could to shock Alice again. The charging noise didn't even start properly, and she was already convulsing again. "I'm sorry, Alice. I'll make this quick, I promise." Alice dropped the remote from her hand on the floor and looked like she was going to fall unconscious. He pressed the button again, and she went from a droopy state into violently writhing in her chair. She tried to speak up, but the words that came out were slurred and indecipherable. He thought that he heard the word please, but he tried to shut out everything around him. He closed his eyes and pressed the button relentlessly, listening to the buzzing and the convulsing in the chair opposite of him. "Just a little longer, Alice. I'm so sorry." Tyler felt warm tears sliding down his face, but he couldn't stop. Not now. Alice was almost unconscious, hopefully dead soon, and she wouldn't be able to press the button anymore anyway. If he stopped now, they would both get shocked, and it would be better for one of them to make it out of here. He pressed the button again, but nothing happened. Tyler opened his eyes and suddenly became aware of the deafening silence in the room. No defibrillator noise, no buzzing, nothing. He looked at Alice, whose head lolled to the side, her eyes struggling to stay open. Tyler pressed the button once more, just to make sure that the machine had finally stopped working, and sure enough, nothing happened. Alice, it's over. The machine stopped." He chirped exuberantly. Tentative relief washed over him until he heard the door open. The patter of heavy footsteps from the penitent ones resounded in the room, and they began detaching the electrodes from both Tyler and Alice. Tyler heard slow clapping to his right, and when he looked in the direction of the sound, he saw Prophet Martin triumphantly smiling and applauding. "Congratulations! The game is over," Martin said. Tyler looked in Alice's direction. Did he miss something? No, Alice was still alive, so why were they ending their sick game? By this time, Alice was starting to regain her consciousness, her eyes now wide open, her head hanging down slightly. She was breathing heavily, spit hanging from her mouth as she stared at Martin like a wild animal. "Well, now you have it. You tried to be a hero, but the truth surfaced once things started heating up. You care more about your own survival even at the cost of your loved one's life. I respect that." Martin looked at Tyler. "Or maybe she isn't your loved one. Maybe she's just a pastime, a way station until you find the next woman to sleep with?" He shrugged and put his hands in his pockets. "Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. I will allow you to reflect on this decision you made just now. Separately. Penitent ones?" Martin motioned something to the penitent one, detaching the electrodes from Alice. He untied her and forced her to stand up. She still had her hands tied behind her back, and her legs were wobbly, buckling under her own weight. The penitent one grabbed her under the arm and led her outside the room. Martin and the other penitent one were already outside. Alice and Tyler stared at each other all the way until she was out of the room and the door closed behind. Deafening silence filled the air. Alone and processing his own cowardly act, Tyler was afraid to close his eyes, because every time he did that, he saw the look Alice gave him in that final moment before she was dragged out of the room. And it was no different than the look she gave to Martin. Chapter 21. Henry's leg was burning and pulsating with excruciating pain. The trap was off, along with the pressure it put on the leg, but now the pain went from being acute to dull and steady. He was sure that the leg was not broken, because as time went on, he was able to put more and more weight on the foot, and there was no swelling. Miguel had been leading Mandy and Henry towards the town. Mandy had stuck behind with Henry, and when she voiced her concerns with the stranger about being led back to town, Miguel interjected. "Too dangerous to stay outside. There are wild animals and traps deeper in the woods. You're lucky I found you before you stepped on a landmine." "Landmine?" Henry widened his eyes in terror, suddenly feeling lucky that he stepped only in a bear trap. "Yeah. Prophet Martin ordered the Vindicators last year to mine the place to stop people from fleeing or approaching. How are we going to get out of here then? Going back to town can't be any safer." "Much safer. We'll talk about it as soon as we're at my house. For now, we need to get back to town, and we'll discuss our plans later." Mandy whispered to Henry how she didn't like this. She assumed that Miguel might have been leading them into a trap. Maybe he was going to get rewarded for single-handedly delivering the escapees. Henry wasn't 100% sure about it. "Why are you helping us?" he asked. Miguel looked reluctant to answer, and his face turned dark all of a sudden. "I have my reasons. Look, if you want to come with me, then move your asses. If you'd rather sleep out there, then I'm going back alone. Your call," he finally said before turning away from them and continuing down the path. Maybe he was bluffing and expected Mandy and Henry to follow him. But if he meant them harm, he could have already shot them. He had all the chances in the world to off them by now, so why didn't he? Henry was too tired and in pain to care right now. They would cross that bridge when they got to it. The town was much closer than Henry originally thought. The descent was faster than when he and Mandy climbed the hill. Yes, but in the dark, he thought that the two of them had put a much more significant distance between themselves and Noah's reach. It soon became apparent that they had been swerving left and right too much while on the run, which had only lengthened their climb. "How's your leg?" Mandy asked after what felt like an hour of silent walking. Henry knew it was realistically closer to 30 minutes, if even that long. But the night seemed to stretch on too long. "It's fine," he nodded. "I don't think there's anything broken in it. I still need to worry about tetanus, though." "You should be fine," Miguel said from up front. "But I can get antibiotics, not a problem." Henry had a million questions that he wanted to ask Miguel, but right now, he felt like it would be taking too much of his strength. He looked at Mandy, who looked no better than him. Her hair was disheveled and her face caked in dirt and dried mud, along with scratches, probably from the branches that whipped her face when she ran. Her clothes were equally covered in dirt and mud, with a few leaves stuck on her blouse and jeans. "Hey, just a little longer and we can take a break. As soon as we're fresh, we can follow the river like we agreed." Henry gave her a reassuring smile. "Not a good idea, mister." Miguel interjected again without further explanation. Why not? Mandy asked with the timbre of offendedness. Prophet Martin's patrols are everywhere. Every year when new people arrive, they expect them to follow the river. They have outposts up and down the river. Just last night, one community member became a deserter, so they sent patrols after him. They executed him on sight. Shit, Henry muttered. Again, he wanted to ask Alana questions, but it would need to wait until they were in a safe place, if there was such a thing. From there, they could start planning. The entire time, however, Henry kept a lookout to see if Miguel would be trying anything fishy. He became tenfold apprehensive when they neared the town. Maybe Miguel would just whistle and shout, "Get 'em, boys!" and the gang would tie up Mandy and Henry. If that were the case, then being prepared wouldn't do anything, but they would at least try to make a run for it, despite both of them being dead tired. The sky was finally starting to brighten on the horizon, a dark blue creeping up and taking over the black. It was almost dawn. Henry suddenly became aware of the birds chirping all around him, and it was no longer the unfamiliar sounds of nightlife in the forest, but the pleasant sounds one would hear in their backyard. What time is it? Mandy asked. No idea. Miguel shrugged. Almost morning if it means anything to you. The lights in the town were off for the most part, except a few houses here and there, and of course, Martin's palace, which stood proudly tall above the other households. Where are you taking us? Henry asked. To my house. Be quiet now. We're approaching the town. Miguel retorted. As they got closer, the town's tall structures disappeared out of sight under the trees that towered above the trio. Far below, at the bottom of the hill, was a lonesome cabin detached from the rest of the households, facing away from the woods. Wait here. Miguel raised a hand and a stop sign and continued descending. Henry didn't know if Miguel went to get his friends, and he honestly didn't care. He slumped down on the ground and allowed himself to take a break even if the entire town would come chasing him. Mandy, on the other hand, continued standing and prudently followed Miguel with her gaze as he hopped down the hill, disappearing between trees and reappearing on the other side, his figure slowly growing smaller by the second. I really don't like this, she said. We don't have a choice. You heard what he said about landmines and patrols. We have to trust him for now. I don't get it. Why would he be helping us? Henry shrugged. Maybe he's trapped in here just as much as we are. Mandy said. Miguel disappeared at the back of the lonesome house and was gone for a short time before the window facing the hill opened. Miguel waved an arm vigorously for Henry and Mandy to come down. All right, Henry groaned as he stood up. The short sitting caused his body to ache at any movement. He and Mandy made their way down the steep hill while Miguel stood at the open window, waiting with an impatient expression on his face. By the time they reached the cabin, he didn't try hiding that impatience. Come on, climb in, hurry. He waved his arm frantically. On their way down, Henry saw a strip of a green, empty field separating Miguel's house from the edge of Noah's Reach, where the town officially started with a line of households. Danger was probably close by. Henry entered first through the window with the help of the other two. As soon as Mandy was inside as well, Miguel shut the window, immediately muffling the outside noises. The place was minimalistic. There was an old wooden bed with a tattered mattress, a flat yellow-stained pillow, and a blanket splayed messily on top. A table rested in the middle of the room with dirty wooden bowls and spoons, and under that, a dusty area rug. In the corner of the room next to the window was a bookshelf that had a variety of items on it. Henry noticed just one book on the shelf, and the spine of the cover had a red cross on it. The door on the other side of the cabin was locked with 2 deadbolts. Lie down. Let's take a look at your leg, Miguel said. Henry welcomed that without hesitation. He plopped onto the bed, not caring about the uncleanliness of it. Immediately, the aching in his body began disappearing, but the pain in his leg increased. Miguel went over to the shelf and grabbed a few items before returning in the front of the bed. Girl, help me with this, he called out. Mandy approached the bed right away and, without thinking, took the scissors that Miguel presented her with. Cut his jeans open, he ordered. Mandy untied the blood-soaked cloth that Miguel used earlier to stop the bleeding. She dropped it to the ground in disgust and wedged the tip of the scissors inside the tiny holes that the bear trap teeth made in Henry's jeans. She carefully cut the jeans downward towards Henry's ankle. Mandy wasn't a good artist. That's at least what her art teacher, Miss Campbell, always told her. A few times they had an assignment to make shapes from collage paper, and Mandy's skills cutting things with scissors were not very impressive compared to the other kids. Either she would cut things in a snaking line instead of making it straight, or her circle would end up looking like a cruddy version of a trapezium. As she sliced through Henry's jeans, all she had to do was make sure that she didn't cut his leg by accident. She managed to do that without an issue, even though the straight line was, just like in school arts class, not straight. Sorry, Miss Campbell, no time to make it artsy right now. She ignored the dried blood on Henry's jeans and leg, as well as the clots of blood where the trapped teeth had bitten in it. Luckily, Miguel took over from there. He opened an unmarked brown bottle, causing the smell of alcohol to permeate the air. He took a large swig and then looked at Henry and said, "This is gonna hurt a little, but try not to scream, all right?" Henry was looking down at his leg the whole time. He nodded in approval and inhaled deeply. Miguel poured the alcohol over Henry's leg, causing him to groan in pain. Once that was done, Miguel cleaned Henry's leg and then put a gauze where the wounds were, before wrapping the leg in bandages. "Lucky I got a first aid kit," Miguel smiled. This was the first time in the 1 hour or so that they knew each other that Mandy saw him express anything other than seriousness. She couldn't help but smile herself, maybe out of relief. Now that Miguel helped Henry, Mandy was starting to feel a little relaxed. Maybe he didn't mean them any harm after all. "You should get some rest," Miguel said. "I don't have any more beds, so you'll have to squeeze together." "What about you?" Mandy asked. "Don't worry about me." Henry scooted to the side of the bed close to the wall to give Mandy the space to lie next to him. Mandy sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Miguel, who was picking up the items he used for the first aid and returning them to the shelf. He still had his gun strapped to his belt. "Why are you helping us?" Mandy asked. Miguel walked over to the shelf and began placing the items one by one, not giving any indication that he heard Mandy. She gave up on pestering him with it and swiveled to see how Henry was doing. His eyes were closed and he was breathing steadily. Mandy put a hand on his forehead to see if he was burning up. He wasn't. "They took my wife." The voice came so softly that Mandy's brain needed a moment to register it as Miguel's. She jerked her head in his direction, surprised by his decision to speak up. He was still facing the shelf, and even though he was done sorting all the items, he didn't turn around. "Her name was Wendy. She and I had been married just 3 years. We lost our daughter Philippa to a rare disease when she was only 15 months old." He hung his head down, speaking about this undoubtedly bringing back immense pain. "Wendy and I were lost, angry. Our daughter's life could have been saved with the right approach, but the doctors were careless. And by the time we realized what was wrong..." He turned around with a gloomy face. "So you joined the Disciples of God?" Mandy asked. He nodded. "We were handed a pamphlet on the street. No questions about our religion, no talk about coming to a meetup or anything. Just handed us a pamphlet, smiled, and wished us a blessed day. My wife was skeptical about this at first, but I was so desperate that I was willing to accept any kind of solution for my pain." He was staring up at the ceiling now. He nodded to himself a few times before continuing. "Prophet Martin was really kind. This was back before Noah's Reach was still a thing. The first time he saw Wendy and me, he put his hands on our shoulders and said that he understood our pain. He hugged us and told us not to be angry at God, and that our child is in a happier place now." "He knew about your daughter?" "Someone probably told him, or he researched it. He likes to keep things under control. But at that moment, when he welcomed us and showed us what looked to be like true, genuine empathy, my wife and I were bought. We joined the Disciples and in less than a year moved here, where we started building the town." He pointed to a wall in the direction of the town and said, "We had a nice house right next to the church. We worked hard, but we were rewarded too, and even though the painful memory of Philippa still lingered, things were starting to finally get better for Wendy and me. We had a house, we were surrounded by a friendly community, and we were finally coming to terms with Philippa's death. Things couldn't have gotten better, given the circumstances." His mouth contorted into a complacent but also somewhat sad smile, which Mandy was sure came from reminiscing about happier times. The smile drooped off his face, and Miguel looked down at the floor with his hands on his hips. "And then, we started to realize what we had actually gotten ourselves into. Prophet Martin was kind to us, and we had a good life here for a short while. No one can deny that. But that only extended as far as our faith did. The prophet is a psychopath. He had all these methods to keep people under control." "What kind of methods?" Mandy impatiently interjected. "Lots of them. Suppression of negative thoughts, for example, is one of them. You're not supposed to have any negative thoughts or doubts about the prophet or the community, and if you do, it's your own fault for being sinful. There's reading of scriptures on a daily basis, speeches from the prophet where he claims to be the only one capable of saving us, threats to anyone who wants to leave the community, and those are just a few things. If you're deemed to be really disloyal, you're taken to purgatory. That's the big, secluded house where they torture people until they find their faith. Is that what happened to your wife? Mandy was at the hypothetical edge of her seat. Miguel nodded. Sometime after we moved here, she started having doubts. I urged her to use the suppression techniques, but she said that negative thoughts were not the problem. The problem was being accused of not being loyal enough. It's like the witch hunt trials. One small accusation is enough to land you a visit from the devoted or the vindicators. So that's what I saw last night. Henry suddenly spoke up. I was walking around the town and saw someone getting beaten up by a group of people. I think they killed him in the end. Yeah, Miguel agreed. The loyal people in Martin's inner sanctum love punishing sinners. Everyone's faith and loyalty are constantly tested, even the ones close to the prophet. So anyway, one night the devoted came knocking. They took Wendy to Prophet Martin under the suspicion of not being loyal enough. Martin declared her a sinner and demanded that she be rehabilitated. I refused to let that happen to her, and he gave me two choices. He sighed deeply before looking at Mandy. She would either be taken to purgatory where she would be tortured until she found her faith, or she would be purified by Prophet Martin's seed. What does that mean? Mandy asked. He wanted to impregnate her. Henry added resolutely. Mandy looked at Miguel in expectation. Miguel had an embarrassed look on his face. He shrugged and said in a lower, barely audible tone, I knew that the chances of her returning from purgatory were pretty much zero. So, we opted for the latter option. Martin took her away for the night, and soon enough, we found out that she's pregnant. That's sick! Mandy wrinkled her nose in disgust. Wendy thought so too. Here we are, blessed with the child of the prophet, with everyone congratulating us and wishing us well for our kid, but we couldn't have been more miserable. The decision I made put a strain on her marriage. Wendy got depressed and soon, 5 months into her pregnancy, she committed suicide. I'm so sorry. Mandy put a hand over her mouth. Miguel shook his head. She was declared a sinner and an enemy of the prophet, and her body was crucified in the churchyard as a warning to anyone who would go against the disciples. I had to watch every day as her body rotted away in the sun until they finally found the mercy to remove the cross. There was silence in the room for a long moment. Henry was the one who broke it. So, Martin just chooses whoever he wants to sleep with like that? He claims he hears God's voice. God tells him what to do. He uses that as an excuse to get away with anything. I don't understand. Why isn't anyone stopping him? Mandy shrugged. They can't. A lot of the people are loyal to him, and those who aren't are too afraid to speak up because they know they'll be sent to purgatory or get killed. But most of them follow him because they really believe in him. We need to report this to the authorities. And we will, but not right now. It's too dangerous. We can't just sit here and wait for a miracle. Our friends could be in trouble if they're not already dead. Miguel scratched his well-kept beard and said, We can't leave right now. They have eyes everywhere, you understand? But I have a plan. He raised one hand and began explaining in a lower tone. There is a sheriff from a nearby town coming to visit Noah's Reach in a few days. He's here to check if everything's okay. And Martin will make sure to focus all his attention on making this place look spotless. So we give them the slip while they're focused on the sheriff? Henry asked. Miguel shook his head. Not exactly. They'll keep a close eye on the sheriff in the perimeters. But as soon as the sheriff leaves, Martin plans to host a baptism. It's like an invitation for new members. And while the ritual is ongoing, all attention will be diverted to it. That means there won't be any armed guards outside of the town. Why hasn't anyone tried running away if that's the case? Mandy frowned. Because they don't know that. I do because I used to be a vindicator before they stripped me of my rank, and I used to be in contact with the guys in the nearby outpost. Trust me, that's the best time for us to run. Mandy and Henry exchanged glances with each other for a moment, contemplating the entire situation. Henry looked as skeptical as Mandy, but it was clear that they had no other choice right now. What about our friends? Mandy asked. Miguel sighed in disappointment. Whatever he was about to say, it wasn't good. They didn't kill them. Yet. The prophet never wastes potential where he sees it. If your friends have been taken to purgatory, and I believe they have, it's because Martin believes they can be converted to disciples. They want to turn them into cultists? Henry made a grimace. They're going to torture them and brainwash them for many days until they start to lose the perception of reality and truth. I know Alice. She wouldn't join a cult so easily. Mandy shook her head confidently. And Tyler? He couldn't care less about this sort of thing unless they offered him good cars and lots of women to sleep with. Miguel shook his head. His lips pressed together. Martin's methods are unconventional. I'm afraid that even the strongest eventually give in. If not out of a change of heart, then out of fear. How do we rescue them? Henry leaned on one elbow, causing the bed to creak slightly. We can't. They're protected too well by the penitent ones. And not to mention that purgatory is near the center of the town. It'd be hard even for me to get close to that place. Mandy found this unacceptable. She would not leave Alice just to save herself. So, we're just supposed to leave them? She asked with a timbre of annoyance. Miguel is right, Henry said. I saw the place with Ethan and Tyler. It's fenced off and too close to, well, everything. Miguel raised a hand briefly and said, Look, we'll come back for them once we get the police. You're no good to your friends if you get caught like them, all right? He looked at Mandy and Henry with such a stern gaze that Mandy had no choice but to agree with him. Good. Now get some rest. I'm going to go get some food and water, Miguel said. He unlocked the door and opened it. As he stepped outside, he turned back and said, Lock the door behind me, and don't open it up to anyone, got it? I'll knock like this. He rapped on the door in a specific manner, which Mandy assumed may have been from a song. She nodded in agreement. She locked the door behind Miguel and turned to face the bed. As dirty as it was the only thing that she saw and cared about right now. She slithered into bed next to Henry and closed her eyes. She was so exhausted that she couldn't even change the positions from sleeping on her back to sleeping on her side. Just as she exhaled in finality and relief, a loud voice resounded in the distance. Chapter 22. Ethan had no idea how much time had passed since they brought him into the shithole cell. After spending an unknown amount of time tied in the chair where he first woke up, bruised and beaten, two of the penitent ones barged inside the room like police officers. Ethan was about to fall asleep when they entered, and the loudness of their entry startled him wide awake. Before he knew what was going on, they had thrown a black bag over his head and untied him from the chair. Blinded and confused, he stumbled as the penitent ones grabbed him under his arms and dragged him, not bothering to be gentle with him. After a short walk and some turns here and there, the bag was removed from his head, and he was forced to stand with his hands planted against a cold concrete wall. For the short tour that he had around the place, Ethan managed to see that he was actually in a cell of some kind. It was a dilapidated concrete-made room that had one small barred window on top and a heavy, sturdy door on the other side. From what we saw, morning light peered in through the window. A shit-stained bucket whose smell permeated the air was in the corner. Ethan was sure he'd be using the bucket for pissing and shitting for a while, until they decided what to do next with him. There wasn't even a bed in here, and Ethan thought he saw one cockroach scuttling out of sight when the bag was removed from his head. He heard the footsteps of someone else approaching the cell, and then a deep, stern voice spoke up. Don't move until we're back. Eyes in front! The voice reprimanded Ethan when he tried to turn his head to see who was speaking to him. Stay like that, and if you move a muscle, we'll flog you. You understand? Do you understand? Yes, Ethan said docilely. He was exhausted from the beatings that the penitent one gave him earlier, and the fact that he didn't sleep all night long tired him out even more. On top of all that, he was thirsty and hungry. The door of his cell shut with a creak and slam, and the lock clicked on the other side. The now muffled footsteps faded in the distance, but Ethan refused to move. For all he knew, one of the penitent ones may still be with him in the cell, just waiting for him to make the mistake of moving. So he stood. His shoulders and feet were killing him after some time. His head started slumping down involuntarily, and he had to fight to remain in the position they told him to stay in. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other to alleviate the pain, but that didn't help too much after a while. Ethan listened to the chirping of the birds just outside the window, wondering what time it was and how long it had been since he started standing. It couldn't have been more than an hour or so, and he already felt like he couldn't take any more. He wondered where the others were, and if they were suffering the same fate as him. He tried to retrace the steps in his memory to the moment before he was knocked out, Tyler and Alice were caught, so they were likely being tortured somewhere as well. It'd be logical that the cultists would want to isolate them from each other to demoralize them. But what about Mandy and Henry? He hadn't seen the two of them since before last night's church meetup, so maybe there was a chance that they managed to get away. Or maybe they were caught long before church. A doubtful voice in his mind said. With nothing to occupy himself with, Ethan's thoughts began wandering to dark places. He wondered what they would do to him and how long they'd keep him here. He remembered hearing about similar tortures being conducted on Jewish camp prisoners. They had to stand for days on end until they collapsed from exhaustion or died. He wondered what other things they'd do to him in order to break him, and if breaking him was even the goal. They either wanted to force him to join them, or they wanted to torture him as much as they thought he deserved before dying. Desperation started to devour his mind, and he knew that if he continued to feed those thoughts, panic would soon overtake him. So instead, he closed his eyes and went to a happier place. What do you think about this one? Zoe asked. She was standing next to Ethan and in front of a painting in the gallery, with a curious look on her face and a glass of wine in her hand. The murmurs of the fancy-dressed people who came to admire the sophisticated art that Ethan couldn't even begin to appreciate lowly filled the air. Ethan took a sip of his own wine and cocked his head as he observed the painting. There was a happy family in the picture, a little girl who held her mom and dad by their hands. The mother and the daughter had wide smiles on their faces as they walked down the paved road with the sunset behind them. The father had a half smile that didn't look all that sincere. Ethan said. There's probably a deeper meaning behind this. Something is bothering the father. That's what I was thinking. Zoe snapped a finger and then tapped it repeatedly on her chin with pursed lips. I think he's a serial killer. What? Ethan snorted. Why would you think that? Just look at him. Zoe gestured to the father. What about him? He's just an average family man. Ethan shrugged. Exactly. Zoe snapped her fingers again. Those are exactly the dudes that turn out to be serial killers. It's never the recluse or the socially awkward weirdo. I mean, it is, but not often. It's always the guy who waves to you across the street and invites you to Sunday's barbecue and has a regular 9-to-5 job as an accountant. Your knowledge about serial killers is starting to scare me, Z. Ethan smirked. She leaned closer to him and said, If you ever cheat on me, they'll never find your body. She winked. Romantic, he said and gently kissed her on the lips. She got up on her toes and kissed Ethan one more time before taking a step back and taking a sip of her wine. Ethan had a stupid grin on his face, which he was aware of, but he didn't care about hiding it. Zoe was so beautiful when she smiled. Sometimes he couldn't help but stare at her in awe and appreciation of how lucky he got with her. So, what's your verdict, detective? Zoe asked in a serious tone and leaned her chin on her shoulder for a brief moment. Ethan looked at the painting and scratched his chin pensively. The motive is financial, he said. Zoe made a grimace. Elaborate. No. What do you mean, no? How do you expect to find enough evidence to get an arrest warrant? We can frame him. No pun intended. Zoe rolled her eyes at that. So why do you think the motive is financial? She asked. Well, he has a young kid and a wife, and if you look around, you can see that they're probably in a place surrounded by lots of cliffs, and judging by the voracious glare in his eye, you can see that he plans on pushing his family off the cliff and collecting the insurance money. Ethan was about to groan and tell Zoe that he was just messing with her, but she interrupted him. And then moving on to the next potential victim. Zoe nodded in approval. I was thinking more of a kill your family and keep their body parts in the fridge kind of killer. But you might be right. You may have good serial killer knowledge, but I have good detective skills. Oh, please, Zoe chuffed. You couldn't even figure out what I bought you for your birthday. And I gave you every hint in the book. That was different. Who in the hell calls it something you'll use and then buys a marathon kit? I don't even go running. Well, you were supposed to. You always talked about it. Yeah, I said that it would be cool to do it, but that's all. Ethan raised his eyebrows. Whatever, Zoe said in a fake British accent and dismissively waved him from her wrist. Let's see the next painting. The cell door burst open. Ethan opened his eyes, instantly stopping his pleasant daydreaming. The transition back to reality was harsh, and he honestly didn't know right now what was worse, being held prisoner by a deranged cultist or continuing life without Zoe. A cold, watery splash hit Ethan's back, shocking his entire core and causing him to yelp. The tormentor tossed the bucket on the floor, causing it to clatter obnoxiously loudly. Ethan's eardrums hurt, but before his mind could protest it, he felt a hand grab his shoulder and spin him around. The penitent one stood in front of him, this time a different one than the ones he saw before. He shoved a bowl into Ethan's hands and, without a word, turned around and left the cell, locking it once again. Ethan looked down at the mushy meal they provided him. It looked like the oats that they had for breakfast, but it was much smaller in size, colorless and watery. They didn't even give him a spoon. Ethan brought the bowl closer to his nose and sniffed it, just to make sure that it was food and not something else. He tentatively grabbed a little bit of it on the tip of his index and middle finger and tasted the mush, not caring that his hands were dirty. It tasted horrible, but at least it was food. Ethan wouldn't be having a hunger strike. Not here. He remembered watching once a documentary about SAS survival, and how if you're caught by the enemy, it is recommended to take anything the captors give you: food, water, medical care, etc. He didn't know much else about surviving when you're held prisoner, but he did know one thing for sure. If they were keeping him alive, it was because they needed something from him. Yeah, to execute you publicly as a sinner. Ethan pushed that thought away, fully aware that overthinking would drain his sanity. The problem was, in this cell, he would have nothing better to do than think, if they gave him enough freedom for that. He finished the entire bowl of the meal and could have gone for seconds despite it being so bland and tasteless. He realized that the bucket next to him that the penitent one used to splash water on him still had some water left in it, so he drank every last drop. He then took off his shirt and squeezed the water out of it. It tasted salty and bitter of sweat, but he couldn't afford to be a chooser right now. After that, there was nothing else to do, and Ethan accepted the penitent ones to at least pick up the bowl that he ate from. However, hours passed and no one showed up. He didn't even hear any sound in the building. He glanced outside the barred window to see where he was, but could only see the concrete wall of another building that towered just in front of his cell, blocking the view. With nothing better to do, he sat on the floor with his back and head against the wall. He was so sleepy, and his eyelids closed on their own, but he couldn't fall asleep. He thought about the others. Where were they right now? Were they okay? Were Henry and Mandy long out of town and would be coming back with the police? That must have been the worst part, not knowing what to expect. Given everything, Ethan braced himself for the worst. That way, he would not be disappointed. He also thought about Catherine. What in the hell was her goal all this time? To bring some lambs for the slaughter? Maybe she didn't even know any of this would happen either, and a loud voice boomed outside. Ethan opened his eyes wide and raised his head. You hate the sinners because they want to destroy what you've built, because they want to take your children. I say don't hate them. Let God have his revenge on them. It was Prophet Martin, but his voice was amplified and somewhat distorted, as if speaking through a device, probably a megaphone, Ethan thought. Prophet Martin quoted Bible verses and talked about his own things related to Noah's reach, the destruction of sinners, etc. He talked for a long time with church music playing in between, like a twisted radio commercial. Ethan wondered if this was actually the prophet speaking live, or if it was pre-recorded. He was sure about one thing, however. He started to understand how he got so many people to follow him obediently. Listening to Martin's hate speech all day long every day would radicalize anyone, and most of these people had no outside sources of information to tell right from wrong. Ethan was starting to get thirsty again, so he decided to sleep through it, if possible. He splayed himself on the floor, not caring about cockroaches or any potential rats or whatever else lingered here. After a while, his head started to droop to the soft tune of Amazing Grace. He wasn't sure how long he slept when the door burst open again, with one of the devoted and two penitent ones waltzing inside. Prophet Martin's preaching on the megaphone had stopped by then. The penitent ones approached Ethan with batons and started beating him up. Things went by in a blur for Ethan after that. He was bound to a chair, and the devoted sat in another chair across from him, uncomfortably close. The penitent ones left, leaving Ethan alone in the room with the devoted. The first thing the devoted did was drink some water from the flask he brought, and then empty the flask on the floor in front of Ethan. He then asked Ethan questions. First, they were simple ones: his name, date of birth, hometown, parents' names, etc. But then the questions got confusing. The devoted asked Ethan about his view on the afterlife, his beliefs, his religion, what he thinks awaited for him after he died, etc. There were also statements and questions that Ethan couldn't process and answer. He was bombarded with so much information that his brain started to listen only to the parts it understood. The entire time, the devoted maintained an incessant stare, hidden behind the black veil, as he asked each question monotonously. He showed no reaction to any of Ethan's answers, even when he didn't answer. Often he moved on to the next question before even giving him enough time to think about the previous one. This lasted agonizingly long until Ethan thought he couldn't take anymore. He pleaded with the devoted to let him go, but the interrogator simply repeated the question in the same manner, same tone, same patience. Eventually, Ethan realized that he would need to give the devoted what he wanted in order to get this over with, so he answered every question as best he could to his limited capability. Eventually, the devoted stood up from the chair and knocked on the cell door. The penitent ones walked inside and untied Ethan. The chairs were taken out, and he was left alone in his cell once more. The empty flask remained on the floor, so he immediately grabbed it to squeeze the few remaining drops from it, doing almost nothing for his parched throat. Sometime later, he was given food and water, more mush in a big flask of water that he didn't hesitate to drink to the last drop. He was forced to take off his clothes, and they instead gave him tattered gray pants and a shirt that very much reminded him of prison uniforms, just without the stripes. The clothes reeked of something Ethan couldn't identify. The process from before repeated for the whole day. Interrogation, dinner, Prophet Martin's preaching. In the night, Ethan was woken by the penitent one and forced out of the cell. He was taken to a corridor in the building where two gaunt men were scrubbing the floor. The penitent one shoved a brush into Ethan's hands and kicked him on the floor, silently gesturing to it. Ethan scrubbed the floor, giving sneaky glances to the other two men. They were wearing the same gray clothes that he was given earlier. They were far too baggy for their skinny looks, and Ethan, for a second, saw himself in those men. Is this the fate that awaited him? To work in this place until he was completely broken? Would getting out of here even be worth it, or would he just be an empty shell of his former self? You're already an empty shell of your former self, he thought to himself, distraughtly. A penitent one patrolled the corridor, keeping watch over the three prisoners. Ethan carefully followed him with his gaze, and as soon as he turned his back, he called out to the prisoner next to him. The prisoner ignored him, his eyes fixated on the floor below him that he scrubbed. Ethan knew that he heard him because he started scrubbing faster. He called out again, a little louder this time. The prisoner seemed to get agitated, his breathing quickening along with the scrubbing. Ethan saw the other prisoner bringing a finger to his mouth to tell him to be quiet. But it was too late. The penitent one saw the interaction and shifted from slowly strolling around to menacingly loping towards Ethan. Ethan maintained eye contact with him the entire time, but to his surprise, the penitent one grabbed the prisoner who Ethan tried talking to and brought him up to his feet. The prisoner pleaded as he was taken away. Even as they turned the corner, he continued pleading until his voice faded. This would have been a great opportunity to run, had another penitent one not come into the corridor, just as the first one escorted the prisoner. After that, Ethan didn't dare even look up from the floor until he was taken back to his cell. He lost track of time after that. Has it been days, weeks? Every day, the same process would repeat. Interrogations and bombarding with information. Martin's preaching, the same music being played over and over. Pointless nightly chores. Ethan was sleep-deprived, hungry, and thirsty all the time, but most of all, he was confused. He was told so many things since he was brought here, and he tried processing most of them, but his brain refused to work. He was starting to question his reality, and in order to combat that, he had a mantra that he tried following. Whenever he was alone, he repeatedly chanted his name, his hometown, his date of birth, name of his parents, name of his friends, Zoe's name. He spent a staggering amount of time thinking about Zoe, and at those times, he started to get really sad. It made him realize just how much he wasn't over her yet. He thought about what they had, and what they could have had if she were still alive. He wondered if she'd be here with him right now, and if he'd do more to protect her than he did to protect himself or his friends. There was no doubt about that. All the penitent ones and devoted in this town could come after him, but there's nothing that would stop him from rescuing Zoe. He was partially glad that Zoe wasn't here to go through such a thing. He couldn't stomach the thought of her getting tortured and possibly even raped by these sick fucks. The more Ethan thought about these things, the less he started to care about his own well-being. What was the point, anyway? Maybe he'd get out of here someday, but what then? Back to living his empty life, just surviving until the day the Grim Reaper decided to take him? How was that any better than living in this damp, cold cell? For the first day while he was held captive, Ethan planned on escaping and rescuing his friends. The more he thought about it, though, the more futile it seemed. His friends were probably already dead, help wasn't coming, and escaping in such a weakened state would be impossible. And then one day, the cell door opened. But instead of the usual barge-in, the devoted calmly walked inside and said, "Get up. The prophet wants to see you." Chapter 23. Henry's leg was okay now. He hadn't suffered any fevers or serious pain, so there was probably no infection. He hadn't kept count of the days, but according to Mandy, 4 days had passed since the night of their runaway attempt. Days were going slowly, especially since Henry and Mandy were stuck inside a dim cabin all day long with absolutely nothing to do. Both Mandy and Henry were getting restless, but Mandy more. Henry could see it in the way she nervously tapped her foot on the floor, the way she bit her nails, the way she moved the drapes on the windows just to peer for a second, enjoying the meager ray of sunlight. They couldn't even use the bathroom properly, and instead had to go in a bucket Miguel left for them outside the cabin window. To make matters worse, Prophet Martin's voice resounded on the megaphone for many hours a day. Even here at the edge of town, it was loud enough to drown out any noise, and Henry began suspecting that this was a pre-recorded tape playing on a speaker somewhere. All day long, he'd talk about the sinners, including Henry and Mandy, telling them to surrender because their friends were already dead, and it was only a matter of time before they caught them. Other times, he'd tell them that he meant no harm and that they were free to go, if only they just came to talk to him. He also talked about Elsa, describing what a sweet girl she was, and that she didn't deserve to die like that. At moments, Mandy looked like she was just about ready to surrender and end it all. Miguel only stayed in the cabin for a short time each day. He brought Henry and Mandy enough food to last the day since he couldn't sneak in too much without looking suspicious. And for the rest of the day, he had other duties to attend to. A regular day in a disciple's life. Mandy got paranoid. She started to suspect that Miguel may be plotting something against them, and Henry repeatedly reassured her that they would have already been dead if he wanted it so. After a while, though, he told her not to talk about it anymore because he was starting to get paranoid himself. Instead, to pass the time, Henry devised a game that he and Mandy could play. They would look at a photograph that Miguel had in his cabin. It was a picture of the congregation, back when there were only a few hundred people in Noah's reach. All of the people in the photo wore white gowns and smiled at the camera, with Prophet Martin on stage in front of them with spread arms and his scriptures in hand. Henry and Mandy would look at each member's face and create their life story. That means they would go into a lot of the details, starting from the person's imaginary childhood and everything leading up to how they got to join Martin's cult. They would give the people names as well and write all the information down on a piece of paper. They would take turns explaining the life of one person from the photo. And after 10 people, they would play a quiz in which they would try to remember what story the other person made up for the congregation member. There were a ton of members to keep them occupied for a long time, and the game often got tedious, but it was good as a pastime to keep them from losing their minds. So this Sheriff Larson, is coming in 2 days, that's what Miguel said, right? Mandy asked one day. She and Henry were lying in bed next to each other, and she was staring at the picture they used for their quiz game. Yeah, that's when we can make her escape. We should revise the plan with Miguel when he returns. Mandy nodded. She placed the photograph on her stomach and stared at the ceiling contemplatively. Henry turned his head to face her. What are you thinking? He asked. Mandy shrugged. Wondering how this all turned out. Thinking about all the things in life I should have done differently. Like what? I don't know. She shrugged. My mom died when I was 13, so I doubt I could change that, but I wish I'd spent more time with her. I wish I gave more affection to my dad. You weren't close with your dad? I am somewhat, but not as much as I was with my mom. And he was always here for me, so I think I need to show that appreciation more. Now that I think about it, I guess growing up, I couldn't force myself to get close to him because I was afraid. Of what? Getting too attached and losing him like Mom. Henry nodded. You can still do that. Give your dad affection, I mean. Some people rekindled with their parents at the age of 50 or older, so you could change this once we're back to safety, and I think it would be better being close to him in mourning when he's gone than never being close to him at all. Mandy looked at him sleepily. What about you? Anything you'd change in your life? Henry thought deeply for a moment. Lots of things, actually. Oh yeah? I don't even know where to start. If you could change one thing, what would it be? I wouldn't start dating Catherine, Henry said before she even finished the question. Mandy chuckled. I guess I'd be a better brother, Henry said after a moment of pause. Mandy raised her head and one eyebrow. You have a brother? Henry nodded. His name's Zach. He's 4 years younger than me. So, what happened between you two? We had a pretty bad sibling rivalry when we were younger. We used to compete for our parents' attention all the time. He'd always win. He's a somewhat successful basketball player and got all these recognitions, scholarships, whatnot. So whenever the relatives would visit us, they'd always ask Zach about his basketball career and I'd be in the shadows. Sibling rivalry is common for boys. Yeah, but this was more intense. We got into fistfights a lot, so bad that our parents had to restrict us from talking to each other. Eventually, that became a contest too, which one of us was going to cave and apologize to the other. We always made up, but eventually we ended up fighting again, and every time it got more intense. Mandy continued staring at Henry with the same sleepy look, but he could see in her eye that she was listening with rapt attention. We never grew out of it, and now we're okay, but only at a distance. Whenever we try to get too close, it ends up with the two of us fighting. Thinking about this whole thing made Henry melancholic. He wondered where Zach was now and how he'd react to Henry's death. Would he attend his funeral, devoid of any emotions, and then continue his life occasionally mentioning to people that he used to have a brother? Or would he feel a void in himself that Henry felt whenever he thought about something bad happening to Zach? Mandy put a hand on Henry's shoulder, snapping him out of his pensiveness. "You can still fix it," she said. "You don't need a time machine to be a better brother, and I'm sure he cares about you. Plus, men mature later than women, so chances are you guys are going to have a better relationship when you're older. Happened to my dad and his uncle." Henry gave her a courteous smile. A moment of silence filled the air until Mandy spoke up again. "You said you wanted to change some other things too?" "You first." Mandy looked up at the ceiling, pondering. "I tried to socialize with people more," she said. "What do you mean? You're socializing with people plenty, aren't you?" "I try to, but I'm a heavy introvert." "What?" Henry chuffed. "That's bullshit." "No, it's the truth. I seriously can't stand spending too much time with people." "Why'd you come on this trip?" "That's the thing. For years, I've been trying to force myself to do things that other people like. I've been focused on gymnastics so much, and I've been told by friends and family that I'm missing out on the best years of my life. So I tried pushing myself to go hanging out with people more, partying, that kind of thing. I figured that if I pushed myself long enough, I'd start liking it. But you were wrong." "Dead wrong." She nodded. "One thing that this trip helped me realize was that there's nothing wrong with me. It's okay to not like going out or drinking or listening to loud music or smoking joints or whatever young people these days like to do. I'm always going to be okay moderately spending time with people, but I'm also always going to need some time for myself. And you know what?" She turned her head towards Henry. "I'm not going to try to change that anymore." Henry leaned forward and kissed Mandy. He didn't think about it. He didn't know what came over him. But at that moment, he got a strong urge to do it, almost as if someone was puppeteering him. He immediately realized what he just did and was about to pull back to apologize to her. To his surprise, Mandy returned the kiss. Her soft lips caressed his. Her mouth opened and they explored each other's tongues. Henry felt his ears burning up and his heart quickening the pace. Mandy put a hand on his cheek, and he put a hand on her sculpted hip. He moved the hand down to the rock-hard thigh just as their kissing got more passionate. When they finally pulled back from each other, just slightly enough to breathe in, Henry felt Mandy's warm, panting breath. She smelled of canned beans they ate earlier for breakfast, but at that moment it was the last thing that bothered him. Mandy caressed his chest and slowly ran her hand down towards his crotch. He couldn't get her clothes off fast enough. She unbuttoned his shirt and grabbed the back of his head, pulling him closer to kiss her neck. He went down to her pert breasts. That's when Mandy's panting got louder, alternating between heavy breathing and moaning. Her stomach contracted and relaxed, showing incredibly toned abs. With their naked bodies tightly pressed against each other, Henry felt the heat radiating off of Mandy. He suddenly felt inadequate, with his dad bod lying on top of her goddess-like body. Mandy didn't seem to mind this at all. She gently clawed at his back when he entered her, hard and pulsating, and immediately all feelings of inadequacy he felt for the brief moment disappeared. As they started moaning together, Henry leaned closer to Mandy's ear and asked, "I thought you said you needed some alone time." "Shut up," she said as she wrapped her legs around him to pull him in closer. Prophet Martin's preaching began again, just as Mandy started getting sleepy. The bed workout that she and Henry had earlier exhausted her. She lauded having amazing stamina, but she forgot that having good stamina for one thing was not automatically good stamina for something else. She could perform all sorts of acrobatics, but having sex was a different kind of acrobatics. "Good thing we finished before he started speaking, huh?" Henry asked. I probably would have had a hard time keeping it up. They were lying in bed, naked, covered by the clean blanket that Miguel had brought for them 2 days ago. I think it would have been cool if we banged while he was preaching. It's like a personal fuck you to Martin. He's preaching holy stuff, and we're desecrating his town by having premarital sex. He already wanted us dead. God forbid if he found out we also had sex. Mandy meagerly laughed. Mandy wasn't exactly sure of what happened. She didn't even see Henry in that way. Not until now, anyway. But then, when he kissed her, everything changed. She wondered if it was a one-time fling, or if they'd be committing to something serious later on. The thought of Henry going back to Catherine woke up a pang of unreasonable jealousy inside her. She wondered for a moment if what she did was slutty. But then she convinced herself that she really didn't care right now. One-time fling or not, this was exactly what Mandy needed to partially release the negative emotions that had been building up inside her. Partially. She'd go for seconds later. She and Henry would be stuck in here for a long time anyway. Mandy glanced in Henry's direction. He was lying on his back, his eyes closed, his chest slowly raising and falling in steady breaths. She positioned her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes, feeling the stress dropping off her heart and sleep taking over. Chapter 24. Ethan had his hands bound in front of himself this time. The penitent ones had a bag over his head and escorted him somewhere throughout the building. He was barefoot, and the icy concrete hurt his feet. After a minute or so of walking surrounded by nothing but the sounds of the penitent one's boots pattering on the floor and echoing around the walls, he heard a door opening. He felt something soft and somewhat prickly at the bottom of his foot that he immediately recognized as grass. Fresh air wafted on his exposed arms, and he couldn't help but feel both good and bad at the same time. On the one hand, it's been a long time since he stepped outside, and the fresh air was doing wonders to him. He never even knew how much he could appreciate such a simple thing. He was also morbidly happy that something different was finally happening. He spent so long in that cell being subjected to the same routines over and over that he was starting to lose his mind. On the other hand, he was so tired. All he could really think about was his thirst, hunger, sleep deprivation, and fatigue over the three things combined. He just wanted to take a break from it all. A warm meal, tap water to drink to his heart's content, and a soft bed to plop into. Ethan knew that Prophet Martin didn't summon him because he wanted to pardon him and let him go, even though a part of him hoped for that. But he had no idea what it was that Prophet Martin wanted from him. He felt like he should have known and been ready, especially because Prophet Martin would probably drill him with some questions, maybe even more beatings, but his brain refused to cooperate right now. The chirping of the birds and the murmurs of the people in the distance surrounded Ethan. He futilely swiveled his head left and right in the directions of the sounds, badly wanting to rip the bag off it. Soon, his feet touched the smooth and pleasantly warm concrete of the paved streets. The voices that drew closer suddenly went quiet, but not entirely. He heard people whispering amongst each other as he walked past them. "Sinner!" someone shouted. "Heretic!" another person tossed. "Murderer! Rapist!" Ethan hung his head down and ignored the remarks that he knew without a doubt were directed at him. He wanted to increase his walking speed, but the penitent ones held him firmly and walked at a steady, synchronized pace. "Traitor!" The voices now turned into angry ones, and it became apparent that they were people gathered on both sides of the street. Ethan felt an explosion of pain on his forehead. He groaned and his knees buckled. What was that? Someone hurled a rock at him? The crowd roared in excitement and called for more violence. "Get back! Anybody tosses another rock is going straight to purgatory, right after getting a kiss from Mercy's kiss." A hoarse voice on Ethan's left resounded. Wasn't he penitent in silence? No. It must have been the devoted. Ethan must have been so confused that he didn't realize when the devoted took him over from the penitent ones in the building. He thought he heard multiple footsteps back in the building, but he didn't focus on them too much. Ethan's captors forcibly raised him to his feet and continued leading him down the street. Ethan's forehead pulsated, and he felt something warm and wet trickling down to his left eye. He firmly closed the eye to prevent the blood from going in. He desperately wanted to bring a hand up to his face to see how bad the wound was and to wipe his forehead, but the devoted held him firmly. The crowd continued shouting, but no one made an attempt to approach Ethan, or maybe they did, but the devoted held them back. Ethan stumbled under the guidance of his captors, but they kept forcing him to move relentlessly. The crowd's chanting and cursing soon faded behind, and then it completely stopped. Ethan matched the steps of the captors as they began climbing a slight gradient. It got eerily silent all of a sudden. Ethan still heard the chirping of the birds, but the voices, even the calm murmurs, were now entirely gone. They were taking him to the palace where Prophet Martin resided. He was sure of it. Of course they were. Why would Martin dignify himself of walking all the way to purgatory when his loyal servants could just bring the prisoners to him instead? The low gradient turned into uneven steps that Ethan blindly had to navigate, and the devoted weren't patient enough to wait for him to do it slowly. After 10 or so stumbling steps, the path became flat and smooth. They were close now. He could feel it. Sure enough, he felt the air changing when they entered the interior of a building, and then a soft carpet under his feet, which he assumed was Martin's palace. He was taken through the place in various directions, climbed a set of stairs, and taken further in swerving pathways. Ethan tried to remember the route, but he was entirely disoriented now. Maybe they were doing it on purpose, leading him in random circles to confuse him. The walk around the palace was short, because after a minute or so, the devoted stopped, causing him to stop as well. Before he could think about what to expect, the bag was removed from his head, letting in a gust of much-needed fresh air. The flashing rays of sunlight momentarily hurt his eyes. The first thing that Ethan did was wipe the trickle of blood off of his forehead with his forearm. And then, he looked around. At first, he thought that he was somehow transported out of Noah's reach. The room he was in was enormous, and incongruously beautiful in comparison to everything else Ethan had seen so far, even the church. The walls were decorated in a complex style, with a mural of Prophet Martin in front. The mural was done with surgical accuracy, including Martin's facial features, so Ethan assumed that the person hired for this was a very talented artist. On each side of the room were ornate tables with candle stands on them. Currently, they were not lit. An ostentatious chandelier hung from the ceiling, and Ethan couldn't help but wonder whose job it was to light and change the candles on it every night. He pitied the poor idiot. But then he remembered the predicament he was in. There was a window behind Ethan and 2 on the left and right walls, which were the sources of sunlight. And since the windows were enormous, they were more than enough to illuminate the entire room and to keep it warm. Directly in front of Ethan, just in front of the muraled wall, was a comically wide desk and an ornate red chair behind it. The design of it screaming the word expensive. There was a simple wooden chair in front of the desk as well. In the ornate chair sat Prophet Martin himself. He was looking down at an open book on the desk, not indicating in any way that he was aware of Ethan's presence. He calmly flipped to the next page and continued reading. Ethan knew that he should keep quiet. If he started shouting threats or even opened his mouth to say something, he'd get smacked across the head by the devoted. So instead, he patiently waited, staring at the prophet until he decided Ethan was worth his time. "Leave us," Martin suddenly spoke up softly. The 2 devoted turned around and walked out of the chamber without a word. At the same time, a girl in a pristine white gown entered the room and made her way to Prophet Martin's desk with a platter full of food. The savory smell of roasted chicken filled the air as the girl walked past Ethan, causing his stomach to growl loudly and his mouth to salivate. Ethan observed the contents with a voracious glare. There were 2 chicken drums, roasted potatoes, some vegetables, a piece of bread, and a pitcher of what looked like wine. The girl gently placed the platter on the desk and took a step back with her hands held together. "Thank you, Michelle," Martin said as he closed the book with a loud thud and slid it to the opposite side of the desk. "Michelle?" Ethan looked at the woman just as she walked past him out of the room. She had her head down and refused to look at Ethan, but there was no doubt in his mind about it. It was the girl whose father got brutally murdered in front of the whole town. Ethan noticed she had a black eye and a busted lip, as she looked like she lost some weight since the last time he saw her. Poor girl. "How are you feeling, my son?" Martin asked solicitously. Ethan turned his head from following Michelle to facing Prophet Martin. The prophet was now staring directly at him. It made Ethan uncomfortable, and it took everything in him not to look away. He refused to answer Martin's question. "You must be hungry. Come." Martin gestured to the chair in front of the desk. He slid the platter in front of himself and then pushed it towards the side of the desk where the other chair was. Ethan stood, motionless, wondering what Martin's game was here. This could be a trick, and he would not fall into it. Martin apparently saw Ethan's paranoia, so he smiled and said, "I understand that the past few days have been turbulent for you. The penitent ones and the devoted can get a little fanatical, in their jobs. I apologize for that, but I promise you that I mean you no harm. Please." He gestured to the chair once more. Maybe eating the food was not a trick, but Ethan didn't for a second believe that Martin meant him no harm. His gesture to the chair was clear in Ethan's mind, though. Accept my generous offer, or there will be consequences. Ethan sat in the chair and stared at Martin. Martin gave him a nod of approval, and it was all Ethan needed. He dug into the freshly cooked food ravenously, like a wild animal that hadn't eaten in days. He smacked his lips and got oil stains and crumbs all over himself. And he was well aware of how pathetic he must have looked to Prophet Martin, but he couldn't care less about it at the moment. He had to eat as much as he possibly could before being thrown back in that cell, because that's what would happen. He would be thrown back there where he would be starved, sleep-deprived, and tortured again. The thought of it sickened him, but it didn't deter him from enjoying this meal. This may be the only moment of respite that he would get in a long time. Or ever. None of that mattered right now. What mattered was the satisfactory dopamine his brain got from the food he was consuming. He felt Martin's observing glare on him the entire time, but he refused to look up at the prophet. Just as he brought the pitcher to his mouth and took 2 large gulps of it, allowing the wine to messily flow on the sides of his mouth and onto his prisoner clothes, Martin spoke up. "I know you think I'm evil," he said. It almost sounded like a confession. Ethan brought the pitcher down and wiped his mouth with the dirty sleeve on his shirt. "You'd be right to think so," Martin continued. Ethan stared at the prophet, but said nothing. Martin stood up from the chair and walked over to one of the windows. He put his hands behind his back and stared nowhere in particular. "I used to be in the Marine Corps," he spoke up softly. "Served in Afghanistan. Not even sure why I wanted to be a Marine, to tell you the truth. I guess I was looking for a higher calling all my life. But I couldn't find it, so I foolishly joined the Marines when I was young in hopes of finding myself." He turned around to face Ethan and sat on the windowsill. "And find myself I did," he said, locking his eyes with his guest. He glanced up reminiscently for a moment. He smiled to himself aloofly and shook his head. Ethan recognized that look. It was the one that he himself often had when he remembered Zoe and the promises he made to her. It was the shake of the head that said, "You were such a naive fool." Martin inhaled and started his story. "My squad was sent on a mission to clear one of the refugees' safe houses. We got intel of firearms being stashed in the house, with the refugees preparing for a counterattack on our troops. We were angry, furious. Here we were, helping out innocent Afghan civilians, and they were going to attack us. We'd already lost some people, and everyone was just itching to kill some Afghans. Myself included." He looked at Ethan briefly, perhaps to gauge his reaction. "I've never killed a person until then. But I just knew that I wanted to kill these people. Because they were evil. Because they brought harm and pain to others, so we went there. We reached the safe house and we hear voices inside. We're ready for breaching and clearing, but we don't want to do it without bloodletting. After all, why should we care about the well-being of some hostiles that would put a bullet in our heads at the first chance they got?" Martin stood up from the windowsill and began pacing around the room. "I was point man, and the Sarge tells me to toss in a grenade and blast those bastards to smithereens. I didn't object to that. I unpinned my frag, opened the door enough to toss the grenade in, and closed it immediately. It was a sturdy metallic door, so it was able to withstand the blast. Just before the explosion, I heard panic screaming before it was drowned out by the grenade blast." Prophet Martin sat on the chair and leaned into it, not taking his eyes off Ethan now. Ethan welcomed that glare and stared back at him in silence. "We go inside to clear the room, and the sight I saw before me haunts me to this day." He paused for a moment here, almost as if trying to build dramatic tension. "Bodies everywhere. Men, women, even children. Some of them were still alive, writhing on the floor, screaming in pain, clutching their missing limbs and wounded body parts. My squad started ending those who were still alive. They begged for their lives before they were silenced, bullet after bullet. And then I heard the wailing of a baby." Martin looked up and inhaled deeply through his nose before looking back down at Ethan. "A baby, cradled in her dead mother's arms. The mother was shielding her baby from the grenade with her own body. The Sarge orders me to kill the baby. He saw my hesitation and reminded me that we can't play nannies in a war zone. That the baby was as good as dead anyway. I refused. He threatened to court-martial me for slaughtering the civilians, so I did it. 1 bullet to the head. He pointed to his own forehead. The crying stopped. There was a long moment of pause in the room while Martin stared at the desk pensively. But there was more to the story. Ethan was sure of it. And he was right. Martin looked at him and gave him a somber smile before continuing. I became a deserter after that. I returned to the States. When my wife learned of the atrocity I committed, she took our 3-year-old son and left. I never saw them again. I had no idea what to do with my next life. I didn't know if I even wanted to continue living. You see, the crying stopped when I put the bullet into that baby's head, but it returned to haunt me every night, so loudly that I tried to kill myself. Martin pulled up his suit sleeve, revealing a large scar down his forearm. Ethan stared at the scar, trying to determine if this was some kind of trick, a lie to get him to let his guard down. If it really was a trick, then it was working because for the first time since meeting him, Ethan saw the prophet as a human being. Martin pulled the sleeve back down and continued. As I lay in my bathtub dying, I heard a voice. It told me that I needed to live because I had a job to do. I felt my body floating somewhere, and I saw a light. The voice grew louder, and before I knew it, I was pulled back into the world of the living. By God's grace, I survived. I was lost and I was blind, but now I saw, and I knew what I had to do. He gestured to the room that they sat in and said, I wanted others to feel the joy of God's love and forgiveness just as I had felt it. So I vowed to serve him, and he spoke to me again with a clear task. I was to create the disciples of God in his name and build Noah's Reach. It was to be the only light in a world full of darkness, and I was to stop anyone who would get in God's way. Michelle walked into the room just then. She stopped in the corner of the room and hung her head down. Martin didn't even bother looking at her. Michelle's father, Arthur, was an evil man. Maybe he didn't mean to do evil things, just as I didn't back in Afghanistan, but evil found us nonetheless. If I hadn't done what I have, as gruesome as it was, he would allow Michelle to escape, and she would go to the sinner's world and she would talk to the wrong people, and they would bring the hammer down on Noah's Reach, destroying everything we worked so hard to build. Ethan glanced at Michelle. She continued looking down at her feet, her face devoid of any emotion. Ethan expected to see a twitch or a contortion of the face here and there from the mention of Arthur's death, but she looked reticent. Martin raised a hand and she immediately stepped forward, picked up the platter, and exited the room with hurried steps. Once again, Ethan turned his head and followed her with his gaze. He felt something touching his hand on the desk. He jerked his head forward and saw Martin gently putting a hand over his. I know your pain, my son, he said compassionately. I know that there's nothing more devastating to our being than losing something that we live and fight for. He leaned back in his chair, letting go of Ethan's hand, and said, Tell me about her. Ethan was momentarily surprised until he realized that Martin was probably told by someone, most likely Catherine, about Zoe. But for someone like Martin to talk about his dead fiancée made him angry. Ethan spoke up for the first time since arriving at the palace. It was Catherine. She told you about her, didn't she? Martin shook his head. No one has told me anything about you or the person you lost. Then how do you know? Ethan scoffed, not believing Martin. Your eyes. Martin pointed to Ethan. My eyes? You have pain in your eyes. A silent and desperate cry for help. The same one that I had when I tried to kill myself. Ethan wasn't sure what to believe. He knew that cult leaders were often told private information and then presented said information to a member to impress them with their powers. But now that he stared at Martin, he wasn't sure what to believe. He sighed and averted his gaze from Martin, instead looking down at his lap. He knew that Martin wouldn't let him go until he told him everything he wanted to hear. Her name was Zoe, he said after a while with great difficulty. Martin listened attentively in silence. We were pretty young when we met, but it was love at first sight. We dated for just a year when I proposed to her. Our wedding would have been this summer. Zoe always wanted a summer wedding. Ethan looked up at Martin, who silently stared back. He didn't nod or utter a word. And as much as Ethan would find that annoying in a typical conversation, he found Martin's quiet demeanor soothing. Zoe was the kindest person in the world. She wasn't as religious as you people would have liked her to be, but she was always willing to help anyone in need. She couldn't even see a video of a puppy snuggling up to its owner without getting teary-eyed. She was smart, too, and excelled at so many areas. She truly was perfect, and I didn't deserve her. Ethan looked down at his lap again. He suddenly felt immense sadness growing inside of him. One night, she unexpectedly returned from a trip with her parents earlier and decided to give me a surprise visit. A drunk trucker ran a red light and T-boned Zoe's car. And just like that, she was gone from my life. Here one moment, gone the next. His vision got blurry from the tears that welled up in his eyes. He looked up at Martin briefly to see him still staring at Ethan, but now his facial expression was somewhat different. He looked concerned, maybe even sad, but it was impossible to tell what was hiding behind that face. Was it layers and layers of masks, or was it actual genuine concern, Ethan noticed? He blinked the tears away, causing them to plop loudly onto the rough fabric of his clothes. He opened his mouth to speak, but now his voice was shaky, and he couldn't find the strength to talk properly. He took a moment to compose himself and exhaled, but the flimsy dam that had been holding his sadness at bay this entire time was now crumbling and collapsing, and the emotions were threatening to take him over in an uncontrollable flood. And then the Prophet Martin's voice came, calm and soothing. "It's okay, my son." That served as a cue for Ethan. What remained of the dam he worked so hard to build over the years caved, and Ethan broke down. He buried his face into his hands and cried. He cried for never being able to hear Zoe's corny jokes again. He cried for never being able to see her smile again. He cried for never being able to hear her excitedly talk about the new serial killer documentary she watched. He cried for the future they never had together. It was like someone or something took control of him. He didn't even try to contain or even slow the wave of sadness. It was so strong that he just let it flow freely. He has been dead inside for so long that this emotion was foreign to him, and yet very familiar from the early days when Zoe left his life. Ethan didn't look up at Martin while he was crying, since he was too embarrassed to meet the Prophet's gaze. He expected judgment or disgust or even worse. He expected not to see any emotion on Martin's face, and that would make him feel even worse. After a few minutes of letting his emotions loose, and the room fell into semi-silence again, Martin spoke up, as softly as before. "How did you feel when you first found out about Zoe's death?" Ethan rushed to answer, but he wasn't really sure how he felt. He never thoroughly thought about analyzing the emotions. "I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to accept it. I thought that there's no way this was happening, not to Zoe." He looked up at Martin, and the Prophet kept staring at him in silence once more. Ethan could tell that he expected more to the answer, so he continued. "And then I wanted to stop it. I wanted to go back in time. If I could just send one text to Zoe, just tell her not to come or use a different route, anything. But you couldn't change the outcome." Ethan felt a new mini wave of sadness forming again, but this time, he suppressed it. "And what about the driver?" Martin asked. Ethan sniffled. "He's in prison, serving about 60 years. Do you think that's fair?" Ethan looked up at Martin. The Prophet no longer had a concerned look in his eye, but more of a quizzical, curious glare. "Do you think it's fair that he serves only 60 years in the comfort of a prison for taking the life of the person you cherish the most?" Martin repeated. Ethan shook his head. Martin leaned forward and asked with an even quieter tone, "If it were you, if you can get your hands on that man, what would you do?" Ethan didn't even need to think about that. He replayed his fantasies of revenge on the trucker many times, and those were his favorite moments, because whenever he was angry, the sadness was absent. I'd kill him myself," he finally said. "That's only the partial truth, Ethan. I want to know everything, all the violent details that the people in the world out there would judge you for." He was leaning across the table, too close to Ethan. Ethan looked down and thought about it. I'd torture him. burn him, cut him, make him scream. And I'd repeat the process for days until he finally died of exhaustion. Martin continued staring at Ethan, of course, because he knew that Ethan wasn't telling him the full truth and wanted to know more. Ethan cleared his throat and continued. I'd kill his kids. He felt uncomfortable saying that initially, but once he uttered that sentence, it felt liberating. I'd make him watch as I raped his wife and then kill his entire family in front of him. And then I'd kill him. As you should. Martin finally spoke up and leaned back. Those who cause us suffering deserve to suffer tenfold, and they will when the day comes. When they stand in front of God, many of our community members were in the same predicament. They lost someone they loved to a sinner who couldn't care less about their pain. But in this community, they found understanding, they found compassion. They let the pain go. And most importantly, they found a new purpose in life. Martin stood up and walked around the desk. He gently placed one hand on Ethan's shoulder. Ethan looked up, suddenly feeling tired beyond words. Everyone in Noah's Reach has a purpose. A new, clean beginning, Martin said. All God asks in return is loyalty. Now, I am offering you that same choice. The feeling Ethan had before of seeing Martin as a human being got stronger, but he started to feel something else as well. Belief. He believed that Prophet Martin truly wanted well for his people. Whether what he and they believed in was true or not didn't matter. He gave them something to live for and saved them. Without hesitation, Ethan nodded. Prophet Martin motioned for Ethan to stand up and hugged him tightly. For the first time, in a long, long time, Ethan felt an inexplicable feeling of purity overwhelming him and lifting his burdens. Maybe it was a placebo effect, maybe not. He didn't care. Prophet Martin took a step back and smiled at Ethan. It was a genuine, friendly smile. No, a fatherly smile. Prophet Martin led Ethan towards the exit of the room. Come, he said. Let's get you some clean clothes. Your friends are already a part of the community. Chapter 25. It was too sunny outside, and that bothered Tyler. He had spent too many days locked up in a cell without any daylight, and now the brightness of the sun stung his eyes. It didn't help that he was forced to wear one of those shitty white gowns. He was sitting on a bench near the church and impatiently glancing left and right down the street. People were walking past him, happily talking to each other. They would greet Tyler on the way and wish the prophet's blessings on him. He would nod and smile forcibly. It was strange to see the people being so friendly after trying to kill him that one night. It was like they weren't the same people at all. Tyler and Alice were separated right after their electrotherapy, and in the following days, Tyler was subjected to all forms of torture. Beatings, verbal humiliation, starvation, sleep deprivation. One time, the penitent ones even brought a hot girl from the community into his cell and left the two of them alone. The girl took off her clothes and offered herself to Tyler, stating that this was a moment of respite offered by Martin. Tyler wasn't even sure what he was doing when he gave in to the temptation and began making out with the girl. Before he knew it, the penitent ones burst back inside and beat Tyler with batons while the girl stood naked in the cell and giggled. She told him that he failed the test, and that just as he was willing to fuck her so easily, Alice would be offered easily to the guards. We'll be sure to tell her it's a gift from you. The girl skipped out of the cell with a schoolgirl-like giggle. There were loud screams coming from the purgatory that night. A few days later, when he started to feel broken and defeated, the devoted came inside and gave him the white gowns. They told him that he would be integrated into the community under close watch. By then, he already knew that complaining, swearing, or disobeying would result in more beatings. He donned the gown and stepped outside into the sunlight for the first time in many days. There was even a group of people who greeted him outside, welcoming him as a brother, but Tyler was too confused and dazed to respond to any of them. That's when he saw Alice among the women. She was wearing the same white gowns, but she didn't look like the woman he used to know. Her face was haggard and too serious, and he noticed bruises under her eye and around her neck. She never spoke and maintained this zombie-like stare the entire time, except when she needed to greet another community member or shout praise be to the prophet. In those brief moments, Her mouth would stretch into a forced grin before returning to the usual somber expression. Tyler tried rushing to her the first time he saw her outside, but was stopped and beaten by the devoted. "You don't talk to her! Not unless we allow it, do you understand?" the devoted commanded. Even though Tyler agreed, the beatings continued a little more. He knew that there was nothing he can do against these people, so he played by their rules. He agreed, he smiled, he nodded, he praised the prophet. He went to church. But in his mind, he plotted his escape. A few days ago, the people started talking about a sheriff coming to town. He was from a nearby town and would be coming to make sure that everything was okay in the community. Prophet Martin already decided how he was going to present Noah's reach to him, and he delegated roles to the people, not only what they should do, but what to say as well. Tyler was determined. This was going to be a perfect chance to get out of here. But this time he would fix his mistakes and prioritize Alice's safety. The fact that he was such a coward during the electrocuting sessions, and such a weakling when the church girl got into his cell, ate at Tyler for days. He wondered what they did to Alice. Did they really rape her? Whatever it was evident on her that it was traumatic. The problem here was that Alice refused to speak to him, even when the devoted who constantly followed him around allowed it. She'd always tell him to get away from her, and once, when he insisted on talking to her, she screamed until the devoted stepped in. Now would be a good chance to speak to her, though. People were gathering on the street for something, even though Tyler didn't know what. He saw them forming in crowds on both sides of the street, leaving the middle empty. Tyler looked around tentatively, trying to spot Alice in the crowd of white-gowned people. His hopes surged when he saw a few women who looked just like Alice. It was too fucking difficult to see her in a crowd of identically dressed women. He started to think that she wouldn't even show up. When he saw her walking up with a group of women, Tyler leaped to his feet and merged with a nearby group of people, patiently waiting for Alice to come closer. The women walked past the line of people where Tyler was and nestled themselves nearby. This is my chance. Tyler pushed his way to the crowd, politely, and made his way behind Alice. He gently grabbed her hand to get her attention. She jerked her head towards him and yanked her hand away. "Alice, I don't have much time, just listen to me, all right?" He recited rapidly with raised hands. He expected Alice to start screaming, but she just stared at him blankly in silence. It was the same stare she's been giving him ever since their torture session together. That stare devoid of any emotions, at least the positive ones. Tyler thought he saw something that looked like hatred in Alice's eye. The girls around Alice glanced at her briefly, but were too focused on whatever was about to happen on the street. Tyler gestured for Alice to follow him to the back of the crowd. She shook her head. "I have nothing to say to you, Tyler," she retorted coldly. "Just 1 minute, okay? And I promise I'll let you go," he pleaded. Alice looked like she was weighing her options. For a moment, Tyler got pissed off. He wanted to grab Alice by the shoulders and shake her violently, to yell at her to stop being such a stupid, immature fucking crybaby, and cooperate to get the fuck out of here. But he suppressed that emotion and instead waited patiently for her response, even though he was fuming on the inside. He gritted his teeth, and just as he was about to tell her that they didn't have time for this shit, Alice turned around and followed him. He instinctively wanted to grab her hand to pull her faster, but he figured that it would be awkward. He didn't even know if they were in a relationship still anymore or not. Alice sure didn't seem like she wanted to be with Tyler. They got to the back of the line of people where an alleyway started. Tyler and Alice stood next to each other and faced the crowd. Tyler stared in front of himself when he spoke up. "The devoted might be watching. Don't stare directly at me," he said. "What do you want, Tyler?" she asked frigidly. She was also avoiding his gaze. "We might have a way out of here soon." The crowd began murmuring a little louder and heads began turning to the right. Tyler followed their gazes but couldn't see what they were looking at yet. "What makes you think I trust you enough to plan an escape with you? You tried to kill me." Tyler clenched and unclenched his jaw in frustration. "Alice, listen to me. The point of that torture session was exactly this, to divide us so that we wouldn't plan anything together. And if it wasn't? What?" Alice looked at him. "What if the session wasn't just a bluff? Would you keep pressing that button until I was dead?" "Alice, listen. Fuck you, Tyler." 3 figures appeared far to the right. One in gray clothes with a bag over his head and 2 devoted on each side, holding him under the arms. "Shit. That's Ethan," Alice mumbled. Tyler couldn't guess if she said it to him or to herself. He observed Ethan as he was forced to walk through the street. He was stumbling, walking on stilted legs, as if he just finished a killer leg workout. His wrists were tied together in front of himself, and they were bloodied marks around the ropes. "There's a sheriff coming into town," Tyler said, now a little more loudly to speak over the roaring crowd. Alice glanced at him briefly. "Sinner!" someone shouted from the crowd, followed by more insults. "So what?" Alice asked, following Ethan with her gaze. "That could be our chance for an escape." Someone hurled a rock in Ethan's direction. It hit him directly on the head. He stumbled forward until the devoted brought him back up on his feet. They withdrew Mercy's kisses and threatened the crowd to get back. Some of the people were dangerously close to Ethan, but as soon as they saw the spiked cudgels, they retreated. "There's no way we will be able to speak to the sheriff," Alice scoffed. "We don't need to," Tyler retorted. Alice gave him another once-over as if to measure what he was saying. She turned back to the show on the street and continued watching silently. "He's here to see if everything is okay. We can slip him a note." "He can't just extract us out of here. These people would rip him apart." Tyler shook his head. "You're right, but he can call the National Guard and come rescue us." Ethan and his devoted escorts were far to the left down the street now and walking toward Prophet Martin's palace. "What do you think will happen to him?" Alice asked. "Don't know. Don't care," Tyler said before realizing how selfish it sounded. Alice gave him a contemptuous glare, so he quickly tried to fix what he said. "We can't do anything right now. First, we need to worry about our own safety." "That's so you, Tyler. Always prioritizing your own ass." Tyler grinned, but at that moment he wanted nothing more than to yell at Alice. He could tell her that he didn't need to inform her of the plan with the sheriff. He could have just decided to slip the note to the sheriff alone. He could have tried escaping Noah's reach without Alice. But he couldn't tell her that. If he did, Alice would only give him a passive-aggressive remark about him proving her point. "We need to go through our plan," he said through gritted teeth, ignoring Alice's last remark and doing his best not to sound too furious. "I'll do it," she said. "I'll give him the note." "You sure you're up for it?" Tyler asked skeptically. Alice's glower was enough to shut him up. The crowd's tumultuous roars had gone quiet, and the people began dispersing now that Ethan was out of sight. For a moment, Tyler couldn't help but wonder what Prophet Martin intended to do with him. He hoped that it wasn't going to be too severe, but even if it was, nothing could be done. Right now, it was every man for himself. "All right, so how can I help you?" Tyler asked Alice. She shook her head. "Just try not to arouse too much suspicion. For example, try not to fuck a girl from the congregation." By the time Tyler opened his mouth, Alice already started down the street with the group of girls that she came with. Chapter 26. "So, what's the plan again?" Henry asked. He, Mandy, and Miguel were sitting at the table in the cabin and eating goat cheese and old bread. It was night outside, still too early to go to bed, but Henry assumed he would not be getting much sleep tonight anyway. A lantern in the corner of the room illuminated the entire cabin with a sickly orange light. Tomorrow, Sheriff Larson would be arriving. "Like I already told you," Miguel said as he swallowed the big chunk of cheese in his mouth. "We wait until the sheriff leaves. And then, when the baptism begins, we make a run for it." "It seems too easy," Mandy shrugged. "How do you know there won't be any guards along the way to stop us?" "There won't. They're never on the main road." "How are we even going to hike to safety? I mean, we could have just hiked out of here the night we ran into the woods." Henry wrinkled his nose in a confused grimace. "I have a motorcycle a few miles from here. You two can use it to get out." Henry leaned back and raised a palm. "Wait a second. What do you mean, you two?" "I can't leave with you. They'll know something's up, and they might send a search party after you." "And like this, they won't?" Miguel shook his head. They continued eating in silence. The cheese and bread were pretty good for a meal, despite its simplicity. Henry and Mandy had been eating mostly canned goods, and as tasty as some of them were, having a meal like this one was refreshing. "How'd you get a bike, anyway?" Mandy asked after a few minutes of the sounds of munching in the air. "It was my wife's. We came to Noah's reach with it, and when Wendy started getting paranoid, she sneaked the bike from our home in the town to the woods. She took it down the road and hid it in the undergrowth. It was supposed to be our escape plan in case things got bad." "Are you sure it's still there?" Henry prudently asked, trying not to offend Miguel. Miguel didn't look up from his food as he nodded. "It's the only thing I have left of her. They burned everything else, even pictures of her." 3 knocks resounded on the door. Miguel, Henry, and Mandy instinctively jerked their heads towards the sound, suddenly frozen in what they were doing. Henry looked at Miguel, who had a stern glower on his face. 3 more loud knocks, this time followed by a gruff voice. "Open up, Miguel. We know you're inside." "Shit, what do we do?" Mandy whispered. "You need to hide," Miguel calmly said as he stood up from the chair. Henry and Mandy followed his lead. Miguel placed his hands under the table and said, "Help me move this." Henry helped him lift the table and take it off the carpet. Knocks repeated themselves on the door once more, the voice now growing impatient. "Hey, I said open up." Miguel bent down and yanked the carpet aside, revealing a trap door. Henry widened his eyes in surprise. He spent more than a week confined in this small room, and he never once saw the trap door. Miguel grabbed the makeshift handle and opened the door. "Go." He jutted his head towards the ladder. Henry motioned Mandy to go first. She climbed down as fast as she could, and Henry followed closely behind. "Hold your horses, I'm coming," Miguel shouted to the men who relentlessly rapped on the door. Henry couldn't see the bottom, but he felt his feet touching the solid ground after just 10 or so steps on the ladder. The space must have been really small because he and Mandy were standing with their chests against each other, surrounded by darkness. "I'm gonna count to 3, and then I'm breaking this door down, you hear me?" Miguel closed the trap door, leaving only slivers of light that slipped in through the cracks of the floorboards. And then they too disappeared when he moved an area rug over the trap door. 1, the man counted. Miguel pushed the table back in place quietly. 2, "I'm coming, darn it," Miguel shouted frustratedly. There was the sound of a lock clicking and the rickety door creaking open, and then silence. Henry held his breath, and he heard Mandy's own breathing trembling quietly as she pressed against him in the confined space. "What the heck do you want?" Henry heard Miguel's muffled voice. The gruff voice from before answered, but Henry couldn't discern the words. "I don't appreciate you bothering me while I'm having my dinner," Miguel answered back with an angry timbre. More muffled speaking, this time from a different voice. 2 minutes and then you're out," Miguel responded to the second person. 2 soft steps resounded on the flooring above, before they turned into a cacophony of boots pattering. There was a distinct difference in the sound from Miguel's shoes and the visitors in the boots. Henry assumed it was the devoted. "You've been a little suspicious lately, Miguel." The gruff voice came clearly now. "Prophet Martin is beginning to think you don't like him anymore." "Is it the prophet who thinks that? Or you?" Miguel asked. There was a scoff, followed by more loud footsteps. They moved just above the trap door, where they became muffled on the carpet. A loud scraping sound filled the air. Henry felt Mandy flinching and slightly gasping. Her and Henry's gazes were fixated above. The person who pulled the chair out and caused a scraping sound sat with the loud slump. Loud chewing filled the air while the other voice, the less gruff one, spoke up. "That's a lot of food for you, Miguel." Henry's heart skipped a beat. He tried to remember if he and Mandy removed the empty cans of food. Relief washed over him when he remembered that they did. They placed the cans outside next to the shit bucket. But what if Miguel didn't remove the trash, and the devoted saw it before entering? No, Miguel was very careful. He wouldn't carelessly leave any crumbs that could lead the cultists to Mandy and Henry. "What do you want, Caleb?" Miguel asked, and this time he sounded somewhat exasperated. "Just came to check on you. We were worried about you," the guy at the table said, smacking his lips loudly. "Well, you could tell Martin that I'm just fine, still praying," Miguel said. The dishes on the table loudly clattered. "I don't like your tone, Miguel," the man at the table said. "I'm sorry I hurt your feelings," Miguel sardonically said. "You listen here, you heretic. You may find this matter funny, but you won't be laughing when your rotting corpse is displayed on the cross, just like your dirty wife's was." Henry expected to hear a commotion happening upstairs, Miguel throwing a punch or worse, but what ensued instead was a deafening silence. He and Mandy held their breaths in anticipation. "Tell me what you want and get the hell out of my house." Miguel broke the silence. More footsteps before the gruff one spoke up again. "We're combing the town for the 2 sinners who got away. The ones who killed Elsa." "And you think I'm hiding them in my cabin?" "You're one of the more suspicious people, with all due respect, Miguel," the other visitor said. "I'm not going to explain myself to you. I went on a search with the others the night the sinners ran. I could have run away. I could have killed the others. If that isn't proof enough for you, then I can't help you." "Then you won't mind if we look around, right?" the gruff guy grunted. Miguel didn't respond. The heavy boots resounded in 2 directions, steadier and quieter this time. Mandy's chest was against Henry's, and he felt her heart drumming against her chest like a frightened rabbit, so he placed a hand on her shoulder to calm her down. The footsteps intermittently resounded and stopped, and the silence that ensued at those brief moments was stressful. Henry expected the visitors to at any moment pull the rug aside and reveal the trap door. If that happened, he and Mandy would be as good as dead. "Well, I guess you're clear, Miguel," the gruff one said. Henry breathed a silent sigh of relief. "Squeaky clean," the devoted started, but stopped mid-sentence. He was standing right above the trap door, and Henry heard him shuffling his boot across the carpet. "What's this?" he asked. "Nothing," Miguel said reticently, but the anxiety was audible in his voice. The footsteps were faster and louder this time. The sound of a table being pushed across the floor resounded, and then slivers of light between the flooring appeared above Henry and Mandy. "Oh, fuck. It's all over." The trapdoor opened, letting the lantern light inside the secret basement. A head blocked the view above. "Well, well, well. What have you got here, Miguelito? Hiding sinners in your basement?" the gruff man said. A groan filled the room, followed by a loud clatter. The head briefly glanced to the side before turning back to the trap door. "Come here, you sinful slut!" The devoted reached down and grabbed Mandy by the hair. Mandy screamed, and Henry immediately jumped to assist her. He stepped on the ladder to get a little higher and tried punching the devoted. The devoted dodged his punch and let go of Mandy's hair. The clamor and ruckus continued somewhere in the cabin, and Henry found himself praying that Miguel was the one winning. He used the moment the devoted flinched to climb up the small ladder. He had to assist Miguel. Pain exploded in his cheek when he got kicked by the heavy boot. His ears started ringing and he was disoriented for a moment. That was all the devoted needed to drag Henry out and toss him on the floor. "Prophet Martin's gonna have a lot of fun with you kids," the gruff devoted shouted with relish in his voice. Henry turned around on his back in time to see the devoted effortlessly pulling Mandy out of the basement while she thrashed and kicked and screamed. Near the door, Miguel was on his back, his legs violently kicking, with the other devoted sitting on top and choking him. Henry started clambering up on his feet, but was met with another kick to the face, this time directly to his mouth. He fell backward while the devoted who held Mandy grabbed her firmly in a chokehold. Her screaming stopped and was instead replaced by gasping, choking sounds. The devoted leaned closer to her neck and sniffed her loudly. "Easy, girl. We didn't even start raping you yet. But do fight back. That gives me a hard-on." "Caleb, you got him?" The devoted on top of Miguel looked back at his partner. "Yeah, I got these filthy sinners." "Whoa, that girl is hot. The guys at the guardhouse are going to have a blast running a train on her." The one holding Miguel cackled before turning to face in front of him. "All right, I just need a minute to finish off Miguel," and the devoted sentence was cut short by a gasp, followed by a gurgling sound. The devoted holding Mandy turned his head to see what was going on, as did Henry. Miguel had one hand raised up to the devoted's head, and in his hand was a long bladed knife sticking out of the side of the assailant's neck. The devoted fell sideways off Miguel, while the gruff one immediately shoved Mandy aside and turned to face Miguel instead. Henry was up on his feet by then as well, and he got in front of Mandy to shield her as soon as she ran up to him. Miguel had a furious look in his eye. He clutched the knife firmly, letting the blood on the tip of the blade trickle down. "You treacherous son of a whore. When the prophet finds out what you've..." The gruff devoted started but was met with multiple violent and rapid stabs to the gut. Although Henry couldn't see his face because of the veil, he assumed that the expression would have been one of shock when the devoted looked down at the Swiss cheese stomach. He must have been stabbed at least 10 times in quick succession before Miguel stopped thrusting the knife into him, and by the time he was done, the blade was covered in blood all the way to the hilt. There was a moment of staring between him and the devoted before the black figure fell on his back, coughing blood and holding his punctured abdomen. Miguel grabbed the knife with both hands and brought it down on the figure's chest with his entire weight. The devoted let out an agonizing yelp before the back of his head thudded against the floor, and he stopped moving. The other devoted was still alive, with his back against a nearby wall. At first, Henry thought he was dead, but then he saw that the devoted's chest was heaving up and down, and he was holding a hand on his throat. Blood oozed between his fingers in small but steady gushes. Miguel straightened his back and walked over to him, still clutching the knife firmly. The devoted raised his hand pleadingly. "No. Wait, please." Before he could finish the sentence, Miguel thrusted the knife forward into the man's forehead with a fierce cry. The devoted froze for a moment. Miguel stepped back, leaving the knife embedded in his head. The black figure confusedly raised his hand up to his face as if to examine what Miguel just did to him, before his head dropped forward, and he ceased all movement. Both of the devoted were dead. "Mandy, are you okay?" Henry grabbed Mandy by her shoulders and asked with a concern in his voice. I'm fine. What about you?" she asked, suddenly more worried about his safety than hers. He had a bloody lip. He ran with the tips of his fingers around his front teeth and nodded. "Thought he knocked my teeth out, but I'm fine," he said. With the newly formed silence that filled the air, Mandy looked around the place. The cabin was in a mess, with the table overturned and the food and dishes scattered all over the floor. The bodies of the dead devoted lie still in the room, and the smell of blood already started permeating the air. As appalled as she was by this sight, Mandy was glad that it was the two devoted who ended up dead and not Miguel. When Mandy looked at Miguel, she saw a furious glare in his eye. He was staring down at the devoted who had the knife sticking out of his forehead. The look of a killer, Mandy reluctantly thought. She suddenly felt uncomfortable being in the same room as Miguel. He killed two of the devoted in cold blood, and sure, they were evil. But if Miguel was capable of killing someone like this without flinching, that brought two extra questions. How many people has he killed before, and what's stopping from him killing Henry and Mandy? "We're fucked," Henry said while panting. "When the others find out what you did to them, they're going to send their entire town after us. We need to leave now." "Don't worry, we're still safe," Miguel said as he took a step closer to the devoted's body. He put one hand on top of the corpse's head and grabbed the hilt of the knife with the other. With great exertion, he pulled the knife out with a sickening thump. Mandy looked away. "They're less organized than they look, trust me," Miguel said. "We have a day or two until they find out they're missing." "And what then?" Henry timorously asked. Miguel looked at Henry. "We'll be gone by then," he said insistently. Henry and Mandy exchanged worried glances with each other. Miguel wiped the knife on the devoted's robes and sheathed it. He then bent down to grab the devoted by the feet. "Help me get the bodies to the window," he said. "We need to dispose of them in the woods and get some sleep." He exchanged a glare with Mandy and smiled. For the second time since they met. Big day tomorrow. Chapter 27. Catherine walked past the devoted standing on the sides of the palace entrance. They didn't so much as turn their heads in her direction. The devoted were well known for having nerves and discipline of steel due to their extensive training to protect Prophet Martin and the community of Noah's Reach. Catherine remembered reading in the scriptures about the forming of the devoted. It started off with the prophet forming his inner sanctum of trusted friends who would protect him. He was against having his own bodyguards, but God insisted that his life was too precious. Eventually, the devoted and the vindicators are both trained by Prophet Martin to use weapons, respond to various scenarios, including nuclear attacks, attacks from the sinners on Noah's Reach, etc. The friends who the prophet initially chose for protection betrayed him by plotting his assassination, but were caught and executed before they could enact their foul plan. Catherine didn't see it for herself, but she heard that the traitors were boiled alive, a prelude to the lake of fire they would burn in for all eternity. The betrayals pained Prophet Martin deeply, and he started being more careful with who he chose as the devoted after that. He would constantly test their loyalty to him and to God, and should they fail, they would be demoted from their positions if they got lucky. As Catherine ascended the stairs, the maidens bowed down to her. She bowed back in silent praise to the prophet. She turned right and continued towards the west side of the palace. Her mind was occupied today. She couldn't help but think about Henry and his friends, but mostly about Henry. When she first invited them to Noah's Reach for the gathering, she didn't know that things would escalate as they did. She didn't know that an innocent girl would end up dead because of them. Catherine was also troubled by the fact that Henry was nowhere to be found. Why couldn't he just surrender himself and answer for his crimes? She was sure that Martin would be merciful if Henry just showed remorse for his sins. Catherine was conflicted. On the one hand, her loyalty was with Prophet Martin and the disciples of God. But on the other hand, she couldn't help but hope that Henry was safe. She loved him and was sure that the two of them would have lots of things to see and do together if only he would allow himself to see the truth. When they first started dating, Catherine knew that Henry wasn't an overly religious person. She hoped that she would be able to change him in time, because as the prophet said, if you're not influencing a person, that person is influencing you. She felt that she was close to getting him to maybe start thinking about transitioning towards getting baptized as a disciple, but it looks like she was wrong. That stung her more than anything else Henry did. Catherine stopped in front of the prophet's chambers. 2 devoted stood guard in front of the door. Instead of using Mercy's kisses, these had AK-47 assault rifles, because the protection of the prophet was of utmost importance. "Prophet Martin summoned me," Catherine spoke in a soft tone. One of the devoted knocked loudly 3 times on the door with his knuckles. "Come in," Prophet Martin's muffled voice resounded from the other side. The devoted bowed down to Catherine. She approached the thick wooden door and pushed it open. The room was well illuminated by the rays of the setting sun gleaming in through the window. Prophet Martin sat on the enormous bed, shirtless, with the pants of his suit still on, staring nowhere in particular. Catherine observed the scars on his body. He got some of them in the war, and some of them were self-inflicted in penance. She couldn't help but notice his skinny but well-sculpted body. He had visible muscles from the labor of building Noah's Reach, and the fat rolls on his stomach, despite him being seated, were extremely thin. Not like the fake glutton prophets who preached about righteousness but didn't follow the rules themselves. When Catherine closed the door behind her, Martin looked up at her, as if just then realizing that she entered his private chambers. "Catherine, thank you for coming here," he said softly, almost in a whisper. "Praise be to you, Prophet Martin." Catherine put one hand on her chest and bowed down. "Come." He outstretched one hand. Catherine approached him, gently took his hand, and sat next to him. She felt her hand tremble at Prophet Martin's touch. She did her best to look him in the eye and not at his body, out of fear that it would awaken sinful thoughts in her soul. She had those thoughts with Henry sometimes, but Prophet Martin was a different story. She and the other girls from the community were taught when they reached puberty that having sinful thoughts about Prophet Martin was not welcome, but understandable, and that they should consider whether it is his physical appearance that attracted them to him, or the divinity of his role. Catherine always saw Prophet Martin as their prophet and savior, a messenger sent by God, but she couldn't help but have sexual thoughts about him as well. It wasn't so much the sexual part of it that aroused her, but the thought of being with the prophet himself. She often felt envious of the other girls who Martin chose to lay with over her. Sometimes she badly wanted to pleasure herself to sinful thoughts of her and the prophet in her mind, but her religion forbade it. "Tomorrow is an important day," he said, contemplatively staring in front of himself. "The sheriff is coming, yes." Catherine nodded. Martin shook his head. "No, not because of that, but because of what comes after." "The baptism?" The prophet slowly nodded. "Henry will be there, and when he does arrive, you can guarantee that you will do what we agreed you should do?" He turned his head and looked at her, penetratingly. This caught Catherine by surprise. She felt a lump in her throat. She cleared her throat and nodded fervently. "Yes, Prophet Martin. I am fully committed to you and God, now and for all eternity." He stared at her for a moment, as if reading her face to detect any potential lies. Any moment now he was going to accuse her of not telling the truth. Prophet Martin nodded and smiled. "Good, because there will be terrible consequences otherwise. There's too much at stake here, you understand that, don't you?" "Yes, Prophet." "Good." Martin nodded once more to Catherine in approval, and gestured with his hand to in front of himself. Catherine stood up and walked over in front of him. She undid the straps on the shoulders of her gown, and allowed the clothing to fall on the floor, exposing her naked body. She stared at Prophet Martin the entire time, and he stared back at her. She couldn't tell what he was thinking seeing her naked. She trembled with nervousness and anticipation. "Don't be afraid, child," Prophet Martin said as he stood up and took a step closer. He put one hand on her hip and leaned so close that she smelled the pleasant floral redolence on his body. "This is all part of God's plan," he whispered. Chapter 28. Although the morning was overcast, it didn't dampen Alice's mood one bit. Today was the day when she would finally get out of this wretched place. She rehearsed all the possible scenarios in her mind in order to avoid any pitfalls. Alice found that devising a plan in peace was almost impossible because a group of girls was assigned to be with her most of the time, and they never let her have alone time. Even if she wanted to use the bathroom, one of the girls would always say that she needed to go too, and would end up accompanying Alice. The volunteering girls would often just pretend to use the bathroom. They probably thought Alice didn't notice it, but she did. On top of that, Alice and the girls had to stay together in the house where she and Mandy stayed for the first few nights. "Mandy, where are you?" Alice couldn't help but be hopeful about her friend. She was vicariously living through Mandy's escape. She often tried to calculate in her mind where Mandy was right now if she really did manage to escape. If she was running on foot, she'd probably need at least a few days to reach a place where she could reach safety, not including the gas station an hour before the town. And what about Henry? Was he with her too? Alice knew for sure that Henry and Mandy had not been caught by the cultists because she heard Prophet Martin making announcements daily on the megaphone regarding them, asking for their surrender, telling them that their friends were dead and soon they would be too, and he even talked to the townspeople, urging them to rat their neighbors out in case of suspicious behavior. She also heard other people talking about a girl who Henry and Mandy apparently killed. Her name was Elsa, and after she died, they erected a monument in her name, a tombstone in the street where she died with the inscription that said, "A saint who gave her life to defend our town from sinners." Elsa's grieving parents would visit the tombstone every day, vowing to kill the murderers of their daughter in the most painful way possible. Alice couldn't imagine Mandy or Henry killing the girl, but then again, she didn't know what situation they were in. Maybe they were forced to kill her to defend themselves. Or maybe they didn't kill her at all and the prophet was just making a martyr out of her. But either way, if Martin didn't catch Henry and Mandy, the question was, where were they? Walking through the woods trying to find civilization, or were they already dead, starved to death, or killed by a wild animal perhaps? As for that bitch, Catherine, Alice saw her here and there in passing, but they never talked. She didn't even dignify Alice with a glance. Whenever Alice saw her, she wanted to claw her eyes out and bash her head on the pavement until her white gown was completely drenched in red. She shook her head to focus on her mission. She would worry about revenge and the safety of her friends as soon as this nightmare was over. Sheriff Larson would be here soon, and would be leaving tonight, so she had to grab his attention before that. She tore a small piece of paper from a copy of the scripture she was given. If they found out that she did that, she'd be in a lot of trouble, and wrote a concise message on it. She didn't have any pockets on her gown, but the sleeves on her wrists were tight, so she kept the paper there. Just to be on the safe side, she tore 2 more pieces of paper before stuffing them inside her bra. They wouldn't fall out from there. As Alice made her way out of the dorm with the group of girls in front of her, she furtively pulled the message out of her sleeve and peeked at it. "We're held hostage here. Please help." She contemplated writing something more, like her phone number or name, but it would be too much information. Maybe this was better anyway, because if she got caught, they wouldn't be able to pin the evidence on her unless they saw her slipping the note to the sheriff. For a moment, Alice wondered if a missing persons investigation was already initiated by the police and she didn't contact her parents after 5 days like she said she would. The thought of her parents sitting at home and racked with worry, constantly trying to call Alice on her cell phone, but getting a notification that her phone was off, brought tears to Alice's eyes. So she tried to push those thoughts into the furthest recesses of her mind, where she wouldn't think about them. "Come on, Alice." One of the girls from the dorm, Aurora, urged her to hurry. Alice smiled and picked up her pace. She gently rubbed her wrist to make sure she could still feel the piece of paper under the sleeve. The morning went by like usual. Alice followed the girls while they excitedly talked about boring church-related things. Sometimes they asked Alice to share her own thoughts, and Alice would usually just shrug it off, claiming that she didn't know enough to give a sound opinion. In truth, she just didn't want to say anything bad about the community, Prophet Martin, or anything else related to this place. The first thing everyone did in the morning was go to church. There, Prophet Martin welcomed everyone and gave his usual speech about the righteousness of the disciples and the wickedness of the sinners from the outside world. Alice searched the church pews for Tyler but couldn't see him anywhere. She did, however, see Ethan. He was sitting with the other congregation members wearing the same white gown. Although he was gaunter than usual, he looked unscathed for the most part. If he was being indoctrinated as well, then Alice would need to catch up to him later and tell him about the plan she and Tyler had. Prophet Martin cut the speech short, and instead went through the plan of welcoming Sheriff Larson. Although he went through this 1,000 times by now, Martin made sure to repeat everything this morning again. He even went around asking people random questions to see what they would answer if the sheriff asked them that. He was happy with most of the answers, but corrected some of them to give a different impression. What do you think about the world outside? I think it's a horrible place. No, don't say that. We don't want to sound like a bunch of lunatics to them. Let's say this instead. This lasted for 30 minutes or so until Prophet Martin was finally satisfied enough to dismiss the people. As they exited the church and started making their way towards the dining grounds, Tyler sneaked his way next to Alice. Ethan is here, Alice said. I saw him. Tyler responded. Did you get to tell him about... you know? They were surrounded by the crowd from the church, and someone could be watching them, so she still wanted to be careful about her choice of words. No, maybe we shouldn't tell him about our plan. Alice jerked her head towards Tyler briefly. What are you talking about? She asked. He's been locked up a little longer than us. Yesterday we saw him getting escorted to the prophet, and today he's in a white gown. So? So, he could be brainwashed. Alice let out a snort chuckle. Tyler's voice took on a more concerned timbre. I'm serious, Alice. When we were in the church just now, I saw him making that fucking gesture they do here and praising Martin. Alice didn't like the sound of that. Maybe he's playing along like us. It didn't look like that, honestly. Are you suggesting that we leave him behind? Alice started to feel turbulence boiling inside of her. After that fiasco that Tyler pulled back in the torture room, anything he did got Alice angry. No, I'm not suggesting that. All I'm suggesting is we don't tell him anything about the plan. Best case scenario, he's going to join and help us. But worst case scenario, Tyler shook his head. Our plan could go to shit. Alice thought about that for a moment. As much as she hated admitting it, Tyler was right. Ethan could be a liability, and right now they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Okay, fine, whatever, she dismissively said. When the sheriff returns here with the backup, we'll be out of here anyway. Then a realization suddenly hit her. She wouldn't be leaving Noah's Reach today. If she slipped a note to the sheriff, he would need to go back to his town and call the National Guard, or whoever else was responsible for handling this, and that would probably take some time to organize. And what would happen after they attacked Noah's Reach? Martin looked like the kind of guy who would have no problem organizing a mass suicide, just like Jim Jones did. And if it didn't come to that, maybe there would be a shootout. People would still get killed, not just the loyal followers of Prophet Martin, but innocent families caught in the crossfire. Hey, you okay, babe? Tyler asked, snapping Alice back to reality. Babe? I know this is difficult, but we're going to make it through this, all right? Tyler said. Alice smiled but said nothing. She trusted Tyler when he said that the first night they got caught, but now those words had no other effect except stir indignance and scorn inside her. They went their own ways towards the dining grounds where they had breakfast. Catherine sat next to her parents directly across from Alice. The bitch didn't look once in Alice's direction. In fact, it was the same ignoring that she gave Henry when they got into a fight, and it was obvious that she was purposely avoiding Alice's gaze. Are you afraid to look me in the eye, bitch? Alice, on the other hand, didn't take her eyes off of her all the way until the meal was done. She could not stand looking at her, pretending that everything was okay, smiling, talking, laughing. Just you wait, you slut. You're gonna rot in prison for what you've done. Prophet Martin gathered everyone to follow him to the front gate, where they would welcome Sheriff Larson. Much like on the dining grounds, the people occupied both sides of the street, leaving the middle of the road empty. Martin himself stood in the middle, right in front of the open gate, staring at the road leading outside. Everyone settle down. They'll be here any minute, Prophet Martin commanded. The crowd's tumultuous speaking stopped, and the town went eerily quiet, almost in unison. Some heads were facing the open gate, some were whispering amongst each other, some were staring nowhere in particular. Alice looked at the open gate. She was so close to the exit it would be easy to just walk outside right now, except it wouldn't. The guards would probably shoot her dead before she even reached the other side. She glanced down at the road that swerved and disappeared behind the trees. It felt like months passed from the day when they drove down this road and were greeted by friendly faces on top of the gatewalk. Through a fog, she remembered how exuberant everyone was on the drive to the town. Well, everyone except Tyler and Ethan. Alice and Mandy laughed at each other's jokes. Ethan talked in his robotic tone about Jim Jones. Alice defended Catherine about being in a cult. Tyler talked about his sexual adventures. Tears welled up in her eyes at the thought that the person who entered the town would not be the same one leaving it, if she even managed to leave it in one piece. Alice looked at the crowd across the street. Tyler was there, staring down pensively. His hair was disheveled and his face bruised. But more importantly, that fiery stare in his eye that he used to have was gone. In the end, could she blame him for reacting the way he did, given the situation they faced? This trip drastically changed all of them for the worse. Tyler became more docile. Alice had been through things that would require years of therapy and medication. And as for the others, the question was if they were even still alive. Once they made it out of here, would they continue hanging out like before? Or would this traumatic event put a strain on their relationships as it did on Tyler and Alice's? Tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't deserve this, to have her innocence taken away from her like this. Alice was so deeply entrenched in her thoughts that she barely registered the murmurs that began permeating the street. She looked up and saw vehicles moving down the road and towards the gate. A nervous smile stretched across her face. This was it. Tyler followed the black Ford Econoline van with the blue and red light bar on top of the roof as it made a royal entry into the town. The van got through the gate with the same confidence that Tyler drove many days ago before he knew what he was getting himself into. This was different, though. The sheriff's badge decal on the side of the van gave Tyler a surge of reassurance. He hoped that the sheriff had some power over here, and that the cultists would think twice before attacking or killing him or his men. Martin didn't move out of the way, and soon the van slowed down until it came to a halt, and its engine turned off. The van's doors started opening, and out stepped Sheriff Larson from the driver's side in all his glory. He was an older man, Tyler guessed close to 60, and under the ridiculous cowboy hat, there was a huge white mustache. The uniform didn't look especially impressive on him either. The badge on his chest was a nice addition, but his stomach stuck out incongruously in comparison to his spaghetti arms. On his hands were out-of-place black gloves. 3 other officers stepped out, 2 young men and a woman. Despite the solemnity of the situation, Tyler couldn't help but check out the female cop. She was a brunette with short hair and juicy-looking thighs that pressed tightly against her slacks. Tyler doubted he'd be able to get his dick up right now anyway, but it still gave him a sense of normalcy to behave like himself. "Sheriff Larson, it is my pleasure to welcome you to Noah's Reach." Prophet Martin stepped forward with spread arms. Sheriff Larson put forward a hand, but Martin instead embraced him in a hug. The sheriff looked taken aback for a moment before awkwardly patting Martin on the back. The other officers held their hands on their gun holsters, perhaps waiting for trouble to arise so they could shoot any potential hostiles. "Shoot the fucker in the face," Tyler said, hoping that Prophet Martin would try to do something that would require the use of lethal force. "Good to see you again, Prophet." Larson spoke up with a gravelly voice that didn't suit his stature. "Everyone, please give a warm welcome to the sheriff," Martin said. The people positioned on the sides of the street made their trademark gesture of bowing down with their hands on their hearts. Tyler did the same. Ever since he got out of purgatory, he always did the greeting when necessary, especially with the devoted watching him. Today was the worst day to attract someone wanted attention to himself. "Now, if you and your officers will follow me, Sheriff Larson, I'll show you around the town." Martin gestured in the opposite direction of the gate. Tyler locked eyes with Alice. They didn't say anything, but they understood each other with their eyes. It was time to end this. Chapter 29. "You think he's going to be okay?" Mandy asked. Henry had spaced out for a moment, so when Mandy spoke up and broke the hour-long silence, he was taken by surprise. "I'm sorry?" he asked. "Miguel, you think he's going to be fine?" Mandy repeated solicitously. She was sitting on the bed with her knees brought up to her chin and her arms wrapped around them. Henry was sitting on a chair by the door, staring through the crack of the boards and towards the town. It was quiet, and he couldn't detect any movement whatsoever. The sheriff must have arrived or was about to. "Yeah, why wouldn't he be fine?" Henry said, and averted his gaze from Mandy back to the town. "Because he killed 2 of Martin's loyal people? I don't know, Henry, this all feels so wrong. Maybe we shouldn't wait here?" Henry looked at Mandy once more. She looked distressed. It was evident from the heavy bags under her eyes that she didn't get a lot of sleep last night. Henry stood up from the chair and broke into a gait towards the bed where Mandy sat. He put one hand on the back of her neck and got closer to her. We're not going to let them take us. And besides, they can't do anything with the sheriff around. Mandy leaned her forehead on Henry's. These last few days, ever since they slept together, they've been acting sort of like a couple. They didn't give pet names to each other, but they cuddled together, kissed, and had sex a few times. Henry still wasn't sure what they were, a couple or something else, but they would have plenty of time to figure that out once they were out of here. If Mandy wanted to try to have something with Henry after they were safe, that is. Maybe we should try to grab the sheriff's attention, Mandy suggested. No way. Henry shook his head. The sheriff is probably surrounded by them so closely that he can't even fart. They're going to keep a close eye on him to make sure he doesn't see something that he isn't supposed to. Mandy bit her lip. I'm just worried about Alice and the others. What if they're really being tortured in purgatory like Miguel said? There's nothing we can do about it. But once we're back to safety, we'll rescue them. All of them. Henry placed his hand on Mandy's. He was about to lean in and kiss her when he heard something faint and distant coming from outside. It sounded like the engine of a car. You hear that? He asked. He must be here. Mandy nodded. Henry returned to the door, patiently staring through the crack, even though he still couldn't see any movement. The entire day, Alice tried to stay in close proximity to the sheriff. She could never approach him, however, because Martin was with him the entire time. He spent the first hour or so showing Sheriff Larson around the town's most prominent places, like workshops, the school, the church, etc. The entire time, the sheriff nodded without a word, his mustache hiding his facial expression. Most of the girls who were there with Alice had their own duties to attend to in order to make the town look prettier, so Alice at least didn't need to worry about them tailing her the entire time. Only 2 others remained with her, Aurora and Bailey. They were only 17. Unlike the other girls from Alice's group, they were naturally interested to see what was going on with the sheriff. Alice used that to her advantage and suggested that they follow Martin and the sheriff. I think that's a great idea, Aurora said. I agree. I want to take a look at that handsome officer who arrived with the sheriff, Bailey giggled. Those are sinful thoughts, Bailey. Plus, the officer's a sinner. Alice forced a peal of laughter along with them before urging them to follow the group. Aside from Prophet Martin and Sheriff Larson, the 3 deputies were with them for a while. But soon they were separated into groups, 2 deputies going with one group of cultists towards the church, while Sheriff Larson and the female deputy headed in another direction. They're going to the dining grounds, Bailey said merrily before turning to Aurora and Alice. I'm going to sneak into the workshop to check on Mr. Handsome and the other one. You 2 should follow the sheriff. Bailey, you better not have some fornicating thoughts in your mind, Aurora warned her. Bailey looked offended. I just want to introduce myself to them, that's all. Alice knew by now how naive the young girls were, so she jumped in to manipulate them once more. Yeah, Aurora, there's nothing wrong with checking men out. It's just teenage curiosity. Aurora gave Alice a contemptuous glare and then Bailey. Well, as long as it doesn't lead to anything more than that, she said. What do you take me for, Aurora, a whore? I wouldn't have premarital sex with anyone except our prophet, of course, if he demanded it. Bailey smiled before heading in the direction of the workshop. Alice waited for Aurora to take the lead. She wanted to urge the girl to hurry up so that they can follow the sheriff, but she didn't want to arouse suspicion with her. She was surprised that Aurora still didn't suspect anything, but then again, Alice saw a lot of people sneaking glances at the sheriff and whispering amongst themselves. Come on, we gotta go see what they're up to, Aurora said. We can pretend we're playing a game on the dining grounds. She slid her fingers under her sleeve. The note was still there, safely tucked under the fabric of her gown. Prophet Martin led the sheriff and his people throughout the gates of the dining grounds, where a myriad of people were already engaging in a bunch of activities. Martin was pointing to each group and explaining what they were doing, undoubtedly omitting all the details about outsiders being portrayed as sinners. Aurora and Alice sat on the edge of the circle formed around the purifying seat. There was no one else here, so they didn't need to purify anyone. Instead, they sat in a way that they can face the sheriff and see what his reaction would be like to the various things Martin showed him. It was still impossible to tell how the sheriff felt about everything shown to him because of his thick mustache, but he was also probably really good at hiding it. The prophet proceeded to explain to the sheriff tidbits about the festivities while Sheriff Larson listened and nodded, curiously staring around himself with his thumbs tucked into his belt. Alice was getting impatient. She nervously tapped her foot on the ground, looking for an opportunity to sneak up to him. If Prophet Martin didn't let him out of his sight, then she would need to do something else. She had in mind to join a game of catch the flock and pretend to accidentally bump into the sheriff. But how would she slip the note to him without it being suspicious or obvious? Prophet Martin would probably keep a close watch on her. She looked around the dining grounds. Tyler was there, sitting with a group of people on the grass. He intermittently stared at Alice and the sheriff while the others talked amongst each other. Maybe she can get Tyler to distract the others while she slipped a note to the sheriff. Before she can finish that thought properly, Prophet Martin clapped his hands together and shouted loudly, "Girls, how about a photo with the sheriff?" The excited clamor of women joined in, and soon the congregation members started flocking to the sheriff. Alice clambered up to her feet and loped towards the group. This could be her chance to do it. She slipped a hand under her sleeve and took out the note, tightly clutching it in her hand. 20 at a time, girls," Martin reprimanded them. The group of girls already closest to the sheriff formed a line on either side of him, while the others backed away. One of the congregation members with the camera stepped forward. He aimed the camera at the group and slightly bent his back forward. By this time, the sheriff had already assumed a photogenic position, and for the first time since arriving, Alice saw his cheeks puffing up from smiling. The girls on his left and right were holding him under the arms, wildly grinning at the cameras. "Say praise," the cameraman said before clicking the button on the camera, before giving a thumbs up. The girls who were in the photograph with the sheriff all hugged him one by one. Some of them shook his hand and kissed him on the cheek. The sheriff seemed taken aback by this, but shrugged it off with a chuckle and returned of the hug to each girl before they dispersed in all directions, allowing the next group to step in. Alice was amongst them. She felt her heart jackhammering against her chest, but she did her best to hide it. She took up a position as close to the sheriff as she could and smiled at the camera. "Say praise," the cameraman said and clicked the button. There was no flash that Alice expected. The cameraman gave a thumbs up and the girl started approaching Sheriff Larson and giving him hugs. As Alice waited for her turn, she felt her entire body shivering. The palm clutching the note was sweaty, and she hoped that the message would still be intelligible and the ink unsmeared. As she approached Sheriff Larson, their eyes met. He was smiling, and Alice wanted to break down right there, to beg him for help, to tell him to save her from this evil place, but instead, she composed herself, smiled, and took his bulky hand into both of hers. She pretended to handshake him as she slid the paper into his hand, and as subtly as she could, closed his fingers around it. "Thank you for this opportunity, Sheriff Larson," she said, and leaped to hug him around the waist, since he was so much taller than her. He patted her on the back with his massive gloved hand, and when she pulled back, Alice realized that he was no longer smiling. He was still holding the fist with the note closed and nodded to Alice without a word. As Alice took a step back, she waved to him and merged with the group of girls who were leaving. The sheriff looked at her just a little longer than the other girls. She hoped that she managed to pull this off without any suspicion, steadying her breathing as much as she could. She dared to look back in the sheriff's direction. He was already posed to take a new photo. Prophet Martin seemed oblivious to what had just happened as well, because he was standing on the side with his hands in his pockets, complacently observing the situation. "You okay, Alice? You look like you just ran a marathon," Aurora said. Alice nervously chuckled. "Yeah, I'm fine. Might be the crowd. I get a little agoraphobic from time to time." What? Alice proceeded to explain how agoraphobic people fear public spaces, crowded areas, etc. Aurora disinterestedly nodded before changing the subject. The excitement of what she just did lasted on Alice for a solid 10 minutes or so, and she continued observing the sheriff with her heart still drumming in her chest. The entire time, Sheriff Larson didn't once look at her again, but then again it would be difficult to distinguish her among the hundreds of white-clothed people. Alice searched the grounds for Tyler. He was still sitting on the grass, his eyes still fixated on Alice. She stood up and strode towards the gate. Tyler hopped up to his feet and followed her, but made it look like he was going his own way. Alice walked up behind a group of people and matched their pace. Tyler caught up to her, and then they silently walked side by side. Once they were away from the dining grounds, he spoke up. "Well?" "It's done," she said, bursting at the seams to say more than those meager words. "Really? You smuggled the note to him?" "Uh-huh." Alice nodded. Tyler let out a triumphant chuckle, quietly. He looked around himself with a stupid grin on his face. In that moment, that grin stirred something up in Alice once more. Maybe it was the euphoria of their victorious moment. But she wanted to leap into Tyler's arms and hug him. The torture chamber seemed so distant right now. "Nice work, babe," he said with a hint of suppressed excitement in his voice. "Now, we just need to wait for the sheriff to leave this place and come back with backup. Alice said as she looked down the street. She frowned and added, "And hope nothing bad happens in the meantime." Far down the desolate street, among a group of white-gowned figures stood Ethan, and he was delicately staring at Alice and Tyler with a genuine smile. Chapter 30. "Time to go, kids," Miguel said as soon as Henry opened the door for him and he stopped inside the cabin with long, striding steps. "Sheriff's about to leave." He left his gun belt in the cabin earlier, and as soon as he walked inside, he strapped it on and turned to face Mandy and Henry. Henry knew that this moment would come and he was ready for it. "Here," Miguel handed Henry a revolver. Mandy looked at the gun with a disgusted grimace. "How did you get this?" Henry prudently took the revolver with both hands, careful to avoid touching the trigger. "Stole it from the armory. By the time they count all the weapons and realize a revolver is missing, we'd all be gone." Miguel jutted his head towards the window and walked over to it. He opened it and motioned for Mandy and Henry to step outside. Henry glanced in Mandy's direction. He noticed her tense shoulders and the worried look on her face, so he put a hand on her arm and reassuringly said, "We're almost out of here, Mandy. We'll be back to safety before you know it." She nodded, but still seemed unconvinced. Henry tucked the revolver to the back of his jeans. He used a revolver once before at a shooting range, but this was different. If it really came to it, he would need to use the deadly power of a firearm to kill someone. His mind raced back to Elsa. She died in front of him and Mandy, but that was an accident. If it came to a shoot-off, would he have the guts to pull the trigger and end someone's life? He hoped he would, because he was sure that the cultists would not hesitate. "Come on, kids, we don't have all day." Miguel impatiently gestured to the open window. Henry nodded and hopped outside. The sky was taking up an orange-pink color typical for dusk. It must have been around 8 p.m., and night would be falling soon. Mandy got outside, and then Miguel. Henry breathed in the squall of the fresh nature air and exhaled dramatically. "Fresh air. Finally." He chuckled to himself. He did it more to try and get a reaction out of Mandy, and it seemed to work, at least a little. She muttered a simple, "yeah," and stretched out. "My stamina's probably going to be like crap," she said. Henry smiled. He looked at her more closely. Strands of her hair jutted in various directions, and her clothes were covered in dried sweat and dirt from the cabin's floor. Both she and Henry reeked like wild animals from a lack of bathing for days. "What?" she asked when she saw the flippant smile on Henry's face. "Nothing. Just we both look like shit," he said. Mandy let out a peal of laughter. Henry guffawed along with her, and soon they broke into an uncontrollable laughing fit. Henry laughed until he started getting teary-eyed. He had no idea what exactly was so funny, but it felt good to laugh. "All right, keep it down," Miguel said as he stepped outside. He loped in front of Henry and said, "Stick close to me. Henry, if we see anyone unwanted once we're on the road, you'll have to shoot. You only have 6 bullets, so use them wisely." That snapped Henry back to reality of the situation. "Yeah," he nodded. They began climbing the hill. Ethan stood amongst the group of people near the gate. Prophet Martin, Sheriff Larson, and his deputies were in the middle of the street near the van. The prophet discussed something with the sheriff while the people around stood in silence and stared. The sheriff would be leaving any moment now, and then the baptism would start. Ethan noted how Prophet Martin cherry-picked what to show to the sheriff in order to make a better impression. When the sheriff insisted on seeing the purgatory, Martin allowed him inside. When the sheriff walked outside 15 minutes later, he had the same expression on his face as before entering, which led Ethan to believe that the purgatory was polished and the prisoners possibly removed or forced to behave in a certain way. Although Ethan wasn't in favor of lying, he understood the prophet's motive. Sheriff Larson was a sinner, after all, and if he got the wrong impression, he would shut this place down. He didn't understand that some of the things that were happening in Noah's Reach were necessary. Ethan knew that the best. He was in purgatory, and he knew how it rehabilitated him for the better. He felt like a new person, and it was all thanks to Prophet Martin. "All right, everyone," Prophet Martin called for the attention of the people. "Our dear Sheriff Larson and his 2 deputies are about to leave." A murmur of disappointment filled the air. Ethan joined in on the voices. He, just like the others, wished that Sheriff Larson could stay a little longer. That way, he'd see that the way of the disciples was the only right way. I know," Martin said. "We immensely enjoyed his company, but he has other duties to attend to. Before he leaves, however, the sheriff has something he would like to say." Prophet Martin gestured to the sheriff, who nodded and cleared his throat. As silent as the crowd was until now, it went even quieter when Sheriff Larson spoke up, Tyler noticed. "First of all, I want to thank you all for the hospitality you've given my deputies and me. The stay here was heavenly." Applause ensued. The sheriff waited for the clapping to settle down before continuing. "Now, I saw a lot of interesting things in today's visit." He consistently swiveled left and right to glance at everyone around him. "But there's only one thing I'd like to address before we leave your fine town." Silence filled the air as people held their breaths in anticipation. Tyler felt cold sweat enveloping him. He glanced at Alice across the street. Her eyes were like saucers as she stared at the sheriff. Sheriff Larson reached into his pocket and pulled out what looked like a wrinkled piece of paper. Tyler's heart skipped a beat. "Today I received a message," the sheriff said. He reached into his other pocket and pulled out 2 more pieces of paper. More than one, to be precise, by members of the community. Alice and Tyler locked eyes with each other. Tyler's eyes were probably as wide as Alice's right now. The people around exchanged glances with each other and whispers filled the air. "Settle down," Martin ordered. The sheriff continued. "I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it seems that some members in the community want to leave." Voices murmured louder this time in scorn and disapproval. Prophet Martin stared at the sheriff the entire time, but if he was surprised in any way, he was doing a good fucking job hiding it. The sheriff raised one hand to silence them, but they ignored him. Only when Martin warned them to be quiet did they stop speaking. "Now, don't you worry about this," the sheriff said. "This is completely normal. You have over 1,000 people here, and most of them are happy. I received only 3 messages. That means only a handful of people are unhappy here. I would say that's a pretty fine job of having a satisfied community. Wouldn't you agree?" The people nodded and murmured in agreement. Sheriff Larson nodded and said, "Now, I don't want anyone to be here against their will, so I'm offering to take home whoever wants to leave." He scanned the faces in silence for a moment. "If you want to go back to society, please step forward, and I'll be happy to take you home." The people glanced around each other, curious as to who would be willing to leave. No one stepped forward. "You may leave freely," Prophet Martin interjected. "No harm will come to you." A lot of the people were hanging their heads down. Tyler looked at Alice and noticed her staring at him with pleading eyes. "They're all afraid." "Fuck this," Tyler murmured to himself, causing a few heads to turn. He raised a hand and pushed his way through the crowd. "Me! I want to get out of here. I never even wanted to fucking be here in the first place." The heads of all the people turned towards Tyler, and he became aware of their gazes, most of them judgmental and scornful. Good. Let them see his defiance. Tyler looked at Alice and motioned her to step forward, but she was already pushing through the ranks of the disciples. "Me!" she shouted with a petulant voice and raised her hand. She stopped next to Tyler in front of the sheriff. The sheriff looked at both of them and nodded. "Here!" a feminine voice resounded. A woman in her 30s pushed through the crowd, along with a young boy who Tyler assumed was her son. More voices chanted in, and in a matter of minutes, aside from Alice and Tyler, there were 4 other people who wanted to leave. "Alrighty. Anyone else?" Sheriff Larson looked around. There was a painfully long pause, but no one else stepped forward. Tyler looked at Ethan and said, "Ethan, come on. We can get out of here." Ethan was looking down at his feet. What are you doing, Ethan? Come on!" Alice urged him. Ethan raised his head and looked at them. Prophet Martin shrugged and said, "He doesn't want to leave." "Ethan found his purpose in the disciples. Isn't that right, Ethan?" "Bullshit!" Tyler scowled. "You're just scaring him into staying. Ethan, come on, we can leave." Sheriff Larson beckoned Ethan with one hand. "Come on, son. Nothing to be afraid of. You can come with us." Ethan shook his head. "I'm sorry," he forlornly said while looking at Tyler and Alice. Tyler stared at him in disbelief. He was about to shout at him not to be a moron and join them, but the stare that Ethan gave him told him everything he needed to know. It wasn't fear. He was determined to stay. The sheriff cleared his throat. "Well, if that's all, then it's time to go. Phillips, open the back door, will you?" One of the deputies walked over to the back of the van and opened the door, calling the people to step inside. Tyler and Alice walked over to the van. The other people have already jumped in, visibly eager to get out of Noah's reach. Tyler looked at Ethan one more time, but he was staring elsewhere. As Tyler and Alice stepped inside the van, Tyler thought about his BMW. He should have offered to drive his own car back, but he was too impatient to get out of here and make specific requests. Then he remembered that Mandy had his car keys anyway. He would get his car after the sheriff fucked this place up. Mandy stopped and turned around. Henry was behind her, so he turned around to follow her gaze. In the distance, he heard the engine of a car starting up. "I guess they're leaving," Mandy said. "Sure are. That means the baptism will be starting soon," Miguel said. "And we're sure they'll leave the town border unguarded?" Henry asked. Miguel nodded as he continued ascending the hill. Henry followed him. Mandy continued staring at the town, so he gently touched her shoulder. "Mandy, come on. We probably don't have too much time left," he said. She nodded absentmindedly and turned around to continue following him. They caught up to Miguel and were going deeper into the woods. It immediately started getting darker under the canopies of the trees, and more so every second with the night that approached. "Why was the sheriff coming to visit the town anyway? Inspection?" Mandy asked. "Something like that," Miguel tersely said. "Then he might come back with backup to shut this place down, right?" Henry chimed in. Miguel turned around to look at him. "I highly doubt it," he said with a mournful look on his face before proceeding with the climb. "Why not?" "Prophet Martin is powerful and smart. I can tell you that he wouldn't allow Sheriff Larson to step inside Noah's Reach unless he was absolutely sure that it's safe for the disciples." "You think Martin managed to trick the sheriff into believing that there's nothing wrong with this town?" Mandy asked. Miguel pushed a branch out of the way. It rustled loudly and almost whipped Henry in the face. "Think about it this way," Miguel said. "When you first arrived, you didn't think anything was wrong with the town. It's because whenever there are new visitors arriving, they exclude all the radical things, and then using baby steps, they expose the potential members to the information that they might otherwise find absurd." Miguel was right. Henry spent months dating Catherine and never once suspected she might be capable of doing something crazy like this. Even on the first day in Noah's Reach, everyone seemed so polite. Now that he thought about it, he should have seen that as a red flag. The people were unnaturally polite, probably to take away the attention from the other sinister things going on in the town. "Come on, hurry it up," Miguel impatiently said. He was more groused than usual, probably because he knew about the risk he was taking helping two outsiders make an escape. "So, what is this baptism exactly?" Henry asked when they reached the top of the elevation, and the ground flattened. "It's an initiation for new members. They need to prove their loyalty to Prophet Martin." "And how do they do that?" Mandy jumped in. "They are given goblets filled with wine. Depending on the number of initiates, some of the goblets are poisoned, but they never know which ones." Henry stopped dead in his tracks. "Wait, what?" he asked loudly. Both Mandy and Miguel stopped to face him. "You said our friends are most likely going to participate in the ritual." Miguel swallowed, causing his Adam's apple to bob up and down. "If they're lucky, they're going to survive. Usually it's just 2 or 3 goblets that get poisoned. Now come on, we don't have time for this." He turned around and continued walking. Henry and Mandy continued staring at each other for a moment. "Come on, Henry. There's nothing we can do," she said and continued following Miguel. Henry looked down at his feet and refused to budge. Mandy and Miguel noticed this, so they swiveled to face him. He looked up at them. Mandy quizzically spread her arms. "Henry?" she asked with a slight hint of annoyance. "I'm sorry," he said. Mandy opened her mouth and shook her head with the finger in front of her. No, Henry. I'll catch up with you guys as soon as I can. If I'm not back in 30 minutes, leave without me." "Henry, don't be stupid," Miguel scowled. Henry approached Mandy and gave her a long kiss on the lips. She took his face in her hands firmly. When their lips parted, tears were flowing down Mandy's face. "Don't do this," she whispered with a trembling breath. He leaned his forehead on hers. "I can't let them die." He took 2 steps back, the most difficult 2 steps in his life. "If you go back there, you'll die," Miguel calmly said. Henry ignored him and glanced at Mandy one last time. "If you get caught, I'll have to go back and rescue your ass," she chuckled through tears. "And I'm sure you'd rip a new one to Prophet Martin, mans." Henry smiled. Mandy's face suddenly drooped down in somberness. "Henry, She opened her mouth and then bit her lip. It looked like she knew exactly what she wanted to say, but was on the fence about actually doing it. "Please be careful." She tried to smile reassuringly. Henry returned the smile, and with that, he turned around and trundled down the hill, ignoring Miguel's remarks that he was going to get himself killed. Ethan was in a candlelit room. 2 elderly men were helping him put on a ceremonial white gown with red embroideries on the sleeves and necks. He didn't feel anything as he prepared for the baptism. Maybe it was from the thing in the bowl that they gave him to sniff earlier. The smell of whatever was in there was pungent, and he immediately felt his muscles and mind relaxing after just one sniff. Despite everything, his mind was still stuck on Alice and Tyler. They were well on their way home. He couldn't help but wonder if he made a mistake staying here. As if on cue, the door of the room opened and Prophet Martin walked in. Ethan bowed down and put a hand on his heart. The prophet smiled. He glanced at the two elderly men in the room and they left without a word. They were silent the entire time, but at least there were sounds of rustling and shuffling. Now there was a complete and utter silence. Martin smiled at Ethan. "How do you feel, my son?" he asked. "I'm ready, Prophet Martin," Ethan said. Martin nodded and walked over to the red cross on the wall. He looked up at it in silence. "You have doubts," he softly spoke. Ethan felt his stomach lurch forward. Martin turned around. "About leaving, I mean." Prophet Martin read him like an open book. He could see it in his eye. "I swear in God's name that I want to stay. That's why I refuse to leave." Ethan defended himself. "I know. I don't doubt your devotion to God, Ethan. You still have the old self in you, and that part longs to be with your former friends. But that's the filthy, sinful part of you that you strive to eliminate from your soul. Or maybe you don't. Perhaps you are conflicted about the path you should take." The sentence sounded like the prophet was waiting for a confirmation from Ethan. "No, I don't want to return to my old self," Ethan said with utmost certainty. "I found a purpose here, and I plan to go through with it no matter what the outcome." Martin smiled reassuringly and put a hand on Ethan's shoulder. "It's perfectly fine to have doubts, my son, especially in the initial stages of transformation. But you will see the power of God once the baptism starts, and if you surrender yourself to Him, He will reward you greatly." The prophet lowered his hand and turned around. "I'll leave you to get ready. The baptism starts in a few minutes." "Prophet Martin?" As he was about to leave, Ethan called out to him. The prophet turned around. "Some people in the community just left with the sheriff. Aren't you afraid what the authorities will do to know his reach after testifying?" Martin's mouth stretched into a complacent rictus. "No, I'm not afraid, Ethan," he said and turned to the door. "God is with us." The trundling and vibrating of the van has never felt as comforting as right now. Alice looked at Tyler, whose facial expression was familiar. It was the one he had before all of this started. She pivoted around the van's interior, scanning the faces of the other people. Two of the male deputies who sat at the back of the van across from each other were silent the entire time. The other people from Noah's Reach who decided to leave looked apprehensive. Alice tried to imagine what they were thinking. They probably lived under Martin's command for a long time, so maybe they were contemplating whether or not they made the right choice. Or maybe they expected God to strike them down in a bolt of thunder. The members who wanted to leave were often guilt-tripped into staying by being warned about falling out of God's grace and meeting a horrible demise in the outside world. Tyler straightened his back in the seat and tilted his head left and right, cracking his neck. Oh man, fuck Martin in his place. This is going to make one hell of a story on the news, huh? The thought of going through interrogations and conversations with the media made Alice feel nauseous. It would probably be a while until she got to go home or see her mom or dad. I just hope they manage to find Mandy and Henry. It's been days, so I don't know what the odds are of them surviving, but I hope they're okay. Man, I can't believe that I left my B&W there. Tyler shook his head incredulously. Alice looked down at her lap. The van left the town less than 10 minutes ago, and with each passing minute, Alice started to feel more and more relaxed. She suddenly started to feel the exhaustion creeping up on her. Her eyes became heavy, so she closed them and lowered her head. Her head lolled to various sides from the swerves the van took, and she figured there was no way she'd be able to fall asleep like this. Just as she finished that thought, the van stopped. The sound of the engine's roaring disappeared, leaving the van's interior in utter silence. Alice opened her eyes widely. She instinctively looked at the deputies who retained the same reticent stare. "Why are we stopping?" Tyler asked when nothing happened for a few seconds. The back of the van opened, letting in the waft of the night air inside. In front of the door stood the female deputy with one shotgun in one hand and two more in the other. Low, apprehensive whispers of the people in the back of the van resounded. Alice's heart immediately began racing. What's going on?" She stood up along with Tyler, feeling like she was losing her mind from the sudden dread building up inside her. The deputies who were in the van hopped outside and turned to face the van's interior. They took one shotgun each from the woman. Sheriff Larson was a few steps behind them, with his thumbs tucked into his belt. "Sheriff? What's going on?" Tyler called out, and Alice heard the trembling in his voice. Sheriff Larson wasn't wearing his gloves right now. He raised one hand to scratch his face, and that's when Alice saw it. The tattoo of a red cross on the perlicube between his thumb and forefinger. "Oh no," Alice said under her trembling breath. The deputies cocked the shotguns, the mechanical sounds reverberating and echoing ominously loudly in the air. They aimed them at the van's interior. Alice was staring directly at the barrel that the female deputy pointed at her. Alice felt Tyler's hand firmly grasping hers, and despite the grip, the uncontrollable tremble in his hand was noticeable. She squeezed back. "Praise be to the prophet," Sheriff Larson said, as he tucked his thumb back into his belt. Loud gunshots filled the back of the van. Chapter 31. Henry ignored the branches that whipped his face as he raced downhill. He didn't have much time, and if he didn't hurry up, Ethan, Tyler, and Alice would be dead. The ritual may have already started. Panic started overtaking him, and he increased his pace. "Come on, please don't be late, please." He tripped on a root sticking out of the ground and tumbled down the rest of the hill. It wasn't a long way down, so by the time he reached a halt, he was half sure that he hadn't sustained any serious injuries. Even if he did, he would tough them out. He placed a hand on the back of his jeans. The revolver was still there, thank God. He withdrew it and gave it a glowering glance before continuing past Miguel's house. Even as he entered the town, he saw no one around. He assumed that the baptism was going to take place in the church, and the fact that a strong light emanated from the building confirmed that suspicion. Too impatient and driven by adrenaline to look around for danger, he sprinted towards the church. The priest on the stage chanted something in Latin that Ethan couldn't understand. Aside from Ethan, there were 4 more initiates, 2 teenagers, 1 man in his 30s, and 1 young woman. They were lined up at the back of the stage, each of them wearing the same ceremonial gown. Prophet Martin stood on the side of the stage, with his hands grasped together in front of him, his head down and his eyes closed. The priest who chanted Latin went from initiate to initiate with a bowl of water and a brush, spraying droplets of the water on each of the initiates' faces. As the priest chanted the prayers, the townsfolk in the crowd would often murmur Amen or praise the prophet in unison. Ethan would try to keep up with them and mutter the same phrases whenever he could. As the main event of the baptism approached, he didn't feel nervous. Instead, there was a feeling of pure tranquility inside of him, unlike anything he ever felt before. The feeling was as close as he can get to how he felt when he was with Zoe, not as potent, but close enough. Once the priest was done chanting the unknown words and the crowd bellowed praise to the prophet one final time, 5 children walked onto the stage carrying golden goblets filled with pink liquid. They placed them on the altar in the middle of the stage, lined up to be in front of each initiate. Ethan stared at the goblet designated for him, wondering what it would entail. Was there poison swirling inside of the cup, or was it just plain wine? Whatever it was, he would drink it without hesitation to prove his loyalty to Prophet Martin and God. It was the only way of expelling his old self from his soul and being rid of the evil emotions that plagued him. The priest retreated to the back of the stage while Prophet Martin approached each goblet and blessed it with a red cross and some more Latin words. Once he blessed the 5th and final goblet, he picked up the dagger that rested on the table and squeezed the blade in his hand. He pulled the knife to slice his palm and drew blood. With more chanting of biblical verses, he squeezed a few drops of blood into each goblet. Once that was done, he placed the blood-stained knife back on the table and turned to the initiates. He spread his arms and said, "Initiates, this is a great day in your lives. It's the day when you get judged by God for your worth to serve Him. If your faith and loyalty are strong, you may rest assured that He will allow you into His service. If He deems you feeble, your soul will be released from this mortal vessel, and you will be sent back to Him. In other words, you die," Ethan thought to himself. "If you have any doubts that your soul and mind are corrupted, it's best if you withdraw from the baptism immediately. If you drink from the goblet with impure thoughts, your soul will be sent to hell for eternal damnation." Silence filled the air while the prophet allowed the initiates to process what he just said. Everyone already knew the rules. They were told so before the baptism. All of this was voluntary, of course. "I ask you once more in the presence of God, do you willingly partake in the holy baptism?" the prophet asked. 2 initiates, the teenagers, exchanged glares with each other. The others, including Ethan, kept quiet. Prophet Martin must have noticed the reluctance on the teenagers' faces, so he said, "Remember, God is watching us, and he will judge you according to your loyalty." The teenager settled down. "Very well." Martin gestured to the first teenage initiate and said, "Jake, step forward." The boy broke into a gait towards Prophet Martin. Ethan saw the scared look in his eye. For a moment he wondered whether he was afraid of dying or finding out that he wasn't worthy. Prophet Martin crossed Jake and kissed his forehead. He then took the goblet and presented it to the boy. Jake took it with both hands and stared into it with a pensive profoundness. "Whoever drinks my blood has eternal life, and I will raise him up at the last day," Prophet Martin quoted. Jake looked at the prophet and then down into the goblet. He brought it to his mouth and drank from it. He returned the goblet to Martin, who placed it back on the altar. All the faces in the church were fixated on the initiate. Prophet Martin turned to him and stared at him for a long moment. Jake started trembling, and seeing this, Ethan froze and held his breath. The prophet placed both hands on the boy's shoulders and said, "God has blessed you with the mercy of serving him." The audience chanted Amen 3 times together. Jake bowed slightly to Prophet Martin before returning to his spot next to the other initiates with a barely contained smile on his face. The prophet beckoned the next initiate. "Clive, step forward." The next teenager, now looking just as frightened as Jake was a moment ago, stepped forward with robotic steps, his eyes fixated on his goblet. Prophet Martin handed him the second goblet and repeated the same words from the Bible as before. Clive brought the goblet to his mouth, but hesitated. He held the goblet an inch away from his mouth for a while, his shoulders heaving up and down from palpable fear. The entire time, Martin reticently and incessantly stared at him. Clive suddenly brought the goblet to his mouth and imbibed. He quickly handed the empty cup back to Martin, who didn't place it on the altar this time. Instead, he continued staring at Clive. The boy was breathing heavily now. And then, he coughed. Clive raised a hand to his throat and coughed again. It sounded like the cough when a drink was swallowed the wrong way. Soon, the mild coughs turned into a fit. Ethan saw blood spurting from Clive's mouth as his knees buckled, and he fell sideways on the floor. Prophet Martin stared down at the boy with the same bemused glance. He didn't look like he planned on doing anything to help him, and neither did the audience. Some of them were shocked, shaking their heads, gasping and clasping hands over their mouths. But most of them looked as bored as the prophet. Ethan noticed one couple who looked distressed, however. The woman was crying, and the man next to her held her by the shoulders, whispering something to her. Ethan assumed they were Clive's parents. Clive coughed harder and harder, trickles of blood running down his mouth and a small puddle forming on the floor in front of his head. His face was red, and the veins on his neck bulged so heavily they looked like they would pop. He made an agonized sound that was something between a groan and a meager scream, and then stopped moving entirely. He continued lying on his side, the eyes with the burst blood vessels vacantly staring nowhere specific. Only the crying of Clive's mother remained audible in the air. "God despises corrupted souls. May you suffer for all eternity," Prophet Martin said. He raised the goblet before placing it back on the altar. 2 of the devoted who were on the stage nearby approached and grabbed the dead body by the legs. They dragged Clive off the stage, while the wailing of the parents continued. "Escort the parents of the wicked initiate outside, so they can mourn in peace," Prophet Martin said. Within seconds, some of the congregation members helped the grieving parents stand up and walk to the entrance of the church. There, the doors opened a crack, and the parents stepped outside before the door shut again. The prophet beckoned the next person. "Fyodor, step forward." The man in his 30s looked around with a frightened look on his face. He took a tentative step forward, but made no attempt to go further than that. The prophet held his hand outstretched, patiently waiting for Fyodor to approach. Fyodor shook his head and said, I'm sorry, but I can't do this. I thought I could, but I can't. This is too much for me. I'm sorry." He started walking to the exit of the stage. One of the devoted intercepted his path and hit him with the mercy's kiss over the face. Fyodor fell on the floor, where he spat out blood and a couple of teeth. He managed to turn over on his back when the devoted stepped on his neck and glanced in the prophet's direction. The prophet nodded. The devoted stepped off Fyodor's neck, raised the cudgel high above his head, and brought it down. Fyodor had enough time to raise a hand and scream in terror before the cudgel connected with his face. A loud crack resounded in the church when Fyodor's nose and more teeth broke. He let out a choking sound, causing more blood and spittle to fly out of his mouth. The devoted brought the cudgel down again, and again, and again, until Fyodor ceased all movement. By the time the devoted was done, Fyodor's face was completely bashed in, like a morbid real-life version of a hollow-headed doll. Mercy's kiss was dripping with blood, and the devoted was panting. With his free hand, he grabbed Fyodor by the hand and dragged him off the stage, leaving an abundant trail of blood behind him. Disgusting weakling, Prophet Martin scoffed with a wrinkled nose. He grabbed the goblet meant for Fyodor and spilled its contents on the floor before dropping the goblet itself, causing it to clatter and roll momentarily. He then beckoned for the next initiate. "Ethan, step forward." By now, Ethan was distressed, and fear was starting to creep up on him. It still didn't take him over, but it was here, gnawing at him like an annoying mosquito. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, ignoring the glares of the other people that were plastered to him. He looked at Prophet Martin, whose stare now was anything but friendly. Martin grabbed the goblet and handed it to Ethan, reciting the biblical words. Ethan took the goblet with trembling hands. He had to grasp it with both hands to prevent it from spilling. He glanced down at the purple liquid in the cup, wondering if it would be his salvation or his demise. He suddenly became aware of the deafening silence that permeated the air. When Ethan looked at Prophet Martin, he saw that friendly and reassuring smile suddenly appear once more. It gave him the boost of courage that he needed. Ethan raised the goblet to his mouth. When Henry reached the churchyard, he saw the closed entrance door and two of the devoted standing in front of it. He could shoot the guards, but then hell would rain down on him, and he didn't have enough bullets for the whole town. There's gotta be a back entrance. Henry made his way around the churchyard, sticking to the alleys to avoid being spotted by the devoted. When he made it to the backside of the church, he realized that there's no door. He started panicking, and then that panic got exacerbated when he saw two of the devoted dragging a dead body on the floor behind them. Is it one of them? He asked himself, trying to peek at the limp body from the corner of the houses. The devoted dragged the body close enough on the street for Henry to glance at the face. Tentative relief washed over him when he realized that he didn't recognize that person. He felt sorry for the teenager, but he probably chose this himself. Soon, another devoted walked by, this one lugging behind himself the body of another initiate. This one had an unrecognizably mutilated face, and for a moment, Henry thought that it could be Tyler or Ethan. Relief once more washed over him when he saw the color of the hair that didn't belong to any of his friends. Once the devoted were out of sight, Henry decided to go around the corner of the church where they came from. They must have been dragging the body from inside the church, and they didn't come from the front door, so that meant that a back door existed. As soon as he rounded the corner of the church, he was met with a feeling of both dread and hopefulness. A devoted stood by the wall, right next to a small wooden door leading inside the church from the right side. Henry didn't care about being cautious, so as soon as he stepped out of the corner, the devoted jerked his head in his direction. He had been standing in a relaxed manner, the cudgel dangling from his hand. But when he saw Henry, he gripped the weapon tightly and, without a word, started striding towards the intruder. "Ho, look at that," the devoted said in delight. "And here I thought it was going to be a boring—" He stopped mid-sentence and mid-step when Henry pointed the revolver at him. "Say one more word, and I'll shoot you in the dick hole," Henry said. The barrel of the gun was pointed at the devoted's crotch, with Henry's finger on the trigger and itching to squeeze. The devoted remained frozen in place but made no effort to drop the cudgel. "Drop it, now!" Henry motioned with the revolver to the weapon. The devoted still didn't move. Henry pulled the hammer back. "I'm going through that door one way or the other," he said, "and I'm hoping you choose the one that ends up with you getting a bullet to the head." The devoted dropped the cudgel, causing it to clatter on the concrete. "Turn the fuck around," Henry commanded. But the devoted didn't budge. Henry heard it too late, the footsteps that snuck up behind him. By the time he turned around, the devoted already made a swing. It wasn't the spiked cudgel he was using, but it may as well have been because the punch sent a shockwave of pain in Henry's jaw. Henry lost balance and toppled, dropping the gun in the process. Through a spinning vision, he saw the gun sliding across the floor, where it remained motionless, the barrel comically pointed at the door. Henry scrambled towards the gun. His fingertips managed to grasp the revolver just in time, when he felt someone tugging his leg. He reached for the revolver with the other hand, and at the same time, 2 more hands grabbed the gun. It became a tug of war, with Henry getting yanked by the foot on one side and the gun being tugged back and forth between Henry and the devoted. Henry ignored the devoted that pulled his foot and focused solely on the revolver. He was losing his grip on it with each yank and would soon lose it entirely. He let go of the gun with his right hand just for a brief moment to get a better grip on it. He must have pressed the trigger because in the next moment, a loud bang filled the air. Everything seemed to freeze as the devoted in front of Henry let go of the revolver and screamed in ungodly pain. He fell on the floor holding his crotch, blood trickling between his fingers. Self-fulfilled prophecy, Henry thought to himself sardonically as he turned around on his back. The devoted behind him had already let go of his foot and was confusedly standing a few steps behind, looking like he was about to make a run for it. Henry pointed the gun at him and impulsively squeezed the trigger. Nothing happened. The devoted recoiled for a minute and then gained a surge of courage to stride forward. It took Henry a moment to remember that the hammer of the revolver needed to be pulled back before each shot. He did so, and the devoted stopped once more. Henry shot up on his feet, ignoring the moaning of the devoted who took a shot to his nuts. Open the door. The devoted walked over to the door without hesitation. He yanked the door open, revealing a dim interior. Keep your hands up, Henry commanded. He was pretty much on autopilot right now, and if the devoted tried anything stupid, he wouldn't hesitate to shoot. He walked in a wide arc around the devoted on the ground, who was writhing in pain in a fetal position. You can die for all I care. Henry walked up to the devoted by the door and grabbed him around the neck in a chokehold with one hand, pointing the gun to his head. Move, he ordered. Chapter 32. All right, it should be right here. Miguel pointed past a tree and towards a bushy area. The undergrowth rustled under his footsteps, and Mandy did her best to follow him as fast as she could without looking back. She couldn't help but hope that Henry would change his mind in return. After 5 or so minutes of trekking through the woods with Miguel, her hopes waned, and she knew that he would not be coming. She and Miguel were far enough from the town now to get a good head start, but not far enough for comfort. The entire time, Miguel kept urging her to hurry up because they didn't have much time left. Eventually, Mandy wiped the remainder of her tears away and focused on escaping. Once she makes it out of here, she would come back for her friends. Here we go, Miguel said as he bent down. He grabbed and tossed the well-hidden tent cover aside and lifted the cruiser motorcycle. He pushed it out of the undergrowth and jutted his head towards the top of the hill close by. Come on, we can start riding up there, he said. I thought you said you weren't coming along, Mandy shrugged. Miguel chuckled, but there was no humor in his tone. I wasn't going to, but since Henry went on a suicide mission, I can't go back. When they catch him, they'll probably interrogate him until they find out who it was that helped him. Mandy suddenly felt offended by this. He could make it out without getting caught, she said. Miguel glowered at Mandy. Come on, he simply said. Mandy followed him to the top of the hill. The trees were sparser here, and the ground flat, good enough to ride through, just like Miguel said. From what Mandy could see, the area opened into a clearing a few hundred yards from there. Road's close, Miguel said as he sat on the bike. Mandy was too focused staring at the horizon, so the sound of the bike engine starting up slightly startled her. Prior to that, there were only the sounds of the forest life that prepared for their night shift and Miguel's soft-spoken voice. Miguel swayed his head to the left to motion Mandy to sit behind him. She did so and put her hands around Miguel's waist for support. Hold on tight, it might get bumpy, Miguel said, and the bike lurched forward. Suddenly, Mandy felt free. The wind in her hair was soothing, and the slight cold of the breeze that prickled her exposed skin made her feel alive. Her head was turned to the left, where she saw the rows of trees moving at a relatively high speed. Mandy closed her eyes and enjoyed the peacefulness of the moment. They were a long way from home, but at least they were out of the danger zone, sort of. Her mind couldn't help but wander to the moments she spent with Henry. These last few days were the most turbulent ones in her life. She almost got killed. She accidentally killed someone. She spent days hiding from sadistic cultists. But all of it faded in comparison to the fact that she fell in love. She wasn't even sure if it was love that she felt for Henry, but it definitely seemed like it. She had a strong instinct to protect him. She already missed him, and it's only been a few minutes, and she envisioned them in a relationship. Her mind raced to the moment she said goodbye to him just a few minutes ago. I love you, she wanted to tell him, but for some reason couldn't bring herself to say those words. Mandy melancholily smiled at the fantasy of her and Henry, walking down a snowy street holding hands, and kissing under a streetlight, or cuddling together and watching a movie, or waking up in bed next to each other, or... Mandy didn't know what happened. All of a sudden, there was a millisecond of a loud noise, and the motorcycle's front part jerked upward at an incomprehensible speed. The next thing Mandy knew, she was on the ground. The loud noise, whatever it was, replaced by the buzzing that took up her entire hearing. She couldn't move, and the image around her was spinning. It took her a moment to realize that it wasn't spinning, but that she was staring at a huge amount of dirt falling downward. Mandy felt like she ran into a wall, her entire body aching, especially her leg. Miguel? She said, but she wasn't sure if the words even left her mouth. She raised her head because that's the only part of her that she can feel right now. She saw Miguel walking somewhere close by. Mandy tried shouting his name, but to no avail. Buzzing slowly began subsiding, and Mandy realized that it wasn't Miguel who she was looking at, but an unfamiliar person. Another person appeared behind the first one, and in an extremely muffled tone, she heard them speaking. "Who is it?" one of them asked. They were huddled around something. Mandy further raised her head and realized they were staring down at a motionless body. The head was facing Mandy, the eyes vacantly staring directly at her. "Shit, it's Miguel. He's dead," one of them shouted. "I knew it." "Where's the other one?" "I don't know. The tripwire blasted her somewhere." They started looking around the clearing. Mandy propped herself up on one elbow, feeling like she was about to faint. Her vision was still spinning and getting darker in pulses, and the buzzing only slightly subsided. She glanced down at her body. She was covered in dirt up to her waist, but lower than that. Mandy glanced at the right leg, which she was missing below the knee. The feeling of losing consciousness intensified at her brain's inability to process what she was looking at. "My leg. Where's my leg? It just can't go missing like that. Where is it?" And then she saw her leg, or lack of, really saw it, and she lost all control. She suddenly became aware of the warm blood that spurted like a fountain out of her stump, and the excruciating pain that followed, blinding her to everything else. She had no idea how, but she somehow managed to lose balance on her elbow and fall sideways. She tried to scream at the top of her lungs, but still no sound came out. Maybe she did scream, but the buzzing muffled it. The entire time, her mind was convincing her that this wasn't real and this couldn't be happening. No, not to her. This is something that only happens in movies. This couldn't be real. As she slipped to the verge of unconsciousness, Mandy tried contracting the toes of her right foot over and over. She thought she felt them. She was sure she did. She needed that leg. There was no way she would be able to do gymnastics ever again without it. She saw 2 pairs of boots approaching her and stopping right in front of her. Her vision got darker, and she tried begging for help with her eyes, since her mouth wouldn't cooperate. If they couldn't save her life, then she at least wanted her suffering to be over because the pain was unbearable. "It's one of the sinners," one of them said. "Shit. Should we patch her up and bring her back to the Prophet?" The other one shook his head. "No, too much hassle. Plus, she's already as good as dead." "Real shame. Could have had fun with her." The other one pulled out a handgun, but the first one gently put a hand on his partner's wrist. "Don't waste bullets. This is one of the sinners who killed Elsa. She deserves to suffer." With that, he started walking away. The one who withdrew the handgun looked at Mandy pitifully. For a second, he looked like he contemplated shooting her. "Please do it. I can't take the pain." The man put the gun away, and Mandy watched hopelessly as he walked away in the direction of his partner. As she stared at the star-filled night sky, begging whoever was up there to end it all, she thought she heard a voice. Soft, soothing, angelic. "Mans, it'll be all right, sweetie. It's okay. I'm here with you." The pain gradually dissipated until Mandy didn't feel anything anymore. Mom, Mandy uttered, and this time, she heard her own words clearly. Despite the pain, she smiled before everything went dark. Chapter 33. When Henry stepped onto the stage with the devoted held hostage, all the faces turned in his direction, murmuring in awe and panic. On the stage was Prophet Martin calmly staring at Henry. Ethan was there too, dressed in a ceremonial gown, the same ones he saw in the bodies outside that the devoted was dragging. Ethan held a goblet halfway raised to his mouth. Upon seeing Henry, he lowered it. At the back of the stage was a girl dressed in the same way as Ethan. She looked flummoxed by Henry's sudden drop-in, and for the brief moment that he looked in her direction, he couldn't help but notice how much she looked like Elsa. There was also a boy next to her. He stared at Henry with a frown. Where the fuck are Tyler and Alice? The members of the congregation were starting to stand up, and Henry expected them to overwhelm him at any moment. He would shoot Prophet Martin before he let that happen. Martin raised his hand and said, "Fear not, fear not. This is all part of God's plan. Trust in God." Immediately, the townspeople sat back down, albeit with unconvinced looks on their faces. "Jake, Melissa, go on to your families." The boy and the girl on the stage made their way around Henry in wide arcs and down the stairs before merging with the crowd on the pews. "And behold, the stray sheep has returned to be guided to the only true path of righteousness," Martin said, as he took a step towards Henry with spread arms in a welcoming manner. "But that is not why you have come, is it, my son?" "Stay back!" Henry tightened the grip around the neck of the devoted, pressing the barrel of the revolver just a little harder against his head. Martin stopped, but only because he seemed to want to do so, and not because of the gun. He slowly let his hands drop to his sides and said, "I see. You have come to save your friends, but you're too late. Your friends have already been sent to God to answer for their crimes. It's just you now." "Bullshit! Mandy is well on her way out of town, and she'll be back with help soon. You and your cult are finished." Martin stared at Henry curiously for a moment. "Mandy and your new friend Miguel, right? I must say that I'm pleased with your heroics. Had it not been for your selfless personality, it would have been you bleeding out there right now. And not your new lover." Henry's heart jumped into his throat. "You're bluffing," he said. Martin shook his head and put his hands in his pockets. He started pacing around the stage in random directions, taking slow and deliberate steps. More devoted rushed onto the stage, each of them grasping the cudgels and ready to attack Henry. They were trying to surround him. "I wish it were so, my son. I tried my best to convert you all, but you just wouldn't listen." He faced Henry once more, this time with a furious glare. "If you had just surrendered yourselves, none of this would have happened. Your friends would still be alive, and you'd see the truth of God's way, just like Ethan." Ethan stood motionless by the altar, the goblet he held earlier placed on top of it next to the other four. Henry felt warm tears sliding down his face, because deep inside, he knew that Martin wasn't bluffing. Tyler, Alice, and Mandy were dead. "You killed my friends?" Henry choked. "You killed them yourself with your sinful ways," Martin hissed before his face became calm. "But I am giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Repent, embrace me as the only true prophet, and allow God into your heart. It's the only path to salvation." The devoted on the stage were entrenched in their spots, but their knees were slightly bent in a way that they were ready to lunge at Henry as soon as he dropped his guard. Henry looked around the stage. What could he do? "Henry?" A soft voice resounded in the direction of the seated audience. Henry glanced at the steps leading up to the stage, and there, he saw her. Catherine. She was slowly and deliberately climbing the stage, her gaze fixated on Henry. She looked divine in her white gown, like an angel sent from the heavens to save him from this predicament. But she wasn't an angel. She was one of the cultists. "Stay back, Catherine," he warned her. She remained still near the edge of the stage. The air seemed to freeze in anticipation as Prophet Martin spoke up once more, breaking the silence. "What path will you choose, my son?" Henry looked at the prophet, and then at Catherine, and then at Ethan. All three of them had expectant glares in their eyes as they stared at Henry. Martin, who looked like he already knew the move Henry would make, even though he himself did not know it. Catherine, who looked perturbed, and Ethan, who pleaded with Henry with his eyes to lay down his weapon. "Go to hell, false prophet!" Henry pointed the revolver at Martin and pulled the trigger. "No!" a voice screamed the moment Henry squeezed the trigger. A loud bang echoed in the church, followed by screams from the audience. It took Henry a moment to understand what was going on. It was Ethan who shouted, and he jumped to push Martin out of the way when Henry pointed the gun at him. He successfully shoved Martin out of the line of fire, and it was he who took the shot instead. Terror and confusion took over Henry when he saw Ethan writhing on the floor. I shot him," The devoted that Henry held around the neck had already forcibly wiggled his way out of his grip, and the others rushed Henry to tackle him. He never stood a chance, and he barely had enough time to pull the hammer on the revolver back before getting pinned on the floor by 3 of the devoted. The gun was wrestled from his hand just in time as Prophet Martin stood up from the floor and rushed to Ethan. He grabbed him by the hand and helped him up. "Ethan, my son, are you hurt?" Prophet Martin asked for the first time, with concern in his tone. Ethan dusted himself off and glanced around his arms and torso. I think I'm fine, just a graze," he said as he glanced at the tear on his gown sleeve and the trickle of blood on his bicep. "Oh, thank God. He's okay, I didn't kill him," Henry thought even as the devoted held him pinned on the floor. Prophet Martin embraced Ethan in a tight hug. He pulled back a moment later, with his hands on Ethan's shoulders, and turned to face Henry. And he had a furious facial expression. "You almost killed my disciple, just as you killed poor, innocent Elsa. I should kill you right now for making martyrs of my family." The devoted that took the revolver approached the prophet and handed the gun to him. Prophet Martin accepted it without so much as glancing at the devoted. His face relaxed, and he spoke with his usual soft tone. "But God is forgiving. Forgive, and you shall be forgiven." He grabbed the revolver by the barrel and presented it to Catherine. Catherine, who had been standing on the side and silently watching the whole thing unfold, approached and upturned her palms, accepting the revolver. She bowed to Martin and retreated to where she stood a moment ago. "The baptism must go on." Martin turned to Ethan. "Ethan, let God judge you." Ethan returned to the altar and picked up the goblet. "Ethan, no! Don't do it!" Henry shouted. Ethan glanced at Prophet Martin and raised the goblet to his mouth. Henry craned his neck as much as he could so that he looked at Catherine. "Catherine, please, don't let them do this, please," he said. But Catherine didn't budge. She continued standing with the revolver in her hands, sheepishly glancing at Henry before turning her attention to Ethan. Ethan drank from the goblet. When he lowered it from his mouth, he was pale. The room fell eerily silent, and then nothing. Nothing happened to Ethan. He placed the goblet back on the altar and waited for Martin's next command like a dog. Henry recognized that look. It was the same one that Catherine had. "Ethan, what did they do to you?" Martin approached Ethan and placed both hands on his face. He pulled his head closer and kissed his forehead. He then grabbed one of the goblets from the altar and turned to Henry. "Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravenous wolves." He took a step closer to Henry. The devoted lifted Henry on his feet, but their grip didn't ease up. 2 of them still held him tightly around the arms, and he didn't try resisting. Martin stopped inches from Henry and stared at him with a penetrating gaze. He then handed the goblet to one of the devoted on the side, who took it with a bow. "Praise be to you, Prophet Martin," the devoted said, and lifted his veil enough to take a sip of the wine. He promptly handed the goblet back to Martin. Henry noticed that there was still some wine left at the bottom. Within seconds, the devoted started coughing and clutching his throat, falling to his knees, blood coming out of his mouth with each cough. Henry began resisting his captor's restraints, but couldn't break free. "Praise," he barely muttered between coughs. With those words, he fell sideways, coughing up more blood on the floor before ceasing movement. He was dead. "You fucking psycho!" Henry shouted. Martin outstretched the hand with the goblet to Henry, which caused him to recoil. "Because you have seen me, you have believed. Blessed are those who have not seen and have believed." This was it. He was going to force him to drink the poison. Martin pulled the goblet back to his own mouth, and not breaking eye contact with Henry for a moment, drank the wine. Henry heard 2 loud swallows before Martin lowered the goblet. He overturned it to demonstrate that it was empty, and allowed it to drop on the floor, with a muffled clatter. As the prophet leered at Henry with a malicious glint, Henry waited for the poison to start working on Martin at any moment. Except it wouldn't, would it? Martin was a cult leader, which meant that he was a master manipulator. What he did here must have been a trick of some kind. The devoted on the floor must have faked his death. Sensing his skepticism, Martin smirked and said, "You're still unconvinced." He took a step back and raised his hands. He looked up with his eyes closed and inhaled deeply. For since death came through a man, the resurrection of the dead comes also through a man." He turned to the audience, with his arm still raised. "Fear not," he said softly, almost in a whisper. The sound of an explosion that resounded in the room and knocked Martin sideways almost caused Henry to fall to the floor. It would have, had the devoted not been holding him. First, there was distressed murmurs and screams coming from the audience. Martin was on the floor, dead, his eyes open and a gradually expanding red splotch on his otherwise white shirt. And then everyone looked at the source of the sound. Catherine held the gun pointed at the prophet, smoke billowing up from the tip of the barrel. No one spoke a word for what felt like an eternity. Catherine looked at Henry and smiled. It was the same smile that caused him to fall in love with her. But he saw something else in this one. Something too sentimental. "He is the way, and the truth, and the life," she said. "No one comes to the Father except through him." With that, she placed the barrel of the gun beneath her chin and pulled the hammer back and squeezed the trigger. Henry didn't even have enough time to scream before the bullet went through Catherine's head, sending blood and chunks of her skull flying up in the air. She fell backward like a mannequin that had been pushed off balance and hit the floor with a loud thud, the revolver dropping from her hand. For a moment, there was silence. And then Henry screamed and rushed to Catherine. He was vaguely aware of the absence of the devoted's restraints. As Henry fell to his knees in front of Catherine, he came to realize that there was nothing he could do. Catherine's eyes vacantly stared at the ceiling. She had a large red hole in her chin that looked like it had been drilled through, and one on top of her skull that erupted in the exit wound like a root ripped from the ground. Someone started sobbing in the audience, and the voices soon turned to a cacophony of wailing, crying, weeping, etc. Henry turned around and glanced at Prophet Martin's dead body. "Catherine, why?" Henry asked. He felt numb. He couldn't say that it was pain that enveloped him, but rather curiosity. What would make Catherine do such a thing? What course of events in her life would lead her to take her own life in the name of a false religion? As he watched her lifeless body, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her, for the way she and her parents were misguided, just like Ethan, just like the rest of the community. And then a loud, laborious gasp pealed behind Henry. No, it can't fucking be. Henry stood up and turned around silently, telling himself that this couldn't possibly be happening. But it was. Prophet Martin was in a sitting position, holding a hand on the spot where he had been shot in the chest, panting and wheezing. The members of the community started praising the prophet in synchronicity, chanting the same words over and over, while Martin slowly stood up on wobbly legs with the help of the devoted. Once he was up, he raised his hand to greet the audience, who bellowed even louder in excitement. "Praise the prophet!" they chanted a dozen times over. Henry saw a hole on the back of Martin's suit as well, where the revolver bullet exited. After a while of chanting, the people started settling down. The entire time, Henry stared at Martin wide-eyed, his mind trying to conjure up a logical explanation for what he saw. Martin died. He was sure of it. He saw him get struck by the bullet of the revolver. He saw the red splotch forming on his chest. He saw his eyes staring emptily at nothing with a trickle of blood coming from his mouth. So how was this possible? How? Prophet Martin turned to Henry once more and approached him. Henry continued staring at him blankly, even as Prophet Martin opened his shirt and revealed an actual, real bullet wound. As Henry stared, the wound got smaller, closing up until all that remained was a soft, smooth skin, with no evidence that there was ever a bullet wound in the first place. "You hate me," he said. "You blame me for your friends' deaths. You want to kill me?" Martin turned on his heel swiftly and strode to the altar. He picked up a ceremonial dagger that Henry didn't even notice until then, clutching it firmly. He loped towards Henry with menacing steps. He was going to stab him, and yet Henry was so frozen that he couldn't budge a muscle, even in the face of such threat. All he could do was stare at the dagger with the dried bloodstain on its blade. Prophet Martin collided with Henry and grabbed his hand. He shoved the dagger into Henry's palm and closed his fist around the hilt with both hands. He forced Henry's arm up so that the blade touched Martin's neck. "Go on. Do it. Martin threatened. "Have your vengeance!" Henry was panting by this point. He gripped the knife firmly. It would be so easy just to swipe the blade across Martin's neck and end it all right now, stop all this religious bullshit, and set these people free. But he couldn't do it. He wanted to. With all his being, to see Martin choking to death in his own blood. But his hand wouldn't budge. Martin's grip weakened, and Henry used that opportunity to drop the knife on the floor. With such a deafening silence, it clattered loudly, even through the red carpet. Henry's vision was blurry from the tears forming in his eyes. "You have seen, but you still do not believe," Prophet Martin said. "You refuse to let God into your heart." The audience started throwing threats and curses in Henry's direction, demanding his execution. Martin raised a hand to silence them. "You hear that? They are calling for your head on a pike," he said complacently. "There is no worse sin than seeing the truth and denying it. But you have not seen the truth yet. Your eyes are blind because you have no faith. But I forgive you. God forgives you." He lunged forward at Henry. Henry tried to step aside, but Martin already embraced him in a hug. When Henry realized that the prophet had no intention of physically assaulting him, he stopped resisting. Martin leaned closer to Henry's ear and whispered, "One day, you will see the truth, and you will return to me, and I will welcome you as my son." He leaned even closer and said in a slower, quieter tone, "Don't forget to turn the heating up, and leave the keys on." Henry pushed Martin away. Martin took 2 steps back and grinned. He turned to the audience and put his hands in his pocket. "Please escort Henry to a car and open the gate for him." Murmurs filled the air before Martin furiously interrupted them. "Who dares defy the will of God?" Everyone went silent, and most looked down. "I told you all before, and I'm telling you again. Everything that happens is a part of God's plan." He gestured to Catherine's body. Her parents were there, sobbing as they picked her up from the floor and got ready to take her outside. "Do not weep for Catherine," Martin said. "She is with God now." Henry felt the vice-like hands of the devoted grabbing him by the arms. Prophet Martin bent down and picked up the dagger. He leaned closer to Henry and placed the dagger into the back pocket of his jeans. "Keep this safe. You will need it one day," the prophet said. Henry was dragged off the stage before getting a chance to respond to that sentence. He was so dazed that he didn't even think about resisting. Somewhere in the church, someone started singing "O God Beyond All Praising" while Henry got escorted towards the entrance. Everything else went by in a blur. Henry being taken to the open gate, with Tyler's BMW parked in front, receiving the keys from Benjamin, who, unlike his usual smile, now had a scowl on his face, getting shoved in the car, and being allowed to drive off through the gate without anyone pursuing him. Henry remembered only one thing vividly from his exit: staring in the rearview mirror and seeing Ethan among the congregation members, and not being able to differentiate his from the other judgmental glares. Chapter 34. 4 years have passed since the incidents in Noah's Reach. On his drive back to society, Henry was pulled over for speeding and subsequently taken into custody for driving Tyler's car and behaving suspiciously. In the police station, he told the cops everything. At first, they didn't believe a word he said about the cult. They berated him about the car and accused him of stealing it. Henry knew that his story sounded apocryphal, and the cops would need a lot more convincing. He told them everything about Noah's Reach, about Prophet Martin, about the disciples of God, about Catherine and her parents, about the deaths of his friends, about the abuse and torture that took place in the town. The detective who took over the interrogation must have listened to Henry speaking for at least 2 hours. Even mentioning that a sheriff visited Noah's Reach did nothing to convince the detective. Eventually, parents were called to give statements. Apparently, an investigation was opened regarding Mandy's, Tyler's, Alice's, and Ethan's, as well as Henry's disappearances. The other parents were inconsolable, especially Mandy's dad. He and the others accused Henry of murder and demanded from the police to arrest him. Henry's parents defended him adamantly, believing every word he said. They must have seen the broken look in his eye. By then, Henry didn't really care what would happen to him. He cooperated with the police and instructed them where to go to find Noah's Reach. Some of them already knew about Martin and his town, but they described him as the kindest man they had ever met. This led Henry to believe that the disciples of God had roots everywhere and that Martin probably had some control over the police as well. Or maybe he really was protected by some power, divine or satanic. Ethan's parents went with the police to the town to see for themselves what happened to their son. They talked to him, and he confirmed that he was happy with the disciples. As for other friends who arrived in town, Ethan claimed that they left earlier. The story Prophet Martin concocted matched what everyone said. In their version of the story, Mandy, Alice, and Tyler left earlier using the Chevy Catherine's dad drove there, since there was something wrong with Tyler's BMW. They didn't hear from the outsiders again, but soon, the police found their bodies. Apparently on the drive back, they had an accident and crashed off the cliff. By the time their bodies were found, they had been torn up by wild animals, so much so that there was barely anything left to bury. The charges against Henry were dropped due to lack of evidence, and he was released. When he got information about all this, Henry wanted to kill Ethan. How could he betray his friends like that? None of them deserved to die like that. Alice was such a positive person, full of life. She wanted to do and see so many things. Noah's Reach was supposed to be just another stop before her next destination where she would party. Tyler was a dick sometimes, but he wasn't evil. He always helped those he trusted. Just because he only cared about superficial things in life didn't mean that he deserved to die any more than the next person. Mandy. Henry's mind went back to the moment when they said goodbye a million times over. And a million times over he made different decisions. Instead of returning to town, he decided to go with Mandy and Miguel, or told her to take a different, safer route, or he kissed her longer before they said goodbye. And in some of those forlorn fantasies, he manned up and told her that he loved her. Those were the most painful ones, but remembering the intimate time they spent together was just as depressing. Henry tried to remember Mandy's features as best he could. The smile on her face, the smell of her hair, the feeling of their naked bodies pressed against each other. There was a closed casket funeral for Henry's friends who died in Noah's Reach, but Henry didn't attend it. There would have been a lot of judgmental glares and probably insults cast in his direction, and he wouldn't be able to stand that. It would remind him too much of Noah's Reach. One thing that Henry wanted to do many times, but never had the courage to go through with, was to talk to Mandy's dad. He couldn't imagine what it was like for him to lose his wife and then his only daughter. By the time Henry decided to actually visit him, the man already committed suicide. Henry wasn't the same person after all that happened. Nightmares started plaguing him every night, so vivid that he'd sometimes wake up thinking he was back in Miguel's cabin. He'd often dream of Prophet Martin, and hear his last words appointed to Henry. "Don't forget to turn the heating up and leave the keys on." Leave the keys on what? What did the entire sentence mean anyway? He obsessed over it for a long time until he dismissed it as ravings of a lunatic. Sometimes Henry would dream about Mandy. In those dreams, she would radiate a bright light. She'd tell him how happy she was right now, and that Henry should stop blaming himself for what happened. Henry firmly believed that Mandy actually visited him in his dreams. He became obsessed with religious beliefs of the afterlife and started researching them online. Looking up that information was a bevy of rabbit holes, and soon, Henry's online search expanded for the afterlife to various religious communities, including cults. He never looked up anything related to the disciples of God, and luckily it never popped up on his feed. Until recently. 3 years after the incident, Henry's mom suddenly and unexpectedly died. He was on the phone with her when it happened. He had been living with his parents because he didn't have the mental strength to look for a job. His mom was coming back from work and called Henry to let him know that she would be home in 30 minutes. One moment he was talking to her, and in the next, he heard frantic screams on the street in the background. She died of a heart attack. Her death haunted Henry, but what haunted him more were the last words she had spoke to him. The same words that Prophet Martin uttered to him so many years ago before he was dragged out of town. To the word. Henry was an even bigger wreck after that. If there was a version of a living zombie, then it would be him. He was out on a walk one day when something caught his eye in a building, a simple piece of paper taped to the wall. Even from a distance, it immediately caught Henry's attention. When he got closer, he didn't even need to read what the text said. On the paper was a black and white picture of a man in a suit, facing away from the camera. With his arms spread and a book with a cross in his hand, in front of him was an audience of people dressed in white gowns. Henry glanced at the text under. "Ask, and you shall receive. Disciples of God. Henry chuckled at the irony. It was a forced, contrived laugh. He felt his chest tightening and tears forming in his eyes. His legs became wobbly and he had to hold on to the wall for support. "Hey, you okay?" He heard the voice of a female passerby asking. Henry nodded and uttered a meager "yeah" in hopes the woman would leave. He felt her stare on him for a prolonged moment before she continued on her way. Henry looked up with bleary eyes at the paper on the wall. This was no coincidence. It was here for a reason. It was meant for him. He knew what he needed to do. Noah's Reach was just like he remembered it, but bigger. From afar, it glowed against the dark night sky, but much brighter than 4 years ago. As Henry stared at the car window, he wondered what kind of welcome he would receive. He glanced to the right at the passenger seat, where the ceremonial dagger rested. It looked pristine, clean of the blood that stained it the day he tried to kill Martin with it. Henry had no idea why he didn't toss the knife away. The police never bothered to confiscate it, so he took it with them. It rested on the shelf of Henry's room for days before he decided to wrap it in a cloth, put it in a box, and place it in the attic. Now that he thought about it, he probably knew all this time that he would be coming back to Noah's Reach. As he drove towards the town entrance, he realized that the gate was wide open. 2 guards stood on top of the gate, armed with assault rifles. Henry slowed down to see if they would try to shoot him or warn him. Not to his surprise, they placed their hands on their chests and bowed down to him. Henry drove inside, knowing that he was well past the point of no return. As he stopped the car in the middle of the street, he placed the dagger in the back of his pants, tucking it under his shirt to conceal it. No one said a word to him when he exited the car and made his way towards the church. The church looked as grand as ever, glowing its radiance. And as Henry got closer, he realized 2 things. The first one, that the church was being expanded, probably because the disciples got more members joining the community. And second, they had a night sermon right now. That meant that Prophet Martin would be in there. Henry walked through the churchyard, glancing at the rainbow-like garden that sprawled from the sides of the broad walkway, and listened to the soothing choir singing that was coming from the church. 2 of the devoted stood on the side of the church doors. When Henry approached them, they bowed down to him and opened the door. The brightly illuminated altar stage at the far end of the aisle greeted Henry, along with the pews filled with the people dressed in red gowns. Some heads turned to face him, but most sang along with the choir. Henry stepped inside just as the choir finished singing Amazing Grace and started O God Beyond All Praising. As Henry walked forward, he was overcome with a familiar feeling. The same feeling of tranquility he had 4 years ago when he first sat in the pews with his friends and heard the same song playing. This time that feeling was more potent, so much that Henry felt tears welling up in his eyes. He blinked them away. He saw Ethan among the choir, singing the divine song. And then, he saw a suited figure racing down the steps of the stage and coming to greet Henry. Prophet Martin looked the same as ever, and he radiated an energy that was as strong as the last time he saw him. As he reached Henry, he put both hands on his shoulders and smiled. He had a glint of joy in his eye. Henry withdrew the dagger from the back of his pants and gripped the handle firmly. With one steady motion, he raised the dagger and presented it to the prophet. Prophet Martin looked down at it and gently accepted it, before looking up at Henry and smiling. "Welcome home, my son," he said. The end.